just want prompts to be clear. I want prompts to be very. Am I wrong with your back on this? Well, someone changed my name to Consolation. Okay, some days.
You say that, but you get this debate mindset going too much, you'll start arguing every random shit thing that anyone says. You'll start doing it. Your wife will be like, "Did I leave my phone over there?" And you'll be like, "Actually, did you leave your phone anywhere? And this and this?" And then she's like, "What are you doing? Shut up!" And you're like, "Do you really mean shut up, or do you?"
Oh, my life. Audio isn't right. Dude, I got time zones. No, I know. I don't have their audio up. For some reason I thought time zones. I had them reversed. I thought VK started at 7:30 Eastern time, so I thought I could wake up at 9. For some reason I thought that I was 2 hours behind instead of 2 hours ahead. VK doesn't start at VK doesn't start at 7:30 Eastern. VK starts at 9:30 Eastern. So for me, it starts at 7:30. I don't know. I don't know what happened. No, you hear them through my headphones, or you hear them really quietly.
Consciousness when you go beyond the debate, and you'll just sit back and watch, and you'll go, "Yep."
I had it backwards.
You'll sit there going, "Yep, retard. Yep, retard. There's a retard." You'll reach this new level of consciousness where you learn to just.
This just turned into an impromptu chill stream. They need a dang fatality or a dang
How dare you?
dang old
Hang on, Vintage. Go on. Go on, Vintage.
No, I was just making a joke saying that you when you go back.
what the heck is it called? Or a 1v1.
I'll get on it. Replay of our debate, but I kept pointing at myself on that side. I was like, oh,
"You're not on that list."
Okay. I don't even know what this means. Wait, what?
I want argue.
Abby Zung wants me to release the naughty list. She's not on it. So
What did you want to do here, Abby? I'm kind of confused.
All right. For some reason, OBS just disconnected. No, OBS disconnected randomly for some reason. I don't know what happened. Now we need 2 1v1s for me to get up there. If Fredo comes back. Yeah, I don't know what happened. My OBS randomly disconnected for some reason. That's why is he bringing me up? Well, if Fredo gets revived, I get taken down. I think I'm going up now.
This is verbal combat. Brutality. Get over here.
Oh,
JS, welcome
Oh.
to the show.
what is this amateur
Not
night?
combat anymore.
With my fucking brother from another month.
I was fucking hoping for Juicy Juice, and we got fucking JS. Where the fuck's Juicy
JS.
Juice, bro?
I just needed you to come so I could fight somebody.
That's what she said.
I put my gloves on. I'm gonna check your hemorrhoids, boy.
Yeah, like
Did I say
The
that
thing
loud?
is-
I didn't mean
Snan
Most
is out
of,
here
um,
offering free prostate exams for Christmas.
most of JS's
Oh wow.
You got a 2-minute mute.
Okay, I didn't want to talk until that happened.
Damn.
Who got it?
JS read it.
Oh, right away. Oh,
Damn.
you bro.
All right, let's switch the topic. I'm gonna get some spicy going here. Fuck,
What is the topic?
fuck all your opinions.
They said to use their money for a 1v1. JS.
Topic, JS.
And
Oh,
I mean,
right into the
topic-
goal.
it's
There you go.
Phil stream tonight apparently.
I know. Let's
Nobody
change her
can
up a little.
stay on
Just give us a
topic.
new one. Let's go. I'm taking the opposite no matter what. Let's go.
Cuddle combat.
You guys always say that. I'm taking the opposite no matter what. Why don't you just do that from the start? Why is it
Friendship
always
is a finisher,
next
man.
one? I'll take the opposite. Do it right now.
Hey,
Take
listen,
the
the
I'll
music's
take-
kicking in
One
now.
on
I'm
right
feeling
now.
good.
I'll
Somebody
take any
called this,
debate. Fuck it. Let's go.
Somebody,
You guys want me to
somebody,
like burn through 70
Maybe it's
topics
live.
before you guys ever start debating. It's weird.
That was those two. The one
really
on there.
We're gonna do a kill stream. We can
Yeah.
do that.
Just debate it all.
yeah, I saw someone who called this vag combat, which is probably pretty good.
That's what it is tonight. I called it that. That
Vag
was
combat.
me. I said it's
There
been
was a
vag
few
combat all
topics
night.
that I thought like maybe I could argue the difference, but at the same time I have my viewpoints, and like it ended up we agreed on a bunch of parts, so it was like I wasn't comfortable with some of them. Even the last one, I was like, this
Oh,
fucking
Speakeasy,
tried
what
it.
you've done is you've created an echo chamber. This has now become an echo chamber where everybody
didn't
fucking
say
agrees
no
on
echo
everything.
chamber,
what the
dude.
fuck's wrong with you, Karen?
It sounds a bit like an
Crazy.
echo chamber.
Phil took it there.
Dude, you're not listening. Kieran,
I
you
have a
just,
question.
you just
Together.
constantly derail everything we go
I
on.
think
You
Kieran's
debate
talking
the
too much,
fucking
Chad. Let's
prompt,
get
you start
1v1.
telling stories about the thing that doesn't
Easy.
matter. You're gonna sit
Okay.
here and fucking blame me for the shit you're doing? No fucking way, bro.
Aaron, you gotta appreciate Easy created a family reunion.
And you guys disagree on plenty, but you all get in front of people and start fucking acting like you're scared to state your fucking opinions. Don't blame it on me, dude. Someone pay me 140 to get in here, and I'll rip everybody on this shit that they said earlier and make them all see that they don't even agree with the shit they were saying earlier. All
I
right?
want your
Get
opinion on
real?
it.
Want to get real right now? Put me in here. Someone put me in here, and you'll see what's going on.
Why are you so
What's
pissed
going
off?
on right
Why
now?
are you so
Oh,
serious?
what's
No.
going on right
Keep him
now?
out.
Easy, you're tired. You're
Everybody's
tired.
putting around their own shit.
You're fucking
How do we
tired.
have a 1v1?
You're getting angry.
Abby,
Yeah, I
I
am.
think.
Abby.
Crazy,
said,
dude. Like you're gonna
hey,
debate me on the
Abby.
topics. These are topics too that like we never debate over here, but you guys are gonna pussyfoot it. What is a
Oh my God.
vigilante? Are you
That is
fucking serious? What is a vigilante? Go back to fucking school. You shouldn't be up here if you can't be. You don't even know what a vigilante is. Get the fuck out of here, dude. You like, come on.
All right.
Abby said use that money for JS versus A.
I thought that was for Fredo coming back.
No, Abby put it
No,
in.
no, she just called it. Right in the ring, my friend.
Oh, so that to do a 1v1 as soon as I get up here? This is some bullshit.
You came in.
Well,
The
No.
people have
Good.
spoken.
Damn it.
The people have spoken.
that's what you
You-
get.
Well, Abby's
people
spoken,
speak,
but
you
she's
must
speaking
follow.
to the people.
All right.
Blue
So
line.
Abby wants a 1v1. Is that what's
Okay.
going on?
We're gonna do Goku
Alright,
versus Vegeta
Why
again.
are people saying it? Where's Abby?
SSJ2, I love it. Let's see
I think
that.
she
Gotta
told
tell
you.
'em.
She told we. I don't know.
You got to tell them what you want, Abby.
There she is.
Don't do the 1v1, Abby.
I'll take the 1v1, but me against Kieran.
I haven't even warmed up yet.
I know.
Yeah, but you'll
I
take
feel
it.
bad,
Well,
JS. You just
listen.
got here. I would have put one of these other ones that were pussy.
1v1s.
Right, but
Yeah, but 1v1s are good for warming up.
Time for 1v1.
all right. Now let's go through 10 topics before we find one. All right,
I'll just go. I'll just do the opposite of Abe.
Just
right.
give us a topic.
Should we make so even I want to see how I could say this. Well, let's just stick to marriage. Should cheating in marriage be illegal? Like, should you face legal charges for cheating on a marriage?
Okay. Well, you answer first.
Well, generally, I would say absolutely.
Okay. I said I would
But
take
I could take it. If you want that, I'll take it the other way. I'll take the negative. I'll take the no, it shouldn't be.
Well, you want to flip a coin? Or now we're gonna
Okay.
fight over who takes the
Just
devil's
pick a
advocate?
stance.
If you guys
Just
agree,
pick a
dude,
stance,
go to
JS.
another one, man. Just
Just okay, do another one. But I don't want to spend all day looking for topics. But
Is beauty subjective or objective?
it's objective.
I'll say it's subjective.
You
All
sure?
right.
Yeah,
Okay.
let's do it.
All right, chat. This one here, it's going to 5 minutes. If you want to add on a minute, it is 10. To add on a minute, it is 60 to solo judge. And if we don't get a solo judge, it will go to the chat poll, and the loser of the poll will lose their soul. Fighters, good luck to the both of you. Let's get it.
So
I don't know who's the affirmative here, but
I don't think there is one because it's an either or. So can you tell me how you think beauty is objective?
beauty has to be objective, because if it's subjective, then there is no such thing as real beauty. There has to be a standard for what is beauty, and we all recognize when something's beautiful.
Really?
Yep, we all know a sunset is beautiful. A beautiful woman, we can all see it. You got a dang 300-pound, nasty-looking, gross thing. Cool. Like what's Gorlock the Destroyer versus like Pamela Anderson. We know the difference.
Cool story, bro. So here's the question I would ask you, JS. Is beauty a word?
Oh my God, yes, beauty's a no. Beauty, there's a word for beauty, but beauty is a concept. Beauty is a transcendental.
Right. Oh, it's a word and a concept?
Mm-hmm. The word is just the word could be blah blah blah. And if blah 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 means what beauty means, then
But does somebody have to perceive that for that concept to actually be interpreted?
Does somebody have to perceive that for that concept to be interpreted? I don't.
You have to first perceive it before you can name it, right? You have to see it and then name it, and the name has to correlate to the thing that you're perceiving.
Yeah. So the concept,
or
the concept transcends the word. It exists without the word. God is beautiful.
Oh, okay. So you're saying that you are also objective.
I objectively exist. Yes.
No. Here's my issue. Can you decide what is objective?
I am objectively beautiful.
Or do you have a subjective experience in a world that may or may not have objective standards, but your subjective...
What you just said. Listen, there could be different opinions on what is beautiful, but somebody, let's say, I say, Cindy Crawford is beautiful. You say Gorlock the Destroyer is beautiful. We disagree, but we both can't be right at the same time. That would be a contradiction. So one of us is just wrong. So objectively, one of us is right.
Is it possible? Right, but is it possible for an entire tribe of people to believe that beauty means pooping?
Yeah, and it's
Would
possible.
it be possible to train an entire people to believe that pooping is beautiful?
Yes, but they could objectively be wrong. It's possible
Yeah,
that a
but
whole
how would
tribe
you
thinks
prove-
it's okay to eat people. It doesn't mean they're right.
But how could you prove that they're objectively wrong?
How do you prove it?
Because I believe that you have a subjective experience and they have a subjective experience, and you're both labeling a concept as a thing, or believe that this concept is true, but that concept somewhere else may be completely false to them, which means that that concept is no longer objective.
Their experience would be objective, and my experience would be objective, but the results of what they get from their experience and how they determine what's beautiful and what's not beautiful could be wrong.
Well, then the conception of beauty can't be objective then.
Look at art.
Because if they can mean two completely different things, that breaks the law of non-contradiction, which would mean that it can't be objective. It has to be a subjective.
Look at art
representation.
Art and architecture. We all know the Vatican is beautiful, and then there's these gray new modern buildings that are just squares that are objectively ugly. If you think the gray square building is beautiful and the Vatican is ugly, you're just an idiot.
Okay, but that doesn't mean it's objective then. That means there's the possibility that subjective interpretation is taking place, and then you're labeling it objective after the fact because you believe it's a transcendental.
It has to be. Otherwise, if it's subjective, then there's really no such thing as beauty.
Maybe there is no such thing as beauty, and it's a human subjective metric.
maybe not. then there's no meaning of the word.
Well, there's no meaning to a lot of things. We just make shit up because we're humans and we're subjective beings.
Our opinion is subjective, but our opinion could be wrong. Sorry.
Right, but like everything, we create these interpretations of conceptions that may or may not actually exist, and then we say, well, this is objectively true because this concept exists, but that concept doesn't match everywhere, and it could be completely flawed in its conception, which means you've created something subjective and then labeled it objective and believe that everybody falls into this boat of what is beautiful is a thing that exists, but maybe it doesn't. Maybe there's entire swaths of people that don't believe beauty exists at all. In which case, how do you prove that your objective metric of beauty is a thing?
We have things like the golden ratio, symmetry. There's color wheels, and there's colors that contrast, and colors that go together, and colors that clash with each other. And all of these things combined make beauty. So I had to look up the exact definition of the word beautiful, so I'm not going proprietary. A combination of qualities such as shape, color, or form that pleases the aesthetic senses, especially the sight.
All perception.
It doesn't say...
That's all subjective.
It pleases the senses universally. There's things that...
your senses are subjective,
There's things that universally please our senses naturally, and then there's things that naturally repel us.
Is your sensory subjective or objective?
I think it's pretty objective that if we put Gorlock the Destroyer next to Cindy Crawford, I don't think anybody's going to say Gorlock is the beautiful one of the two.
Are there colorblind people?
Unless there... Are there colorblind people? That's a whole different debate. I think those are attentions. I think that's attention-seeking behavior. But anyway, that's a whole different thing. It's already.
If you have to perceive it and you have to interpret it, then it cannot be that thing is objective. It has to fall into a quandary of subjective.
If we have a solo judge,
even if I was blind, I could feel the difference in what's beautiful and what's not. There's one thing that I feel and I'm like, oh, that is not aesthetically pleasing to my hands. And then there's another thing that I'm like, dang, that's aesthetically pleasing.
Just gonna throw this out there, JS. You should have gone way more. You should have gone way more metaphysical because you could have easily knocked that out of the park that way.
Don't coach me on how to debate.
So speak. How's your math? How's your math going these days? You doing good math? Adding up numbers?
Bro.
How's your math?
Nah.
I don't do good.
Well, we need Jeremy Ryan. We need Jeremy Ryan to add up all the super chats that just may have got there to bring you into the show to fuck people up. Just saying.
Oh yeah. So good.
That's so.
And also, JS, will you kind of it kind of
The
you came
reigning
very
defending
close.
champion, ladies and gentlemen.
Real quick. So first off, I'm about to drop the poll into the chat right now. Okay. If you don't see it, go ahead and hit that refresh. If you want to vote for this man right here, voting for Abe Dinkus on the poll. And if you want to vote for this man right here, voting for JS Urban Adventures on the poll. Chat, get your votes in. You got 2 minutes. I'm starting this timer up now.
JS, it almost sounded at the end there. It almost sounded like you were about to say you could smell colours. You were speaking about right. It did a little bit.
No, but you could probably you could smell beauty.
How?
If I smell a bouquet of roses or
Are you Riddick now?
No, that's
and then you smell a pile of dog shit.
Beauty, sure, but the smell of them is not because of the beauty of the roses. It's because of other factors of the roses.
Roses are ugly.
So you could meet a really hot girl and she could smell nasty.
Pleases the aesthetic senses.
So it's also like if you smell a rose, it might smell nice, but if you touch it on the stem, you'll find out.
Not nice.
Is there not people out there that just love fat chicks?
Some people simply just don't like the smell of roses.
I'm just throwing it out there. Is there not people out there that just love fat chicks? To them,
well,
there are.
No,
well, I'm not just saying fat. I'm not just saying fat.
It's not true.
You
It's
could
not
be
true.
there are fat
No, it's
girls
not.
that are beautiful. There are
It's
fat
not.
girls that have beautiful faces and they're
And beautiful personalities.
they're a little
and all
overweight,
that,
but
yeah,
their curves are nice.
Is there not people who love
They make you a
forest and
sandwich.
some people who
But-
love the
Definitely
desert?
make you the
So-
sandwich.
I don't
I
know
think
if
I'm-
anybody
I
likes
think any
my
guy-
600-pound
I
life
think
chick that
any
needs
guy-
like a chairlift to get her out of bed.
Correct. Any guy who says, I really love really big fat chicks, he's fucking lying.
He probably had some trauma as a child.
Maybe he really
That's it.
does.
Well,
So that's literally
unless
what
he's,
makes beauty
unless he's
would you-
really big too.
is subjective.
I mean, I'm just saying.
What the?
If there's
One
any
man
ifs,
might look
ands, or
at the Mona
bouts,
Lisa
or
and
a
say,
way
hey,
around
that's
it,
a
it
beautiful
makes it
painting. Another
subjective.
dude will
Not
look at it and say, hey, who's that
Like-
dude?
Also the saying.
You
Like,
can
Well, like,
there's
I don't.
so
You
I
can
never.
say-
When you look at
you can say she's a beautiful person. She has a beautiful personality, and all that's true. But
She
don't
smells-
lie. But
when you
don't
look at
lie.
like
But
abstract
if your
art,
lying becomes
you never hear somebody say, "Ooh,
Subjective.
that abstract art is beautiful."
Holy
They say
shit.
it's interesting. It
Insane.
makes me think. But
Yeah, correct.
but when you
Correct.
see a Picasso or you see like a
Yeah,
Van
throw
Gogh or
his
something,
mouth
you're
in the
like,
garbage.
"Wow, there's something beautiful about that."
All right. We are past the 2 minutes. My fucking mouse is pissing me
fucking mouse.
off. I need to get a new one.
I'm getting fired up. It's time to go. Let's go.
66 votes. And 56% voted that the winner
Ooh, close.
1v1
Thank you.
is JS Urban Adventures.
Damn.
Abe
man.
Dinkus, tell everybody in the chat where they can find you and why they should bring you back for another shot at the $600 prize.
Heck yeah. So you can find me at Abe Dinkus channel. Come check me out. We do panels, we do interviews, we do mini debates, we do all kinds of stuff. Reviews. So come check me out at Abe Dinkus channel. Maybe have a conversation, ask questions, whatever. Bring me back because I have a top hat and it's freaking badass.
That's what's up.
Give you that much.
Always a pleasure
Most
having
nice
you.
hat on
And
YouTube.
if they bring you back, you're more than welcome. And until then, my friend.
You so fatality.
Another soul added to the safe of souls. And that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Friday, baby. And also we already have a 20 towards the Abe Revive Fund. Help bring back the founding father people.
Can I say something about Abe? I'm pretty sure he's got brain damage. I don't man.
Well, can you provide some some evidence? Some evidence?
Yeah, it's that.
If you said I had brain damage, I might be like,
I wasn't expecting that.
That guy? What the fuck?
Yeah, I'll think
And
you
then
hit
we
him about
got
there.
10 that says the queen decides. I don't know.
What does that mean?
What do you
smoking them
decide?
drugs again, Maryland?
Oh, fucking Maryland. Oh, god damn.
Well,
Okay.
she is God.
$10
She is God.
Do you want to put this towards Abe's revive or what?
Yeah, it turns out
It is the best
turns
hat on
out-
YouTube. He has the best hat on YouTube. He needs a revive. 100%.
Really, son?
Yeah.
That's the best hat? Have you seen Rev Russ's hat?
So let me
Have you
see.
seen-
This puts 20.
Rev's got a good hat.
Rev-
He's got a good hat. I
And-
definitely don't have the best hat on. I've got a shit hat.
He wears that.
You know, but,
Towards
you know. Rev doesn't need a
Wear that
revive right
thing
now.
around the
You
top
look-
you feel. What?
and the other 30 towards Abe. So that would put it at 60.
So 50.
70.
I accidentally only put in 20.
It's 20.
Oh, I think
20 left.
I think Wrath of Reason's trying to change his. I think originally he put money towards Fredo, and now he's saying fuck Fredo, put it towards.
I did, yes, just because Fredo's he was being a little bitch.
I think I didn't get to say earlier about Fredo. Like, you know,
I was
Fredo's,
just trying to see
very
if this
interesting.
I was-
before I bring the next person up.
But, like,
It's
So yeah, it's got
Fredo,
20.
Alright.
I really want Fredo to just bounce
Oh, you,
Amanda
you, did
left
you
to
beat me
right
to it?
in his debate. I can't wait to see that. You're gonna smack Amanda around like a baby seal. I cannot
I'm
wait
gonna
to
do
see
it.
that.
Yeah, Convender's problem. I'm calling it now.
Dude, that
Offenders
First
in
Amendment
the
amender
first
guy
5
is
minutes.
a damn spurg. All he's gonna do is spurg and insult.
Yeah.
and-
Oh,
Well,
yeah,
I
He's
kind of
gonna
made
try
him.
to, and Fredo's
gonna-
outspark him and just rip him right apart. I'm calling it.
I
He's
kind
gonna
of-
quit within the first 5 minutes of the show.
I called it as soon as
All
I saw
right.
it live.
Well, I guess I can bring up the next fighter until somebody sends in the next 20.
It's going
I
right
thought you were
now. Going
joining the
right
show
now.
there.
I'm telling you, speak easy.
Oh,
Just
okay.
wait for it to go.
I kind of made
Yeah,
First
British
Amendment.
cigarettes.
I kind of
You too,
my
Fredo.
my
I
my
tried,
claim to
man.
fame is.
Got a couple extras. So, Abby,
Right.
you still have
Yeah.
20 credit.
Wait,
And
the
then
founding father has
have
been
20
revived plus
credit too.
change.
So,
There you go.
to my
Yeah.
wife to write down that Abby has 20 credit and Dogs has 20.
Okay. Yeah.
Abe
I
has
just want
been
to say it's
revived
no offense to
1.4
Fredo, but
times.
I don't think so.
Abe,
Motherfucking-
Oh,
welcome back to
What's
the
up, brain
show.
damage? How you
that
doing?
didn't take long.
Unlike the original, unlike
Did
the
you feel that?
Uh,
for the
you
back
should-
line?
Because they love you all.
Fredo, but old Abe there.
unlike the original Abe, he's back.
Why? Why are?
And
Are you- why do you
also,
think-
just so everybody knows,
Huh? What?
just
Go.
so everybody
Yep.
knows,
Yeah, that would be funny. CISO.
Die without dignity.
Holy
Raising and
shit.
defending.
Oh yes.
champion
What just
of the
happened?
world.
Oh yes. And that I want to
Go.
kind of, I got to bring us all back to a topic here, all of us. Let's walk everything back here for a minute, all right?
The
And get on to
Canadian
the
Emperor has
topic.
spoken.
Just to be clear, I just want to make sure y'all still stand on this side before I start ripping everything apart. I just want to, just make sure.
Damn, JS.
The U.S. should take responsibility for rebuilding Gaza and relocate its population. Is everybody still on the no side of this?
I'm taking yes. I said I would at the first point.
Yeah, what's on the
My
no?
stance, my stance is take responsibility to the degree you were involved.
No, Sam.
We say we should own everything. Remember?
So what's the
Yeah.
degree we're involved? Would you
I'd say they are.
would you let me know what you know about the degree we're involved?
Yeah, I
I
think the
don't know
US
what
has-
I don't know what degree you were involved. I'm just saying take responsibility to the degree you were involved. It's not
Well,
complicated.
okay. Let me
How many
ask you:
billions
if
of
we
Don't have a
are the
developed yet.
reason, let's just say, let's just put in a hypothetical here.
Sure.
If we are the reason they're able to have so much ammunition and bombs,
Mhm.
do we take any responsibility for selling it to them or no?
Yes.
Yeah, but we
Okay,
gave bombs to both sides.
Yeah, yes, we did. Yes, I know this.
So just
Well, then you cooked. Well, then you cooked. You
Then
take responsibility. And Abe is right. Abe is right. Okay, for the whole damn thing.
Sell something to somebody doesn't mean you have responsibility of how it's used. Just
Bullshit,
like a
bro.
gun,
Get the fuck out of here. Of course it is.
a gun store. If you sell
You know,
something
it's a
to
bad
somebody
analogy.
that
It's a bad
does
analogy.
pass back
Selling,
there,
selling,
all the
selling candy,
legalities
selling
are
candy
you
to kids, selling candy to
responsible for
kids,
how they
selling,
use
selling
Well, yeah,
candy to
but
kids
if that
is way
gun
different
store,
than
if
selling
that gun
guns to
store
fucking
knew
Israel,
you were
bro.
in
Come
a
on.
gang war, if that gun
Before the
store
store
knew you were
done.
in a gang war and you were
Mm-hmm.
supplying guns for your gang, they should take responsibility for it, shouldn't they?
No.
Yeah,
Yep.
before the store done.
No, they should be okay, even though they
No,
knew
this
you
is
were
like
going
Remington getting sued and
to
going out of
fucking
business
people
because
up.
Sandy Hook
Just to be
happened.
clear,
Just
so you
because
know that
I'm
like, what you're answering.
wait, are you knowingly selling
Yeah,
illegal guns to the
gun
gang?
store.
Literally,
Yeah, the gun
yes.
store knows
Yes.
that
No,
this
that's
block
that. Then
is
that's not
selling to-
analogous because we weren't doing it illegally.
No, that's not what
Doesn't
I
matter about legally.
No, listen
So-
to my analogy.
Sure.
I said the gun store knows, that these bloods are about to go spin the block on the Crips, and they
Yeah,
sell
they tell you.
to the blood.
Are the Bloods
the-
buying the guns legally?
West side.
Yeah.
Yeah, then no, the gun supplier is not
Capitalist,
responsible.
baby.
Okay. Even though they know.
Okay, so JS, if
Good business, man.
if
Sell
a
that
country,
shit.
well, if a country comes to America and says, JS, if a
Wait.
country comes to America and says we want to buy a shit ton of guns because we're going to invade this country, do you think you have a responsibility to make a decision?
Wait, ask it again.
If a different country comes to America, Ukraine comes to America and says we want to buy tanks and guns and fighter jets because we want to fight Russia, do you think America has a responsibility to make a decision based on the purpose for the purchase, or just sell them?
Just sell them because you're
Just
making
sell
money
'em.
off
Depends
of it.
on the agreement we have
Okay,
with them.
I'll give you a good
Yeah,
example then. Let's say someone comes into a
I'm
gun
selling
store and they
this
say,
to
"I
you
want an AR-15 for
for
self-defense or from my
whatever you
family
do
home."
with
Would you
I'm
sell that to them?
In the United States, you would.
Yeah.
Okay. Now let's say that same person. Let's say another person came in and said, "I want an AR-15 so I can go and do a school shooting." Would you still sell the weapon?
Well, that's
No.
Good question.
Well,
Good question.
Exactly, and
Great
that's
question.
my point. And that's my point.
I'm proud of you.
is that
I'm proud of you,
You are
son.
not giving. You are not giving those weapons to Israel for self-defense. You know.
whoa.
They're out
But, like,
there.
no,
we
wiping
haven't
people out,
accused
and they're
Israel.
This is-
perpetuating a war.
See, this is where you're getting to like the micro scale versus the macro scale.
No, listen, you guys are all missing the
No,
fucking main
scale
point.
doesn't
We're gonna
matter.
get to
It's
pussyfooting around
It's
again.
intent.
All right,
know.
stand
It's
on your
fucked
shit.
up.
You guys want
Yeah.
America to be the world
Fall on your
police?
sword.
This is what you guys
No.
said.
No.
Policing implies
say that.
accountability after intervention, right? It
All right.
implies that we have authority, and authority without responsibility is illegitimate authority. That's not authority. Responsibility and authority run hand in hand. So if we're going to have the authority of the world, we have responsibility for it too.
Yeah, I find it really interesting that in this whole exchange so far, there's one American that's staying somewhat silent, unable to defend his views. There's two Australians and a Canadian, and all the other Americans are staying silent right now on this.
I've been speaking the whole time. Gaza, United States should have to foot up the bill to pay for all those Gazians to be societed. They stepped in and ended that fucking war. You have the responsibility to take care of those fucking people.
What does society
Who
mean?
stepped in? Who stepped in?
I just had a question on the gun store
Ralph.
analogy.
I'm just sick of this pussyfooting around being nice to everybody. So fucking let's debate.
Go
Yeah.
ahead,
So my question is, if a kid goes into let's say an 18-year-old or something.
Oh my god, we're back to the same fucking conversation we had 5 minutes ago, which is pussyfooting around the situation.
Dude, I think
I'm just trying to clarify. If they go in and ask to
Just
purchase
say
a
yes
gun,
or no.
and
Yes or no? Should the United States be
He's not making-
liable
so no.
for the Gazan population?
No.
That's not the question.
what?
That is exactly the
Not
fucking
sure what the
thing.
response would be about that either.
Rowdy.
They
you
shouldn't-
guys don't want
I
us
wanna
to be
hear
the
Rowdy's
world
question.
police. Then you
I
guys
don't want
us.
us. No.
I think we should
Rowdy's
own it
question.
all.
We already
Earlier,
are.
everyone
Yeah,
seemed
we're
like they
too-
wanted us
we're
to
in
be
too
the
deep
world
now.
police.
Oh, I never said
Yeah,
that.
Rowdy. Can I
I
ask?
never
I
said
honestly
that.
wanna hear
Everyone's
Rowdy's
switching their
question.
minds real quick.
No,
I think if
no,
we
I
put
think
in
we should
They're
put their
fucking
fucking
questions.
feet
No,
on
I
fire.
think we should.
Copious amounts of money. We should take it.
I think we should go and get all them Hamas fucks, lock them the fuck up in our prisons where they can't get the fuck out, and rebuild the fuck out of Gaza for the innocent people that are getting fucking murked. What do you mean?
I mean,
There's
So-
fucking
Wait.
babies getting trapped
So-
under buildings
so
for
my-
days till they starve to death. But who gives a
You
fuck
think-
So
about
my
that,
tax,
right?
my tax money has to pay to
'Cause we don't
house
see it,
terrorists
doesn't
from
matter,
another
but if it's in
country
your
and
neighborhood,
rebuild
yeah,
their
but-
country.
Wait.
Yeah, that's the point.
I want us to be the
Terrorism
world
and
police,
start
right?
wars
I want
war
us to be the
against-
world police.
outside your own
But
nation.
what
What's the
that
difference?
comes with is the responsibility, right? Putting all them fucking criminal fucks one place where they all belong. Right?
You think they deserve to live?
I also
we
don't
go
think
over
we
there
should
and
have
do
sold them weapons, but
I didn't say we
yeah,
should.
but see, that's back to the gun store. That's back.
Yeah.
I have
wanna
a
hear
question about the gun
Rowdy.
store.
I think Rowdy's going to have a
It
point. here. I
doesn't
wanna hear
matter
your
about the
question.
fucking gun store. It matters about yes or no. Should
Well,
Gaza
is
No,
it
the gun-
analogous?
the gun
or
store is a good
Is
analogy.
it analogous
for the
or not?
Americans?
Didn't
Yeah,
you bring it up?
Yeah.
What is
Weren't you
Rowdy's
just talking
question?
about it again?
I wasn't. No.
So okay. Well, so my question is, if anybody goes into the gun store and they ask to purchase a weapon, and let's just say they were like, I want to use this weapon to do a school shooting, and then the gun store policy is that's totally fine on their end, and they sell them the gun. Is that not okay?
It's not okay. No.
Okay,
It's
so
not
okay,
okay.
so hold on. So wait,
I
I gotta flip it.
Let's
say
barred from selling a gun ever again. What do you mean?
that's
It's
not.
the
That's
same-
the part
it's
that's
the
not
same principle-
analogous.
It's the same. It's the same principle as the responsible
hold on,
service
'cause
of
I just
alcohol.
gotta
When
flip it.
when a
Hang on,
gun
bro,
when a gun
hang on,
dealer
hang
sells
on.
a gun, they
Dear
don't ask
Lord.
for the
Oh,
reason
fine,
that the
fine,
gun's
fine.
being
Rowdy
You're
sold.
gonna have to.
Okay.
It's the
Let
same.
Rowdy have his thought. Let Rowdy
Okay.
have his thought.
Okay, so
Okay.
if a woman goes in and says, I would like to purchase a weapon because I just got a divorce and my ex is making threats towards me, and that's why I would like to purchase this weapon. Is it okay
That's
for
fine.
the
Good-
gun
good
store
job.
to say
Yes.
no?
Category A.
Is it okay for them to say no?
Privatized citizens, not
They're
nations.
not admitting to a murder. They're admitting to trying to protect themselves. The
But
Israelis,
so-
similar-
in this
it's
case, are
similar
not
to the,
protecting
it's
themselves.
similar-
They're saying,
it's
I'm
similar
going to commit
to-
a murder.
So
Yeah,
they're
yeah, it's
obligated.
similar-
The gun store should be obligated to sell them the weapon.
But this is
They
the
don't-
part that's not analogous. The gun store owner isn't asking you what you're buying the gun for. They're just making
you don't
sure
give
you're
a shit.
legally allowed to have the gun, and then they
Yeah,
sell
but
you
if
the
they
gun.
tell you,
So if America,
if they tell you,
if Israel is like, we just would like to use these for our
I'm
own
sure both
personal
sides were saying-
self-defense, and we sell them the weapons, then
Yes.
is it okay to do that?
Yeah, I'm sure
If
both
they were
sides were
saying that they
saying we're going to
wanted-
use this to defend our country, and so we said, okay, well, we make money off of selling weapons to all these countries, and we sell them, and then when they go
Yeah.
to war with each other, that's on them.
And then
you
if they
think going
didn't
out
do
murdering
that, yeah,
people on the
exactly. If they
street
didn't
in a-
use it for
in a- in a
self-defense,
war
would it still be
engagement,
our responsibility?
So is
No.
is conducting combat in a field of engagement self-defense?
I
Are-
can't hear you,
does
sir.
it?
Yeah, when you got people paratrooping across your border and killing innocent people at a music concert, that just had that warrants action.
So
What we do
the
on
Israelis
9/11 when
are
they
That
flew
warrants
guns in
action.
the
Wait.
Does it warrant
Conducting military action in
obliterating a bunch of
rampaged
fucking
across 3
children?
countries
Like
in the
that? What
Middle
are we
East, and then
talking
we
about?
bounced
man?
out of
Well,
You know,
What are we-
actually,
what
there's
are
a
we
question
looking-
there.
Yeah,
I
it's
think
like
that
it's
children
just
and old
totally
ladies
justified.
Who's
justified.
responsible?
Wait.
I might be
Obliterating
wrong. I'm not a
children? Is that what we're
military
talking
Wait,
about?
Who's
wait.
responsible?
Doesn't Hamas use children and other people as
Yes.
human shields by putting them in buildings and not letting them
Does that
evacuate?
mean the children are at fault because they were used as
Oh.
human shields?
No, Hamas
I
is.
said,
So should we-
to put those kids on a bus and haul them all
But is
out?
it
Just
America's
every one
fault
of
that
them.
they sold? Is it America's fault that they
No,
sold
but
them
it
the
wasn't.
weapons?
America had nothing to do with Somalia either when they were going at civil war. We went there to protect the innocent civilians that were under distress and famine. We stepped in for something that
They-
had nothing to do with us. Why aren't we doing something about something
They
that
invite us.
actually is
They
close to us? What are we talking about?
Invite us.
Yeah, let's just take a hypothetical
Either one.
really quick. Let's say that the United States gave no weapons, no money, no support whatsoever to Israel from day dot
I'm not
of,
saying. Listen,
of that situation. What would
What
be the
does
result?
that matter?
No, I'm asking. Tell me.
No, I'm asking you because I'm sick of pussyfooting around.
Because we'd be in the same boat, is his
Why?
point. We'd be in the
Doesn't
same boat.
matter.
Why?
I'd take it
USA
farther.
ended
I
that
don't think we.
fucking war.
I don't
Hey,
think
you
it was
guys
our
got
responsibility to
that war,
rebuild
so you
Japan
were
after
out in
we
the United
bombed
States.
Japan.
For what
hey,
States
shout out
supported the
to
United
Rob North for the raid. Thank you
Yeah,
very
if
much.
they
Ooh.
didn't have
Welcome,
the
Dr.
support
Nora.
That
they
was a
had from the
preceding
United
Welcome,
States,
Norbus.
they would be more willing
America's
to go
Holy
to
crap.
the battle.
ended
Win
that
that
war.
wins or not is a
You are
different
liable
story.
for arrest.
Was it our,
Liable?
Doesn't matter what
was it-
happened before.
was it our
You
responsibility to
started that war.
rebuild Japan after we bombed the
is-
hell out of Japan?
This
That's
seems
different because
incongruent.
that's a mutual engagement. They attacked
Your
This-
president
and
I
you
know, but-
went in and
But
stopped
he's
that
saying
war.
we should
Right.
rebuild a
That's literally
country
what
that got
they
into
were
a
at
war that we
war.
had nothing to
That's
do
what
with.
you should
The
rebuild the
Japanese
country.
attacked
And
the
number
United
two,
States.
probably be the
The
best
Is-
thing you
the
guys
Hamas
can do.
has
You
not
don't have
attacked the
wars.
United States.
Israel didn't.
I
Israel
know,
didn't
that's
just
my
wake
point.
up one morning and decide, hey, you know what? We're just going to attack Gaza. You do know that
No,
this,
something
what
happened.
Israel
I
is
didn't say
doing
we
is in
should
response.
rebuild a country.
Well, that's
What are
what
you
the
talking
that's what the prompt is.
You
Should we
rebuild the
rebuild?
city.
Okay, a city. Should
Gaza
we,
isn't a country, bro.
should we
Well-
rebuild Hiroshima
Gaza
and
part of the
Nagasaki?
Yeah.
On the line.
Do you know what the smartest thing the United States could do is actually rebuild that fucking city and put their own citizens in it,
Yep.
and now you have a population across seas.
Oh, so you
Put
just want
national arms on
to?
They
them.
can get attacked by
What?
Hamas.
So you wait. So you want
Now
to?
you
You want to?
Hamas attacking outside of
How much money
Israel.
you can make off that?
Oh my gosh,
Would it help in the war? Would it help in the
that sounds an awful
But you
lot like.
It would help end the war because now
No,
you have
that's no
mediating
kerosene
factors
on
in
fire.
between. It's the same
Well, yeah,
thing
but
as
that's
Egypt
the
and
bar, then
everybody else in it. It's
Nuclear
gonna
war
stop the
Yeah.
United
ends
States.
the war.
Yeah, so
Get
JS,
out there, boy.
JS, do you
There's
think
only one way you're gonna stop Hamas is you have to stop them.
Oh
at
my
multiple
gosh.
points.
So this
so
goes back
JS?
to
I think you
one of
said
the other- Go ahead.
hang on, bro. JS, I think you said should America rebuild Hiroshima or Nagasaki? Was that you?
Yeah,
No.
I'm pretty sure. I'm
They
pretty
tried
sure you
to
did.
kill us.
I'm
I,
pretty
d-
su-
I-
I'm
that's why I
pretty sure
said
you
yeah.
did.
That's why I said yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what I said. Yes.
Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you destroy your enemies and then rebuild them in a new form?
Because we were in a war with them. My point with asking that is I
America
think
in a war
Easy
with
is
them?
saying that we
Hamas
were
with
partially responsible for the Israel-Gaza war. Therefore, it's
Well,
our
don't worry about that.
responsibility to rebuild
Don't
their
worry about
city.
that.
So the
Yeah,
line
we
that
were
I'm
told
trying
you
to
that.
draw
Oh,
here.
gonna finish the point.
If we're gonna be the world police, right? If we're gonna be
Yes,
the world police,
I know, I get
that
it.
means we have to accept that the authority comes with responsibility.
Yeah,
right?
and
Correct.
so
I'm not saying
the
the initial like
Shit.
everything like attacking and bombing everything like this wasn't like justified, but leaving all the fucking kids in rubble and just fucking letting them all starve to death and shit. Yeah,
That's
this is goofy, bro. I don't
Correct.
know what the
So
fuck we're talking about.
the thing about Japan was
Goofy shit. We
the thing about
helped
Japan.
with that. Now we should help like save the innocent people that are still there. No?
Correct.
Well, the thing about
Correct.
Japan is they still
The
have.
thing about Japan was that was a very
criminals. Lock them the fuck up, bro. Bury them. I don't give
So basically,
Japan was
we
a
need to
very clear
militarize
example.
the whole
Bro,
city.
Hang on, bro. No, hang on.
We're gonna
Japan was a
have
very
to. We're gonna
clear
have to
example.
defend our
Hang on,
soldiers.
bro.
And we're gonna
I'll
have to
finish the
defend our
point.
builders.
I'll finish the point.
Jess, do you know what the whole
Japan-
proposal bill was?
Japan,
Forward?
bro. I'll finish the point.
Good Lord.
Japan was a very
Do
clear
it.
example. You literally
Japan
wiped
is a
out two
completely
cities.
different fucking situation.
Cool.
No, it's not. It's not.
Yes, it is.
It's very
The
clear.
fuck are you talking about, Karen?
Also,
Okay,
no.
then-
you're
okay,
way
then-
overexaggerating.
Annihilated a whole
So-
population is not the same as walking in and stopping a war.
I want to double check on this actually. So Wrath of Reason, you're saying you want ethnic cleansing in Gaza. Is what you're saying.
Sorry, no, that's not what I want. I said it would be a smart move. It would be a smart move for the Americans to move in.
No,
But
I'm just checking because
no. But as to what you guys put forth, you were stopping that war with a bunch of parameters, correct?
What? What the fuck are you
Donald
talking
Trump
about?
stepped into Israel and into Gaza and stopped that fucking war. Did he not?
I don't know.
is it over?
No, did
He
No,
signed a
but he's
peace.
in
He
the
signed a
stages,
ceasefire.
Right? So when you're in that ceasefire, right? Why are you not helping that civilization that has been completely destroyed by Hamas, and it wasn't Palestine's choice to be? Why are you not there helping them?
If two people are fighting and I run in and stop the fight, it's not then my responsibility to stitch your wounds.
Yes, it is.
And
No, it's
Why would
not.
you get involved?
Yes, it is.
No,
Okay,
that-
let's,
You go to the
let's say
hospital
JS.
and you pay for your
No, hang on,
hospital bills.
JS.
You shouldn't
That's
have got in
JS,
the
let's
fight.
say, JS, let's say,
kids starving in the street because they have no fucking food.
so JS, let's say JS, if you JS,
Right?
we got
There'll be
okay.
no more ceasefire.
Right. A very simple example. JS.
But there's no
If you-
ceasefire because nobody's
If you
helping
shut the
Egypt,
fuck up for a
United
second, I'm
States.
talking to JS. Shut
That's
the
what
fuck
we're all
up.
talking to you about too, Karen. You shut
Yeah,
the
shut
fuck
up, bro.
for
Just,
one fuck.
I'm trying to have a
Well, then
conversation
make
with
your
JS.
points instead of fucking jiving around.
I'll
it
do
for
it if
20
you'll
minutes
shut the
or
fuck up for a second.
Hey, easy.
So, JS. So, JS. JS.
What?
Okay, so JS.
What?
I'm trying to ask the fucking question if this cunt will shut up. Okay, so
Oh my
JS.
god.
If you got into a road rage incident with some guy, right? Very simple scenario. Road rage. You both
Okay.
get out of the car. You both get out of the car. You both size up, and you knock the cunt out.
Uh-huh.
Do you have a responsibility to hang around and make sure he's okay?
No.
Roll him into the. You do. Roll him into the recovery position. Hang around until the cops turn up. Make sure the cunt doesn't die. You have that
No.
responsibility. Yes, you
Who
do.
are you?
First off, I
It's
should
not
have
the
got.
American way. Karen.
Wait, wait.
Well, his first name is Karen.
I want to take this from a different side.
It don't. Well, it actually doesn't matter if I'm the perpetrator or the victim. If I knock the guy out, I'm leaving.
That's gay.
He's going to do the damn thing.
Hang around and look after your brother.
Yeah,
He's not my brother. We just got in a fight.
You can disagree. You can disagree and fight.
I
but
don't know
he's
that
still
guy.
your brother, bro. I know, but he's still your brother. Don't let the cunt die.
Most I'm
JS,
doing is
even
turning
in
them over
the
on the side and
situation you gave, in the situation you
Look,
gave, if two people are fighting and the one guy leaves the other guy laid the fuck out bleeding, and then you break it up, like get him off of him, and then leave that other guy unconscious and do nothing, yeah, you actually can be held fucking liable.
I might call an ambulance.
You also have a moral duty.
What do you mean?
You've
You
got a
said
moral
you
duty.
shouldn't have to. You just said you shouldn't have to do anything.
So what's the benefit
You don't have to hang around.
being helped by the US?
You do actually have a duty to act in certain
Yeah.
situations.
I might call an ambulance, but I'm not going to pay his medical bills.
Well, that's fine. But
Sure.
at least you have your duty to.
But wait. But is this this isn't even?
So the analogy is we call a ceasefire and then we make sure that they're safe while they rebuild, but we don't have to rebuild their country.
This isn't even
It's their fault. It's their fault. They let terrorists take over their country and started a war.
Why do you need to get involved to begin with? Just let them fight.
No, wait. This is not even analogous, people. This is not even analogous to the argument. You know that, right? Like, this isn't analogous. This be like two guys are in a fight, and you go up and you're like, hey, you guys need to stop right now. One of them knocks the other out. Now you, as the person who tried to make them not fight each other, are the one who's supposed to take care of the one who has been knocked out, rather than the person who knocked them out. That's the scenario that we're in right now.
And that's the point I'm trying to make, is that why is America even involved in this to begin with by giving arms, money, and support to Israel? Regardless of what you...
We haven't agreed with Israel.
No, but why?
But we sell guns to everybody.
Yeah, but why?
Well, because we have a huge peace treaty with Israel. So
that's back to the gun store analogy.
We have
the gun store analogy is you sell guns to the Crips and the Bloods, and then they shoot it out with each other. You're not responsible for that.
That's what it is.
Yeah,
you're legally doing. You're just legally running a business.
And from a global diplomatic situation, this is what I don't get with the US in certain instances is. You could, regardless of what side you're on with Israel and the Palestine conflict, why do you need to insert yourselves into that?
Because they're our greatest ally in the Middle East.
Okay. But it's too late. We already sold them the guns.
And as well, America is the greatest superpower in the world. They have that authority.
Okay, I'm going to give you a hypothetical. Let's say that you just scale back and you give them nothing and let them both fight each other out. No, let me give them a hypothetical. Let's say you just do nothing. You let both of those sides just hammer each other into pieces. You give no support, no money, no nothing. Regardless of which side wins, what threat does the United States have of a ground incursion or invasion into your sovereign land?
So let's change your situation just a little bit.
No, answer my question.
No,
just in case chat's not reading my chat there, we have Andrew in the back, so we need a 1v1.
You have completely twisted the situation out of control.
No, I haven't.
Yes, you have. Listen to me for 2 seconds. Listen,
guys.
Listen for 2 seconds. Let's say the Blood and the Crips are at war. Okay,
I'm not talking
and the
about the Blood
Bloods.
and the
No.
Crips.
Listen to me. Listen to me. The Bloods
Why are you
take a whole civilization of kids and hold them under their blanket, because the Palestinians did not ask for this war. Hamas
Oh my
did.
gosh.
The Palestinians support Hamas.
Yeah,
Most
dogs
Yeah,
and Abby want to put
the majority of them.
The Palestinians don't want Hamas running their country.
The majority of them are Muslims, and the majority of Muslims support radical Muslims.
The Bloods and the Crips are within the United States.
But what I'm trying to say is a gang took over a civilization and started a war.
In the United
How is
States.
that fair to the civilization?
The religion took over the
Holy
civilization.
fuck.
The religion took it over.
Palestine did not ask for that war.
There we go. Plus Dog's other 20, we got a 1v1.
It's not our fault that Hamas set up their bases underneath hospitals
Karen.
and stuff.
I love how you called them Karen instead of
Karen.
Obviously, Karen.
Time for 1v1.
All right.
Who the fuck is Karen?
That's you, buddy. That's fucking you. Okay. Where were you guys on this one? Do you guys on opposite sides or no?
Of what?
Oh
Oh my! Are you serious, Karen?
Yeah, I'm serious. Yeah.
You don't
think
remember the
legislature
topic we were just
should
talking
get
about?
involved with Palestine?
All right, where do you guys stand on should people be allowed to duel legally if both consent? We'll just get one going quick here.
Duel?
Sorry, say it again.
Like with guns?
Should people be allowed to duel legally if both consent to it? Duel,
No.
You know? Pow pow?
No, you should.
Yeah, I'd say yes. Why not?
Hand-to-hand duel.
Yeah, I'd agree to that. That's old
You'd
school.
agree to that. All right, where do you guys stand on the death penalty?
I'd say yes, but it's going to have very, very strong criteria.
Yeah, I'm good with death penalty. Sword of the magistrate.
Wait, what?
The sword of the magistrate. I'm good
What does
with
that
the
mean?
death penalty. It's on the books.
All right, what about Kieran, you're gonna hate me.
Bro.
What about the legalization of prostitution?
I knew it.
Legalization of prostitution, no.
Yeah.
Is Kieran pro prostitution?
I think don't make prostitution illegal.
So yeah, on the opposite side.
I think so.
I like it. All right, chat. You know how this goes. All right, we're going to 5 minutes. All right. If you want to add on a minute, it's 10 to add a minute. It is 60 to solo judge. And if we don't get a solo judge, it goes to the chat poll, and the loser of the poll will lose their soul. Fighters, good luck to both of you.
Is Andrew live right now?
Let's get it.
Yeah, thank you, brother.
So, Kieran, tell me, where's the fine line between
Why does
prostitution
the
and
crucible
human
not come
trafficking?
up on top of my feed anymore? Oh, okay.
What the fuck?
When you legalize one, are you also legalizing the other?
Yes, that's what I said. Tell me. Why do you think the
they're not
government
live.
is the best institution to deal with the interactions, sexual interactions?
Is Australia
between men and women?
imaginary?
It's not just a sexual interaction. It's a
It sure is.
To kick Maryland
And the
from chat.
government already involves itself in all of our monetary transactions. So what's the difference?
Yeah, well, no one spoke about human trafficking. We spoke about prostitution, right?
Oh
Yeah,
my
so where's
God.
the fine line between prostitution and human trafficking, Kieran?
Not the point. We aren't speaking about human trafficking. We're speaking about prostitution.
Prostitution can easily become human trafficking, which is why
It sure
prostitution
can.
is
It
illegal.
sure can, but that isn't the point of the debate. So stop trying to obfuscate and address the fucking issue.
That is the issue. Because when women are downtrodden, they need money, they end up going into prostitution.
Bro, you're really
When
doing
they go
that.
into
You're really doing the thing. All prostitutes,
end up with
all
a pimp,
prostitutes.
and then
Okay,
a
you're
pimp
saying
ends up
all
trafficking other-
prostitutes. Yeah, bro, you're saying all prostitutes are into it because they had no other choice. They were downtrodden and they had no other choice. They
The
couldn't go
grand
and work at
majority
McDonald's.
of them, yes.
Really, the majority.
The grand majority of prostitutes are in prostitution because they're in dire straits.
Have you seen
Either
the
they're addicted to
epidemic?
drugs, or they're on the
Have you
streets, or
seen?
something other.
Have you seen? Yeah, bro, get the fuck
In
out of
fact,
here.
most
Have you
prostitutes
seen
are
the?
homeless.
Have you? Shut the fuck up for a second. Have you seen the epidemic online of like OnlyFans girls? They don't need the money, bro. There's girls on OnlyFans who have a doctorate in fucking law and a doctorate in medicine and decided, you know what? I make more money out of OnlyFans. So don't tell me they're downtrodden. It's their only choice. It's never their only choice.
Okay.
Like you're literally saying,
Well,
you're
there's a
literally
big
saying,
difference between your OnlyFans girls and your streetwalkers. Is there
you're
not?
literally saying.
I don't
the
see a lot
only
of
reason,
streetwalkers on OnlyFans, but I don't see a lot of OnlyFans girls walking the streets.
You're literally saying the only reason women go into prostitution is because, they have to live. Bro, we all have to live. Go and get a job at fucking McDonald's.
Statistically, most of your prostitutes, your streetwalkers, are homeless or they're addicted to
Right.
drugs.
Sure. So we should legalize it. So what's your argument? Most women who are streetwalkers and prostitutes haven't got a
Yeah,
choice,
They
right?
end up getting exploited. They're constantly exploited either by a pimp or by a ring of pimps. And then also,
Right. So they have no choice. They have no
so
choice,
you
no
got
agency.
guys that'll traffic these women across state lines, and then oftentimes, if you go ahead and legalize
go pee. I'll be right
prostitution,
back. This will
you
be my
also
first
got
time
the
on a
issue of
panel with
STDs
Andrew.
and everything else that could spread through this society. But then
Well,
also,
what you
does it
do,
to them?
but brother, what you do when you when you criminalize prostitution, you are taking these women who already have problems. Like by your argument, they have no other choice.
Prostitutes
Hang on, bro.
don't get
Hang on,
arrested.
bro.
It's the jobs that get arrested.
Hang on, bro. Hang on, bro. I'll finish the point. These women who have no choice, they have to do prostitution to save their lives. Then you're going to add criminal charges on top of that. They're going to go to jail for doing what they have to do.
They didn't want to add minutes. They wanted to take them away.
No, fair call.
I'll let it get to 4 minutes. See if we have a solo judge quick.
Oh, do you actually subtracted minutes?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that was a real thing. I was going.
Yeah, no,
it's freaking hilarious.
10 to add a minute, but 20 to take away a minute.
Okay.
Well, they were trying to save Russ.
No. We were just trying to.
Oh, wait. Why did
I love you, Kieran, but Jesus,
how did that happen? I don't know, Rev. I don't know. I didn't click.
I gotta go turn my heat on.
I'm still here. Can you guys hear me?
All right, yeah, we hear you.
You're good, Abe.
I don't know what happened. I guess I put you in back room by accident. All right, so chat. I am putting up the poll into the chat right now. Okay, if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Kieran Markin on the poll, and if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Rev Russ on the poll. Get your votes in. The 2-minute timer has started.
I just like how Rev Russ walked in, just asked you a question, dropped the mic, and the debate was over after that. Just had to throw it.
That's great. Yeah, really good. Yeah. Awesome.
No, he did. You had no voice or leg to stand on past that point.
Yeah, explain why.
You explain to me why.
Well, it's your claim, bro. What the fuck are you talking about? Explain your claim. Back yourself
What
up.
do you mean?
Well, you said a thing, so back it up.
I love getting carried going.
Well, you said a thing, so back it up.
But
dude, you said we're not talking about trafficking. It was like it'd be like saying it's legal to shoot people, and then he says, but shooting people leads to people dying, and you're like, well, we're not talking about death.
Exactly.
No, the debate was about the debate was about prostitution, and he went straight to trafficking because he knew
it's the same thing.
What do you think?
It's not the same thing.
What do you
It's not
think
the same
is,
thing.
Karen? A pimp is a trafficker.
Really? How so?
Yeah.
Yes.
And as soon as you drive a prostitute
Really?
across
There's
the
a
line,
lot of
you're in
people that
bigger
do
trouble.
not want to be that prostitute. But guess what? They're held into camps and made to prostitute. That is trafficking.
Yeah.
Right. So you think like all prostitutes don't choose it?
No,
They're
but
all
I bet
victims.
you about 70% of them don't
no one
want
said
to be.
that.
Also, did you know?
That's irrelevant.
Did you know? Did you know, Kieran, even choosing it, you could still be trafficked. You know that, right?
Yeah, that's where I was. Just
Jeffrey Dahmer chose to do what he did. Should we like legalize it?
Right. So what you're saying is, what you're saying is, women have no agency. They can't be held responsible. Women are all trafficked, right?
You sound like a
No, they should be held
Jordan.
Feminist.
What you're saying is,
My
52
body, my
votes.
choice.
The poll is locked in. 52 votes. All right, and 65% said the winner of the 1v1 is Rev Russ. So
Love you,
Kieran,
love you.
tell everybody where they can find you and why they should bring you back for another shot at the $600 prize.
Don't bother trying to find me. Love you all. Good night.
Hey, always a
I love you,
pleasure
Dad.
having you. If
Love
they
you,
bring
Dad.
you back, you're more than welcome.
No, wait,
Until then,
matey.
my friend.
Your soul is mine.
Another soul added to the safe of souls. And that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Friday, baby. Let's bring up another fighter.
This is verbal combat. Brutality. Get over here.
Chat, I already know what's gonna happen. They're gonna put me on a 1v1 with Andrew. What? It's already gonna happen. Don't do it.
Andrew Wilson, welcome to the show.
Holy shit.
Hey, thanks for having me up tonight. I appreciate it.
Goats in the house.
Welcome.
It's a beautiful voice.
Yeah, I figured I would come in and maybe tangle with you guys on something this fine evening. As I'm having myself a cocktail and relaxing before a straight fucking 6 days of content. So, well, maybe I'll come on. Maybe I'll come on and tangle up with some people. I congratulations, Speakeasy, on having Craig. I didn't realize Craig was one of your moderators. That's a great moderator.
Yeah, actually, we modded him on the exact same day. I didn't even realize that till after.
I didn't either.
Yeah.
It's too bad though that poor Craig won't be able to moderate at the Crucible though. We don't share mods. We don't share mods. Craig, you're the great mod, Craig. You broke my heart, Craig. You broke my heart, Craig. Anyway,
Well, to be fair, he always chooses your stream first. So
I know dude. I'm just joking around. I'm joking around. Craig knows. I wanted him to have a heart attack real quick. That's all.
Just
wanted him to have a fucking heart attack real quick. Craig's okay.
Level 11 fucking with.
Yeah, he's been a fantastic mod in the Crucible, one of the best we've ever had. So always happy to see those guys around. What are we talking about this evening, gentlemen?
Well, the topic we were currently on was should the U.S. Take responsibility for rebuilding Gaza and relocate its population?
Oh, did anybody actually say yes?
Yeah, so since everybody likes saying no all the time, when they add me into the show, which they did tonight, I'll take the opposite sides of everyone so that it gets things going. And we had actually some people say yes with me, but my argument was that, because I want America to be the world police. And if we're going to be the world police, right, this involves the authority, and with authority comes the responsibility. And without the responsibility, it's a legitimate authority.
Yeah, and I said we should just own the whole territory.
What do you mean? You mean like we should just annex it and make it our own, or what do you mean?
Basically, yeah.
Well, that's totally different.
Yeah, that seems like that's two different propositions.
Yeah,
it's like should we rebuild it on our dime after Israel destroyed it and then let them continue to police it? That seems like one proposition. And then the other proposition, should we annex it, make it a U.S. territory, and level it? That seems like it seems like two different things.
Yeah.
I say we should own it all.
I'd be all right if we build Trump Paradise in Gaza.
Well, I gotta say, you should put up a bunch of nice resorts up there and make money off of it while you repopulate and take care of Gaza and the population of the country. You're making money.
Yeah, so I would actually. So this was what I thought about when they were talking about this earlier, and I would say that I don't want us to pay for it.
What about a counter proposal? What if we proposed to Israel that we would continue to take care of their defense as long as they took on 500,000 Christian immigrants yearly?
I would be.
Yeah, that's great.
See, that's a good counter proposal. The issue that I had was that if you're going to insert yourself by funding and continuing the war, which the United States is doing, they're funding, with military weapons, money, etc. You're inserting yourself, and therefore you have to claim some form of responsibility. My other point of my argument was that if you were to just leave Palestine and Israel to fight each other, and you guys didn't insert yourself, then you have no responsibility. I don't get why the United States does, because I don't see how, regardless of which side wins, that it's going to result in a ground
well,
or invasion of the United States.
Well, hang on though, but I'm kind of confused about your claim. Yeah. Why do we have responsibility even if we get involved?
Well, because you're putting yourselves in the equation by giving resources.
Why does that infer that we have responsibility though? So it's for some reason that seems assumed with you. that if we go to war with a nation, that this or in some way help in some
Thank you,
capacity
Abby.
assumes
Let's
that
go.
we're going to take responsibility or that we have responsibility. Well, how does that get snuck in there?
Well, how are you not claiming a responsibility or some sort of ownership if you're within the equation by giving resources, for example?
Yeah, well, that's so you're asking me a question, not answering one, right? So I asked you a question: what makes you assume responsibility? And you just kind of countered that by asking me a question,
that's fair.
which isn't
That's fair.
not a refuge.
So I assume responsibility because you're injecting yourself into the equation of this scenario.
But
so hang on, I just want to make sure that I got this right. So am I to assume that anytime you interject yourself into in any situation that you now have some level of responsibility by your worldview?
Yes, because you're taking a side.
Okay, so let us assume for a moment that there's a baby. You're walking down the street. There's a baby on the side of the road, and it's crying. There's nobody around, right? And it's really, really cold outside.
Sure.
Am I to assume that by not doing anything with this baby, that I'm not taking any responsibility?
If you're not doing anything for that baby,
Yeah, if I just walk past it and let it sit there and die, I then have no responsibility.
You're taking a negative responsibility for not doing anything.
Well, hang on. Let me answer.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, well, you actually took the words out of my mouth. Yeah, that's where I was going to go with that. Is that you don't have a responsibility. You should morally. You should. I'm not.
Oh, okay. Well, hang on. That sounds like. Well, hang on. That sounds like you're saying I do have a responsibility.
If they can have a responsibility if they elect to. Now, whether or not they elect to.
Well, you're talking out of both sides of your mouth here. You just got done saying that you should do something about that. That sounds like you're saying I have a responsibility to do something about that.
But you got a responsibility to take the baby to the hospital, make sure it's okay. You don't have a responsibility to adopt the baby and raise it until it's 18 years old.
Well, wait a second.
But that's the analogy with rebuilding Gaza and relocating.
But I want to make sure. But I want to make sure I got this right, because the whole thing that's smuggled here is this idea of responsibility. So, if I leave the baby there and it just dies, then I have no responsibility there, or I do?
Theoretically, you wouldn't. Although I wouldn't personally agree with it, but if you're just looking at it purely, like objectively, you don't. I think you'd be an absolute piece of shit if you took that route, but some people do.
You're talking morals, ain't you?
So hang on. This whole thing is us talking morals.
Yep.
But this whole thing is us talking about the morality of the thing. That's what I'm guessing responsibility means. Right?
But this isn't analogous because a baby is defenseless. Gaza was not defenseless. They initiated the war.
Well, hang on. I'm not making an analogy yet. Hang on. I'm not making an analogy yet about Gaza or not Gaza. Right now, I'm just interrogating the position of responsibility from his worldview.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
I'm not taking a moral stance on it.
You're upset because you think we always put step in places, Wes. That seems to upset you.
Yeah.
Well, what I'm asking is, do I have a responsibility to do something with this baby or don't I?
Morally, you would, but that's.
Well, then, I don't know. What is responsibility absent morals? I don't get it. Like, what
do you base your?
What would I be responsible for absent morality?
Good point.
Yourself.
Well, no, I wouldn't be responsible for myself absent morality.
Responsibility. You have a responsibility to society.
Those all sound like moral claims to me. Like responsibility to society, because otherwise, what? It's immoral, or what?
Yeah.
You could make a pragmatic argument that to protect the young people. Oh my God!
Christian youth, I want to teach kids the Christian truth. If you want to reach those kids on the street, then you gotta do a rap to a hip hop beat. So I gave my sermon an urban kick.
My rhymes are fly, my beats are sick. My crew is big and it keeps getting bigger. That's cause Jesus Christ is my nigga. Ooh. Ooh.
I'm gonna cut that last part off one of these days to see how many of you are singing with it. I just want to know.
You're gonna catch me.
We got a 1v1 request for Andrew versus original vintage.
Here we go.
Damn.
Another name change for Andrew.
Just remember, and
Time for 1v1.
All right. So we'll just let you guys continue on this chat. Just reminder for you guys, this goes to 6 minutes. If you guys want to extend it in the chat, it's 10 to add a minute, 60 to solo judge. And if we don't get a solo judge, it goes to the chat poll, and the loser of the poll will lose their soul. Fighters, good luck to both of you. Let's get it.
Yeah, go ahead, man, with your position.
I was actually going to let you go. I wanted, I'm curious on your side.
Okay, well, what you
topic?
were smuggling in here was the idea of responsibility. I think that's smuggled into your position. So you start by saying, if you intervene in some way, that gives you some level of responsibility. I'm curious what that responsibility would be, though, absent some kind of moral ought, or you should do this because it's immoral not to. Otherwise, what are you referencing when you're saying responsibility here?
So I'll scale back very briefly. Let's assume I have no morals.
Yeah, well then, why would I assume that you have any responsibilities then?
Well, if I don't have responsibility necessarily to that, but if I wanted to, I could. Now, and it's based on.
Well, that doesn't sound like a responsibility then. That sounds like something else. It sounds like you're just doing whatever the fuck you feel like doing, right?
Yeah, correct. And to a degree, that's what America is feeling in this instance. I would argue is that they're inserting themselves because they have their own. They feel there's a benefit to it by supplying resources and
yeah. I can kind of concede all those points, but it doesn't actually get me to where they have a responsibility to do anything. That's what is in question right now.
So,
what makes them have some responsibility to do something absent what you perceive as a moral responsibility that they do something?
Well, do Americans have a moral responsibility to human life?
Do you see how you just answered my question with a question again? Can you just answer my question and then ask your question?
Sure. Can you please repeat the question?
Yeah, my question is how do we get to they have a responsibility absent some sort of moral behavior that you're attributing to them? How are we getting there?
They don't have a moral responsibility to the Gazans or the Israelis, Palestinians, etc. They have a responsibility to their own citizens, but that makes me somewhat confused about the whole conflict to begin with, because I don't see how the US inserting themselves into this conflict actually helps the United States. Like,
but that's a different. You're making a different claim now. So you do think that the U.S. has a moral responsibility? That is what you mean.
I think they have a moral responsibility, but not to the Gazans or the Israelis, Palestinians, whatever way you want. They have responsibility to their own nation.
Okay, so they have a moral. Okay, so by whose standard though are we attributing this moral standard? Yours?
Well, no. In this case, the United States is inserting themselves, so they are doing this by their standards.
They're doing this by. Well, hang on. What makes what they're doing immoral by your standard is what I'm
asking. Would you consider the loss of life immoral?
No,
because I would. Why
you don't consider the loss of life immoral. You might consider certain conditionals in which life is lost to be immoral. But like if somebody broke into your house and you shot them, you're not going to say that that's an immoral action.
Right. Would you say them being casualties of war, or like civilians being killed on the battlefield or in some field of engagement, would you consider that immoral?
No,
Why
depends on the
not?
context. Well, because there could be good reason for you to attack civilian targets in order to stop wars.
So just if you were to go house to house and just gun people down in the street in their homes is immoral or moral?
Have you ever heard of Hiroshima or
Would you,
Nagasaki?
would you consider the nuclear strikes moral?
Yeah.
This is what I said.
Because I think that if you need to use overwhelming force in order to stop the action of aggressors, and it's the civilian population which is allowing them to be the aggressors because they provide the food and weaponry, that those may be considered legitimate targets to attack as epicenters.
So I can concede that that there can be losses in war and civilian ones, of course.
No. That's a different thing altogether. There can be necessary. I'm talking about necessary attacks on civilian epicenters in order to stop wars because they provide. Militaries don't usually provide their own equipment, their own weapons, their own food. That's usually done by civilian centers. You would agree with that, right?
Yeah, but would you then?
So then, if an entire nation is at war, so hang on. So if an entire nation is at war with you, doesn't it seem like it's legitimate to attack civilian epicenters where they provide those food and weapons to the men who are killing your men in this war?
There can be, but would you still say that if there was other options that would have lesser loss of civilian life, that would be preferable?
Not necessarily. It depends on if the objective is to win or stop the war or not. And sometimes the objective to stop the war against aggressors overrides your need to spare their civilian population.
But how do you spare the civilian population if you go to the easiest option of victory, which results in massive loss of life?
Who's the aggressor is the question. So if I have a nation who's aggressing against my country, why do I care about their civilians again? I care about my civilians, right? And me winning the war is now the objective, not worrying about the loss of life on the enemy's side. Yeah.
Okay. So as long as the civilian loss of life is on the opposing side, that's fine.
Yeah, if they're the aggressor, yes, of course.
Okay.
Don't you agree?
Well, why would you need to wipe out civilians?
In order to stop them from giving food and weaponry and safe haven to your enemy.
Do you not think that you could turn the people of the opposing side by not wiping them out, or
No, that was the whole problem with Japan is that you couldn't turn them over to our side. Doesn't matter the propaganda. Some people are completely sworn to their nation through forms of loyalty that you cannot propagandize away. And sometimes it's necessary to attack civilian epicenters in war in order to stop wars.
Yeah, and there are some, I would grant, but not all.
Not some, most, almost all of them.
Okay, most.
Yes,
80%,
most.
90%? What's the percentage you'd place?
Almost 100% of wars between two nations are going to require you to attack civilian targets in order to stop the war, yes.
So
if it's a legitimate war, yes, that's correct.
Okay, so you just rather, even though there's a small portion of the civilian population that you could turn to your side, just bugger them, just wipe them out.
Well, now, do you see how you're now conflating two different issues? To start with, can you make the concession? Can you start by making the concession that I'm correct here?
That civilian casualties are
usually necessary in order to end wars between two nations.
Yes, I would concede that.
Mm-hmm. So if that's the case, then your prescription actually is like mine, that if necessary to attack civilian populations in order to stop them from aiding the enemy, you should do that, right?
Yeah, but if you had an option to that
yeah, but hang on, I'm not asking about other options. I'm not asking about other options. You're strawmanning the position. Stop strawmanning the position. Answer the question I asked you. Do you agree then that if you have civilians who are enabling enemy militaries by giving them weapons and food and things like that, that you can then attack them and should do that in order to end the war or not?
Interesting. It's actually a very interesting question. And this is, I guess, where I struggle is that the short answer is yes, but do you need
Yes,
to necessarily?
exactly. Yes.
You target the resources and the ability to make said resources. Do you have to attack the people producing them? So let's say, for
Yes.
example,
Yes, you do. They're the
well,
people
let's
are
say
the
that
main
you've got,
resource. The people
yeah,
are the resource.
yeah, but let's say you've got, like you were talking about, resource producing to help maintain and field an army. Let's take a farm for example. You know, you need food to feed your soldiers. You could napalm and just blanket the farm fields and all the crops so that the soldiers therefore have no food and are less effective, or even to a point completely
Uh-huh.
unable to be effective. Why do you need to
Sounds
necessarily
reasonable to me.
no, and I would even concede that. Why do you need to
Yeah, then
kill farmers?
what's the problem here then?
Well, no, I'm saying that you can destroy the mechanisms and the ability to produce resources without actually killing the civilians to do so.
Yeah, well, hang on a second. You are not going to be devoting tons of your resources to avoid civilian casualties. The purpose here is to kill the civilians or enabling the enemy army. Why would you avoid doing that? That's the point.
But if you've got, like, let's go back to the farm analogy, you could wipe out the farm fields and the farmers aren't hurt, or they flee.
No, no, no. I'm saying
They
that you
survive.
want to probably kill the farmer
Why?
because you don't want him to be producing food later for your enemies. Wars last years, not months.
How can a farmer be a farmer and produce crops if their field is completely
Well, farmers have skills, don't they? They have tons of skills. They can weld and they can fix machinery and they can fucking grow crops and they can do all sorts of things to assist the enemy. Can't they?
But how can you grow crops or produce?
They move them to different areas where they then grow crops, dude.
And then you just burn that to ash next. You airstrike.
No, you don't burn that to ash because you killed the farmer. You see how that works? You don't need to burn it to ash then because there's no one to work the field because they're dead. That's how you end wars.
Yeah. When armies advance into an enemy territory or field to conquer them, do they take land?
Yes.
Okay, so if let's say an army marches on a farm which is part of a territory that they're trying to conquer, they take that field, they burn it to ash. Let's say the farmers and the civilians flee that, and they go back to the next, what is now the front line. Then you do that again. The same civilians and the same people are now fleeing even further back into their capital or their main stronghold, for example.
Making them less and less effective, yes.
Correct. But they're still not dead.
But you know what makes them the least effective is when they're not alive anymore.
True, but they're civilians, not enemy combatants.
Yeah, but do you realize that your objective if I'm General Wilson and I have a nation to defend, my worries over the civilians of your nation are not worries at all, are they? My worries are about my people. They're about the people of my nation. They're about the people of my nation that I'm there to defend. Not about worrying about whether or not I kill too many of the enemy. I don't care about that.
So your moral standard is not based on human life in general, just human lives that are citizens or part of your nation. Everyone else.
No, that would be a massive straw man. If an enemy nation aggressed against mine, then I would do what would be necessary to protect my nation. That's my job, right? If I'm General Wilson, that's my duty. My duty is not to avoid ending a life on the enemy side. It is to end life on the enemy side till I get unconditional surrender, right?
Yeah. So you will aggress and just burn everything to ash from an enemy nation that's gone to war with you.
Now you're getting it. Yep. Yeah, sure. That's right. That's right.
No, absolutely cool. So when was the last Palestinian attack of the United States?
What does that have to do with anything?
Because you're saying that it's justified.
Is the United States there killing anybody? Doofus, is the United States killing a single person there? No.
But they're resourcing it and giving the means for that to happen, are they not?
Yeah, but do you realize how there's a distinction there to be made? There's a distinction. You're saying that okay, by this logic, then the United States should invade Russia or should invade any of these other nations which are giving weapons to the Palestinians and Arabs then, right?
Well, you can make that claim.
No, I don't think so. So as this is a localized conflict, right? If it's the case that you really want them left alone, do you realize that that actually means that it'll be the genocide of the Palestinians? By you leaving this conflict alone, the Israelis will go in, use the same justification that I just used, and they'll kill every man, woman, and child till they get unconditional surrender. And that's how that's going to go.
But if you didn't inject yourself, that wouldn't be your responsibility then. You'd have nothing to do with it.
Stop adding
Right.
time.
So then we're back to the baby analogy, which is why I made it. So from your view, it's preferable to let the baby be, as long as then you have no responsibility, even though the baby dies. That's the whole point.
They're pissing me off adding time to this.
That's the whole point.
I actually have no other. I have to concede.
Okay.
Well, there's still 4 minutes left.
Against that further. Yeah.
No, I don't want to go 1v1 with him because I
want
to win the. I want to win the show.
I enjoyed,
but I do want to be on the panel with him and interact.
I enjoyed the debate,
but I don't want to do the 1v1.
It was fun.
You still got 4 minutes.
Yeah, it was fun.
I really appreciated that. It was good. Yeah. I probably tried to drag on and keep fighting back for probably 5 minutes longer than I should have, to be honest. But no, I appreciate the exchange.
Yeah, me too. We can go back to the regular panel now. I know somebody paid for it, Speakeasy, but I'm sure somebody else wants to come in and tangle with it.
Because I didn't want to just concede and then stop, and I'm literally out. I'm out of bullets. So.
Well, how about this? Like, for instance,
I was gonna say, I'll tell. So the person who sent me the extra 40, you can have 40 credits since original vintage.
Yeah, no, I apologize and that's it, because I kept hearing the ding, ding, ding. It was like another minute. Okay, I'm gonna get tortured for another minute. Ding, I'm gonna get tortured for another minute. Ding, ding, I'm gonna get tortured for another 2 minutes.
Hey, bro, I gotta say, you stood your ground for the first 10 minutes. So cheers.
Yeah, you tried. You really tried.
I did try.
Yeah, you did good, man. You did
good. And just on a side note, Andrew, I actually found Speakeasy through the Crucible. I am a fan of your channel. I'm subscribed. You're an excellent debater, and to get absolutely
I'll sound like a simp.
Shut up. You were doing good. Now you're weird.
Hang on, gentlemen. Let the man simp. Go ahead.
I don't even know what word is, Andrew.
But I do.
You're supposed to destroy your enemy.
It's really good. It's good time, man, my friend. Thank you so much for the exchange. Appreciate you.
And chat,
for like a year.
as this goes, I put the poll into the chat. All right, if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for original vintage on the chat. And if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Andrew Wilson on the chat poll. Get your votes in. I'm starting that timer over. You got 2 minutes.
I voted for the other guy. So
I voted for the other guy too.
Yeah.
Same vintage didn't help you. Didn't hold your hand up high. He just looked at the camera for fuck's Come on, man.
He just hits your ass so much it's wet.
I believe they call that vote cancellation.
It is.
He's so benevolent.
I know what I'm
To be fair,
I know what I'm doing.
Truthfully, vintage, what you've been in 1v1 before? Like, come on, man. You stood your ground. You did a great job.
Yeah.
I see that Craig is. Do you guys notice that Craig is like he's recovering from his heart attack that he had a few minutes ago? He seems to be recovering in chat.
Yeah.
He was under a shell there for a little bit. But,
I'm just
He's
saying,
like, I gotta write a message to be easy to take my rent.
If I get like 8% of the vote, that's going to be like, I did okay, you know. So we'll see how.
Think about that for your advantage. Come on.
I'll take 8%.
So Andrew, to the full point, do you really think that America should be a little bit in situational response for what they've to stop the war and take care of Gaza a little bit? Not fully, but
nope.
What's
no.
your situation?
No, I don't. I would like the United States to stand down from the Jewish-Arab conflict.
So My question to you is: would you like America to be a superpower and be the
It is.
overseer of
It's
the
gonna.
world?
Well, the thing is my take on this is a little different. I think that no matter what, I think America was always a superpower, and other people just didn't know it. And it's because most of our serious enemies were landlocked away from via the ocean or these large land masses in front of us. And we have just such a massive plethora of people and resources at our disposal that it would actually be very difficult for us not to be a superpower. North America has only been tapped for resources for a few hundred years.
Yeah.
I mean, literally for a few hundred years. Whereas Europe and Asia has been tapped for resources for
thousands.
Thousands. So yeah, there's almost no way for us not to be a superpower. If that makes sense.
What 6% of the total population, and we have all this land.
So
all
now,
these
once
resources?
you become that superpower and you're stepping your feet in the ground,
So real quick, that's 2 minutes for the poll, and chat has voted 89 votes. Shout out to everyone who voted, and 84% said the winner of the 1v1 was Andrew Wilson. So original vintage.
Sorry, vintage.
Tell everybody where we can find you and why they should bring you back for another shot at the $600 prize.
I can tell them why they should bring him back for another shot because I just came on here to shamelessly make Speakeasy a bunch of cash for no good reason other than I felt like it. And I'm actually going to leave now. So that's why they should bring him back so that the panel is full. That's why.
Hey.
Yeah, man.
Got the endorsement, guys.
It was a good time. I totally knew as soon as I
Don't
saw that
start
one
your-
v one I was going to get an ass whipping, but it was fun. And I'll fall on the sword gracefully.
Let's
And,
fucking
I'll be back.
go. Always a pleasure having you. If they bring you back, you know you're more than
Thanks,
welcome.
guys. Appreciate
Until
you. Have a
then,
good
my
one.
friend.
Your soul is mine.
Another soul added to the safe of souls. And that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Friday, baby.
Oh yeah. I just have one little last bit to my point that I was going at Andrea there before. Do you honestly think the Palestine people chose Hamas to be the ones that started that war and the reason they should have been eradicated?
Yes.
They
Do I think Hamas? Do I think that Hamas was put in power by the Palestinians? Yes. You need to try to look at this from a different viewpoint. Forget the conservative and progressive ideology. Look at it through the viewpoint of just sheer brain power, right? The Palestinians are some of the lowest IQ people on planet Earth. Did you know that?
Exactly. So they fell into a trap, right?
Well, not really. The thing is
Look at Canada
that
right now. I'm sorry to interrupt. If you look at
So-
Canada right now,
Yeah.
I'm a conservative sitting in Canada, and I am completely screwed.
I don't think so.
Welcome back.
Jesus.
That's what's up.
Like it.
That's what's up. So, is it okay if I ask Andrew a question?
No, it's not.
Well,
Yeah.
fair enough. I won't.
He paid to bring himself up just to ask a question.
So, Andrew, I'm sitting in Canada, and I am sitting at the 47% that didn't want to vote the Liberals, but the Liberals still got the power. So now, why should
Well,
I?
if I could,
47%.
if I just paid $100 to come back, could I ask Andrew a
Wait
question?
3 fucking seconds.
They're in the middle of a.
Christ, you kangaroo fucker.
Are you on the phone or the computer, Stan? I'm curious.
So that's my point. So if I was the 47% that voted against it, but still Hamas took over. Let's say Hamas is the liberals right now, and now my country completely got slaughtered because of the other 53%.
Yep.
No.
Can I make a comment?
Well, what? I don't
think it's
understand.
a
What's the question, bro?
That's the point where you let America come in and take over. That's
Exactly.
Well, I don't understand though. What's
I
the?
want America to take over.
What's the question that you're asking?
So like the 47% when you go and you stop that war, right?
Yeah.
You made the terms to stop that war, which Donald Trump did, with outlying factors with Egypt and all the other countries. Um, should all those outlying countries that stopped the war, why should they not be a little bit how do I say this? Should they not have to pay for the society of Gaza to get back where it was, just as humanity state?
They hate them. Like all the neighboring nations hate the Gazans. They hate the Palestinians.
Oh yeah, no,
And
they
that's
hate
why that's why they
Hamas.
won't. That's why they won't take. That's why they won't take any of them in. No, they hate the Palestinians, bro.
Yeah, that is true.
They hate them. And the reason is because when there has traditionally been relocation to these nations, they cause serious problems.
Then they do
right?
the same thing over and over again. I get you.
Yeah, they cause serious issues. So like nobody wants to deal with these people,
Yeah.
right? And that's why
benefit for America to just go in for a whole bunch of resorts. They'd be like, some of this is mine now, and some of this is Egypt's now. And
again, I think that you could make a really good case that we want Christian pioneers and settlements inside of Israel in order to continue our defense of them. And so as long as you allow us to have settlements there, Christian settlements there, we'll continue to defend you. I think that that's a way better deal for us.
I'll see where you're going with that, Andrew.
I like that one.
Well, for instance, the Orthodox Christians own a huge portion of land in Israel. People don't know this, but they do. Orthodox Christians own a large portion of land. And I don't really see why it would be in our best interest to Christianize that entire region. And if it was the case that Christians, especially if they were Western Christians, became the dominant force in that nation, I don't think anybody would fuck with them.
And it would actually be a way to world or peace, at least in that nation that hasn't had any in like what fucking 300 years, four.
Totally agree.
That's why there's a certain Muslim religion over there that's telling the people in Gaza, if you don't do it our way, you're going to die, and we're going to make sure you do.
Well, the funny thing
listen, look,
they're still going to die.
Yeah, the problem is here is like, we all want to wear these rose-colored glasses, but let's be real. The Palestinians have about a fucking 71 IQ.
Yeah,
okay, they're a very dumb, very inbred people, and they're completely at the mercy of a people group who are so much more technologically advanced that they might as well like have Dyson spheres. They might as well be gray aliens as far as the concern is. So what traditionally always happens when a sophisticated, technologically superior group has the advantage over a group that they hate who isn't? Well, they die.
Yes, they die.
That's traditionally how it works.
They go extinct.
That was my question. That was my question for Andrew. So when you
As soon as Kieran starts talking.
I'm trying to ask a fucking question. Okay, I'll shut up. Whatever. Trying to ask a
Ask your
fucking
question, Kieran. I had to. It was paid for, bro. Go ahead.
No, that's fair. That's fair. Andrew, do you think when you went after Pikachu with the cousin fuckers, right? Is there room for nuance in there, or is it just fucking?
I tried to let you get it out, but there's 2 minutes. You just got behind it. Kieran, you should have called the chat all retards earlier. That's what you have. That's what you
We
get
love you,
now.
Karen. We love you, buddy.
Damn
So-
it, I wanted to hear the question.
So, Prince of Dogs, if Palestine has low IQ, what's Canada's excuse?
Well, Canada's excuse. Well, what happened in Canada?
Doesn't have an excuse.
Canada made a kind of critical mistake that it adopted the EU's parliamentary procedures, especially the UK's parliamentary procedures, and so because they don't,
born here. You can
yeah,
just
because
run
they did.
for prime minister and be born in fucking.
Well, and they don't have the two-party system, so what happens is they can have like potentially an election where 14% of the people put in a government. It's fucking crazy. So that's the big problem there is that they adopted the parliamentary system of the UK. And if they hadn't done that, if they kept a parliamentary system much closer to Canada, I don't think you'd have the kinds of problems you got, or America, you wouldn't have the problems you got.
The motherland.
I also wonder how people would look at this whole.
They fuck themselves.
How would you look at this whole scenario if America was the country and the other Gaza to us was the same, right? It was just like Gaza is, and it was attacking us constantly. We would smash that thing to nothingness.
Well,
So,
not only that, I would like to, you make a good point. I'd like to point this out really quickly that if it's the case, I don't blame other nations for securing their interests and securing their people and securing their people group and having their government do that on their behalf. That's their job. And the job of your nation, if you represent your nation or you love your nation, is to represent and do the best things for your people group. So I don't blame people at all.
You just go in and what you believe in,
I
and you'll go on the
don't blame people at all for doing
You
that.
know what you believe in. You're good at that.
Oh, that's Miss Karen.
Anyway, yeah. So I don't blame people for doing that. It's just that here in the United States, we're blamed for doing that, and that I have a problem with.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's like that's where I was like earlier. It's like it's good for us to help, and if we can become like police of the world, sure. But we have to take care of ourselves first before we could ever do that part.
Well, people also want us to take responsibility when, in fact, we give in aid and we sell weapons. Like, it's not our responsibility after those weapons are sold to a nation. And when we give money to nations, it doesn't also make us responsible for their conflicts. It's ridiculous.
Yep. Also, Wagira is a cunt.
They got to stand up and take responsibility at some point.
Yeah, our goal always has to be America first because we're Americans. So even if that means walks in the valley of betrayal and the garden of betrayal, even if that means that we drop people who are not part of our interest anymore, even if that means that we need to sometimes use nefarious tactics, unfortunately, that's the way the world works, and I want to see policies which are America first policies always.
And the department, it's not a department of offense. I hear that a lot. Like we're doing it, we're causing it, we're stepping in.
But
we're
no,
not.
that's
We're
why it
not.
got changed to Department of War, brother.
Yep.
Well, yeah. Well,
we will be serious about this shit
we're going to be for a while. Yeah, we sure.
Look, if you just stay on the defense all the time, you'll just keep getting pushed back.
So what I had brought up earlier when I was trying to do the other side here is there's instances like the Somali civil war that happened, and America stepped in simply to save the civilians that were like under famine and whatever. So like what I was saying, maybe I was wrong to label it as we should just go take over the land. What I'm saying is we should dictate how they like rule their stuff and make them rebuild it. You know what I'm saying?
So like install democracy. That's what we tried in the Middle East.
Well, no, not just basically where we like. You know how Andrew just brought up earlier. We would tell them they have to bring in a certain amount of Christians every year, and so we would have a set rules for them. And one of these rules would be if they leave a fucking place in rubble,
this
go at least
there's a goal
the
behind the
babies that
This
are
is the thing,
under buildings.
If you're setting
And make them do
rules-
it all. Like why?
if you're
I'm saying
setting
we'd be the
rules
police.
for
We don't have to
another
do it physically
culture,
ourselves or
you
pay
would
for it.
already be taking them.
Dude, we can't even police Chicago.
No, that's all. Wait a second, that's all bullshit. What you're saying there, we already.
California, man.
Yeah, that's all bullshit. Look, when you say like with things like we can't clean up California, it's because California has 10th Amendment and a governor, right? And so how can we do that? But when you're talking about foreign nations, you're talking about other nations that are demanding that we come in and provide some sort of security for them. Then you remember the original Trump foreign policy was, you want us to come in and help you? Fine, you're going to fucking pay us. You want us to come in and provide security for you, Africa? Fine, give us access to your diamond mines. Oh, you want us to come in and do this for you? Then we're going to get this, as far as treasure goes, or as far as access goes, if we want it. That was supposed to be the America First foreign policy. If you don't want us in your nation, we won't be there. But if you want us to provide all of this naval security to open up all these trade routes for all these nations, you fuckers are going to pay for it. And the first thing he did was he made the NATO nations pay their fair share, right? He made them uptick their fair share for their own security and said, because we're not going to unless you pay us, so you might as well not pay us and actually contribute to it yourself. That's a much more America First policy that I want to see.
But he's still doing that with like Russia and Ukraine. He wants the rare earth. So,
well, that's exactly why I said we either own it or.
Yeah, well, you don't even need to own it, but it's like, okay, you want us to stop you from your fucking stupid barbaric civil war that you're having over a Tutsi and a Hutsi or whatever the fuck it is? Fine, we'll go in and stop the entire civil war. And we're going to save untold amounts of lives, but you're going to give us the diamonds, and we're going to make sure that the American people have access to those diamonds. That's that.
Why would America? Why would America get involved in a war unless there's something in it for America?
You
That
get
makes
something,
total sense. That's what he
or you
said.
walk away. You get something, or you walk away. Like, sorry.
Correct.
Yeah,
Correct.
exactly.
If
That's
nothing
right.
People were going to lose resources.
it's true
We
fact.
should get something back.
That's right. You want us to get involved in your filthy cannibalism war? You're tired of your children getting eaten by your neighbors? Fine, we'll come in and take care of that for you. But Mama needs a new fucking pearl necklace. Mama needs a new pearl necklace, and you got the best oysters, baby.
It is
Andrew, the best thing.
well,
The best thing was when Trump was sitting with fucking Zelensky, and he says, "You have no cards. You have no cards. We
Oh yeah,
have the
Kieran,
cards."
you had until 5 minutes. What are you doing? You can't fight the
Yeah, shut the fuck up.
we protect
Now you have to wait till it says 6 minutes.
Taiwan, and they're our biggest chip manufacturer.
Yeah. Taiwan's going to be. We can't let that go. I don't think.
Until we can start making our own chips.
The next topic I was going to bring up.
I would
What do you
actually
guys
like to
think
do
of
that.
this? The government's use of emergency powers to regulate AI is necessary to secure technological dominance.
I think we have to stand against China, whoever, Japan, whoever. We need to be.
Put it up again.
Ahead of them.
A little heavy.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, if America wants to be America first, then we have to take every measure that we must take to secure that place and hold it.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. Like, if AI is going to be a thing, establish
It's coming.
your dominance over it.
Do we need to use emergency powers though?
It
might get
well, if it
Because it's a upcoming industry, we just regulate it from the beginning and don't let it become an emergency.
The more you regulate it, the more secure you can be in your regulations of it.
I think the point is, if it's a must, then we should. Period. Like if the point comes where that's a need, then we shouldn't be pussyfooting around it. We should just do it. Right. Like,
do you guys? Let me ask you guys a question. Right. So, this is for the whole panel. So, having dealt with these kind of like large media personalities and political personalities and politicians and shit for years, I realized something pretty important, which is that most of them are absolute retards. Like really, your representative government and your representative media figures are oftentimes just fucking stupid. Yeah. What do you think the likelihood is that right now there's diplomatic, treaties and there's diplomacy going on around the world that is completely and totally being governed by ChatGPT? That our diplomats, just like our PhDs, are using ChatGPT to do their work for them and come up with diplomatic solutions. I would bet you that that's happening as we speak.
Yeah. I don't. So like, you can take foreign exchange, even like GPT. How do I explain this from my language to this language? And like, I bet it's what 60%.
Here's an easy one. How much of your political speeches do you think Joe Biden took from ChatGPT, or did he take from himself?
Well, he probably had writers or something, but
he had.
Well, guys, I gotta get to bed. You all have a wonderful night.
All right, thank you for coming.
I'd like to let you beat me up sometime.
Thank you for coming, and we got another fighter to bring up. Actually, to tell you, chat, we have 1, 2. Oh, we did have another 2, but they must have didn't want to wait no more. We have 2 fighters in line though, so let's bring up another one. Hold up.
Brutality. Get over here! You will never win. This is verbal combat!
Oh, Teriak, welcome
What's
to
the
the
you
show.
fucking leprechaun.
It's
The
Oh,
burning leprechaun.
the fucking leprechaun. Fuck's sake.
Jack Green, baby.
What you doing?
Fucking leprechaun.
Is he a leprechaun or
What
is he
you
a
doing?
demon?
He's
Are
always
Are we sure?
Well, you know, if you
Yeah,
take
yeah,
dice
so speak. Can you control your panel? Like, am I still muted or not? I'm trying to figure this out.
Control.
Stop being such a little bitch.
Am I muted or
Control.
not?
First
No, you're
off,
not muted.
First
You are
off,
retarded though.
What the fuck are you talking
you
about?
know you're not muted.
Ah,
Because we
Thank
hear
you.
you.
we should have all just ignored him.
Second
Did you forget what show you're on?
off, I don't know what you mean by control.
He forgot what world he's in.
Well, like the chat's doing all these
Chat
fucking.
controls the panel.
Controlling the
crying.
panel would be telling you to stop talking about controlling the panel and getting back to the topic.
Chat controls this.
Aaron,
Chat always
to the
wins.
topic,
Yeah.
I'm starting to
government
lose
use
door.
of emergency powers.
Yep. Do it.
What do you guys think?
Yes,
What
do
you
it.
say?
What was the question?
Government-
Oh, the same
panel-
same
I
same
mean,
topic.
Yeah, the topic is the government use of emergency powers to regulate AI is necessary to secure technological dominance.
So you're talking about
Yeah,
regulating
yeah,
other
yeah.
countries'
The answer
AI?
is no. Yes or no? The answer is no.
Yeah.
The answer is yes, Karen.
Yes.
Let's go.
No, it's no.
Yes, it is.
Yes, you fucking chick ass.
Talk to us about in 5 years is what you change your damn answer, I bet you.
It's
Like,
if you want. So, Kieran, you would rather China take it?
Yeah, so you
That's what I
can
said.
let another
That's what I
country
said.
establish
Exactly what I
its
said.
dominance in the field versus you.
Okay.
China follows.
So wait, this is saying we're using emergency power to regulate other countries' AI. Is that
Yeah.
All AI.
all AI for all the whole world?
If possible.
So if I could put this to a
We don't
little
have to
percentage,
regulate. We have to know what the hell's going on. What are they
Give me
doing?
2 seconds.
We really do need to know that.
Give me 2
So an
seconds.
emergency declaration.
I'm going to throw this into a little bit of perspective.
If saying we're going to push our way
Dogs.
to. Yeah, right. Fuck me.
This little Roomba.
Why are
the
people?
vacuum.
One sec.
Check
Why are
into
people
those.
talking if they
Check-
don't
look at
know
what
what
they
the fucking
do.
topic is?
I'm just asking questions.
What?
I'm
you
trying to
come
stick
up
facts.
No shit, Green.
don't fucking know what the fucking topic is. It's if we should or any country should have AI dominance through an emergency means.
What?
Or what they
What?
see.
See what I'm saying?
That's not
See what I'm saying?
Jesus Christ, you can sit
not
back
what
and
he's
record
saying.
dogs. I love you, sir,
They
but
say-
shush for a minute here. Okay, so let's go through what Canada's been going through for the last 10 fucking years, okay? Liberalism has taken over our country. Absolutely. And there's nothing me as a conservative I could do for the last 12 years. But let's pretend conservative finally gets voted in and AI has taken over our whole fucking country. Well, guess what? Now that conservatives are in, we can put a stop to that. So absolutely, you should be able to put a stop to anything AI generated.
But the problem is China. I think the question is saying, can we use emergency powers to control and regulate the whole world's AI? Because China is
The whole world. I don't know why we keep saying the whole world.
well
Doesn't matter.
because
Not our own.
because
It's
to
America.
secure technological dominance, America would use emergency powers to technical dominance over what? China. Right now
Put
it's
more
Anybody who's the same
Where
size or
where
clothes.
did that come
China
from?
is beating us in
Too hard.
quantum computing. They're
You
beating us in
understand,
AI. They're beating us in chip manufacturing.
You know why?
Okay.
Why do they want Taiwan
You know
so
why?
bad?
It's
Am I
not.
missing
It's not
something?
because. It's not
To s-
because of a centralized power,
no,
right?
yeah, but I'm saying, what would putting restrictions on American AI production do to stop China from becoming the technologically dominant country?
It
Who
wasn't
said we
putting
was gonna put restrictions on us?
China,
That's what the
China,
prompt is.
No,
No,
it's
yeah,
not,
it's
man. You
not.
need to read it.
China heavily
No,
relies
not.
on like
this is where
decentralized
emergency use.
entrepreneurship, foreign investments like fucking crazy. Like it's not solely on like this authoritarian decree that you think it is.
So now I'm thinking emergency use. Like Alberta just used the Emergency Act to stop gun rights and fucking government coming in for guns.
Should America use emergency powers to regulate AI to secure technological dominance?
I don't even know what you're saying.
You're
Is he
breaking up
cutting
a
out?
bunch, bro. Sorry,
Am I
you're
cutting out?
breaking out a bunch.
Who, me?
Yeah.
You can't
Yeah,
you can't eat the banana at the same time as you talk.
I'm
And
not.
if you do,
I'm just trying to talk.
eat it a long way. Damn.
Any better?
Yeah. Now
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, it is.
Well, what I'm trying to say is like, so if you look at Canada right now, I hate bringing up Canada because you guys hate them. Don't really matter. So the federal government is trying to push gun laws upon Alberta right now, which is you have to turn in your fucking guns. Alberta just said no to that. They're putting a stop to it. Right? That's where I'm thinking that stop is coming from, not we're talking about the whole fucking
You're
AI
dogs. You're not
thing,
answering the
right?
question. You're just giving us a story.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm kind of.
I'm lost now.
Put that prompt.
Yeah.
Sir,
So in
please.
terms
I
of
lost
in terms of the government using emergency powers in a case like AI, that means that the
Please.
government's going to have all control over broadcasting and communications. Is that okay?
Do what now?
Broadcasting and communications. What?
So now what I'm trying to say is the type of
Shouldn't it
government.
be
Is
at
it
least
a provincial
slightly regulated?
or is the federal or the provincial or governing state is what I'm trying to say.
What?
I'm
Well,
I'm just trying to understand what the prompt is asking
Can we
before
say the
I.
prompt again,
You see
easy,
the
sir.
prompt?
I don't know. Okay,
This is where
like,
if I had the sound
you guys
effect,
are
of
hurting
I've read it
my
3 or
head.
4
I'm so
times.
confused now.
You guys are hurting my head.
Yeah.
We're all starstruck from Andrew.
Are you
They're like,
saying
"Oh, shit,
is
Andrew's here,"
is the
and then
prompt
as soon as we
saying
left, they're like, "Oh,
Leave
shit,
Andrew
what's going on?"
alone.
is the prompt saying
Okay,
America?
So this right here says for 20, Gowdy needs to speak. This towards 1v1. Other half picks his opponent. All right. So Jeremy put up half for Gowdy to be in a 1v1. Whoever wants to pick the opponent, go
I think
ahead.
Gowdy's really quiet too.
I'm just here to learn.
Okay, so hold on. So we're not talking about the whole world. I think what the prompt. Okay, let me see if I understand what it's saying. It's saying America uses emergency powers to regulate AI so that some independent AI manufacturer like Elon, for example, can't come up with some crazy AI system that gives him like some sort of technocracy or something where he could take over.
I think he was also national security was mentioned in there someplace.
Is that what it's?
There you
If
go.
government use of
He's saying
emergency
dominant.
powers to regulate AI is necessary to secure technological dominance.
It's not basic.
Okay, so yeah, so the example I just gave is what it's talking about.
Have you ever considered a Skynet paradigm?
Yeah.
If AI becomes over dominant than humans, should our government take emergency powers to regulate that?
Absolutely.
I would say absolutely so.
Yeah, I think
Destroy it right off the bat.
Right, it's so that some company.
Time for 1v1.
Alrighty. Time for a 1v1.
Yeah. All right.
Let's find a topic for you two.
From what I've seen in this guy, I think we agree on a lot of things.
We're talking about right now that the government use of emergency powers to regulate AI is necessary to secure technological dominance.
Yeah, I don't have an argument against that.
Yeah, I think it should be a thing.
All right. Here, let me grab another topic from my list here.
And I don't want to soak through the list. I even if I think I can find something that I don't necessarily agree with, but I can defend it funly, I'm gonna try. So let's
Yeah,
do this.
maybe even some of the ones you already ran through that maybe weren't like the vigilante justice or the cheating in a marriage is illegal.
What do you guys think about
Well,
that?
there's a bunch of those, but okay. Well,
Should
bring up a
cheating in a marriage hold legal consequences?
yes.
I'll go with no for funsies.
That you're
Alright.
gonna go funsies on that one? Okay.
Yeah, I think so. Might as well.
Okay.
All right. So listen up, chat. You guys know how this goes. All right. We're going to 5 minutes. If you guys want to add a minute, it is 10 to add a minute. Okay. It is 60 if you want a solo judge. And if we don't get a solo judge, it will go to the chat poll, and the loser of the poll will lose their soul. Fighters, good luck to both of you. Let's get it.
Let's do this. Okay. Well, so I think that cheating in a marriage is already morally wrong. Let alone, I think it should be illegal because if there's moral consequences behind it, obviously it should be illegal.
Okay. Well, so I guess what's cheating? What's your definition of cheating?
I mean,
Who's this rowdy guy?
Penetration? Is that cheating?
friendly. Any kind of
This rowdy guy's a little zesty.
fornication activities.
He said, "What's cheating?"
Is it physical contact only?
When obviously not.
Oh, he's zesty,
like,
zesty.
You know, like the sexual activities and fornication.
Oh, sorry, I turned
You
the
can't
volume down for
say
you
a
guys.
person can give you a blowjob and it's not cheating. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to break TOS or anything, but yeah, I don't know.
Is Dean spurging out about nothing relevant in the chat again, as usual?
Give somebody a blowjob, I would think that's cheating. That's an act of fornication in a way.
Who's rebuking reprove? Shout out.
What if we're just looking at each other naked? Does that count?
Well, if you just see each other naked, do you just see each
Bro,
other naked?
I haven't heard Rowdy
we're just,
talk.
like, naked in the room together.
I didn't hear Rowdy talk until
cheating?
now. But
You
I
just
seen
see
him and
each
he
other
looked like
naked,
a,
no.
you know.
Yeah, we're just naked.
But now I hear him talking.
If there's no physical contact
He said,
or
"What's cheating?"
anything like that, you're just naked.
Right. What if somebody starts like jorking it?
Jorking it?
Okay, see, so
What the
that would
fuck?
become the actions involved with the circumstance of why are you there and the reasoning behind the circumstance of why you're there. So if you're sitting in a room and you're both naked and you're jerking it, then obviously that would be rather as I would see as a partner, I would not appreciate. So I would find it cheating.
Cheating. Okay. What
like emotionally, like there's even emotional cheating. Like
Yeah. What if I just have social media? What if I just have like an Instagram?
your Instagram is your Instagram, but Instagram's sucky and fucking crap. So
Right. So social media.
This is
not
garbage. What is this? What if somebody starts jorking it? What the fuck?
All right. What about OnlyFans?
if you have an OnlyFans and a partner, I don't know what the fuck the partner's doing, but I guess if they agreed to it, then it wouldn't be cheating. But if they didn't know when you had an OnlyFans, I would consider it cheating.
Okay, so if I'm in a room with another person, so polyamory is not cheating. Like if a married couple has a girlfriend and they partake in certain
It's
activities.
fucking degenerate bullshit, but I guess if that's what they agreed upon, because it's also like you're taking your vows and your agreements as a couple to have your situation, I guess that wouldn't be cheating. But all in all, I say like you if you're not if you sharing yourself in any shape and form with other than your partner, then you're cheating.
Okay, so then I guess that brings us back to, I think the question is, should it be illegal as far as like lawfully, someone's got to be held criminally responsible for doing this? Would that be just based on your preference?
No, not based on
if
my
it's your
preference, but I would think it'd have to be legally bound through structure of legality.
Right. So, but like if I was just like, well, my preference is that this is a law, then, and everybody agreed, then now that like.
Well, you know, thou shalt not commit adultery.
Right, but if I don't believe that or if I believe that that's just your preference,
why would that be a wrong thing to not to believe? And thou should
A
not
wrong thing to
covet
not to
the
believe?
neighbor's wife.
That's like a quadruple
Thou
negative.
shalt not
Why should that be a
steal.
wrong thing to not to
You
believe?
know, like stealing is so if there's not a moral foundation behind it, so like thievery is okay then in the long run. Like
well,
this
so
is
then
where I'm getting
laws
to.
are
Like
only based on morals.
so I have a wife that I've raised children with, and she cheats on me. Shouldn't there be at least some kind of repercussions behind it? I think there should be at least some. Especially because now we're married by the state, not the church.
Right,
That's a whole
I would
nother
think,
thing too.
but that would be like civil litigation issues, right? It's not like
Well,
illegal.
but we are married civilly, even though I want it from the church. We
Right,
are married.
There's no
civilly.
criminal action behind divorce, right?
Well, yeah, there is. There are you know people.
So if you get a divorce, you're a criminal.
People. Well, the reasons behind the divorce. Okay, excuse me there. Sorry. And I think
so yeah,
I think
is gonna determine a lot
legally
of those factors.
divorce and adultery, like, you know, cheating and stuff like that should be considered in that more often, legally speaking, that way. This is where I'm getting at. Like, there is a reason behind that. Like, just like what? There's no legal reasoning behind the chaos of just doing whatever you want. And like and even negating the legal platform of it, like, shouldn't you spiritually not want to, and shouldn't there be
I don't
spiritual
know.
problems behind that? And that's where culture wants to demand these legal reasoning behind this too.
Okay. So would you then try to move a little closer to your side?
I think Rowdy's trying to do Socratic method, and he's trying to go down like a
spirituality,
a logic line here. He's just kind of doing it very slowly.
Who decides what's illegal and not illegal? Like religion.
Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. Rephrase it all the way again, just so I have it good.
Should we base our laws on religion?
Well, in
your preference,
in my objective reality.
I mean, sure. If that's
That's not an answer.
Your objective reality that we base our laws on your objective reality, spirituality or religion?
Well, again, from my personal bias, I would take Christian ethics as what
Answer
I
the
see
question.
as the moral point.
Say yes then.
Is that like
That's
the
not an
question you're
answer.
asking?
No, that's not the
Yeah, I was just trying
question.
to figure out
How you-
how we're going to decide on who decides the laws if we're then going to decide that the law is that
Well,
cheating
the
is
law
illegal.
is the Christian ethics and culture behind the laws.
I'll let it get to
You
10
agree?
minutes
Yeah.
to see if we have a solo judge.
So you just to clarify, you're saying you agree that we should base the laws on what did you say? You're Christian or
Yeah,
a
I
certain
lean.
sect of Christianity?
Yes, I'm Christian. No, I'm not.
You
No
lean Christian?
denomination. I don't. Yeah, non-denominational. Without, and I don't mean that in the wrong way. It's just
Sure. Yeah.
straight
Son of
Christian.
a bitch.
I'm not.
Gowdy, I think you're roboting now.
Who?
I think
Crazy.
I think it's Rowdy's mic.
Is it me?
Check.
Oh,
Check.
Is it me?
Yeah, it's Rowdy or Crazy. Sorry, Crazy.
Oh,
me?
maybe it was you.
But
I
I couldn't tell.
Robot
Or maybe they're both roboting right now.
Someone's
alright?
pissed off at Santa Claus.
You still good?
John,
We were going.
use
Man.
it.
Damn.
Come
Dead
on.
internet. Half these people are AI, just so you know, chat.
Fuck you. Fuck you.
Right.
Fuck you and you.
wow.
Not AI.
I'm gonna close
But
it. It
no,
might kick
that-
me.
That was
bring me
fun.
back up.
Like I didn't expect that. That was fun.
Interesting.
Crazy. Still a robot.
All right, chat, listen up. I'm putting the poll in. Oh, someone's got an echo too.
Jesus.
Everybody's
Christ.
got audio
Back.
issues tonight.
Seems like you were going down like a
Well-
Socratic method line, Rowdy, but you just you didn't like land. You didn't stick the landing.
You
But
had the point.
We're
you just
all
didn't land the
professional
plane.
streamers up here, guys. Can't you tell? But real quick, chat. I'm putting the poll into the chat right now. All right. So if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for dogs on the poll. And if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Rowdy Gowdy on the poll. Chat, get your votes in right now. I'm starting this timer over. You got 2 minutes.
Beer gonna win.
You're robot.
Still
Crazy.
roboting. It's cutting right out.
Am I roboting really? For real?
Yep.
Yeah, it's cutting in and out as you're talking. Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna be so screwed on this one. That
I think
was
it's
fun.
more
though.
your internet
close this
connection.
shit.
Just looking at your stream, Crazy.
Do what?
I think it's more your internet connection. Just looking at your stream, you're bouncing in and out.
Yeah, well, I went 9 megs down last night to 500 megs down. When I turn this software off, I'm gonna turn it off. It'll probably
Weird.
get me. I'm
See,
sorry to
now you're-
interrupt.
Stop
Is it
looking at
back
that
up
porn,
now?
man. We know what you're doing.
Santa magic interferes with digital signals. That's why he's able to travel secretly.
Yep.
All over the
It's
world.
actually why I had that's also why I had so much roboting before.
What was it?
Porn.
Your mic?
It's the
Yeah,
magic of the hats.
Oh,
The corn
yeah,
hands.
you got some that hat. I don't know. Your bro.
We're on to you guys.
The
We know what you're
guns.
doing while you're watching this shit. So come on now.
Who left?
This thing was
Batman.
working perfect over Terryx yesterday.
The Batman.
JS, just
Someone else here?
We did. I'm trying to see.
Bad Santa, man.
Oh, we
Bad
just
Trying to
Santa.
remember.
What up, no?
Ain't you
Oh,
ever seen the movie?
Kieran.
Who? Oh gosh.
No. Well, of course he did.
Hey, Kieran, if you drop to go to sleep, don't try and get up later during the finals. Can't do that. You better get back up here now.
That was a
Yeah.
Karen, but if you didn't.
Jeez.
Karen.
Took an old man nap.
What'd you say?
Mm.
Uh-huh.
He tried that last time, just dropped off. And then
Yeah.
came back later.
I'll be
Happy
back in 3 hours, bros.
His wife probably beat him down.
I was here the whole time.
I was sleeping in the back.
So you give him
All
3 minutes
right.
to replace him.
That is 2 minutes for the poll locked in. 29 votes. Thank you to everyone who voted. But there's so much more of you here. Why is only 29 people voting? Come on. All right.
Fucking
Come
lame.
on.
That's
Get
fucking
your
lame.
votes in, guys. 29 votes and
one job.
76% voted that the winner of the 1v1 was Rowdy Gowdy. So, dog,
fucking lame.
tell everybody where we can find you. Why they should bring you back for another shot.
I'm not around. I'm just a random dude doing my random thing on here. I appreciate it all the time, and if you guys want to bring me back, I'm down. I love the conversations. Like it's just fun times.
Let's fucking go. Always a pleasure having you. And if they bring you back, you're more than welcome. And until next time, my friend.
Your
Potato
is mine.
Fatality.
Another soul added to the Safe of Souls. That's how it goes on Verbal Combat Friday, baby.
Baby.
The actor that played Shang Tsung died yesterday.
Yes.
What? Oh.
75.
Rest in peace to the
So-
Shang Tsung original.
I would have totally.
Just want to be clear for
Sorry.
the record. I actually agree with everything he said. I do think. I mean, I don't care. They should get the death penalty if they cheat on their spouse. I mean, that's easy.
I was gonna say, I think he could have easily gone down the route of it breaks down social cohesion to allow for the act of cheating. And it makes for a worse society because the next generation suffers and then doesn't bond well, and it just breaks down your society step by
What
step.
happened if I slip on a banana? Right?
Yeah.
I'm fully erect and I
For the
accidentally
record.
slide into another woman. Is that cheating?
Life would be burden of proof. How do you prove something?
No, because the intent wouldn't be there.
And then I liked it and kept going. How about that?
That'd be
Then that is
woman
intent.
slaughter.
That's
Woman
when,
slaughter.
Sorry.
Oh
Just
shit!
throw it up there.
Woman slaughter.
Try to be spicy, all right? Come on now.
Look,
Well, I mean, you could just go a different way with this. First off,
Call it illegal.
I'll start off with saying that they literally just spent how many minutes there not getting to a conclusion on what cheating is.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
how
That's
can
kinda
we
fine.
how can we possibly put a law on something that nobody even agrees to what it is?
Yeah.
What is cheating, boys?
1000%. I like that.
well, it's the breaking of the vows of marriage between two people, right?
So why should that be illegal, though?
So as long as the vows, okay. So it's just breaking the vows. That's all it is.
No, not all it is. I'm saying it is a breaking of the vows.
Okay, so
Well,
if you lie to
yeah.
your wife, should you just automatically get divorced?
Yeah, but I want to know what
That's not-
what
You're
is
breaking a
cheating.
vow.
Well,
Cheating is any action outside of the marriage that should be reserved specifically for the marriage, right?
And
So
is-
it could be an emotional.
What about imagination?
And so is your ungiven truth that's spoken in your vow. So if you lie to your wife, should you be fucking thrown in jail?
I never. That's not.
No, you just said your
That's
vows.
not cheating.
Said your vows.
First of
We're
all,
bringing it into vows. So if I lie to my wife, I should be thrown in jail.
that's not. The prompt was cheating, not lying to your
Lying.
spouse.
Yeah, but I'm throwing the
Agreed.
two concepts together. Do you not understand what I'm doing here, right? I'm creating a fallacy.
Do you think
if you
that
say that I cheated
yeah,
on
you
my
are
wife, I
creating a
should go to
fallacy?
jail. Yeah, exactly. So if I cheat on my wife, I should go to jail.
The
But
non
if I lie to
sequitur
my wife, I
fallacy.
shouldn't go to jail.
The complete non sequitur fallacy. Look, lying to your spouse is not the same level of egregiousness as, say, cheating on your spouse.
Well, we know it's
So
not the
where's the
same
fucking
level of
line?
a.
So
Wait,
where's
we
the
know that
line?
it's not the same level of egregiousness, but this actually, what he's saying does fit because you said it's a breaking of the vows. You'd have to give us a definition of cheating that he can't just say, well, then lying is also included.
Well, that's why I said, after I said the breaking of the vows, I said it's anything that is where someone from the marriage goes outside of the marriage, and it's something that should have been reserved for within the marriage. So a sexual act, gratifying oneself, like there's a whole list, I guess, that you could go down with.
What if I go to
would
some
be-
other chick with my financial issues?
Yeah, no, let's say
Where,
I
where do
won
you get-
$10 million?
Oh, wait, I want to know. I want to know the answer to that. What if I go to some other chick with my financial issues?
Where do you get not lying in wedding vows?
That's what I was wondering. Too. I've done some weddings. I've never
Or
had
what if I go
anybody.
to some like chick about like issues that I'm having with one of my children that I have with my wife?
Yeah,
Is that cheating on my wife?
Well,
No.
this is where
Well, it depends on what the reasoning is.
I would say it is. So
Where
now,
does your goal? Where does your goal when you do that?
Really? Is it a psychiatrist who's a woman? And you went to her because your
Even
kid
if
is
it
having
was-
psychological
yeah,
issues?
even if it
So,
was a
like,
psychiatrist, a whore, just because you're paying a whore doesn't make it any different. Psychiatrist too. Yep, it would be cheating if she went to a or he or she went to a psychiatrist about their financial issues. Yeah.
If they're married, I
Cheating.
agree with you. Yeah, if they're in a marriage, I agree.
well, so long as the other party doesn't know that it's happening.
Oh shit. Oh. Wait a minute. At first I was like, wait, what? Do what?
I don't think so.
Let's fucking go. Welcome back,
Nice.
dogs.
What up, dogs?
Welcome back. Are you there? Is your mic on?
No.
It was
Oh.
muted on Steam Labs when I joined. There we go.
Uh,
You motherfuckers! You thought you got rid of me. Fuck you all.
I just want to point out that the
No.
dog's got to revive and Torito didn't.
But yeah, I am curious on this because this is actually like a thing that I think points out a real reason we can't make a legal liability for cheating.
You can't. There's
We can
no
make-
definite way.
We already
Well, yeah,
do.
yeah,
Adultery
it's
is already
preference-
illegal in a lot of places. So
I-
you could.
that's
so
in a lot of
cheating.
places,
That's-
but why not
What
in
is,
others?
and when they say adultery, what are they
Right.
considering adultery?
I think
Yeah,
it's
yeah, that's what I
specifically
was about to say.
sexual
It's
acts.
sex
It's
outside of marriage.
specifically
Right.
sexual
So
acts.
Yeah.
cheating is
Yeah,
broad.
But
Yeah,
yes,
so if your wife is texting some dude about like how she wants to suck his dick,
intimacy.
that's not cheating. That's
Well,
not adult.
yeah,
Ev-
but with
Easy.
with
Even if
legal,
I would even go a degree further, and I'd say even if she wasn't doing the whole like suck your dick, all this kind of shit, but like this whole work husband or work wife,
It could be
bullshit,
emotional. Yeah,
that's
just
cheating.
emotional.
With
Yep,
lo-
emotional
That
cheating.
really-
with
that-
policy,
that-
with
in
policy and
bedroom.
law
Legal
making, you have to be
divorce,
very
but-
specific with your
Legal.
In
language.
legal terms, there is
An emotional. Oh, that's what I was going to say. An emotional affair is grounds for divorce, but it is not grounds for
Now,
legal
what if
action.
one is?
So
What if the cheating happens too? Like, who gets legally liable for it? Is it just the cheater, or does also the person that's involved?
I think if the person who's involved
Depends on if
knows,
they
I think
know,
it would
yeah.
be both.
How
there's
can you
the great-
prove they know?
That's a good question. That's a really good question.
Well,
Then you
fucking
got
hell.
to
Tech-
But the
Listen,
cheater fucking knows what
As
they
much
do.
as at first,
Physical action.
It's not hard to figure out if they knew.
right?
That might be
As much
cheating
as at
upon.
first, right? The gut reaction is just like you guys, where it's like, yes, cheating should have legal punishments to it. Just like you guys, I think of it like that at first with the gut reaction, but when you break it down, not as only is it like next to impossible, but it's actually like everyone here has different definitions of what cheating is.
But the
So you're
yeah, but that's
turning-
why the premise is off. Cheating is too broad of a word, so you have to be more specific.
Also, I would
No,
ask
you
this
don't.
question of you,
You really
Easy.
don't.
Would you call the
if you're making
dictates?
laws, you have to be very specific in your language.
Would you call the dictates and laws of the church laws as well in this standard? Because the rules that you would have to follow for divorce would fall under some level of legalism. Not like actual legalism, right? Like, but
So where you're going is where are you searching? What
I'm just wondering what
foundation do you
You would have
bring your legalization from? Is that where you're going with this? What
Yeah, I'm
foundation
trying to
is it?
ask what you mean.
Well, like, okay, so by what metric does the church say you can or cannot divorce? Is that law?
I want no fault divorce not to be a thing. Like,
Agreed.
I want you to be able to.
Wait, no.
No, but what he's saying it
that's different than
in the
giving
church
a
it's
legal punishment for cheating. The church isn't going to completely abandon you if you cheat on your spouse.
death and abandonment.
You think so? The church is just going to completely abandon them?
No, he asked
yeah.
what church allows for divorce for. It's death and abandonment. Well, it depend. Well, I'm saying biblically. I don't know which specific church you're talking about. Some would say
is a divorceable offense in all Christian traditions.
yeah, adultery, abandonment, death.
It comes from Jesus himself.
Some churches will add in abuse. That's not really biblical.
I'm gonna straight up go Jim Bob
but-
on you motherfuckers. Okay.
But I agree. I'm not saying I disagree.
You're gonna go Jim Bob.
Cheating subjective or objective?
The word cheating is subjective. Like somebody could say if you hung out with another guy, that's cheating. But some people would say it's sex.
So let's say I hung out with a different dude, but I had sex with him. Is that not subjective? Or is
Why
that
are you
objective?
hanging out and having
What?
sex with dudes?
What?
No, no.
I am
Yeah, but,
so
yeah,
confused
but
what just happened here.
Look
Isn't
into
it
the
really?
facts and tell me if
Isn't it-
Why would you even say
Isn't it
that?
really simple? Isn't it really simple,
I'm
JS?
not talking about me. I'm talking
why
about
the
white
fuck-
JS. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, JS,
You just said
like,
it's
really
I.
simple.
I'm talking
It's
about
really
my
si-
wife.
It's
You
really
said, what if I'm
simple.
hanging out with
I'm
another
talking
dude?
about
That
my
was-
wife.
that's-
Your wife.
Oh my God.
Your wife is a man. I'm so confused.
JS,
What
it's really
the
simple.
shit?
It's really
I am
simple.
gay. Sure.
Why the fuck?
Go ahead and play
Why
this
the
game.
fuck? Why the fuck
Why
would
is
your
that
wife?
objective?
Oh, okay. Fuck me, you fucking cunts. Why would your wife have male friends? Simple
Okay.
as that. There's the
Whatever.
question.
This is a whole different conversation, Kieran.
No,
maybe
it's not.
they.
No, it's not.
Maybe
Kieran's just coming in with the third
Yes,
world
it is,
question.
Kieran. Stop trying to fucking derail every time. Kieran, talk about the fucking topic.
Oh, maybe I'm behind. Maybe I'm behind on the fucking
Maybe
stream.
you're always
Yeah,
you're always
probably.
gonna wait for a cop to go in there.
Could be. Could be.
Again,
All right. So
My,
someone, please
my
tell me
mom-
cheating. You all can't even agree on what cheating is. So how the fuck are we gonna make it a illegal?
But yeah.
Well, if it's the
right. You
sexual
couldn't. You
acts
couldn't.
with somebody who you're not married to, or I would say
Make
a
it objective
full-blown
and make it
abandonment.
make sense then. Make it
I would say
objective.
abandonment of your marriage. For the legal sense, abandonment of your marriage, like leaving
No,
your
that's
spouse, things like
subjective.
that.
That
Could
is you. That is your personal preference. Tell me how you're going to make that objective.
what do you?
If
Yes,
you
I
cheat
right.
on
Who
your
are you
wife,
even
that's your
talking to
own
right now?
decision.
You couldn't make
hang
cheating
on,
illegal
hang on.
unless you specifically define cheating as a certain act, like having
Yeah,
sex
so
with
Abe-
somebody.
Yeah,
while
so
you're married.
Abe.
If that's
Abe,
what
do
we
you
call
think,
cheating, then you could make
Hang
it
on, bro.
illegal.
Hang on, bro. Abe, do you think if
So
your
what would
wife's
that be?
flirting, do you think your wife flirting with another guy is cheating?
That's what we're talking about. What like
It's a certain level
That's
of
what I'm
cheating.
asking. I'm trying to define the fucking parameters.
So how
He
do
said
you
sexual
find the
act.
points?
I'm
How
asking, do you think
define
flirting?
the one point
No.
between
Well,
cheating and not cheating?
I think
Flirting is not the same as a sexual act with
Of
someone
course
or
not,
a
Right.
connection
So
with
do you
that person.
cheat?
But is it cheating? Is it cheating?
I'm saying that it's a level of cheating, but not the same level as some kind of sexual
Of course.
act.
So,
That's
hey,
the.
are you okay? Are you okay if your wife is flirting with some other guy?
No. We've
Why?
already like gone through this whole line. Like what?
But what if it goes
I know
flirting?
where Kieran's coming
and
from
then
because
all of a
now he's on
sudden-
my same point.
Wait,
Where
hold on here.
Objection,
What?
objection.
Kieran,
real
are you all right with any woman you can think of that you care about being a prostitute?
What's the question?
Do you care about any woman you care about? Anyone you can think of? Do you care about them if they're like? Do you care about if they're going to be a prostitute?
Yeah.
Well, sorry to say that,
But you still don't want to make prostitution
My
illegal.
mother was a whore, and I still love her.
So just because we care about what our women do doesn't explain anything to the fact that cheating won't be looked at as objective unless you have some really solid definition to it that you could make illegal. And then even then, there's going to still be versions of cheating that are not going to be illegal.
Well, then give me. Well, then. I'll respond. Give me a solid definition of cheating.
I would actually change my stance to like
Can I
breaking
just-
up your
can I-
marriage.
Can I get straight
should
to answer
be
the question? Can I get
illegal.
straight to answer the question? Speak. What's a
I don't
solid
care if
definition
you
of
can't
cheating?
do that either. Engaging in romantic
Cheating would be-
activity
it's
outside
very
of your
easy.
wedding marriage.
I'll save you guys. All right? Cheating is the intentional violation of an explicit or implicit agreed upon relational commitment.
Amazing. That helps a lot.
It doesn't matter which way
Right.
it is. You're still breaking the initial.
What I
bond.
mean, it doesn't
But
help
how
at
the
all.
fuck-
Right.
That's no fucking definition. bro.
Relationships,
That's no definition.
relationships aren't a monolith, you moron. That's why you can't
That's
make
no
cheating
definition.
fucking
That's
illegal.
no definition.
That's my point.
Speak easy. Try again. What is a definition of cheating?
He just gave you one.
He just
Let me
gave
try it
you
was
again.
one.
fucking
Let me try
gay.
it. No,
It was a
I know
gay
he's
definition.
he's a little
Yeah,
slow.
and
It's
saying
okay.
it's gay is not a
He's,
defeater.
he's slow. He's from
So
Australia.
here, by the same
Right.
chance, we could say your wife should
Let me try it again. Let me try it again for you,
fuck
Kieran.
other men.
Hold up, guys. Hold up. Cheating is the intentional violation of an explicit or implicit agreed upon relational commitment.
Thanks, bro. That makes it very clear.
I know you.
His point is,
And again, that's not a
You probably
defeater.
couldn't tell me what half the
No,
words
it
in
is a
that sentence
defeater,
were.
Jared.
I
Which
guess.
No, it's not a defeater, dogs. Like being one sec, dogs. Using sarcasm to go, yeah, that's a good one. Like that's not a defeater. He's not engaging in the point.
No, I
Yeah,
don't.
he's just not
That's
enough.
Kieran. We're not
It's,
listening.
it's
to
the
him.
same
We're
of him
listening.
saying, "I don't hear you" or "You're gay." It's just
It's like neither
Yeah.
neither.
But still, you
upset
couldn't
that you
make
didn't get to derail it. And do you think your woman should flirt with other guys? Of course we don't.
you
No one
couldn't
thinks
you
that.
couldn't
The fuck?
broadly make cheating illegal unless the husband and wife had a contract that they signed that said this is what cheating is.
bro,
Cheating is
fucking
if you hold.
contracts, you
Shut up,
fucking
Kieran.
retard.
Shut the
Seriously.
fuck up,
You,
Kieran.
you signed a contract in marriage.
No, but
The
I'm saying a
point-
separate contract to say this is what we as a couple define as cheating. If you hold hands with another man, you're cheating. If you kiss another man, you're cheating. If you have sex with another man, you're cheating. Then, if you have proof that she did these things, you would prosecute her. She would be breaking the law.
Yeah, so JS, if you hold hands with another man,
Can you do
well,
that
just
nowadays?
a question. A question, JS.
One
If you
sec.
hold
Kieran's
hands,
going to straw man JS. Go ahead.
no, I'm not. I'm not. I'm just saying, JS. No, JS. If
completely mute because
oh my god, you fucking puffed it.
Yes,
JS.
if it is in the
If
husband
you
and
hold
wife's
hands,
relationship
JS, if
agreement
you-
that cheating is
shut
holding
the fuck
hands,
up,
and
JS.
I already
If
know
you
what you're
hold
going to ask
hands-
me.
Okay, keep spurging. Okay,
Go ahead, ask me the stupid question.
if you hold hands with another man, are you cheating?
It's coming.
Again, that's a complete straw man in JS position. He says
It's
if
not.
the arrangement
It's not.
between the wife, if the definition of cheating is holding hands with another man, then that would be cheating.
Yeah, that would be
Do
cheating.
you think? Do you think?
If the agreement
like,
is
like I'm
made
serious.
for
I'm
it.
serious.
Like,
Do you think? Do you think?
signed a legal
Do
contract.
oh my god, you fucking! I'm trying to answer the question. Do you
Calm
think?
down, old
if-
mate.
There is no
No, you're
question.
trying to ask a question.
Okay, fair enough.
You've been
you don't have a
corrected,
heart
and now you're
attack,
trying to
man.
save yourself.
No, let him. Okay, go with it, dude.
So,
Fucking roll
Kieran,
with it.
you go ahead. Just
Fucking
let
go.
Kieran have like 30 seconds of time here.
Yeah,
Let's let him have it.
Yeah, let's let Kieran derail the conversation. Go ahead, Kieran.
No, I'm good, bro.
It takes
Glad
me
before
less
any
than
cover
10
that up.
seconds to run face front into a wall. So come on.
The whole point of what Speakeasy said is it's implicit or explicit, which means you couldn't know. You literally couldn't know what the agreement was already, and the law wouldn't be able to even interpret what is the implicit or explicit agreements between the two, unless it was given to them. And by the way, implicit means nobody even knows, except for those people, and it's a feeling between the two. So
they couldn't know they couldn't know the implicit, but they could know the explicit if there was some sort of agreement between the
How can you
husband
base
and wife.
a law off of feelings?
So if
Another
the
straw man.
that's why I said if the husband and the wife had like an agreement that they both signed and they said this is what we consider cheating, and then somebody violates that, then you could say you could make that against the law. But otherwise, you couldn't just broadly make cheating illegal because, like,
that's
what we've
why
been
I
saying.
changed
How do
it.
you determine what's cheating?
You could make breaking up the marriage without
Ian came up
cause
here,
illegal.
did all this derailing and talking, forgot about the fucking 1v1 he sent in, and it slipped by me because I've been eating.
Oh,
what a dickhead!
Sheesh.
Comes up here, runs a
What are
bunch
you
of
eating,
fucking
Easy?
mouth.
Rest in
pork
peace,
chops.
Kieran. Love you, brother, but see ya.
I hate you, dude.
I didn't have dinner yet, so I had to.
I sent that ages ago. That was fucking half an hour ago, bro.
That was
I'll even
not
take it
half
for
an
you if you
hour
don't
ago.
wanna go in there.
It is 2:50, and this was sent at 2:38.
Well, metaphorically, half an hour ago.
2:37.
Metaphorically, half an hour ago.
Yeah, no.
Metaphorically
You got a
time.
bad sense of time.
Metaphorical time.
It's like a
I'll
dog
take
sense
Gabe's
of
spot for
time.
$20. Come on,
Let's
I
try
just
and
wanted to debate this.
Time for 1v1.
All right. Now, did you want to keep going on the cheating topic, or do you want a different one?
I think we should probably move off of it because, like you said, it's like undefinable. It's too. It's. I don't know. It's too vague. Like cheating alone is too vague.
Yeah.
Breaking up the marriage would make sense, but like,
Right.
I don't.
No, that's what I was saying. That I have the first gut instinct to be like, yep, but then I realized no, that's retarded.
Right when I started winding it through,
Smiling.
right, I started winding
You
it
know,
mentally.
some chick will get into power and turn you smiling to some other girl
That's
as
true.
cheating.
You're right. Well,
You laugh
okay,
around
so
another woman that's cheating.
it's funny you bring that up
Even
because
the dreams, you're fucking done.
Oh
I know a 60-year-old
Dream
something
cheating.
woman who's been married multiple times, and one of her things was if her man is watching a movie and sees the scene with nudity and watches that scene in the movie, that's cheating, and she'll literally end the relationship over that. And it's like, you're watching the movie with him, yeah,
He's closing his
and
eyes.
he
like
watched the
this.
same thing you did, yeah, and that's cheating, yeah. Like, okay.
All right. Let me see here then. Let me think. Is there any topics you like want to debate? Or anything you heard tonight?
I'd have to be refreshed. I can't remember what we. There was one that was a good one, and I can't remember what it is right now, though.
Prenup on cheating,
Let me
yeah,
see
but
here. It was one of the ones we done tonight, right?
Yeah.
See,
Yeah, one
I
of the
don't-
ones earlier was a good
Well,
one, and I felt like I could go either way on it.
I don't know about we, Auntie, because I don't know if I totally agree with prenups. In modern day, I guess, yeah, I agree with them, but historically, in a Christian marriage through the church, there's no need for a prenup because there's no divorce. You're not getting divorced. It's not happening.
Is patriotism inherently tribalistic? Is that the one?
I mean, I could take that one, but that's not the one.
Yeah. On that topic, a prenup
I could
of what is
I
cheating
could do
would be
whatever one.
necessary if we
I'll
were
go
gonna
for
make.
whatever one. I'll try.
Well, just
If we're gonna make cheating illegal, then there would have to be some sort of prenup for what cheating is, and that would have to be decided between the couple.
Penalties would be far harsher.
I mean, my initial response is yes, but I could argue either way.
Okay.
I could argue the no. In fact, that would be fun.
You pick whatever side you want, and I'll take the other side. Like whatever side you feel like you got a good argument for, or you'll have the most fun with, or whatever.
I'm gonna take. I believe that yes, they should be, but I'm gonna say no, and I'm gonna argue no.
Okay.
They shouldn't be harsher.
All right, I like it. All right, chat. Reminder to you all. All right, this here goes to 6 minutes because it was a 50 that was sent in. So this goes to 6 minutes. If you guys want to add on a minute, it is 10 to add on a minute. It is 60 to solo judge. And if we don't get a solo judge, it goes to the chat poll, and the loser of the poll will lose their soul. Abe, good luck to you, my friend.
Thank you.
Die without dignity.
All righty. Oh wait. So I'm on the affirmative here. So yeah. So with drunk driving, I would say the reason we should. One of the reasons. I'll do a quick my first argument. We can take it point by point. One of the main arguments I would have is that like when you take the wheel while you're under the influence of alcohol, you've put everybody around you on the way to wherever your next destination is at risk, at life risk. So I think you should actually get attempted murder charges for getting behind the wheel drunk.
Like every time.
Yeah.
Regardless of whether or not they've done any damage.
Yes. Yeah, like if somebody like shoots at somebody and they completely miss them, I still think that person should get attempted murder. Same way if somebody drives their car drunk down the road with a bunch of civilians there, they should get attempted murder.
Wouldn't you say that there's a lack of intent when like you say, if somebody shoots at somebody but they miss and they didn't, then they should still get attempted murder. Well, in the case where the person is drunk driving, there isn't an intention to harm other people. There is, in fact, just the intention to drive the car. Even though they shouldn't be driving it because they're intoxicated, there isn't the intent to harm another human being. Whereas with the shooting at somebody, yeah, there was absolutely intent there.
Right. So I'll agree with you that the intent to kill wasn't there, but the intent to drive under the influence was there. So they still made the decision to put everybody's life at risk.
Sure.
Based on a decision to drive.
Yeah, but
So,
wouldn't you agree that
in extending the logic there, they are making the decision to potentially murder people.
Well, but wouldn't you agree that when you imbibe alcohol, your inhibitions are also slackened, and your judgment is far less likely to stop you from doing things you ought not do? Yeah. Especially if you're heavily intoxicated or an alcoholic who's most of the time heavily intoxicated, and your judgment is completely skewed.
Yeah, no, for sure. But I would actually say that this, shouldn't take away anything. Like the same way, like if like like some dude and some chick get like heavily drunk, and then the dude rapes the chick just because they were both drunk, I don't think he should get any less for what he did.
Well, no, if he did a crime because he was drunk, that shouldn't stop him from getting the worst penalty. But if the person hasn't actually done damage or harmed anyone, then I would ask.
He still has, like you mentioned, his inhibitions aren't there, right? Like he's still under this influence of alcohol that'll make him maybe do things that he wouldn't normally do, or
Right,
things
and I would
that he ought not do.
I would agree with that. He still did the bad thing. So if the person who was drunk driving did damage, caused an accident, harmed people, they should get the maximum at that point. But I would say that if they haven't done that damage, we'd be better served to put that person through a full rehab, get them off the alcohol so that they don't have anything like that happen again. But if they actually caused the damage, then they should see, like, they hit a person, right? That's now murder or attempted murder. If they crashed the car and caused a bunch of damage because of that, then they should see the penalty for that. But if there was no damage done and they were pulled over, then I think that we should put them through a rehab course and get them off of alcohol so that they don't fall into the inhibition slack and do damage in the future. Not giving them worse penalties, but giving them the help they need to not be in that position again.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so there's a few things here. One is I'm not here. I don't think we should be putting extra money to help a bunch of drunks not become drunks, right? This is the thing with the intent part. He has the knowledge that his action, getting in a vehicle while drunk, will create a serious risk of death for himself or others. Voluntary engagement means that he did the driving despite knowing the risk, right? And there's no like justification for this, right? There's no self-defense involved, none of this.
My stupid heater. It's either if I turn it on, it instantly gets like super hot.
Society that we have today.
And if I turn it off, I get cold. I can't get my damn temperature right.
Population around here. Drivers know, right? All drivers know. When we do our driver's test, to have a license to be on the road, vehicles routinely kill people, right? So if you're willingly operating
I'd say often, but not
a
routinely.
lethal instrument through populated spaces, right? This is imposing a non-consensual probabilistic death risk on others for your personal gain when there's safer options. This fits into attempted.
Let me ask you. I'm sure you've met and known alcoholics, right?
Mm-hmm.
How many of those people would you say would actually speak that they would drive better drunk than they drive sober?
They would
a lot
say
of them,
those
right?
words? Yeah, a lot of them. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and they
People
actually believe
used
that.
to think that shit too. Yeah.
Yeah, and they actually believe that, which means that the alcohol has done enough damage and they are constantly on the effects of alcohol that they believe that. So there's no longer the intent to them. They no longer are thinking, I might hurt people. They actually believe that they're a better or safer driver while they are drinking. So if that is the case, then you would have to break that somehow, because inside of them, there is no intent to actually cause harm. They believe they're safer driving that vehicle. So you would have to somehow disconnect them believing that they are safer and better than not.
Yeah, this doesn't fit, right? Because like if someone murders someone because they believe that like it's better for them to be dead than alive, we're not going to give them less of a punishment,
But
right?
they'd have to actually do the harm then. If the driver hasn't done a harm, although I get what you're saying, you believe that driving is the harm, but if there was no damage and no people hurt or violated by the actual the act, then where is the breaking, right? Where did they actually harm someone whilst doing the action?
when somebody fires a gun into the air in a crowd, did they intend to kill anybody? What if I go to a park and start fucking, nunchucking fucking swords, and I ended up
Nunchucking swords? What the fuck?
Or I don't even end up stabbing somebody. I'm just fucking at the park around a bunch of people nunchucking swords around, or I'm throwing fucking. What if I'm roofing and throwing down fucking bundles off the roof?
Well, you probably wouldn't get hit for anything until you hurt someone, right?
Wait, you sure?
I mean,
It depends on where. Construction workers are allowed to just fucking huck bundles off the roof down to the sidewalk.
Like I said, it would depend where.
How you nunchucking swords?
Well, that's why I said it would depend on where, right?
Yeah, in
because if you're rural
public
or
place. And that's what we're talking about. We're talking about driving in public drunk.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, here's the problem. So, like, for me, I live extremely rural. I've lived in cities, but I live extremely rural. And so there's a huge difference between somebody in, like, New York getting behind the wheel and driving in the city while they're drunk, and somebody driving in a rural community where there's virtually no chance of anything happening except for them wrecking their car and hurting themselves. So the question is, are all of them going to be equal? Because if it's somebody driving 2 miles down the road while drunk versus somebody driving in the middle of a city drunk, you're going to charge them both for attempted murder? There's virtually zero chance of harm in one case and a ton of chance of harm in the other case.
Yeah, I am. Both of them.
And they're the same.
Yeah, because it's both on public roads. You can't. They can't predict the cars that are going to be. How many cars are going to be on the way home? But they can predict that them being drunk driving is a danger to everyone around them. They willingly put other people's lives at risk. They hopped into this fucking death instrument.
Yeah, but
started flying down roads while they can't fucking.
Anybody who gets into a car is instigating a risk.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. That's not as much of a risk as drinking. Just because there is a risk doesn't mean increasing the risk is okay.
Yeah,
What?
correct. So do you want to ban?
So then, do you want to have
so
an
should we
actual
ban
argument,
drinking?
Kieran? Or?
Should we ban drinking?
What about all those medications
What the fuck?
that are
How does that equal
prescribed by
ban
people
drinking,
when
Kieran?
they go to work?
That's true.
That prescribed medication.
We should ban Australia from having
Pain
internet
medications.
service.
Yeah, correct. Life is a risk. Life is a risk.
I told you, make
Drinking is a
Australia
risk,
great
and
again. Turn
taking
it back into a
medications is
football
a risk,
prison
and
camp.
driving a car is a risk.
Yeah, this guy doesn't even talk about the topic. But Abe, you win because Wrath of Reason was scared of the champ. All right, scared of the
Oh,
champ.
dang.
So judged my ass.
What?
Oh, jeez.
I mean,
Damn.
you can say what I'm saying is cope, and I'm gonna say that this solo judge was cope. You know.
Hey, can you elaborate?
You said skit.
No. Ah.
Your soul is mine.
I wanted him to elaborate on nunchucking swords before he left.
swinging swords.
Is that like two
two-handed swinging
swords with
swords all
chain?
over the place.
Like two swords on a chain, and you're like,
I think you. Maybe. That sounds pretty freaking dangerous to you and everybody else.
Yeah, all the above.
Okay.
I don't want to
Easy.
see nunchuck swords.
Okay.
That sounds terrible.
What's the topic?
Put a topic on the screen. Easy. Por favor.
Por favor.
S'il vous plaît.
No, I
plaît.
think
S'il vous plaît.
Por favor.
You and your youth.
I do think we'd be better served with harsher. Like the whole thing of having like 3 DUIs, 4 DUIs is ridiculous to me. Major tech platforms should be broken up when they take partisan stances. Damn.
So break up. Apple break up. Microsoft. What the fuck do you know about fucking Apple and Microsoft?
This is a Section 230. This is platform versus publisher thing. If they're a platform, they should not be able to take partisan stances. They're supposed to be an open platform for anybody to talk.
But who the fuck has your right to tell you what your fuck your business does?
Because that's
correct. So with JS, if you started a platform, JS, if you started a fucking platform, which was JS,
exactly why laws are in place.
JS's internet, this platform.
He didn't even make a
JS's internet.
stance.
Well, I mean,
Who the fuck
Go
will
ahead.
tell you what you can and can't do?
Am I a platform or am I a publisher? Do you know the difference, Kieran?
Doesn't fucking matter.
It does matter.
You what you can and
Hang on a
can't do.
second.
It
hang
does
on a second.
matter.
Are you
the prompt
retarded
said,
or just a little slow? Let me ask you.
If you're a platform, you have to be open. You get granted subsidies and you get granted protections by the government as a platform, but you can't regulate who comes and goes. Once you start regulating, you become a publisher. That's a different thing.
No, the reason why these companies are able to use the government for their own advantage is because you motherfuckers have given the government too much power. So this is your own punishment for your own mistake.
Yes.
What are you even?
What?
You motherfuckers will refuse to take away power from government. So now these companies are using the government against yous. This is your own punishment for your own crime.
What?
No, the companies are getting away with stuff they shouldn't get away with.
You're just saying major companies should be broken up if they take a partisan stance.
I didn't even say anything yet. Use
That's what JS
motherfuckers.
is saying.
Platform,
That's what JS is saying.
Platform comes from the soapbox in the town square, which is free speech. If you have a platform, that means you can say what you want to say. You're going to suffer the consequence if the people want to throw tomatoes at you or they want to drag you through the street and tar and feather you, then that's fine. But nobody gets to regulate what I say on my platform. And I can't regulate what people say on the platform.
Yeah, you're dictating that the government should be able to tell you to bake the cake for the gay wedding.
Huh? No, the gay... What? No.
No, fair question. Fair question. So JS.
No, you're making a category error.
You're going to follow up our Teriac. So
yeah,
JS,
I was going to say it's a cake. Go ahead.
JS. Yeah, okay. JS. If you owned a bakery shop.
Oh my God! The bakery thing is a category error. You're talking about a publisher. You're talking about a private business.
JS, answer the question. If you owned a bakery shop,
a private business is not equivalent to a platform. It's equivalent to a publisher. I already know where you're going, Kieran. You always do this.
Okay, thank you, brother. Thank you. I see where you're at. Okay, thank you.
Yes, if you're a private business, you are like a publisher. You get to decide who speaks in your private business. You get to decide what cakes you make for people. So I agree. They shouldn't be able to tell the baker to make the gay cake. If he doesn't want to make the gay cake, he doesn't have to make the gay cake. But that would be equivalent to a publisher, not a platform.
Yeah, the right to refuse service.
Yeah, a platform.
And these companies would have the right to refuse service to all these conservative medias or lefty medias.
Okay, that's fine, but they're not platforms. They're publishers.
Right, and they'll be held to the standard of publishers.
Yeah.
So what's the differentiation? One sec. What's the differentiation between a platform and a publisher for you?
A platform can't be partisan. It has to be open to everybody to say what they want to say.
Is that partisan?
So one sec. So like your own chat, you're not allowed to moderate your chat anymore.
I'm not granted subsidies as a platform. I'm a publisher. I regulate what happens in my chat.
So you're a publisher on a platform.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're beholden to YouTube rules.
Well, YouTube is treated as a platform, but like Facebook is.
There we go.
Full to YouTube rules.
I know.
What says you shouldn't have is a business owner and a creator to have your own right to do what the fuck you can do. It's just a platform.
You do have that right.
Business you have.
You do have the right, but you're not a platform. You're a publisher. You're a private entity. And so I am a private entity. I control what happens in my chat. This is not an open platform. I'm in charge. I publish what I want to allow to be published on my
Yeah, are these companies?
I don't.
We call it a platform, but we're talking about legal.
I don't.
You're speaking about the difference between. You're speaking about the difference between, for example, Facebook and the Daily Wire. Facebook is supposed to be like an open platform, And Daily
Yes.
Wire is a publishing
Is a
company.
publisher. Correct.
Correct.
Okay,
but neither have to follow the rules
yes.
of free speech.
Well, no. See, the problem was when Facebook became partisan and they started regulating what goes onto their platform, they were actually violating their Section 230 protections. This is why there was a huge argument about removing Section 230 protections because the platforms were acting as publishers.
So,
But don't
JS.
they have a right to do that as a
So,
business, though?
so JS, what is freedom of
They're a
speech?
self-identified entity and
Yeah,
have a right
yeah,
to do
JS,
that.
JS, define freedom of speech.
They have to pick one. That's the point.
JS, define freedom of speech.
It's the right to practice religion, the right to petition the government, the right
No,
to
it's not. No, it's not.
the right to speak freely. The right.
No, it's not.
I'm
It
glad.
is not the right to speak freely.
I'm glad
That's
you're gonna.
gay. It is not the right to speak freely.
I'm glad
No,
you're
let's
telling
speak
me
freely.
about the First Amendment.
The right to free speech. The right to free speech.
He
is
watched a
specifically-
YouTube video.
Yeah, of course I did. Yeah, thank you, brother. The right to free speech is the right to criticize the government. It's not free speech in the
No.
wild.
That's one.
Obviously.
That's one.
No,
one,
that's exactly what it is.
That's one right granted under free speech.
No, it's not.
Yes,
No,
it
it's not.
is. That's the right to
Yeah, there's
petition the
nothing-
government and the
yeah,
right to assemble.
There's nothing. There's
there's
nothing
a
like
lot
this
to
whole
speak.
like platform publisher like this distinction you're drawing
Correct.
like has
There's
no
nothing
impact
about
on,
that in
on the
there.
actual prompt.
There's
Free-
nothing in there.
Free speech is also the right to practice my religion.
Yep.
Yeah, sure.
So
Yeah,
Freedom of
thanks.
expression and religion and speech.
What does this have to do with platforms and publishers?
The right to
these are
free
private
speech,
platforms,
the right to
which
free
means they're private
speech.
businesses,
Correct.
which means they
They're
decide what
private.
their own rules are.
Correct.
free,
Free
you don't pay
speech
for it.
is the
You're not
right
paying
to
for it, you don't have
criticize the
something.
government. That was the point of it.
Part
It was the
of
right that citizens
platform
had the
is
right to
public.
Right.
It's not free speech in the wild.
Can you bring the prompt back up?
Okay, I'm done with. I'm looking at chat over here, but why y'all being friends again? We're doing this pussyfoot bullshit.
What are you talking about? We're arguing.
There's no pussyfooting even happening.
This is verbal combat. Stop being a bunch of little chickens. Let's go.
Who's saying that? Damn it!
Let's referees it again.
Were you not listening? Are you just?
Yeah, I just listened for the last 20 minutes. It's all kumbaya, motherfucker. Let's go.
They're arguing with each other right now.
We're fucking.
Major tech platforms, which are private companies. Shut the fuck up.
Bring something,
Shut the fuck
brother.
up.
Bring something in.
Yeah,
Say
so
something
major
controversial.
tech platforms should be broken up when they take partisan stances. These are private companies.
But
No.
we don't pay them, right?
No, we shouldn't
Yeah,
bring
all
them
large
up.
companies should
It's
be
all
broken
free.
up.
You
And
put
I'm
$1
saying-
or
Private
$1
companies, they have the
or
right to do what the fuck they want.
As soon as a major tech platform takes a partisan stance, it should no longer be considered a platform.
Partisan
It's
stance.
a private company.
Active.
Yeah, but Teriak, there is a
So,
kind of a.
one party
There is a kind of
stance
like.
is
Teriak, you
private.
say it's a private
One
company.
second. Name one private company that isn't partisan.
Do you know what Section 230 is?
Exactly.
Terry,
So any private
Section
company
230
ever
C2 protects
is
them
going
from
to
being
appeal
penalized
to
for
a certain
removing
people
content.
group.
Yes, it
So
says
you can label that
platforms.
as that.
Platforms cannot be. They cannot be. What's the word I'm looking for?
What's
they
a
can't be
platform?
like.
Define
They can't
platform.
be sued or something for something that gets said on their platform. But they also
Yeah.
can't
Define platform.
regulate what goes onto their
Yes.
platform.
Yes,
So
they can, according to C2 of Section 230.
Yeah, he's already had it.
I build websites. I have to know TOS, bro.
that's the
they literally they are protected to restrain and remove content that they deem unworthy of their
right, and that's the problem. That's
platform.
why we want to get rid of Section 230.
No, what? But
But-
like, there's not really a problem with it. It's their business model. Like, move on to another business.
This
Like,
was a
straight up.
huge debate like 2 years ago. Fuentes and Crowder were just talking about it the other day. It was a huge debate about removing Section 230 because it lets platforms act like publishers. They get to regulate and control what goes on their platform, and they get protections and they
They're
get
private
subsidies from the
companies.
government. They're not treated like private companies, though. They're treated
They're not-
like
they are
public
private.
entities
Are they
that
publicly
get
traded?
government funding.
It doesn't matter.
No,
Yeah, they don't get direct government funding though.
Yeah.
They
Like,
get
that's the whole
subsidies.
thing.
The only time.
Yeah, they do get. Wait,
You
they
know
do
what?
get.
A
They do get
private
government funding. This
sole
was what the
contractor
Twitter files.
can
The
get
Twitter files
government
exposed this.
subsidies,
We saw
so,
this
like,
happen
what
during the
are you talking
2020
about?
election.
Yeah, that was illegal payoffs. That's why the Twitter files are there, and that's why like Zuckerberg and others were dragged in front of councils and stuff.
And what came of it?
Nothing.
I don't know.
Nothing.
Money talks.
Never will.
Yeah.
Well, it's like,
Wait, one sec,
what about
yes.
Lockheed Martin, Boeing?
How did we find out about the Twitter files? What happened? Was it the government or was it an individual that exposed the Twitter files?
An individual.
Matt Taibbi.
It was an individual, exactly.
Was Elon Musk?
Taibbi was that.
More
Yeah,
fucking
but-
regulation for the government. It's
But
ridiculous.
regardless of regardless of Taibbi
government
exposed
coming
it,
out
everybody
going
knew
like,
it was
hey,
happening. We were talking about it all over the internet.
So wait, Ternak. Your stance is you want us to control these companies, but you don't want the government to have any control.
No, I'm saying is that we need to reduce government power. And just giving more government more and more power just means that these institutions that you're all complaining about are just going to spend more and more money gaining access to that power.
But the more you take power away from your government, the more you give power to those companies too.
You go afuera. You go to the Department of Health.
I don't know what this remove government power argument is.
This is completely counterintuitive, though. Like what you're saying is, take the government's ability to regulate them away, and then they will not cause damage.
No, you take the regulation
Just let
away.
them.
which means-
No.
You
Take
the
all reins
regulation
off
away.
of them.
You take the regulation away. That means more competition can come into the market, which means you have more diversity, more choice.
Yes, that's fine. And if that's the case, then if that were the case, then I'd be okay with. Well, no, still a platform should not be partisan. Once a platform is partisan, that's a side of a government group.
Once a company
taking power.
I don't think so.
Let's fucking go now. It's time.
It's fucking rigged. It's rigged. I tell you, it's rigged.
Crypto business on running in the screen.
I got a question for Teriak.
Damn.
I'm pretty sure it was Karen who put in that donation to make sure it was a solo judge, right?
No.
No,
Wasn't
I think
me.
it was Karen. Yeah, it was Karen.
No, it wasn't me.
Should
What the fuck are you talking about?
It wasn't me.
Should the town square say we're only gonna let, like, Speaker's Corner in England or New York, they have a version of this, like, where everybody comes and they all argue and they all talk. If they said only Republicans are allowed to talk here, should they be allowed to do that?
Who owns Speaker's Corner?
Private company or?
The other people.
It's
can-
public.
Wait. Speaker's Corner is owned by a private company. Who?
Oh no, I was joking.
Exactly. So this whole like town square bullshit that you're doing does not work because you're not talking about.
No,
a private
it
company.
works exactly. It's
based on your logical entainment, JS. You're saying that the company has to bake the cake for the gay couple. That's what you're saying.
God, I don't know why you keep going to
say
this.
you have to bake the cake for the gay couple.
You're conflating a private business with a public platform.
It is a private business we're talking about, JS.
No, we're talking about the town square.
Yeah, so
no, we're not.
So JS, JS,
Are you?
if JS, if
Historically, where is a government?
want to ask JS a question, so
I don't know how I can
if you,
explain this to these
JS,
foreigners
shut up,
any better.
JS, if you owned like a laundromat where you wash shirts
Again, a private business. Again, a private
Going
business.
to private businesses instead of publishers.
Yeah, I don't.
Correct. Just want to ask
I
JS.
I don't think the Irish guy and the Australian guy understand what we're talking about right
Just
now.
want to ask JS a question. If you ran a laundromat and the local brothel wanted to bring their sheets to your laundromat to wash them,
I could tell them no.
No, let's do it better.
Why?
Let's do a better one. All right.
Hang on, but why?
JS is the only
Because
one.
I'm a private
No,
business.
Are the
you
laws
hang
the
on,
same?
Kieran. You hang on. What if a private company owned all the fucking bridges in
There
your
you go.
fucking country? So now they can tell you whatever the fuck they want to do. If
Yeah,
they want to say,
exactly.
you know what? If you're black, you're not coming on our bridge. If you're
'Cause I fucking
Australian
own this
and you have
bridge.
your accents too harsh, you're not coming on our bridge because we own all these bridges, bro. It's
All you gotta
ours.
do is take over
It's
one
public,
bridge at
but
that
it's
point.
ours. We own it. That's what you guys
Yeah,
are
sure.
doing. YouTube
Sure.
might be a
And
public,
what kind of
private
financial system
company.
is that?
No, wait. To get my point, YouTube might be a private company, but they literally own the fucking main platform for hundreds of millions for public discourse. They no longer get this whole private company justification anymore. That doesn't work. Again,
Yeah.
Why
with
not?
the analogy,
And the
are you
government
gonna tell
treats them like the
private
town
company
square.
that owns all
Go
the
back to-
bridges in America
Yeah.
that they can charge you $500 to fucking go through their bridge? Are you gonna tell them
You
that?
do-
too?
you do
Or are you
Yeah,
gonna
why
get
not?
the
Why
government
not?
to
Yeah.
step
What
in here?
did
I don't-
Reagan
I
do?
don't-
You guys are
Ireland?
acting like there isn't a threshold here on private companies, bro. That's crazy.
That's what I was
There is
saying.
a
Yes.
threshold.
One sec. What's the government?
They can't have a monopoly.
The government is here to make sure that we the rights that we have stay enforced. Right?
Yeah,
And
but
we
every
literally-
nation is a
Be
company.
fair, level playing
We
field.
literally have laws for breaking up monopolies in the United
Every
States.
nation is a company.
So should the company
Yeah,
decide
every
who gets
nation
water?
is a company. Sure, we could extend it to that if you
Yes.
like. Sure.
Yeah. So
but
in your
that-
example,
but
that where
that-
one company
that's-
owns all the bridges,
Wait.
that's the government.
That's a monopoly. That would never happen.
No,
That's
no,
not the government.
no, because there's a difference here. Okay, so you're right in a sense, but you're wrong, right? So, first off, a company can't create laws, right? It operates under laws, so that's where it's different. First off, also, companies have no fucking power on force. Governments have all the power on force. The purpose of
Okay.
the government is to govern the population. The company's purpose is to make profits. There's way difference between a country and a company.
Okay.
I can say why you're
So-
saying that, but there's massive differences that
I
don't even put it
disagree.
in the
I
same
disagree
category.
on
They're not.
the
They're
idea
not
that
massive differences.
the purpose of the government is to govern the people. I disagree.
Yeah, I think we're
It is
we're
to govern
talking
the
past each other.
population. That is what the point of the.
I
At
disagree.
least ours.
I
Okay,
disagree.
what is your point then? What's the
The
point of a
purpose of the
government?
government is to manage international affairs and national security and leave
That's
people
part of
alone.
what they do.
Yeah, I think you
The purpose of the government is to leave
A
people
very small
alone.
part.
you guys keep going to private companies because you're saying Facebook
Should
and
not be the
YouTube.
world police and not even be the police of our own country. You just want to let this fucking place go anarchy.
Let it
bro.
burn.
What are you talking about? Can companies give you citizenship?
No,
No.
Oh,
they
okay.
can hire
so-
you and get you a visa
I'm
or
just
some kind.
Yeah.
wondering what the structural differences are between ours and theirs, because
Mhm.
it's blowing my
Mhm.
mind right now.
No,
Mhm.
I
What do you
think
mean?
they think
The way
there's-
that they view government.
they're going to private businesses because they think they're saying YouTube and Facebook are private companies. They can regulate what goes on their quote unquote platforms. And I agree, you're right. They should be allowed to regulate that. But the problem is they are not platforms.
At least not in
It's kind of
function.
similar to
Or
like,
they
like-
shouldn't be. They shouldn't be. They're called platforms, but they shouldn't be because they're not platforms.
Yeah, I'll show you like a
Because they
wild.
dictate the rules.
I'll show you a wild analogy, right? Okay, in America, you have the right to bear arms, but you don't have the right to own a nuclear bomb, right?
Yeah,
There
we
are
do.
limits.
Why not?
No, you don't. You don't.
I've
So
got one in the garage. Don't fuck with me.
the SWAT
Well,
team's coming.
nukes are fake, so
also companies,
I've got a little one.
companies have the freedom. Companies have the freedom to expand and grow, but at some point, you kind of go, that's too much power. We're going to have to like cut you in half.
Yeah. If
Yeah,
you're
That's what we do. That's
if
What
you've
about, what about Boeing?
if you've conquered and cornered a
have a
market to the
nuclear
point where there's no longer the ability for anything else
Yes,
to
brother.
flourish,
Yes, brother.
there's laws
Yes.
to break that up, right?
I could buy a
Yes.
battleship if I have the money for it.
If you had the money, yeah. And what do you call it? A permit or a license to drive the damn thing?
Yeah.
But can you buy a nuclear bomb?
No, because they're not real.
Because
Oh,
there's
is
limits.
it?
Told you I got one in the
Because there's
garage.
limits.
What's that? JS. Who develops Americans' weapons for the military?
The Jews.
Oh my god.
No, I'm.
What?
Never mind. Never mind.
Who develops weapons
Companies.
for American military? Lockheed
Weapons
Martin.
development companies.
What the fuck,
Uh,
man?
Did somebody reach in there and pinch your
Listen,
fucking head?
listen. Do you guys think
Wow.
then we shouldn't have made the fucking regulations that we did when AT&T started fucking owning everything? Should we do that? Should we have not done that? Are you saying because they literally provided the essential communication infrastructure, and when that got to that big of numbers, we had to put regulations and breakups so that there was neutral access to the telephones. We did this with railroads as well. Private companies owned nearly all the train lines, so they controlled the only way to move any goods across regions. They literally had a monopoly on transportation. So the government, they didn't say that, oh, well, it's public ownership now. All they did is put antitrust laws and regulations that broke up the monopolies. And that's what we're saying should happen with fucking YouTube. That's what we're saying. So if you're saying yes, stop fucking arguing against JS. You're on our side now.
Aren't you pro First Amendment auditor, Kieran?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So what if your publicly owned government building that taxpayers fund? What if they started saying, no, we're not going to allow First Amendment auditors to come in here? Somebody should come in and break that up. Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah. I'm on your side, bro. I'm on your side. What the fuck are you talking about?
Why are you interrupting me, Kieran? One sec. Why are you interrupting me? Because I was actually against
on
JS.
our side. Who's not on our side now? Who still wants to let YouTube be a private company? Come on. Let's hear it.
YouTube needs to be broke up into 2 or 3 different.
I'm not saying shit because Kieran's just going to interrupt, even though he's on fucking the same side. Make an argument.
So should we break up Walmart too?
I really don't
Oh
know.
shit!
Probably.
Oh shit! All right, who's on the other side?
Terry,
Thank you so much.
One not
tiny pink nuggets of chaos.
We got one holdout.
I'm not taking a position.
Oh.
No, I'm not doing this because it is. I'm doing this because of Kieran. Kieran's with the Jew reference.
All right. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. All right. Who's taking the other side of this?
I'm literally on your side. Okay.
I know you are, Kieran. Relax.
Flip flop and do it the way
You have to break up monopolies.
I'm gonna put you in the 1v1 if you keep
We'll go
fucking
down.
talking.
Nah.
What was the 3 guys that
This is something I'm big on because I was getting banned all over
Morgan and a couple
Facebook
others.
in 2020. So.
Fuckers. They about killed everybody in America, starved us to death.
No, I actually see more and more reasoning for things that JS has said about when it comes to not all platforms, but YouTube. Yeah, they put themselves in a position that they do need to be fixed up.
I'm fine with them being a private.
thinking.
I'm fine with them being a private company and making their own rules, but they shouldn't get protected by the government as a platform because they don't act as a platform.
That's
So
right.
they should get 0 aid from the damn government. They should be paying the
Who
government.
hasn't had a 1v1
That
tonight?
would be kind of bad. Yeah.
I think everybody up here almost has.
That's
I don't think Teriyok has yet because he just joined.
Yeah, Teriyok hasn't yet.
I think that's about it. I think everybody else
Yeah,
did.
I think that's the only one. I think everyone else has had one.
Oh no, Ralph hasn't had one.
Rev?
What about Ryu? Has Ryu had one?
I had Rev.
Oh, there we go.
What?
Yeah, fucking.
How about that?
Ugh.
I got a headache
Then
too.
it's fair. I'll pick
don't know
2
what.
people that haven't got to 1v1 yet, and Teriyok came in late, so he's the
Yeah, you're
third
pick on
wheel.
me. Oh,
He's the
oh,
third.
Wait,
wheel.
didn't Wrath of Reason go against
We just
Andrew?
want to see Santa kick someone's ass. That's all.
Or no,
He
that
did
was.
the last round. For fuck's sake.
I got some coal out there. I got switches. I'll beat your ass, boy.
God
Yeah,
damn
Rudolph's
it,
out there ready. Watch out.
I just called the girl.
Did you come in, girl?
Let
I
me
love
see.
you, man.
here.
I love you too, but I want my girl, sir. So
I'm gonna be honest.
get out of the way.
I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I'm kind of stupid sometimes.
We're all a little bit stupid.
Alex
here.
Jones, baby.
We're always stupid.
Let me see. What's a good one for you guys?
Bring it.
I'd put the camera on, but it ain't working right now. So, damn it.
Always excuses, Brad.
I know.
I want to see you when I beat you on the ass.
You can look back at the Abe when he beat my ass too. Pretty good.
I think Abe's got brain damage. I'll keep saying it because he got shot in the head.
He's smart. He's a smart man.
Yeah, he was.
I'm trying to make sure I have a good
ago.
one here. Good one here.
You're a little tired today. I can tell, buddy. Being the old man.
Just throw one up. Let's go. You know, I'll take it.
Oh Lord.
How about this? It's kind of like something we were talking about earlier, but let's just see what you guys think of this. Should richer nations forcibly govern falling states?
Failing states? Are they
Or
within the
failing
vicinity?
states? I said falling.
Are they in the vicinity of the richer nation or what?
Yeah,
You
like
know?
if you're like a richer nation and there's a completely failed state, should you just like forcibly govern them?
If they're on your borders, you might want to take that into consideration. I think makes sense. That's how I read it.
Yeah, what do you think about that, Ratha? If it's a failing state on your border, should the richer nation forcibly govern them?
Oh, that's such a touchy subject.
Yep. Easy's that way.
He says yes. Yeah, I guess I'll say no. Let's go.
Oh, you're gonna say no?
Sure.
Oh
All right.
damn! Wow.
All right, let's
I
go.
don't know how to argue this one.
Oh, do you want a different one? We can do a different one if you want.
I don't have any thoughts on this. I really don't.
Neither do I. So
it's just
we're just gonna be wigging it.
Yeah, completely.
Okay. What about should people be allowed to duel legally if both consent?
I say yes.
They used to.
Yeah.
Back to
Yeah.
back, face to face, and this. Yeah.
Maybe yeah, it could be like that.
Hell yeah.
Figure out
It's
the
a
old
single
pew-pew,
shot out.
absolutely. You
Okay,
fuck
you
my
both
wife,
say-
I'm gonna shoot you in the face.
Hell yeah.
Well, wait,
move,
no.
I'm gonna hurt you with
It's if both consent to it. At
That's
the
what I'm
end.
saying. Like you're getting in the street, you're dueling. Pew-pew.
It's two adults. They still do it. They really do.
I challenge you to a duel.
Rich people
Okay,
still do that
okay.
crazy stuff.
I think it'd bring a lot of manhood back to life too.
Why not get swords and duel each other? It's
I'm
messy.
trying to
though.
give you guys a extra spicy one for the end here.
No more than 2 inches in, 2 inches out.
Oh come on, Red. That's all I got, man.
Were you
Where
here for the
where
2
do you
inches?
guys are you both what side are you guys on of the medically assisted death?
No. I'll get a lot of thoughts. You guys have
I'll
caused me
take
to
it.
think about that.
I'll take it.
Wait, what?
I'll take it. I'll say yes.
You mean you're pro?
Oh, okay. I didn't know what you were meaning. When you said I'll take it, I was like, wait, what?
I lean both ways, but I'll always take a good challenge.
Okay. All right, chat.
Supposed me to smoke 900.
Chat. Reminder for you all. All right, this goes to 5 minutes. If you guys want to add on a minute, it is 10 to add on a minute, 60 if you want a solo judge. And if we don't get a solo judge, it goes to the chat poll, and the loser of the poll will lose their soul.
I need to be
Fighter.
clear. You're for this, right? I
Yeah,
wanna make
he's
sure.
on the positive side. Yeah.
I'll take the affirmative.
All right, fighters. Good luck to both of you.
Excellent.
Let's get it.
All
Have
right,
fun, dude.
crazy.
You'll go.
Just because I'm on the affirmative, I gotta take the first side on this
Yeah.
one, right?
Understand.
To take the affirmative, we have to put some parameters in place. We have to take the liberalism out of it. Take these kids with sick feelings. I think they can hurt themselves and make that legal. Okay. To
You
me,
say hurt
Maine-
themselves and make that legal?
Yes, yeah. Up in Canada right now, we got things in place that people who are just feeling ill could just go out and try and take
Right.
their own life, right?
And you say that's okay?
No.
Okay.
So I want to put my parameters on this. So I believe it should be in place, and it should be in place for extreme cases only. For people that can't no longer do the duty of life, for people who cannot stand up and walk anymore, so people who cannot go out and do their solely purpose anymore. And this should be a written thing into your will, so it should be a bound contract. That should be a maid. A maid shouldn't be some joke of liberalism saying, "Hey, this blue-haired kid doesn't like his life anymore. And he should be able to take his life." Maid should be a limit to a strict situation in which there's no more going back, and it has to be a written contract. And I'll forward it on from there.
Let me steal it. You're saying the blue-haired people you shouldn't be able to do that just because of feelings, because you feel sad or whatever, right? You're saying only in extreme cases of illness or something like that.
Yeah, I'm saying illness. You can no longer walk. You can't even stand up. You can't even think for yourself anymore. I think maid should be something that is put in places. Because if I was sitting in that position, I wouldn't want to be there either.
Well, I've been there just a few months ago. Barely walk, but I have faith and I had my knees fixed. One's still just come out of stitches, but I can walk again. I had to have faith and some endurance, self-control. I think people need to learn that. I don't think they should be offing themselves. I don't think it's right.
Were you
I don't
ever
think it's right in God's eyes.
ever given the ultimatum you have 3 more days to go until it's over?
No, I've been told you've got cancer.
Right.
Yep.
So what if the doctor came to you and they said you have 2 more months, there's no getting about it, you were gone, and in those 2 months you were going to be in excruciating pain?
Man, they make some pretty good pain pills, pain meds, whatever, patches, whatever. They can get you out of pain. I would spend those last 2 months.
So what's
I would
your
spend
moral
those last 2
position on
months
that?
going around seeing all the people that I have maybe wronged or, that kind of thing. See family I hadn't seen in a long time, and make sure everything's tied up. Tell them goodbye.
Well,
Tell them I love them, proud of them,
so
and
let's
go.
say you're 62 when you put this into your will, stating that I do not want to live to the point that my family members can't take care of me.
That's a whole different thing.
This is what I'm talking about, maid. This is the way maid should be. Like, it should be a written contract. When you sign your will, you say yes or no to maid. And if
To
you
the
get
who?
to the point that to maid, the
Maid?
thing we're talking about, right?
Oh, okay. Is that the name of it? That's the acronym? I don't know.
Yeah. So if
Oh,
you
okay, I
get to
got
the
you. I
point
got
that you can't take care of yourself and nobody else can take care of you either, I think it should be a legal way out when you sign it into your will.
There is DNR, which is do not resuscitate. If you're going to pass, you'll pass, and they don't have to bring it. You can. That's not medically assisted. That's medically non-assisted.
Yeah.
They just let you go and don't bring you back, right?
Yeah.
They don't try to resuscitate you. All right.
But
On the other hand,
go
if
ahead.
you can write a will, but what if you don't have no kids or nobody to leave it? What?
Oh,
They're going to
talking
take
about,
it all in the end. They're going to take everything you have after you die to pay your
No.
bill.
What I'm talking about, maid, is like, in my eyes, maid should be a medically assisted option. That if somebody cannot take care of you outside of that hospital, and you are stuck in that hospital, you cannot function as a human being.
Right.
You should be able to sign away your life prior
But you
to
can't
that.
sign it
that
away
point.
at that point. You'd have to do it way earlier than that.
Exactly. That's why I'm saying it should be in your will, right? So if you sign a will at 62 years old saying that if maid happens, then let me go.
Well, if
How
you're
is that
out of
not
it,
a legal way?
there's only one way that I would even consider if you was completely brain dead and your heart stopped. I mean, they should keep you out of pain until this happens.
Not even just brain dead. Could you imagine laying in the bed and you can't even function yourself to stand up and take a pee?
No. I mean,
Can
you
you
probably don't even
imagine
know,
that in
to
your
be
own
honest. You
mind?
probably don't
How
even
you
know
would
when you're in
feel?
that condition.
Right.
You probably don't even know. You're probably so
But at that time,
deprived of oxygen and blood. You probably just don't even know what's going on.
but what I'm
I don't
saying,
even
at
know
that
what's going
time,
on
it
right now.
was signed into your will and it was said that they could let you go. Why is that wrong?
Wasn't that in one case? If they're going to take your home, if say you have cancer, I know people this happened to. Somebody gets cancer, you're the son or daughter. You help them through all of this, right? They get all of the chemo treatments and very damn expensive. I mean, you wouldn't believe it. You might. Just very expensive.
No, I do.
When they go at the end, the insurance pays. The person passes away. Then they go back on the kids and take everything the person had, will or no will.
But that's not what I'm talking about. Maid should just be a medically assisted. Sorry.
Either way, they're going to take
medically assisted
the
team.
stuff you're leaving the kids in the will. It's not going to matter. Is what I'm saying. Check into it.
No,
I don't know about
that's
Canada,
what
but
like the wishy-washy part of Maid is like, should we be allowed available to people that just want to hurt themselves? Like,
Yeah,
if
we
you-
shouldn't
if you
do
look
that
at
ever.
Canada right now, and what Maid is, it's you would just slap yourself in the face.
But it's immoral, don't you think? I mean, for real.
To an extent, I believe it's moral after the fact. Like if you
Because
can't
you said
function
somebody
for
had purple
yourself-
hair and hurt feelings, right?
Right?
I mean, that's
Like
crazy.
if I can't function myself, but I've already signed off that I don't want to be at that point, it should be.
If you made that
100%
choice, you're an adult, and the law says you can do that.
Mhm.
I wouldn't do it personally. I don't. I can't support it. But if that's what you want to do, that's
right. But
That's
like, if
when you
it's a
still
signed document that you were done when you're coherent and your mind is not a differing factor, I don't understand what's wrong.
do I want to be a burden on somebody or my family, my kids? No, I
Exactly.
don't. Do I
That's
want to
what I'm
lay in
trying
my
to say.
own feces? No, I don't. But
Exactly.
I'm not
That's
willing
what I'm trying to say.
I'm not
Right?
willing to off
So
myself.
why should be forced to be? Why should you be
Real-
forced to be a burden to somebody else?
Real quick, I'm just gonna let the
I
chat
see
know.
it as
Chat,
suicide. Man. That's I do. I'm sorry.
chat, I'm putting the poll in right now. All right, so I'm dropping it in there. Wait, let me get it in.
It's
All right,
probably
drop
like
it
last
in right
time.
now.
Love
All
you,
right,
crazy.
so if you
Thanks,
want to
man.
vote,
Thanks
what's
for the
that?
debate.
If you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Are You Crazy
Oh,
on the poll. And if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for
Where's
Wrath
he
of
at?
Reason on the
Wrath,
poll.
where the hell you at, man?
Chat,
Oh, sorry.
get your votes in right now. All
I
right,
know there's only
turn
like
that
40
timer up.
voters. I'm going home, but it's okay. I love all you guys. So I'm just here to have some fun.
Wrath, I like it, man.
I like you too,
You're a
Santa.
good dude.
Chicken's too quick. What the hell?
I know what's going on.
Cup's
This
half
happened
full.
last time, for fuck's sake.
What?
The cup's half full.
All I want is my Goro title and fuck off.
Okay. I would like to have a drink, but I'm on duty. I'll drink one with you. I'm working.
It's verbal combat, you bitches. What the fuck? What the fuck is this gay shit?
Who the
What gay
fuck
shit?
Cuddle you.
We love our brothers.
I'll cuddle you. You my brother. I love you.
All right,
How
so
about
now
I
I'm
hit
going to
you
talk
in
to
the
you, dogs. How do you feel about this situation? Because I'll rip you apart. Because I
about
respect
you in
Santa
the-
Claus, but
Yeah,
fuck anybody
Yeah,
else.
whatever. Like, okay,
Well.
about that exact topic again.
Yeah,
I can
what are you
scream,
standing on?
yeah, and get all crazy. I didn't want to do that.
I was just getting.
Are
I
you
want to
for
make
or
some
against
sense.
raid? Made, sorry.
I'm against maze. What's the acronym actually? Is that it?
Yeah.
You made
Yeah, technically, yeah. I think that would be the right acronym for it.
Which I don't agree with. It should just be fucking.
yeah. I see it as suicide. I'm not willing to take that chance that I will lose my eternal life because of that.
Dang.
Oh.
Pushed my mic to the side and it freaking toppled off. The freaking arm came unclamped and freaking flew over.
It freaking sounds better, Abe.
You freaking just smacked the crap out of it.
Yeah, that was crazy.
But it's like most of my arguments.
Get those votes in, chat.
He was
get it right
armored
because
as neck a
seems
moment
like-
ago, is what he was saying.
It was my internet speed, by the way. Who caused that? Whoever told me. Whoever.
That was me.
That was you. Thank you for the heads up. It went from 9 down to 395 down when I turned that software off. I know what it is. I just don't know
Alrighty.
what's causing it.
That is 2 minutes on the poll.
Love you, chat.
32 votes locked in.
Thank you, chat.
And 69% said the winner of the 1v1 is Are You Crazy? Wrath of Reason. Tell everybody in the chat where they can find you, why they should bring you back before we start up the finals. I'll put a 5-minute timer just in case they want to bring you back for the finals.
You can't bring me back, but come on, chat. We put enough into this.
Yeah. What the hell?
We put enough into this, chat. Come on. What the
Come
fuck?
on.
37
The pro was
votes?
trying.
Are you
The
guys
pro
fucking
was
sleeping,
trying.
drilling on your fucking mouses, or what the fuck is going on? Jesus.
You're waxing the
Guys,
computer. Or what did Hillary say? She's
37 votes. Come on.
Jeez.
Come on. Listen, always a pleasure having you. And if they bring you back, you're more than welcome.
Much
And
love,
until
everybody.
then, my friend.
Fatality.
Another soul added to the safe of souls.
Bum, bum, bum.
And that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Friday, baby. And good morning to you as well, Frankie. Thank you for the $5 super chat. And chat, I'm gonna put 5 minutes, or I'm gonna put the timer on and let it go to 5 minutes. Give you 5 minutes to bring back Wrath of Reason if you want to bring them back, and then we're gonna get into the finals. All right.
Thank you, buddy.
So
That's a good dude.
now's your chance. All right. Now's your chance. If you want to bring someone back.
I had a question on that one. Kind of made me think: is what's the percentage of the people that would? Well, I guess this was more for Wrath of Reason, but I wanted to know the percentage of the people that qualify for the reason to do the assisted.
It would depend on
procedure.
It would depend on like the qualifications of whatever they had, right?
Right. Yeah, that's what I was like. What his qualified for his reason? Like
I
what's
think
his
what he was
criteria?
trying to say is basically if you were at the point of you couldn't take
Do
care
anything.
of yourself
Yeah.
physically, and there was nobody to take care of you as well. I think
Nearly
yeah.
no.
Yeah,
would rather
0.01%.
spare my family the burden.
Well, yeah, it's probably like a low percentage if you're talking about the whole population, sure.
Or even just per capita.
Yeah, it's probably a low percentage, sure.
Yeah. That's what I was. It was
would
directed towards him, but that was going to be my only question. Or
But-
like, is family members deciding to pull the plug? Are they assisting you in
Well,
the death?
Well, what is the old folks' homes?
There's people in there just don't have any
Yeah,
family.
assisted.
Don't have
It's called an
anybody.
assisted living facility.
Assisted living, yeah.
Yeah.
And hospice care.
Yeah.
Well, hospice is like when you're on your way out.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, assisted living is like when you you can't have stairs in your house and you can't mow the yard anymore and stuff like
fall
that.
down, break your hip. You're
Yeah.
probably
So
gonna
how
pass
how
away,
big
yeah.
how much percentage is that? Do you think?
There's probably quite a bit. I would say
assisted living
higher
hospice
than
part
the
of it,
people that can't like walk and have no kids and can't shower and all of those kinds of things.
Well, so it would depend on like what they're in the old folks' home for.
What is it? Dementia, Alzheimer's, these kind of things are really bad. I know that. I mean, they go to like to a 5-minute interval. They don't remember anything outside of 5 minutes. That's it. And then they'll get lower and lower, and they don't even know what's going on, who they are. It's pretty
And like
sad.
at a certain point, like some people just don't care anymore, so they just won't. Even though they can bathe, they just won't.
They won't.
They don't give a
Yeah,
shit.
that's the dying of heartbreak or whatever, right? That's the
Sadness.
husband of the wife
Lack of hope.
of 80 years or whatever. Yeah. It's anecdotal,
Yeah, I think
probably.
it's around like 10 to 20, somewhere in between like 10 to 20% of like elderly can't care for themselves fully.
Yeah.
And they've been
So,
married 40
so
or
that
50
would be
years
the
and one
question
of
for
them
Wrath
passes away.
was, do all of them qualify for assisted?
I would still have to say, man, no. That's supposed to like. See, that's I can't. I don't know if you're even supposed to say it. I don't know how that would work out in the end. The end, when it's time to be judged.
So you're saying like you guys would all agree then we should pay to take care of the elderly in their homes.
In their
I mean,
homes,
over
in
other
nursing
things,
home.
probably.
Well, I'll be there one day.
Like, do people on SNAP benefits drinking Diet Coke and all the stories you've heard on the internet, do they qualify for more care than the senior citizens that have no kids and can't get out of
They're getting
bed?
it, right? They're getting it. They get
I
it,
don't know
right?
what you mean when you ask that.
Well, I'm just saying, like, if I had to decide if my taxpayer dollars went to caring for the senior citizens that can no longer care for themselves, I would probably prefer that over giving money to people that can actually physically, mentally do the things and just choose not to.
Absolutely. If they're able-bodied and good, they should be out doing something.
What the fuck?
So hold on. What the
Just talked right through.
fuck you
I talked through the whole thing.
Holy shit.
Like, what are you saying?
My
That's my
voice
bad.
must be heard.
That's my bad.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
I don't think so.
Welcome back, Wrath of Reason. Let's fucking go.
Invest
Let's
in yourself, brother.
go.
What is a grower?
He meant to put Goro, I think. Like he wants like a Goro-looking character.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Damn.
Oh shit.
Damn.
Oh, damn. Yeah. Pink nuggets.
Who's the 1v1?
He's nasty. He's gonna pick a good one.
His wife's going to pick somebody for him to just beat around, slap on.
Oh yeah. He's gonna be biased. He could pick a speakeasy, just slap you guys around. I mean, he's gonna slap you all around.
Slap happy.
Hands down, he picked he's gonna slap me around. I'll admit it.
Let's sound like a bunch of Pittsburgh right there.
All right. So I think, Teriak wants some blood. I can feel it. All right. I can feel it coming out of the green flames. All right.
A little green guy.
Let me see.
How many has the leprechaun have at this point in time?
Zero.
Yeah, he hasn't had a 1v1 yet tonight.
The only time he had a 1v1 is against me.
No, I was talking about other protection. Like, yeah, I was giving the leprechaun shit on the other bird things. I watch his streams.
Have you seen that wheel go around?
How many J's have you had today, boy?
Blunts. The size of a baseball bat. Constantly smoking.
Is he asleep?
Yeah, I'm good, boys. I'm still worried about it. Hey.
Yeah.
Let me see.
Terry.
Who would chat want to see Teriak go against?
You?
I reckon speakeasy.
Yeah,
Teriak
well,
would be
that's gonna be a
speakeasy.
competition. Is good.
So Teriak versus Kieran, it sounds like. I like
Oh,
it.
shit, no.
Volunteering. I like that. It's always a good
He'll
sport.
fucking kill me.
That's always a
Fuck's
good
sake.
sport. I like it. Team effort. Teamwork makes the dream work, baby. I like it. Thank you, Kieran.
That's fair.
I like it.
Oh, okay, hang on. I've got to close the door to the kitchen because the missus is speaking to some, I don't know, some Uber Eats or
It's
something.
funny. You know what's funny? I said in my head, Kieran, I said the first person who says me is going to get put it in there.
Well, fuck, mate.
Then
Okay.
you said, I reckon speak easy. Almost instantly after I said it in my head, I felt like I controlled you for a second. It was crazy.
It's rigged. It's rigged, boys. It's rigged.
It's rigged. All right, let me see here. Let me get a good one for you too. Let me go back into my.
Is change unchanging, Kieran?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you step in the same river
He
twice,
ended
bro?
that really quick.
No,
damn.
you can't.
Can you step in the same river twice?
No, you can't.
Yes, you can.
Let's go. Let's do it.
You want to do that one, Kieran?
Yep.
Yeah, why not? Why not?
All right,
Let's
all right,
fuck around and
chat.
find out.
Chat. You heard.
Please,
You
man.
heard. Can you step in the same river twice? Chat, listen up. All right, listen up, chat. This here goes to 5 minutes. But remember, you control how long this goes. You want it to go longer? 10 to add a minute. 60 if you want a solo judge. And if we don't, how about this too? I was thinking about doing this recently. Maybe to incentivize, if you during the 1v1, all right, I'm gonna have to figure out a way to get these extra rules added in to my list. If you during the 1v1, if you buy 3 minutes, all right, if you get 3 minutes, so 30, you'll get 2 minutes on the house, all right? But you have to buy 30 at once. You can't just do like 10, wait 2 minutes, 10, wait 2 minutes. You can't do it like that. All right, it's got to come in like boom, boom, boom. All right. You pay for 3 minutes, you get 2. All right. It's a VK special cheat code special. I shouldn't have said special there twice. All right, fighters. Sounded stupid saying special twice. All right, it's a VK special. Right? That's it.
Hey, bro, right in the middle of our fucking debate. Why are you fucking grifting in the middle of our debate?
That's how we do it over. That's how we do it over here, bro. It's grift time, baby. Baby, it's grift time. No, okay, listen. Chat, go into 5 minutes. If you want to add on a minute, 10 to add a minute, 60 to solo judge. And if we don't get a solo judge, it goes to the chat poll, and the loser of the poll will lose their soul. Chat.
Very cool.
Get them. And fighters, good luck to both of you. Let's get it.
Okay,
What does the
Terry.
word? I'm in the positive, so I go first. What does the word change mean?
What does the word river mean? What does the word river mean?
A changing body of water. A body of water
Define
that's
a
in
river.
motion.
Define a river.
A body of water that's in motion.
Okay. Do you think
Yeah, one sec. My question. What does the word same mean?
Same means
yes.
Okay. It means A equals A.
Which means
Yeah, go on.
what's the definition? What's the definition of same? What's the definition of same?
A equals A.
No, that's not the definition of same.
I'm pretty sure it is. It's a law of identity. A equals A.
No, it's not.
Well,
what does
explain
same
why it's
mean?
not.
What? Because what same means is unchanging.
Yeah,
and a river is in constant motion. Yeah, and a
That's what I
river.
said.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. And a river is in constant motion. So how can you step into the same river twice?
Well,
how
do you
can you
think
step
of a
into something
river-
that is in constant
do
change?
You think, shut the fuck up, bro. Do
Is
you
a
think
river
if
unchanging?
Yes, the concept is yes, unchanging.
Yeah, no, but is the river itself unchanging?
I concede, no.
Yeah, exactly. So you cannot step into the same river twice.
You
Alhamdulillah.
can. Yeah, you can.
How?
Yeah, you can. Well, if the concept of a river, okay, would you concede
here we
that?
go.
Would you concede?
Dean, what the fuck are you talking about? Quit being a crackhead.
Is that still a river?
No.
Well, you see, that's why you're gay.
What?
You
That's
see,
a river
you
bed.
stupid
That's a
fucking
river
retard.
bed. What you're pointing to is a river bed, not a river.
It's a
So again,
fucking
as you just conceded, you said that same is unchanging.
Correct.
But you said that a river is
What up,
changing.
Half-Hood?
I said conceptually.
So one sec,
a river
how is something
I said conceptually.
in constant change unchanging?
Yeah, contend with that conceptually. A river
I'm
is
pointing
not.
to the actual thing, the actual river,
The
not the
actual
definition.
thing, bro. Yeah.
Yes.
Also, if you ever talk shit on somebody for sending me a super chat again, I'm gonna ban you, Dean. I don't know what you were. I don't know if you were high or if you were drunk or what was going on. But Shazzy got a membership and you started calling her the C word. Try that crap again.
What you're trying to do is trying to point to the definition and say the definition never changes. I never said that. I said a river. Can you step into the same river?
Yeah. So can you step in the same
and
river
you can
twice?
see that same means unchanging, but
That was to Dean, not to you, Half Hood.
how is something that's in motion? How does that
Because
become
the
unchanged?
concept is unchanging.
Yeah, but we didn't say the concept of a river. Can you step into
Oh,
a
bro.
concept? Kieran, can you step into a concept?
Yes, you can.
How would you do that? Explain that.
For an
You
American
had this
flag bumper
idea.
sticker. Let's go.
There's this river.
And how would you step into an idea? How would
I'll
you
answer
step
the
into an
fucking
idea?
question if you'll shut the.
Let's go. Thank you, Half Hood.
So I can tell you.
How would you physically step into an idea?
Okay. Can you shut up?
Can you answer the question?
If you shut up, yes.
Answer the
So-
question.
Shut up, and I will.
Yeah, answer the question.
Shut up.
Yeah, if you answer the question.
Okay. A river can be running water. It can be a dry riverbed. It's a river.
It's
and
not
you
a
can step.
dry riverbed.
Oh my god, you fucking.
So does
fat
river equal dry riverbed?
But I don't. I don't have a car for the bumper sticker yet, but I'll add that when I get the new whip. I'll make sure to get an American flag bumper sticker.
Same means unchanging.
You are trying to
and
waste time.
a river
You're trying
is
to waste
constant
time.
motion.
I'm
So how can
engaging-
something in constant
I'm engaging
motion
with you
be
in the
frozen?
conversation, and you're trying to waste time.
No, you're not trying to engage in the conversation. You're trying to deflect
Yes,
into the
I am,
description
and you're
rather than the actual
wasting
river.
time. You're wasting time.
To address the prompt, you cannot step into the same
I'm
river.
answering the
twice,
question. I'm
by
answering the
definition.
question.
You
A
can
riverbed-
step
a
into
riverbed-
a river twice,
see,
but you
see,
cannot
you keep
step into the
spooking
same
because
river
you
twice.
have no argument.
Well, like, see, you're talking now, but you won't fucking let me answer. Go ahead, answer.
I'm
Answer
the
the
only
question.
person who's been answering. Okay, you tell me.
So how does something that's in constant change be
You
unchanging?
tell me. I've been speaking the whole fucking
It
time.
cannot.
You tell
It
me.
cannot. Ergo, you cannot step into the same river twice.
Why?
Because something that is in constant change cannot be unchanging.
You see, you get 15 fucking seconds in the whole fucking debate, and that's all you got. I've been answering your
The answer to the question. The answer to the
I've been answering
question.
your questions for the last 4 fucking minutes, and all you've done.
I literally just got done answering your question, Kieran. So why are you complaining? Because I answered your question.
Yeah, sure. Good job.
Yeah, your question was why can you not step in the same river twice? Because the definition of same is unchanging, and the
Yeah.
definition of river includes motion, which denotes change.
It doesn't.
So something
It
that's in
doesn't.
constant change is
It
unchanging.
doesn't. The
It makes
concept
no
of river
sense.
is an idea. The concept of river is an idea.
The definition of a river includes motion. It's a flowing body of water.
Are you sure?
Which
So can
denotes
you- so
that
can
you're
you have a
saying
dry river?
that, yeah,
Can
you're
you have a
saying
dry
that
river?
something that is constant
you have a-
change.
Can you have a dry
something
river?
that's in constant change is unchanging.
Can you answer the fucking question? Can you have a dry river? Can you have a
dry
river? Can you have a river with no water?
You can have a river bed. You cannot have a river with no water.
There we go. We can have a river with no water. Right?
No, that's not what he
Because
said, Kieran.
sometime-
That's not what he said, Kieran. What did I say? Repeat back what he said.
Nah,
Repeat
pretty
back
sure,
what I said.
Pretty sure you can. Pretty sure you can. Do you think
You
a
said,
riverbed?
what's that? You said, let me explain, because you don't even know what the fuck you're even saying now. You
Yeah,
said,
sure.
can you have a dry river? And I said, no, you can have a river bed, but you cannot have a dry river.
So you're wrong.
No, then you tried to say, see, yeah, you agree with. No, I didn't.
I'm
I
pretty sure
directly-
you're wrong. Pretty sure you're wrong.
Pretty sure wrong. Yeah, then prove me wrong.
Well, if you have a dry riverbed, is that still a river? Like
If you have a river bed, is a river bed a river?
Yes.
So, A equals not A.
No, not true. Not true. Not true.
That's what you just said. Riverbed equals river. What does the word is mean, Kieran?
Hey, bro, that's my fucking. Get the
What
fuck
does the
out of
word
here.
is mean?
Get the
No,
fuck
you
out
took
of
it from
here.
me.
That was
You
my
took it
thing.
from me.
That was my thing.
You took it from me.
I did not. Okay,
Yes, you did.
A river.
Yeah, because the previous VK, I asked that question. You called me fucking retard. Then used the same question on First Amender.
Well, you're still being retarded. So a river.
Yes, but you're the one who's copying or imitating a retard. Then, so again, you
river
destroyed yourself.
A river includes the potential to be a river, like the concept of river. Like, say for example.
So is the potential to become a river, Kieran?
Yes.
Oh my God, A equals not A.
Well, say for example. So
a trans woman equals a woman, Kieran.
Do you think
You fucking retard! You see, now you just destroyed yourself.
I'll respond.
A trans woman is a woman to Kieran.
I'll respond, bro.
You fucking retard. Yeah, go ahead, fuckface.
I'll agree. Would you agree?
Yeah, you already agreed. You already conceded, Kieran. You already conceded that same means unchanging, and a river denotes change, which means something that's in flux cannot be unchanged.
Okay, keep spurging. Would you agree, Teriak, that humans are bipedal?
Yeah. So, can something that's in constant change be unchanged?
Would you agree?
Can
that
something
humans,
that's in constant change be unchanged?
Would you agree that humans are bipedal? Meaning they walk on two legs.
Would you agree that something
you can't answer it because you know where I'm going.
Change cannot be unchanged.
Because you know. Would you agree that humans are bipedal?
Again, irrelevant to the question. So would you agree that something in constant change is unchanged?
You can't even answer it. Can you answer the question?
Can you address the prompt? Can you address the prompt?
Would you agree?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So now answer my question. Answer my question. Answer my question, Kieran.
Sure.
Can something in constant change be unchanged?
Yes.
How?
Well, the only thing that's certain is change.
Oh, change is unchanging.
No, change isn't. No, the concept of change.
Okay.
The only thing certain.
Okay.
The only thing certain is change.
So before the debate, change is unchanging, but during debate, change isn't unchanging.
Do you think
you're getting dog walked right now, Kieran?
Am I?
Yeah, let's go walk the dog.
Okay. Would you agree that humans are bipedal?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So if a person is born with one leg, are they not human?
No.
They're not.
Yeah, and how does this relate? Yeah. How does this relate? Yeah, you said not human.
Yes.
You fucking retard.
Would you agree?
So no.
That would you agree a characteristic of humans are they are bipedal? They walk on two legs.
Yeah. So how does this relate back to the prompt?
So then you said.
How does this relate back to the prompt?
Because you're making a fucking category error.
Okay, what's the category error?
A river.
No, you're the one that's trying to say that a riverbed is a river. So you're the one making the category error.
Yes. No, yes, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying.
Yeah.
A riverbed
you're making a category error.
A riverbed is a river with no water.
So a river can have no water.
Yes.
So a woman can have a penis. Exactly, Kieran. You're a fucking retard.
I'm gonna let it get to 11 minutes and 30 seconds for a solo judge.
So, at the end of all this, Teriak's conclusion was a woman can have a penis. Bro,
that's your conclusion. That's your logical conclusion, you dumb
Hey,
motherfucker.
Teriak.
No, the conclusion was you would suck it.
If a river dries up seasonally, does it cease to be a river just because it dried up for the season?
Thank you, babe.
Like if the Mississippi just doesn't have water in it for one season, but it has water the next season, did it stop being the Mississippi River or
constant change? Change is constant.
But did it stop being the Mississippi River?
No, yes, because then how would you be able to know that it stopped being a river? There would be no longer a flow to the water.
I have to. Sorry. So we got.
That's why I said seasonally.
I just gotta make sure if it's a solo judge or not. I got something sent to my PayPal, but my PayPal's logged out, which it shouldn't.
Well, even
be.
if you get that, it doesn't matter.
Why do y'all grant that same means unchanging to him?
What the fuck is this?
Or Kieran?
Because that's the definition.
No, it's not.
I still like I like Abe's.
I already did. It means identical, not different, of an identical type.
What does identical mean?
Similar.
What
the same thing as something
previously
mentioned.
For fuck's sake.
Of an identical type, exactly similar. So
what does all that mean?
Hold on,
listen, There's no change.
Listen, Terry. Listen, Terry.
The river itself not
the sentence they use they all wore the same clothes. So kids in a private school where they have uniforms, they all wear the same clothes. Do you think they're all wearing the same exact shirt and the same
They're
exact
not
pair?
wearing. They're
How
not
are they
wearing
all
the
fitting
same
in
clothes.
one pair
They're
of
wearing
pants and
similar
one shirt?
clothes. They're wearing similar clothes. There's a different word
Hold up.
for that. You fucktards.
That's same and
Cognac.
of an
Have you ever
identical
seen-
type,
have you ever
exactly
seen a
similar.
Similar doesn't
river?
mean same. Oh my god, man.
That's what Oxford
just-
says.
have
That's
you ever
what
seen a
Oxford
river?
says. Oxford Dictionary says.
Read some Heraclitus. Before I get kicked, my message is read some fucking Heraclitus.
Oxford
please,
says
for
of
the
an
love
identical type, exactly
God. Or at
similar.
least some Ecclesiastics.
Fucking tell me.
If I plant a tree and it's a sapling, and then 10 years later it's a 10-foot tree, is that the same tree? Yeah.
No, it's not the same.
Oh man.
It changed
my
because you
God,
think
if there's
same.
motion, that means there's change. Oh,
It's a different tree now?
Oh my god.
Because it grew, it's a different tree?
It's a different tree. So is an
Tomorrow you're
acorn?
different. Oh my god.
Is an acorn an oak tree?
Oh my god.
Things can change.
Is an
If
oak
you have a child, if you have a child and the child grows
Oh
up, it's
my
no
God.
longer the child.
Simple
Is an
definitions.
acorn?
Simple
Is an acorn?
definitions. We're failing.
Is an acorn a oak
This is
tree?
why society's fucked.
No, your philosophical gobbledygook.
Don't know what is means. Don't know what same means. It's
What
ridiculous.
does what mean?
I
Terry,
think
you know what subjective and objective means?
you have.
Evidently not. No. Like apparently I'm the retard. That's the worst thing.
Would a river not
I'll be retarded with you.
objective?
It's probably true.
I get what you're saying, but it's like so deep, it's too deep.
One sec. Let's follow this. Yes, the river is
It doesn't-
objective.
The
And
problem is it doesn't work for everything.
no. Let's go down this. The river is objective and
What is the
Hey,
name
always
of the
still
river?
waters run deep.
Indeed.
whatever name you want to give it. Okay. What name do you want
The
to pick?
name is subjective.
All my
Sorry, give me a
troubles
second.
seem
I'm just
so
trying
far.
to figure out who the 60s for.
Love you, Terry, but Jesus.
Oh, that's yesterday. I was singing yesterday. What's water? What am I thinking of? I'm thinking of a Boys to Men song when he said waters
What?
run deep.
Get out of here. Jesus fucking boys to men on a fucking combat. What the
Shoot.
fuck is happening right now?
You don't like Boys to Men?
Okay. So
No.
we got a
My wife does.
solo judge here. And sorry, I was trying to figure out who the solo judge is for. That usually helps. But I know people are trying to beat the timer sometimes, so I kind of. That's why you guys just do it right at the starting, all right? But anyways,
Stop being bitches. Just spend
the
your money.
winner via solo judge is Terriac. All right.
Ooh, there you go.
So, hold up here. Why is it not maximizing you? Oh, here we go. Here we go.
I'm live. Okay, solo guard.
Kieran,
solo
tell
judge.
everybody where they can find. Oh, you're already going. Okay, go. Sorry.
Solo judge is gay. Fuck you.
So is
Judge
Karen.
is gay. All right. All right. Thank you for that, Kieran.
Boy,
And
boy.
Always.
boy.
Love you guys. Shut up.
Always a
Solo
pleasure
judge is
having
gay.
you. All right.
Fuck
Always
you, Karen.
a pleasure
Gay,
having you.
gay.
Fuck you.
Fuck you.
And until next time, my friend.
$90, bitch. Get back.
You are so fatality.
And another soul added to the safe of souls. And that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Friday, baby.
Another
All
one
right.
today.
Now
I
it's
think
time.
he's dumb enough. Hold on. Let me try this.
Meow.
Let me try this for 1 second. Kieran, $90 more to get back above panel. $90 more. I'll do 1v1 against you right now.
I
Bitch.
guess. Okay, listen. I guess we can. I'll give a 5-minute grace period
Oh shit.
for
You-
Kieran to get back on if
no,
someone.
he-
But
you
after
already
that,
done.
we're going right into the finals. All right.
You gotta do the finals.
Okay.
I was just pissing around. But
Karen
Came
doesn't
for
be
VK, but stayed for my
Karen.
favorite adopted
You
Canadian,
remember how I spelled that earlier?
Alicia.
Okay.
Thank you, Tiny. Yeah, I'll give a 5-minute grace for anyone who wants to bring Kieran back, or if Kieran wants to bring himself back. But like I said, then we're getting into the finals. No ifs, ands, or buts. All right.
Yeah, but just on this, JS, what does identical mean? What does identical mean?
Matching, looking the same.
That there's no difference. There's no difference, correct?
Yeah.
So if identical twins, are they the same person?
No, that's my point. That's my point. That you use similar and
No,
same
but I would
synonymously
say
when they're not synonymous.
I would say identical twins look the same.
Yeah, they
Yes,
look the same.
That's wrong.
That's
but
why
they're
there's
not-
two definitions
That's
of an
wrong.
identical type, exactly similar. That's the second definition.
Okay, yeah, exactly, which means no change, no difference.
Of an
Did
identical
you know?
type.
Did you know if you go to Texas?
One sec, Abe. One sec.
What?
JS,
Okay.
what you're doing is you're
Identical
conflating
is
similar and
not
same.
in the definition of identical. What did you just
Can we
say?
see the?
No,
can
I
see
said
the-
Yeah, say that again.
topic a little
No,
more
no.
down, please?
I said
need
identical is in the definition of same.
Before I pop the fuck
No,
off.
what is the definition of identical?
I didn't give the definition of it.
Wait, that's what you were just doing.
The definition of identical means they. Well, it's not a problem if you're. If I say the definition of identical means looking the same, or
It means exactly alike.
yeah, similar, alike,
Exactly.
Unchanged.
Identical
Or
is
if you're talking similar, it means similar in every detail.
or within a 99%
Yes.
ratio kind of deal. Like, you know.
Yeah, so identical means like it's looks exactly the same.
right?
It's unchanged.
Yeah, identical
Well,
twins.
wait, I don't know if it would mean it was unchanged though. It wouldn't
But-
mean it was unchanged.
Can I see the topic?
But
one
there's
more
no
time? I
change.
missed it because I was in the back.
There's
Well,
no difference between
You
the
would
two.
fuck you.
Change and difference is two different words.
I don't know. This came up randomly. I'm not
Right.
sure.
I just
So-
want to see the topic. Just so before I spur it off, I just want
Oh my gosh.
So,
make sure it's right.
I had a question. If is a bucket of water a body of water?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
How many drops
Okay,
until it
okay,
does
if it
become-
is,
How many
if it-
drops
if-
until it does
So
become a
it's
body
it's
of
like
water?
a water,
Well,
so
so if-
therefore it would be a body
Is
of
water
water.
wet?
Huh?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, let's pretend that the bucket of water is a body of water, and I put my foot into the bucket, and then I take my foot out of the bucket, and now the water has moved more or differently or changed
No.
versus when I first put my foot in, and then I put my foot back in that bucket of water. Did I put my foot into the same bucket of water?
Yeah, so this is a category error.
Oh.
He would
So
say.
the
He
river-
would say
the definition
no.
of river necessitates
You guys wanna
motion.
see how this
which
argument
necessitates
works?
change.
No.
So when I put my foot in
Hey,
first, does
Yeah,
it then
but-
become a river?
Same fucking bucket of water.
Yeah, but the
Terry.
thing is, like, difference is a state of being, or like a measurement of two things. When you say
Mhm.
difference, right? What
Mhm.
when change though is the process of becoming different.
Yeah.
Right? Like that's there is a difference between difference and change. You understand?
Yeah, but what I'm denying when I say change, when I
What
say
is the
same is
exact
unchanging or unchanged. Like that's
wordage of
what same means. When people use it incorrectly, we say, oh, they're the same or they're the same,
Yeah, but-
or they're wearing the same thing. When what they mean
Yeah,
is
but
they're wearing
you're-
the similar thing.
You're equating the passing of water as it no longer being that river.
Yep.
The
No.
water
No
is
longer the
part
same
of.
water.
Moron.
No, what I'm saying is the definition of river includes motion. Motion is change.
Teriak, what are the characteristics of a river? Have you ever seen one?
Yeah.
Rivers have
Can you
3 key
describe it?
components. It's called a source, a channel, and a mouth. These are stationary. These do not move. These are characteristics of a river. Therefore, if you
No.
step in a river and you step
No,
out,
the
and you step back in,
characteristics.
you are stepping in the same river.
No,
Because
when
you
you're
have
defining a
three
river,
characteristics
Rev,
that
when
are
you're defining a
stationary and one
river,
that's
when
not.
you're defining a river is
That is the
flowing.
definition of a river.
You stepped in different water, but you stepped in the
Yes.
same river, Terry.
River itself, Terry.
No, you
is
didn't.
Objective
Can you have a
force.
river
It
without a
has-
source?
The water inside
Teriyaki?
of it
An
is
outlet.
subject because
Okay,
it has a body.
can you have a river that isn't flowing?
Can you have
Yes,
a river
you
that doesn't have a
Yes.
source?
Oh, okay, you can have a river that isn't flowing. Okay, so
We have
Can you have a river
rivers
without
that
a
dry
source or
up
without
go
an
for
Google,
one
go,
season.
go Google what a river is, and then see that it has the word flowing in it, which means it
you
denotes
should
change.
Google what a
Great.
river
A
is,
river that's
because there's three
non-existent but still
characteristics to a
exists
river
because
that
of
are
the water in
unchanging,
it.
Teriyaki.
Because the
Like,
word
these
river
motherfuckers are
is
literally
objective.
denying their own Bible at this stage.
Which river did you step in if you walked across the same river twice?
Mm-hmm.
It did. Is it a different river then? Did the name change? Did its placement change? Which part of it changed?
Abe, one sec. Is this a contradiction? You can step into a river twice. You cannot step into the same river twice. Is that a contradiction?
What?
Teriyaki,
Or is there even a difference between those two?
Is there no such thing as same Teriyaki then?
The statement.
It's the wrong question.
Well, no, his
Never mind, dude.
from what he's saying,
That
same
apparently
means there
is
is
what
no
Heraclitus
same.
is for.
What they're
There's
saying
never a
is
same.
metaphorical.
The water is not the same.
The water is not the
No,
river.
no,
like,
even
the
if
same.
even
You're
if there's a
mixing
molecule,
philosophy
If the molecules change
with
the
physical
piece of dirt
property.
moves,
Well,
yeah.
no, like even if you,
but even that
if you-
molecule's
like,
changing.
we can address what Heraclitus says directly, right? He emphasizes that there's a constant flux, right?
Yes.
That's what he's doing. But the flowing water changes, but the river as a whole, like they just mentioned, the channel, the identity of the river, right? We have to identify it. Like all of this remains the same. So
no,
like
over time, even all the boundaries, all the things, and like the river will change.
But answer the
The
question,
layout,
Teriyaki.
it'll start making oxbow lakes. It'll start making a delta. All this kind of stuff. All these
Is
different
there
parts.
any same? Is anything? There's no such thing as same, right?
There's only one thing that is same or unchanging, and that is the
God.
logos, or what you call God.
Yeah.
There's only the one.
What we call God.
Well, but you just
Where
said
did that
that the
come from?
river changes into
Yeah,
something else, therefore not being a river.
When people say, "Oh, that's the same thing," what they mean is, "Oh, it's similar enough."
So Teriyaki, you're trying to tell me the Nile River that has been in existence for
So when does the
3,000
river become
fucking
an
years
ocean?
is not a river?
Yeah,
When does the river become an ocean?
Mm-hmm.
that's a great question.
That's the thing. It's like even when we call ourselves
No,
human beings,
when
we are
the
beings of
body-
becoming.
Smashes
We're in
out what you're
constant
saying.
becoming.
We have an
That would be the body.
identifier because it's
Go-
not
that's
just
the
the
body.
water flowing. There's other stuff that makes it
It's
a
the
river.
river itself that
involving us
becomes subjective. Everything
naming
inside of it is objective.
Yes, but this is the same
Fucking
thing.
water,
One sec,
fish,
easy.
everything
This
inside of
is
it is
goes
objective.
under,
one sec,
if
one
America
sec.
goes under, do you think there's going to be any rivers in America anymore? No, it's all ocean now, right?
Yeah, but in terms of this is the
when did that happen?
Well, really,
the exact point. One sec. I'll address this. Remember the story about Loki, about him getting his head cut off?
Yeah.
Where does the head begin and where does the neck begin?
That's what I.
At
That's
the
what
shoulders.
No, that's what I'm
Because
saying.
proven
That it's
point.
literally
know-
impossible to find the delineation moment where it becomes day to night, but you can understand what day and night is.
But really,
But
all
you know what a
all
river is.
transcendentals,
Shoulders
only
is no longer a
transcendentals
fucking
can be
neck.
the same.
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
All right, hold up.
Exactly, JS. That is no
we gotta
one sec,
get into
JS.
the
That is
finals
it
here. We
exactly.
gotta get on
Because
to the
2 plus 2
finals
is
here.
4 now, and in
Um,
10 years, 2 plus 2 will still be 4.
Yes.
That hasn't.
So for the first round here,
boy. Jesus.
you know what? We're gonna do it like this. For the
Sorry to
first
take the
round.
Lord's name in vain, but Jesus.
We're gonna do it like this for the first round.
Better not be me. I've been up there too many times.
Well, you got to. We're in the finals now.
Fuck it, let's do
Final
it.
time.
We're in the finals now. All right.
No, fuck this.
All right. Listen. Let's see. Let me get a topic for you guys. Should there be term limits for elected presidents?
Yes. No.
So, Rowdy, you said yes.
Doug said yes.
Crazy said.
Oh, sorry. Dog said yes. Crazy, you're muted on the StreamYard.
Hey, Santa.
Santa Claus.
Or is he
Trying
busy?
to Google it first. He's
he
like,
busy
should I
doing
take this one
something?
or not?
He's into something right now.
He's right into the Google. He's like, fuck this shit.
He might be on a phone call or something. That might be what's
Yeah,
going on.
it might be something important. So yeah, it happens.
If it's 3v1, I'll take the other side. Let's go.
So Wrath. So yeah, okay. So we can get the others out of the way real quick, I guess.
I'll go either way.
You go either way,
I
Wrath.
always do. I don't give a shit.
I know.
Yeah, he must be on it. He's usually working. You know what I'm saying? So he's
Yeah,
probably
definitely seems
he's
like
probably
he's
working right now.
The elves are calling.
yeah, the elves are calling.
That's true. He's got a lot of gifts to give out. You know what I'm saying? He's got a lot of stockings to go fill tonight. All right.
He's a busy man
John
right now.
won't be
He's a
around
busy
very much.
man.
I love you guys.
Hey, you know what? Let me just put him in the back, and we're gonna bring up Rev. Rev, you're coming in for backup, all right?
Not a problem.
He's usually he might be working, so yeah. Sometimes he'll get calls from work and stuff. So it's most likely what's going on. By the way, his motions were going, it looked like a phone call. So let's see here. Yeah, back to what we were saying. Term limits for elected presidents.
Yeah.
I said yeah.
Yeah, term limits for all elected officials.
I say no. Let's go 3v1, baby.
Wants to go 3v1. No, we'll see if we can get you a partner.
No, honestly, let's do it. I honestly think I can take this 3v1.
You think you could take this
Really?
3v1? Should we give it to him, chat?
Let's do it.
Should we give it to him, chat?
Yeah.
I mean, I do it all the time. So.
$10.
Yeah, you do.
$10. Let's do
Why
it.
not?
Come on now.
Why not?
$10.
All right, you know
What's
how
$10?
this goes, chat. Listen up. We're gonna do a 3v1 now. All right, special four-way here. So this here, okay, this is going because this is a semifinal match here. So this one here, no added time, going to 10 minutes. All right, no added time. But you can solo judge. All right, solo judge though is 80. All right, it's 80 for a solo judge because we're in the semifinals here. All right. And if we don't get a solo judge, it goes to the chat poll, and the two lowest on the poll will lose their souls.
So,
fighters, good luck to all four of you. Let's get it.
All right. I'm sitting on the side with one, so I'm going to lead this one. I'm going to say, let's say some leftists take control of your country. So, in the fact that they have a 4-year term, let's say they took over your country, they do a whole bunch of damage, like what's happening in Canada. But after that, you can now swing the vote and take over that country for however long you want.
Wait.
right?
That's what we were saying was we want term limits.
That's right. Right. So in Canada, what's happened is I've had liberalism in my country for the last 14 fucking years, and I don't want it. Right?
Yeah. I mean,
but if I had conservatism in my country for the last 14 years, I'd be very fucking happy.
So you're preaching for dictatorship, pretty much.
What
Like
I'm
this
preaching
official
for
that's
is
gonna-
one state of mind should control the country.
Yeah,
So-
authority.
Yeah, but does it have to be the same
like,
person?
That's authority.
It's not the same person, but let's say it's
Well,
Christian
okay,
nationalism, right?
so the vote should be able to do that if the.
So you want to go
majority of
Christian
the vote goes
nationalism?
that
I can
way.
do that.
Exactly, right? So it should be one way, and it shouldn't be the other way. In my mind, I'm not even let me tell you this, I'm not a Christian, but I believe that the Christian nationalism should rule our country. Because they're the greatest ethics, they have everything in the world that actually contains something into one. They
It's
have good
written-
morals,
hold
they
on,
have
hold
good
on, hold on.
beliefs, they have everything else.
Hold on, but it's written in our book, let his days be few and let another take his office.
Yeah.
Which would be me, not your office, right? I'm not a believer in God. I
Yes, but
would
let his
be on
days
your
be few
side.
and let another take his office. In other words, we don't like having rulers, lifelong rulers. That's
But
literally why we
why?
have
Yeah,
elections to select new presidents and stuff like
I-
that. Now,
yeah.
now let's take that into consideration. The ruler dies, and then we have an election. Now, this dude's ruled for 30 years with an iron fist over the opposition. The opposition's going to come out really strong in that next election, and guess who's going to have power for the next 30 to 40 to 60 years, depending on how young the elect is.
Yeah.
Yeah, the term limit doesn't
Pendulum
apply
swings
to the
both
ideology.
ways.
Yeah, I don't think it applies to the ideology. It's applies to the term limit is for the person specifically. If the same ideology rules for 500 years or whatever, I don't.
Yeah, but remember,
necessarily
the
see
farther
it.
the pendulum swings one way is as far as
Roger?
it swings the other way, guys. That's why we have the term limits like we do, is so that pendulum doesn't swing too far in one direction. Because as soon as it starts swinging really far in one direction for nearly a whole generation, the next generation is going to swing really, really hard the other way.
Was that not the point to do the swing to the other generation? Like right now, if you could do it in the United States, let's say it right now, North America even, let's say North America, between Canada and the American states, if you could take a 30 swing or a 30-year swing each way, which one would you take?
30-year swing each way.
So a 30-year democracy. Let's say that. So you're electing that, that
30
sovereign
year
body
of the current
for 30 years.
electric officials. Is that what you're saying?
Like right now, as we stand between the United States and Canada, which way would you swing right now for a 30-year swing? You go conservative, right?
Oh, if that was the term
And that's
for
where
the
it stands at this very second. So it would be the exact time to do it. Because right now, I think it's 57% of Canada, and I think you
that's
got
why you have
48
term
or
limits.
54% of America is in the conservative.
And through your term, you encourage your constituency to vote for you, or not you necessarily, but your party next time because of the good deeds you did, or your policies, or whatever, like that's like. But you have a single person
it's not going to
rule
work out so well,
forever,
guys.
or
The
not
way I
ever,
look at
but
life, like liberalism has been running our lives for the last 13, 14 years. And
16.
finally, we got rid of this woke bullshit,
a
and the
lot longer
conservatives
than
are
that,
finally starting to stand up and stand against.
Yeah.
Right? So this is the only time you could ever want a long-term fucking partnership with the conservatives, because
but you
the
still
liberals
gotta
are
have
just going to get their
term
dirty
Yeah,
ass
but then the
back
liberals
in
are
there,
just
right?
going to come back in full force the next time the elect dies, and
But
then
I
they're
don't
going to
think they
swing
will
all of their
be. I think
policies.
once you take
Just
it
like
for
we
one,
saw here in the United States when Biden took control, it swung really hard.
but
When
that's a
Trump
3-year term,
took
right?
control, yeah,
If
that's a
you had
3-year term, but look how much
Trump in
damage it did
power
in
for
3 years.
15 years, it would
Now
have
you're
been
talking about a lifetime dictator.
no, I'm
Crazy.
not talking about
Look
lifetime
what happens
terms.
in
Like
Iraq when they
let's
do
say
it.
20 to 30 years.
when you say no terms,
They usually crumble.
what would you
When the
refer?
next when the next
I
party
don't think
comes
so.
in, and usually it's done by force because they're tired of waiting for the old geezer to kick the bucket. They come in by force, they overthrow the government, then
But
they
I'm not talking
institute
about the
something that's
one.
even
I'm
worse
not
than
talking
one
about the one
before.
person in power. I'm talking about the party in power.
You're talking
You
about
want-
term limits for a president.
Yeah, I thought it was just the amount of time a person could be in.
And not just
Alright.
presidents. I would say
position.
for any. I think even
But
judges need
For
term
anyone on
limits
this
as
panel,
well.
would you
Yeah.
not have voted for 2020 Trump to be in power for the last fucking 8 years?
Yeah, but I still think you should have to have
Now I
picked him
gotta
in
turn the heat
2016
off.
and in 2020
He
and in
still has his term
2024.
limits.
You did, but you lost your electoral vote for some bullshit, right? Like it's just like it's been happening in Canada the last fucking
Well, that's fine.
13 years,
that
right?
shit happens.
Yeah.
It shouldn't happen. Is my point.
Well, but what if the
There
people
should be
decide
no
it?
point to that an
Well,
electoral government.
you say it should
away.
happen, but isn't that part of
I was thinking of
having a
water
free
runs dry.
society?
No,
And
it's
yeah,
not
maybe
because
there was some
we've allowed a certain amount
can't
of
remember how it
citizens
goes, though.
So wait,
dictate the way that we
regardless of
vote.
what side of the aisle you're on,
not
you're
getting
down for somebody getting into office at 36 years old and staying there till 80.
Yeah.
Yeah, until he's voted out.
If they're
right?
based.
So you're still going to do your electoral votes.
It
But
just
what
allowed to
should
have
happen?
more.
All right, sorry. What I should have made more clear is the electoral votes should not be based on a.
Are they doing term limits? Yeah. If somebody gets in at 35 years old, they should be able to stay in until they get voted out. You shouldn't restrict my right to vote for the best man for the job because 8 years passed, some arbitrary number that you made up. It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Compile the random data from everybody voting from a random spot on any random person. Like, there's no way to compile the data.
No, it should be.
So you
Somewhat
have to
to your
have
point, if
some
you're never
kind of,
breathing the same air, you're
Canada
never in the same
ground
place, you can never
rules
step foot in the
Canada
same
was
body of water. Seems like he's
57%
basing this off of
conservative last
time.
term, but the Liberals still ruled
Time
the
and
government in a
motion.
majority.
Yeah.
Right. It shouldn't come down to statism.
What
it
he's
shouldn't come
saying
down
is
to provincialism. It should be the
correct
vote
and
of the
it's
fucking
deep,
people.
but it's
And
also
that's the way
shallow.
It was meant to be in the
Like a
eternal-
river.
well,
it
the
is.
laws,
Like
right?
a shallow river. It's a.
That's where I hate it because
It looks like a deep river, but it's
the
actually a
majority
shallow
of people
river.
should
You're
be able to
actually
vote
only
whichever way
considering
they
one
want. It
use
shouldn't
of the
come
word
down to
same.
states and how big the fucking city is and all this. It should come down to one state or one country, and overall, you have one vote, and the majority goes to each way. And then when
Wait,
you go
what?
down into it, then you
Are
break
you
it down.
are you champion for full democracy?
No.
That's what I was
No.
singing.
Is this California should
Yeah,
decide what
like, wait,
Montana does?
So hard to say goodbye to yesterday was what I was singing. But what I was thinking and what I wanted to sing is yesterday, or Water Runs Dry. Water Runs Dry is different. I love Boys to Men, by the way. Ba-da-doo, doo-doo. The very first time that I saw your brown eyes, your lips said hello, and I said hi. Water runs dry. I gotta remember how it goes. I'm not gonna play the whole song. I just want to remember how it goes.
Guy's good in a certain amount of states.
Having
That's just fucked.
but at the same time, if you
So
didn't
California
have legal term,
should have
go fuck up for a second, bro. If you fucking have term limits where you are forced to vote.
We don't even talk anymore.
5% of your fucking vote.
For the next
We don't even know what we are
For
about.
the next 20 years, it shouldn't
Don't
happen.
even say I love you no more.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, let them decide.
Why do we hurt each out and some just don't know how to change? Let's not wait till the water runs dry.
I'm gonna let it get up to 11 minutes. See if we have a solo judge.
People themselves. No, like, yes.
No, but what I'm saying is the overall majority of the country should pick their leaders. After that, you pick your state's proper. How fucking hard
Based
is
on
that?
the conversation and the one we were having in chat, I decided there definitely can't be term limits because once Canada becomes the first 51st state, I will then have rights to become president. And when I become president,
Bro, if that
I'm gonna run
happens,
this
I
shit,
will
right?
become an American.
I can't have no term limits. Can't have no term limits when I'm president, okay?
I'm good.
Term limits are
And then-
bullshit.
Yeah, and then when you
My
die, your
photos go
kids
from
get
100
it, right?
200 to 1,000
That's
to
right.
2,000, sir. Jesus.
That's right.
Look, based. We agree.
But the way I sit in Canada right now, I'm fucked, man. There's nowhere I can go. I'm sitting in Alberta. I'm completely constricted. I'm an oil worker, and I'm just fucked.
Well, hey, listen. I mean, at least they've recently, enacted
They
their
signed a
sovereignty.
contract which BC could tell us yes or no. And it comes down to that.
Yeah,
You think
no.
Corey's gonna have the cojones to say no?
They've activated their sovereignty to make sure that the guns don't have to be bought back. That's more than
I'm
anyone
happy
else
about that
is
one.
doing.
Right? But the oil.
That's more than any other place has been doing. So I think they're based for that.
Do you know how much oil Canada could produce and make money for the whole of Canada? There would be no deficit.
Oil. Do you know how much? Do you understand how much like rare stones we export out of Canada? Diamonds and shit?
Canada actually has a lot of
Just
resources
Alberta
that they don't really
alone?
take advantage of. They really
Ontario is like all nuclear
but they
power
don't
now.
take much
I'll take this as
advantage
I'll
on
take this as
certain
a
parts of this
debating battle because
Canada.
just in Alberta alone, we serve 80%
We have stupid
of
leadership.
Canada's oils.
Canada, it's not Canada that sucks, it's our leadership that sucks.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
exactly.
I'll throw that.
Well, I mean, okay. Oh shit! Hold on. I was supposed to keep this troll going. Fuck you, you Canadian bastards.
The only thing that's holding back Canada right now is the literal fucking constructs that the Liberal government has put on Alberta. With there's no oil gas tax, so they've hiked that of the shit, so everybody left it. You can't produce so much barrels per day, so you can't do that anymore. Everything is just constricted Alberta, and Alberta's just saying fuck you. So it's up to Canada right now because I tell you, if Alberta joins the United
I have to
States,
rewrite this
Canada's
poll.
fucked. I hope they do.
But like in general, like it sucks for. I'm sorry, your government sucks. I feel sucky for lots of my government that's happened in recent years too, and it sucks for to have crappy government that doesn't.
The shitty part is I have
find
been
me
a
the
conservative
life
voting
that I
man
want.
for 14 years. And
All right,
even
chat.
when my country should have won, it still lost.
Chat, check it out. I'm dropping right now the poll, okay, into the chat. So listen up. If you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Wrath of Reason on the poll, okay? If you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Rev Russ on the poll. If you want to vote for this man right here, voting for Dogs on the poll. And if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Rowdy Gowdy on the poll. Chat, get your votes in. Starting this timer over. Y'all got 2 minutes.
I do feel bad that it was
shameless.
like a 3
Chat.
versus
Listen,
1.
you've donated
Like-
$300 to be here. Give me that fucking Goro. Give me that. Alright. I'm over $300 deep.
Goro.
Over $300 deep. Damn. Hey, was she blonde at least?
Dang.
I don't give a fuck.
Why are you going to take my right to vote for the best man for the job because of some arbitrary number that you picked?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering too. Because something in my head was like term limits could mean the amount of years, but it could also mean the amount of terms, right? So like right now, the American president
usually what it means, yeah.
is set to 2 terms, but if you could have more than 2 terms.
Yeah, I think it should be more.
So,
Yeah,
so
but
what
there's
I'm
only
trying to
one
say, hold on
president in
here.
history
Just
that
let
had
me
more
defend
than 2
myself.
terms. and
But then,
wasn't the
there's
greatest.
certain parts
There's
of
plenty.
government, like judges.
Well, no, because
that,
it should
that are
come
in
down
there
to the
for
majority
lifetime,
vote,
they're
right?
lifetime
It shouldn't come
judges.
down to state or electoral vote. The
Mm,
winner of the presidential or prime minister, whatever, should come down to the popular vote.
nah.
After the popular vote wins,
No,
it
that's
goes down into the
democracy.
state
Dude.
and everything
That's
else.
full
Yeah.
democracy.
And
Yeah,
then
that's
go.
full.
Doesn't
Yeah.
work out.
Why?
Because then
like I said,
51% of the population wins the vote. And
Over the other 49%. So how the fuck does that
that's
not
the
make sense?
that's the old 2 wolves and a sheep voting over what's for dinner. You could get
But they're not completely in power because now you have to go down to the divisions underneath them. I don't understand. This doesn't make sense in people's minds.
The presidential office still has power.
Yes, so why
It's
should the
limited, and it's
popular
limited
vote
for a
of whoever
reason.
votes for
No,
that
he's talking
fucking
about the
person,
voting.
why should they not
Yeah,
win?
but still, even voting, if you throw the electoral college to the wind, and you go straight popular vote, then you're pure democracy.
Then New
understand
York
what
and
I'm
LA and
saying?
Chicago
Real
determine your
quick,
president every year.
Real quick, votes are locked in. We got 36 votes. We had more of you out there though, chat. What you doing? 36 votes,
Man.
okay? And 50% voted that the winner of the four-way battle was Rev Russ. And following in second place and still safe with 25% was Wrath of Reason, then followed by Rowdy and Dogs. So we'll start here. Dogs, tell everybody where they can find you and why they should bring you back before we get into the final four.
Well, you can bring me back if you want. Again, I'm just a random person hanging out. I don't have a YouTube or anything like that, so always just have a good time in the chat and like debating people. But all right, see you, fuckers.
Always a pleasure having you, and if they bring you back before the finals, you get to come back. But until next time, my friend.
Your soul is mine.
Fatality.
Another. Whoa! What was that sound? That was weird.
Alien.
That was like, yeah, that was fucking weird. There was like, that was crazy. Okay. Sorry. Why? Sorry. Here we go. I minimized my tab by accident. That's always good. Rowdy Gowdy, tell everybody in the chat where they can find you.
Yeah, kind of same as the last guy. Just new to this. Have a great time exploring these ideas, discussing with other people. Don't count the days, make the days count. You can find me on X at Gowdy69. Just kind of shooting random things into the ether. I don't really have any friends, so that's pretty much it.
Face, listen, always a pleasure having you. And
Until
until
next
next time,
time.
my friend.
That's how it goes.
Your soul is mine.
Another soul added to the safe of souls. And that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Friday, baby.
Baby. Yeah.
And now, what we're going to do here, I just got to move so I don't get confused. Move Rowdy and Dogs over to the soul room for now. All right. And now we're gonna put Rev Russ into the back, Wrath into the back. And now let's get a topic for you four gentlemen. Let's see where you four gentlemen stand on the same topic. I'm kind of curious. I've never done it like this before, but let me see.
I'm against.
Get lucky.
I'm against term limits.
You're against term limits?
Yeah, that's the position I would take.
Oh, the same topic? I'm against. Yeah.
Where does Teriak and Are You Crazy stand on term limits?
What can I see?
Yeah, I'm against term limits.
Okay, I'm for him now.
What was the problem?
Oh, Abe just switched his sides. He's for them.
Is there something
term
like
limits for elected president?
Yeah.
You're saying they should be?
I'm thinking about it.
Oh.
No, I don't. No, I don't.
No. Okay. Okay. So we got three on one. Okay, let's try. Damn, that would have been good if that worked out.
No, that's what I was hoping for.
Yeah, I was hoping to do like just to see if we have like completely different arguments and stuff, right? It'd be good.
Just try to find things where like all four of us disagree.
Really get spicy here. Let's see what you guys do here. Racial stereotypes are mostly true.
Yeah.
Deep. They are. I'm a cracker.
Have you?
Wait, are you crazy? You said yes, and then JS just said yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What does Abe and Teriak say?
I'll take the no. I'm fine with that.
What? You contrarian, you.
Wait, where's Teriak?
Yeah, no, I'm here. I'm thinking.
Oh.
Basically thinking like, can I take the other side?
Punched in the head.
No, no, I can't with the way it's phrased. No, the racial stereotypes are mostly true. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a stereotype.
Wait.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
He
So
got it.
Okay, you're saying no. Okay. What do you guys think about my stance earlier of drunk driving should be attempted murder?
What?
Drunk driving should be attempted murder.
You mean charged with attempted murder?
Yeah, if you if you drink and drive, you should get charged with attempted murder. Yeah.
After you have
You didn't hear? You weren't listening to me earlier. What the fuck, guys?
Damn, you went out of hell there for a while. He was.
Yeah.
He was
I
ill.
didn't get to say it for too long though, but yeah.
I think I say
It
no.
worked out too good, easy.
I mean, I would still take the no on that, but.
Damn.
I'll take the yes.
You'll take the yes, Teriak? Oh, but you're the only one. You're the only one, I think.
Are you out of your mind?
No, it's. I mean, I think I had everybody stuck in a spot for a minute there, motherfuckers. I think the 1v1 saved y'all earlier. Just say it. But anyways, okay. That's one I'm working on too, actually hard. And like, it's a hard one to defend, but actually once you get it, you gotta just be quick with it, and the other person will get on your side. Trust me. All right, just trust me. You guys would all agree with me at the end. All right, let me see.
Bro, I've been blackout drunk at a hotel desk. I was drinking at a hotel desk, and I woke up in another state.
Yeah, bro, attempted murder. Boom. It's like saying I was blacked
But
out.
I wasn't attempting to do anything except go to bed.
I was blackout drunk and woke up in my room, and then I found out I was on camera shooting at people. This is the same thing.
I was attempting to drink and pass out. I don't know what happened. No, I'm okay.
You just got your hand on the floor saying, "Oh God, oh God."
I don't even know if I drove.
Is revenge a legitimate form of justice?
Well, we talked about that earlier.
Yes.
Is what form of justice again, easy? Are you saying it is?
Shit.
Wait, what?
What form of justice did you say?
Is revenge.
Is revenge a legitimate form of justice?
Is vengeance synonymous with revenge? Is that?
I think it is, isn't it?
Okay. Anyway, well.
I think you know that.
Well,
I feel like you guys are all rage baiting me today.
I'm gonna mess you up.
Mess you up.
You gotta try to make me
you're
spur
doing
out.
vengeance and all that kind of
Wait, what did RU answer?
No, it's not. It's not a good thing. Don't do it.
I'll say no also.
And then JS says yes.
He said no, didn't he?
No, I said JS. JS.
JS said yes.
Huh?
JS said yes.
I think he did.
Did you say it's okay to go out and beat people and stuff? You
No,
know?
I said, is revenge a legitimate form of justice?
No, it can't be. No. You're no
We're
better
just
than the
waiting for
person that did the
Teriak.
thing.
It can't
Oh, sorry.
be.
No, sorry.
What?
No.
Oh, you say no. Okay, that's 3 no's. All right.
I'll switch to yes then.
Good lord.
Let's
He's in the
go.
hat.
All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. Let's fucking do it. Let's fucking do it. So chat.
So we're doing it?
Goes to 10 minutes because it's a semi-finals match. No added time, but you can solo judge for 80. Okay.
Are we like on the same team there, AB?
Nope,
No,
you're with Teriak.
It's you and Teriak
Dang.
versus Abe and JS.
We got hats. We'll be all right.
Santa and his little helper.
We got philosophy and yeah, we'll be all right.
Yeah, Santa and an elf.
This is gonna hurt.
All right. So listen up. Shit, I forget what I was saying, but reminder for you guys: 10 minutes, no added time, 80 to solo judge, and if we don't get a solo judge, it goes to the chat poll, and the 2 losers of the poll will lose their soul. Fighters, good luck to all 4 of you. Let's get it.
Revenge by definition. Revenge by definition is seeking retribution or justice for a harm that was brought on you personally.
What's the definition of justice?
Justice is what is right and what needs to be done. Yeah, what's right.
What's right under the law? I believe that's it.
Yeah.
So like by saying like it's right, you're just saying it's like, well, revenge is right then by definition.
Yes.
Well, let me ask you, gentlemen, this question: if you break the state's law, who carries out justice?
The court.
The
The
state.
appointed officials. Yeah.
So
They're
you
appointed officials. They
did
have,
something against the state, and they come for you for justice.
Yeah. What is justice?
If you commit a crime
Oh,
against the
so-
state, the crime gets revenge.
By the
No.
state.
No, it
And-
don't.
Yeah.
No,
What do you
no.
mean revenge?
Revenge is you've been harmed and you're going to harm the person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So by
Revenge.
putting the state in,
If
you're excluding the revenge part because
So-
revenge will cause conflict, further conflict.
vengeance,
No.
The whole
vengeance
point-
is the
the whole
punishment.
point of justice is to bring order back into society.
Revengeance.
Yeah.
The state gets vengeance for the past mistake. It's revengeance. It's
Yeah.
literally them.
If you steal
not
from my
revenge.
business, if you
Yes,
steal from
that
my
is
business
revenge.
and I call the police and get you put in jail, I just got revenge. My business just got revenge on you.
You got justice. You didn't get revenge.
Yeah.
You got
Justice-
justice.
Revenge is justice.
That is
No,
That's the
that
prompt.
is the revenge.
No, just
It's
saying revenge
vengeance.
is
not
justice
vengeance.
does not make any
It's
sense.
following the law.
Literally, it's repayment of vengeance. It's your vengeance back
repayment.
for what has happened.
Time you did, Abe.
Let's take the state
No,
out of it. Let's say we're on a desert island and I got one coconut.
Is the goal of justice to add order or chaos?
Us 4 on an island, and me and Abe collect a bunch of coconuts and build a fort, and you guys come and destroy our fort and steal our coconuts, and we go and get it back. That's revenge. That's just.
It's
That's
also
Well, that means we
justice.
fucked you up. You had to
No,
work some more.
again, the
Yes.
whole goal of justice is to reestablish order, bring things back into balance.
Yes,
Settle
exactly.
the dispute. Yeah.
Through-
Which means you have to
One sec.
equal it out.
One sec. Because if we remove the state, the third party intervening, and there's 2 tribes, and it's just constant revenge, it's going to be constant conflict and conflict. That's how wars escalate.
It's gonna be the
How do you
end
bring
of
balance?
So justice
One of
is
those
bringing the
jobs is
balance.
gonna be-
How do you
That's
bring the
why
balance?
You have the scales of justice.
How do you bring the
Represent
balance?
Justice, just supposed to be
Fine.
balanced.
Yes, those
How do you
scales
bring
get
the
imbalanced
balance?
through revenge.
He's blind.
By repaying the vengeance. That's how justice is
No.
achieved. Balance
No,
is by repaying the vengeance.
By bringing
Yes.
order. By bringing order.
Sorry.
That
one
brings the
sec,
order.
one sec. Because revenge is eye for an eye. So if I go out and I murder someone, does the state then murder me, or do I get locked up?
You might get the death penalty.
Revenge
In
doesn't
some
have
states,
to.
You do get the
In
death
all
penalty.
states.
Revenge doesn't
You
have
can't
to
say
be
all
eye for an eye.
In the United States.
Yeah, okay.
You
So,
can't
so
say
again,
in all
so in
states.
this whole thing of like, well, I would do it. What I'm
That's
saying
silly.
is, would that be justice?
Revenge
Eye
is
for an
just
eye.
getting retribution for a harm.
The state may
That
put
was
you to
caused
death.
to
Yes,
you.
that would be
That was
justice.
caused you.
That would
Involving the state is not revenge.
in the
The
states
state
where
hasn't been harmed.
If you harm the state
definition
and the
of
state,
revenge-
if you
Yeah,
harm the
okay,
state,
just-
then the state is the person, and the state
Yeah.
gets vengeance. Then that's
Exactly.
revenge.
That's revenge.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's
Yeah,
the
okay,
repayment
so-
of vengeance.
Yeah, revenge. The actual definition is the action of hurting or harming someone in return for an injury or wrong suffered at their hands.
Uh-huh.
Well,
They've
what do
done
you
a wrong
know?
for you. So the state
Yeah.
coming in as a
Into
third
your
party
own
is not
hands.
revenge. By definition, it's not revenge.
I
So
s-
using the
very
state
quote.
to say it's
No,
revenge,
the very quote
but
in
it
the
fails the
beginning.
definition, which means
You're still
justice
getting-
is not
you're
revenge.
still getting repayment.
Yeah, your whole point, your whole
You
point,
were-
Abe and Jess, was justice is revenge, and we just disproved that.
No, you didn't disprove
Yes, we
anything.
did.
No,
So
you
the
didn't.
state,
No.
how is the state enacting revenge?
You
The
just
state is not
pick.
the only justice.
You pick one
No.
definition and go
You're
with
the
that
ones that are
definition.
involving the state.
I said if you aggress upon the state and the
You
state
said that
gets
the state-
back at you, that is revenge because
put
you've
you in
aggressed
order,
against
it
the
put
state
you in jail,
and the state
okay,
took
okay,
its
how-
revenge.
Oh, okay, okay.
Everyone else.
When we're talking about harm,
How about the Avenger of Blood in the
it's
Old
got to do with
Testament?
people, yeah.
If you kill somebody,
yeah, what if
the-
you attacked a
Yeah, so
government
if you harm,
employee?
you attack the government
Oh.
employee, the state, the entity, the state has not been harmed. The employee of the state has been harmed. So even in that
No, the
case, it's
state-
not revenge.
the state-
Your
if you-
own hands,
no,
you're taking
if you-
justice into your own hands, you cannot do this.
What are you talking about? That's not.
Revenge.
you know, personhood is just a legal term that means like a representative of something. Like businesses are basically persons in America. You can start a business and basically become a new person. You
my
get
God,
new
Jess.
new tax
People can even-
information.
that's what I'm
It's
saying.
true.
This is why the trans thing was
stand as a representative.
because these retards, man.
Yeah. So if you
Excuse you.
if you
Just because
rob
you
from
don't
my
understand
business,
the-
I'm personally
the
affected.
breakdown of words.
And then
Oh,
and then
I
I'll.
I don't understand. Well, you
You're
guys
just
are trying to
putting
say
together
that
what's
same and similar
together.
meant the same thing.
Do you think a thief should be put in jail?
That's the law.
Okay,
Sure,
so
yeah.
if you rob from me and I call the cops on you and get you put in jail, did I not just get revenge?
No, that's
you
justice.
you got justice.
Is
I got
vengeance a part of
revenge,
justice?
which
One sec,
is
one
the
sec,
justice.
one sec, JS. An example of revenge that situation is if you were to go and rob your neighbor instead.
No, revenge is the act
Yes,
of
that would be
seeking
revenge. That'd be taking it into your own
retribution.
hands.
The payback itself is an act of revenge. You're still
When you
getting
take
them
it
arrested
into your
by
own
yes,
hands,
yes.
It turns into revenge at that point.
No,
If
revenge.
you are the one going to the law enforcement in order to get them to go do justice, then you have paid revenge for the
Yeah.
original offense.
It's
Yes.
it's the act of
Yes.
seeking
Robbing a
retribution.
third party by definition is not revenge.
No,
sought
why not?
vengeance.
Where do you get that from?
Via the state.
Where do you get that
I
from,
like how you
Terry?
try to twist definition, but
The state follows the laws that we have put in place.
I don't know what
When
definition
you're
he
doing
googled, but
revenge, you do not do that. You're going to take revenge, whatever, however you see fit, whatever the proper amount of whatever.
well,
It's
what's
not
your
like
what's your
it's in
definition,
your own hands.
Teriak? What's your
They don't know definitions.
Teriak? What's your definition of revenge?
The action of hurting or harming someone in return for an injury
Right.
or wrong suffered at their hands.
Right. So if you injure me and I call the cops on you and get you put in jail, did I just harm you?
yep,
No.
yep,
No,
What?
How?
Yep.
that's
How?
not
How
revenge.
did you
Your
harm?
life,
What do you mean I didn't
your
harm you?
livelihood,
You like we don't know simple
your
definitions.
lifestyle.
I get you
Your-
locked up for
What are you talking
years.
about?
I get your
Harm
life
is
taken away
paying
from
those
you.
money.
How
It's
is that
funny
not
because
harming
you said it's funny because you changed your definition, Terry. Because the first time you read that, you said by your own hand, and you didn't add that the second time magically.
Because that's not part of
Imagine
it.
that.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's when you take it into
Yeah,
your
so
own
the
hands,
action of
go
hurting or
outside
harming
the law,
someone
you're
in return for an
taking out
injury or wrong.
revenge on
Yeah, so
Yeah.
you are the one hurting them directly.
You wronged me.
It doesn't
how-
say
how-
that.
No, it
how
doesn't
you
say
hurt
where. Why are you adding
Wait.
that?
Thinking to hurt them, you think
You-
about it,
You're
before you plan it,
adding.
and you go do it.
If you harm me
That is-
and I
You're
call the
just
police and get you locked up,
You're
I'm harming you back and I'm getting revenge on you,
When the
and that's
police come out,
justice.
what do they
This-
do?
this-
They
this is what,
handcuff
the Tower
you, put you in the
Babel?
car, and
That's
you know,
hilarious.
hands,
Where
feet
everyone
over
starts
your
speaking
head.
different tongues.
It's like just because revenge could be justice, you want to say it's justice, not revenge. It's justice, not revenge, when they could be the same thing.
You are the one that made that claim. You said
You did.
revenge is justice.
Yeah.
So you
It
made the
can
claim
be.
that all revenge is
Oh,
justice.
revenge. I don't even know
We
what
did not say all revenge is justice. We said revenge can be justice.
When you make the claim that revenge is justice, you're saying that A equals A.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, now the cog's finally turned.
no.
I was like, oh fuck. Yeah.
Yep.
Go
Oh,
ahead.
well.
I don't think
not
that
oh
was the
fuck.
prompt.
There is no oh fuck.
It didn't work this time. It didn't
How
work.
about pull up? No, how about
It was,
pull
a-
up
it
the
was a good
prompt?
attempt.
Pull
though,
the prompt
Crazy.
on the
You'd have to say
stream.
It was a good attempt that they tried. But
It was.
No,
And
you
it was really
tried.
good, I think that
you're the ones that tried to equate. You're the one that said that revenge is.
No,
justice.
you
A
tried to
equals
say.
philosophy come through this time, Terry.
Revenge
no one
can
even
be.
said that.
Revenge can be
JS said
just.
that.
He did not
it
say
can be. Oh, no,
revenge
it
is always
can
justice.
Well, what's the
That's
prompt?
what we said the whole time.
So does can be and is mean the same thing?
I'll say
Some of
revenge.
there's a possibility of it being that thing,
Mm-hmm.
which would mean it
State follows
is.
the laws of the land, and assign officers in. You know, they have whatever. They go to training for a lot of this stuff to enforce the laws of the land. We have
Yeah.
court systems. We you just don't go out and do it yourself.
That's
Does the
revenge.
court system get vengeance on behalf of the people who were wronged?
No. What do you think?
Yes.
What do you think the
When
court system does?
when they hand down judgment,
Yeah,
that
well,
can be vengeance for the people who were
Is it revenge?
originally harmed.
We're
And for
talking
the
revenge.
people who were originally harmed, that is revenge
Well-
because you're repaying vengeance upon the original
No.
party. So
That is- so
absolutely,
now you're
Yes.
it
making a
is
claim again.
vengeance.
Vengeance.
It is
Justice
revenge.
Vengeance.
Let
So now
it
you
get
contradict
to
yourself
11
again.
minutes to see if we have a
That's the
solo
fucking
judge.
word.
And I asked, is revenge and vengeance the same thing? They're not.
Last call on the solo judge.
Revenge is the act of seeking retribution for a harm done to you. Vengeance is the punishment.
No,
So,
but there's one thing in between those two things, and it's called justice, and that's a
Yeah.
separate
no,
thing.
justice is the
Holy
justice comes
shit,
after.
How could this go on
So-
for 10 minutes?
something
Justice
happens.
is the bracket.
Yeah, something happens. I seek revenge. I get vengeance. That is justice.
Between the two.
Justice is after the vengeance.
Justice is
The-
the buffer between just wild ass.
So you do something to me, I seek revenge, I get
Okay,
vengeance,
real
and then
quick-
that is
real
just.
quick, Jazz.
So
Real
just
quick,
because
Jazz.
you
Wait,
charge me
one
with
sec.
something
When
and if
When
you were
Cain
found
killed Abel,
guilty,
when
what the fuck
one
does that
sec. When
mean?
Cain
The
Cain
justice
killed
system
Abel.
did its job. It's in the middle.
When
It's
when Cain
fucking
when
the same
Cain
thing.
when
It is in the
Cain
middle.
killed Abel.
Abel
that
was
the
sent
same
into
law? Why
the.
is there no revenge there?
Huh?
Still
Did,
lost
ju-
people.
did,
I
did
can't
God not say
understand
that
you.
that was it was justice not to kill?
Do you know about the Avenger of the? Don't take me to the Old Testament, Teriak, because I'll tear you up. I'll ginsu
There's
you.
a
buddy.
reason
So
why it's
answer the
called the
question then.
Avenger of Blood
Was
and
that
not
was
the
that why was
Revenger
there no
of Blood.
revenge there? Was that justice?
There's a
Was that
difference
just?
there.
Avenger of Blood is when a family member gets revenge
No,
for
no,
their
don't go on,
family
don't go
being
on. Cain and
killed.
Abel. Cain killed Abel. Was Cain killed?
How fucking hard is this?
No,
Alright,
and that's
chat.
God, not people.
Okay.
Hold up, boys. 1 second.
God got
Chat.
vengeance, and that was just. God got.
Hold up, boys. Hold up. Chat, I'm putting the poll into the chat right now. So if you don't see it, go ahead and hit the refresh, okay? So
Have you
listen,
ever heard of the word
if
justice?
you wanna, one sec.
Easy.
If you wanna vote for this man right here, you're voting for Abe Dinkus on the poll. If you wanna vote for this man right here, you're voting for Are You Crazy on the poll. All right. If you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for JS Urban Adventures on the poll. And if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Teriak on the poll. Chat, get your votes in because I'm starting that timer up right now, and y'all got 2 minutes. And anyone who doesn't vote is a furry lover.
Furry lover.
Just saying.
You're a
You see,
transy too.
Teriak's totally switched up his definition. I'm glad you caught that, Abe, because he did.
It's the same thing.
He did.
No, you said
He-
at
he read-
you
hurting
said at
someone-
your own hands.
At the end, he added by your own hands, and then the second time he read it,
He didn't
did
say
not
it.
have that in his
Yeah,
definition, which means
yeah.
he tried to pull that over on
He was trying to
us the
sneak
first
something
time
in.
around.
Okay, one sec. The action of hurting or harming someone in return for an injury or wrong suffered at their hands. You're
Right,
hurting
suffered at
you're
the
hurting
hands.
someone who hurt you. One sec, you're hurting someone who
Yes.
hurt you. So how is that wrong from what I originally read?
That's what I was
No,
trying
no,
to say
but
the whole time.
inflicting hurt or harm.
Exactly. No, one second. Just look at Abe's face. See that stupid look?
No,
there
no,
on
no,
his
no.
face?
Inflicting
That's
hurt
ignorance
or
right there.
harm. So if you steal from me or you punch me or you attack me and I call the
Yes,
cops and
the
I inflict
definition I
harm on
read
you
is
by
between
getting
the
you
two
sent to
people
jail,
involved
I'm
in it.
getting
The victim
revenge.
and
The
the perpetrator.
vengeance is the jail
There's no
time.
third party in that definition.
That's
Which
just.
is justice.
Which
That's
is what you tried
justice.
to do when you tried to involve the state, which we disproved the original claim.
It doesn't
justice is
matter.
not
No, I
real.
took the state out of it. I
Disprove,
gave you the
made
island
claims.
example.
That's not called disproving. That's just called a claim.
I got used to go from revenge is
we could
justice
take
to revenge
we could
can
take
be
the
justice.
state out of it. We're on a desert island. You steal my coconut, and I go and I take something from you, or I beat you up or something. That would be revenge, and that would be just. You deserve that.
No, but if somebody else was in the middle and kicked
Yep.
your ass, that would be justice. That
So
would
God
not
should,
be
so
revenge.
God could have killed Cain.
Holy
God
fuck,
should have killed Cain. God didn't kill Cain.
Yeah, and that was justice.
Well, eventually,
God is
well,
just. Exactly.
well, me and Rev talked about this the other day, but
yeah, because
it actually doesn't say that God killed Cain. It says he cursed him to walk the land forever.
Yeah.
Right. I'm gonna put this in layman's terms for you, JS.
So I don't know where you're getting that God killed Cain from. Go back and read.
I come over, I slap you in the face, JS. Let's just say, hypothetically, I love you, man. You're a great guy. Let's say
Good
I
luck.
do,
I'm
right?
about to get some revenge.
All right. That is 2 minutes on the poll. All right, we got 42 votes locked in.
Damn,
a
I
little
forgot to
better
vote
than
for
last
myself.
time, but still quite a few furry lovers out there. Just saying.
Furry lovers.
All right, we got quite a few furry lovers. Just saying. But 42 votes locked in, and why does it have the order like that? Is anyone else seeing this? That's
Yep.
so weird.
I don't
Doesn't even
know.
make
I forgot
sense.
to vote for myself. I'm mad.
That's
We'll
so
go
weird.
revote.
That's freaking bizarre looking.
Oh shit! I won, but they put me in second place. Let's
Yeah,
go.
That's so weird. That's I just don't understand. Anyways, so 42 votes. Still quite a few furry lovers. You guys should be ashamed of yourselves. But the 31% says the winner of the four-way battle is JS Urban Adventures.
Let's go.
And coming in, oh fuck me. Let me scroll back up. Oh no, it won't let me go up that far. No.
yeah.
Okay, here we go. All right. And coming in second place and still safe with 30% is Terriac. And then following with 29, Abe Dinkus, and 10 for Are You Crazy? Are You Crazy?
Wow.
We're gonna start with you. Tell
Yeah, kick me
everybody.
now.
I know them haters, man. Tell
Fucking
these
people.
haters where they need to
Damn.
come find you. All right.
I wore this hot shit up. Fuck y'all. Fuck you, chat. Okay, I'm back. Right. I'm just going to start doing interviews of a few of these guys, and it's going to be at Rug Zero. Come and see me.
He's gonna start up some interviews. Chat. Make sure you all go sub up, mods. Share the channel.
I would appreciate it.
And
I'm trying to get the equipment working. But anyway,
oh,
I
everything's
appreciate-
actually working really good now.
Is it working good now?
Yeah, it's
It was my
actually working
bandwidth.
really,
Yeah.
really clear now. So
Thank you.
yeah, yeah.
I know what it is. I just got to figure out how to fix it. So there you go.
Okay.
It's not true. I'll thank
Nice.
you. I'll thank you, everybody, panel, everybody, chat. I fucking hate you, but I love you. Bye.
Shit. Always a pleasure having you. And if they bring you back before we start up the finals, you're more than welcome. And then
Thank you.
till then, my friend.
Your soul is mine.
Fatality.
Another soul added to the safe of souls. And that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Friday, baby. Oh, and by the way, thanks for even just wearing that today, because you made me the coolest dad in the world to the kids earlier. when when the wife showed them Santa was on stream, they fucking lost their minds.
I'll see. Look, maybe give him that background you had yesterday.
When they lost their minds, it was hilarious.
I think that's why.
Then I ran downstairs quick to grab something, and they were like, "Daddy, we seen Santa. He's on your stream. He's on your stream. We're on the good list." It was great.
That's funny.
And next, Abe Dinkus, tell everybody in the chat where they can find you and why they should bring you back before we start up the finals.
All right, come check me out at Abe Dinkus channel. We do all kinds of stuff, interviews, panels, small debates, and yeah, reviews, all kinds of stuff. So come check it out, like and subscribe, come have fun. I can't come back because it's the finals, so have a wonderful evening.
If they have a chance to bring you back before the finals start, before we get down to the final four.
Oh, okay. Well, bring me back if you want to see more. Abe Dinkus.
There we fucking go. Shout out. Make sure the mods share Abe's channel in the chat. Always a pleasure having you. And if they bring you back before the finals, you're more than welcome. And until then, my friend.
Your soul is mine.
Fatality.
Another soul added to the safe of souls. And that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Friday, baby. And now, so we gotta have so that we get down to 4, we gotta have a 1v1. And you know what? Since I think Rev and Wrath were the ones that both had a break there, all right. But they faced each other. Oh wait, no, weren't you guys on the same team?
Yeah, we were. Well, no, because I did a 3v1, but let's go.
Oh, okay, you were on.
I got him.
All right, Wrath's just like, put me in, coach.
Let's go, coach.
He's on that. I'm just about that action, boss. What's that? Who is that football player again? Who was that again? Fuck,
I'm the water boy in the back. You know that.
Why am I forgetting his name? Fuck. Wow.
Oh, that guy.
I'm just about that action, boss. I can't fucking. Why am I? The name's slipping me right now. It's so dumb. I literally use. Okay. Anyways, let's go to this instead of fucking with my messed up brain.
I'm just thinking of Waterboy, that kid in the bag. I'm gonna get you.
I want to listen to more Boys to Men.
Let's get into this. Let me see here.
Don't do it, baby.
For you too.
Bro, I don't care who you are. Boys to Men is not gay, okay? That's old school baby making music, okay? If you think that's gay, you're gay.
What do you got? Oh, sorry. What were you gonna say?
Yeah, one time when I was doing door-to-door sales, I knocked on this girl's door, and she was like, she answered the door. Her parents were at home. She was like 18, I think. I don't know, but I said I'm trying to become a music producer, and she's like, "Oh, do you sing?" Which is dumb because music producer does not mean you sing. And I said, "Yeah, I sing." And she's like, "Sing me something." And so I sang, "Ooh da doo 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 doo, ooh da doo doo." Dude, this girl was like, Because I can sing, but I say I can't sing, and I sing goofy on purpose. But I don't like to sing. But dude, I killed it, and this girl was like in love with me. Why do we hurt each other? Why? Okay, sorry.
Consider America a superpower.
I missed the topic.
Yeah, that goes without saying.
Do you
But
want?
so is China, and so is Russia.
No. Do you want America to be the world superpower?
I mean,
Yeah.
that goes without saying. But what's that got to do with the price of tea in Gaza?
What's
So
that
with
got to
great
do
power
about
comes great consequences.
Great consequences. I thought it was great responsibilities.
And responsibilities, we could call it that.
I mean, if we're going to quote Uncle Ben, let's at least do it right.
So
I mean, he's the only character that didn't get brought back in the Marvel Universe.
I keep
But
getting
anyway, so why is the United States responsible for?
I almost said, why is Wrath of Reason up here? He sucks at debating. But I'm getting him mixed up with Prince of Dogs. Wrath of Reason is way better than Prince of Dogs.
No, I don't think that's possible.
I do think it's possible because
Can you separate the American people from the federal government?
Can you?
Oh boy, it's gonna come down. It might come down to.
Well, sure. If you're going to go tribal,
That means the next round is me and Terry.
But again,
which I've beaten Terry at many times. But
completely homicide.
I don't know where the audience.
By your country for the last 8 years just because they voted liberalism.
So wait, I'm still trying to figure out what does this.
That's
have
actually
to do with the United States directly.
What I'm saying is the United States stepped in and stopped a war. They put
responsibility.
They funded that war all the way through.
With something. That one they should have no part in
that
anyways.
way. They funded that war all the way through.
Doesn't matter. We helped an ally.
To an ally that was slaughtering 50-50 people that didn't want to be slaughtered.
Okay, but a neighboring nation or a caliphate decided to wage war on them. What is their?
It might come down to me and Rev.
Roll over and say, "Give it to me again." Are you crazy?
Just because the conservatives
just because okay, well, to end a war, you've got to go in and take them out. So take this into consideration. How did the United States respond?
Because Rev wins this
when they flew the planes into our buildings.
That is
How did
a
we
completely
respond?
different issue.
We invaded like 3 different countries.
Yeah, and you took it over.
It's either gonna be Teriyaki Rev or me and Rev.
Yeah,
right.
Because that's how wars are fought.
Okay, but now you walked into a fucking war that you had no business in. You stopped that war and said, "Hello, sir. I am here now. So now you're gonna follow my rules."
Okay, so we helped negotiate a peace treaty. Does that give us any right to invade the sovereignty of another nation?
You're not invading the sovereignty of.
Yeah, we are. As soon as we put boots on the ground in Palestine, we are then invading their sovereignty. And what do you think Hamas is going to do? Do you think a ceasefire is going to last long if we put U.S. troops in there?
Yeah, it would. It would.
Yeah. And what's the U.S. going to do differently than Israel? You think we're going to go in there with tasers and try to arrest these guys? No, we're not. We're not going to risk our guys to go in there and try to peacefully arrest some freaking terrorist, dude. It's not going to happen.
You can't do against Hamas.
Because here's the thing: as soon as the United States gets involved, do you know what? Did you not see what happened recently to Iran when the United States got involved? We just flew Freedom Doritos over there and just bombed the crap out of them. We don't even put boots on the ground. So what do you think we're going to do to Palestine? As soon as we put soldiers in Palestine and they attack our soldiers, we're carpet bombing the place.
Facts.
So when you step in and declare a war,
that's what I was going to get to earlier, but I never got there.
Okay, but then again, here's the thing: where's the United States responsible for Palestine?
You stopped.
We didn't put boots on the ground.
You literally stopped the war. So
we
now
negotiated a ceasefire.
We haven't stopped it. It's a ceasefire.
Okay, so wait.
And then Terry started killing the civilians.
Break up a fight with you and your buddy that I'm then responsible for you to pay for your medical bills.
So let's look at the consequences of this.
Come on, dude. The United States isn't everybody's ATM. We're not everybody's piggy
the way
bank
Donald
either.
Trump walked in and threw his dick on the ground, then yes, you are responsible for what he did.
Mm.
You voted
Okay,
for him to be
so
in your
we stop
fucking
a fight.
country.
Now we got to rebuild everything too, huh?
You don't need
That
to
make
rebuild
makes
everything.
perfect
All
sense.
you need
Trump
to do
casino
is
for the
say,
Gaza Strip. That's
okay,
what I'm
Hamas,
saying.
get
Let's
the fuck
go.
out. If you're not getting out, fucking annihilate. It's that fucking
Okay, and
easy.
how do you how would we do that differently than what Israel's doing right now?
Because you have 6 other countries that are joining you. It's a lot
Okay,
easier.
and that's 6 other countries
than it is
bombing
one.
on Palestine. So what's the difference, dude?
Do-
The way
do-
we wage war is no different than Israel. In fact, we wage war a little harder than Israel does.
Okay, but you are the world superpower.
So what are we going to
You
do
have the
differently
big
than what
dick.
Israel's
You
doing right
have
now?
the big
Going
dick,
over there
then
and
fucking
putting
show it.
boots to asses. Because we're going to do it 10 times harder.
Yeah, exactly. That's why you should be the governing power
Okay.
of the country.
So you cry over civilian casualties and stuff. Oh, all the children and the children. What do you think will happen as soon as the U.S. gets involved?
Nothing.
Because we're not going in
As
there with
long as the
tasers
other
and
6
paintball
countries
guns,
that
dude.
are involved,
We do
nothing's
that
gonna
for our
happen.
own people, but we're not doing that in foreign nations. When we put boots on the ground in foreign nations, we're going in there to
Your
literally
boots
wage
are
war.
already on the ground, Red Russ.
No, they're
Your
not.
boots.
We're not
As
in.
soon
We're
as
not in
Trump walked into
Palestine,
that
dude.
fucking building and said,
We
"This
are
is the way
not
it's
in
going,"
Palestine.
your
As soon as we put
fucking
boots on the
boots
ground
are
in
on the ground.
Palestine, dude, war would break out and we would be then
No,
involved.
it's not, because the
Yeah.
Palestine people don't want the fucking war. The only ones that do
It
is
doesn't
Hamas.
matter. Hamas is the controlling power, dude.
Okay,
How do
so
you stop the
like,
controlling
bring it
power
back
of
to
a
the
nation?
start.
You gotta
Bring
attack
it
them. You
back
gotta
to the start
annihilate
where I
them. You
just
gotta
was
bring them to
arguing,
heel.
Rev Russ. So it's 47% of your country is conservative, and 53% of your country is
Has nothing to
liberal.
do with
No,
anything,
yes,
though.
it is. That is exactly what happened
What does
to
that have to do
Palestine.
with the United States having to
So
having to
just
be
because
directly involved in this
53% of
and to go in and not
so
only
say it was the other way around,
go
Rev
in
Russ.
and deal with Hamas,
Yeah,
okay?
no,
Somebody
let's say
that if they
53%
attack
was
us,
Hamas
yeah,
instead of liberals.
if
What
Hamas
the
came
fuck would
over
you
here
do?
and attacked the U.S., then we would go over there and do something. But they didn't.
Oh my God! But what I'm saying is, say it's
So
inside
what
your
are
own
we going to do?
country.
We're going to go inject ourselves into this conflict?
Why not? If you were a moral fucking human being,
Why
yes,
not?
you would.
Why not? Well, I'll tell you why not. Because as soon as the United States goes injecting themselves into that conflict, the other Arab nations are going to respond.
No,
And
they're
then
not.
Israel's
They've
going to
already
get
said they
hit.
won't.
And then we're going to have to go over there. And not only are we going to have to start bombing freaking Palestine, but we're going to have to start bombing all the other Arab nations.
I'll let it get to 8 minutes to see if we have a solo judge.
You are the world superpower. Act up, grab your balls, and fucking do it.
And we're not the only ones.
But you are the world superpower. Grab your nuts and go. Stop being pussies about it. I'm sorry. I love you, Red Raz. I guess.
Oh, yeah, I love it too. That was fun.
Shit. Well, I gotta get that mind frame, man. I gotta go.
It has to happen once on a speakeasy
That
show,
was four
or
times.
won't,
4 times. Just like,
won't be normal. Like I said, that's at 8 minutes there. It's gonna be it for solo judge, and also after this, after we figure out who is getting their soul taken here, we're gonna get into the finals. So if you wanna delay that and bring someone back, now's your shot. Because once we're in the finals, there's no shot to bring them back. Oh, it's 8 minutes. I'm dropping the poll in the chat right now. Okay, so go ahead and refresh your chat if you don't see it. Okay. But if you would like to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Rev Russ on the poll. And if you would like to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Wrath of Reason on the poll. Chat.
Come on, chat.
Your vote in. I'm restarting that timer. Y'all got 2 minutes.
I just want that little fucking. I just want a limo. That's all good, boys.
I honestly think this is as far as I've gotten before. This is the farthest I've gotten here. It's pretty cool.
I just want some Goro. Fuck it.
I just want a Goro.
That's right. But other than that, I mean, like, I just don't understand how you could be the biggest political power in the world and not take responsibility for your own fucking actions, right? So, if you want to go and stop a war, then you have to take care of the. It's not even a fucking country; it's just a city. So what does that determine to your big superpower, right? Like, help them out. Easy.
Well, again, like every action has an equal and opposite reaction. As soon as we start directly involving ourselves over there, it's going to cause more and more problems.
So
I think
So
we just need to give direction. We need to just tell them what to do and just be like, yo, listen, you guys need to fix all that shit. Figure it out, man. All right, figure it out. Fix it. Go rebuild that. And they're gonna say, where's the money coming from? You say, you're gonna figure that out too, buddy. But you're gonna do it, or we don't fucking help you anymore. How about that? That's what I would do. We got a little on 20 seconds, chat. Get your votes in. If you don't vote, you're a furry lover. I'm just letting you know. If you don't vote, you're a furry lover. Regardless if we know that you voted or not, you're a furry lover. God knows.
We know you're a furry lover if you don't vote. We know
Yep.
it.
God knows you didn't vote, so
Lord Jesus.
you're a furry lover. 27 votes are locked in. All right. And 63% said the winner of the 1v1 was Rev Russ, Wrath of Reason. I'll give the 5-minute grace, or we're gonna, I'll do a 4-minute grace. All right. We're already went overtime a lot here tonight. So 4-minute grace period to bring you back. So tell everybody in the chat where they can find you and why they should bring you back before we start up the finals.
Chat, you can't find me anywhere. I just do this for fun. I'm looking for a Goro emote down there along the bottom of the screen. So, come on, man. You're 37 votes?
Come on.
Oh, Jeff Furries, man. What the frick is going on? All right. No, I love you all. And, yeah, I'll have a good night.
You as well. Always a pleasure having you. And like I said, I'll run the 4 minutes. If they bring you back, more than welcome. And until next time, my friend.
You so
Fatality.
Another soul added to the Safe of Souls. And that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Friday, baby. All right, chat. I'll start up the timer now. Give you all 4 minutes until we get into the finals here. But yeah, we're about to get into the finals. If you want to bring somebody back before the finals start, now is your shot. Now is your shot. All right. Trying to think of where what topic I'm going to bring up for us for here.
Oh, it's the 4 of us. It's not. You're still in it, huh?
Yeah.
Oh shoot, I forgot about that.
Damn.
I was thinking it's going to be me versus Teriak, and then Rev was the okay.
We got Wrath of Reason, Abe Dinkus, and Are You Crazy are still back there. Oh, and Rowdy Gowdy are still back there. If you guys want to bring anyone back, now's your shot. Now is your shot. You got 3 minutes, a little under 3 minutes. But yeah, let me think of what topic I'm gonna bring up for us for. Think of something I can make y'all mad on.
Hey, I have a question. You did you say, does the winner still get raids, or does Teriak auto get raids now?
Yeah, Teriak's the one who gets the raid every day now, because I'm trying to start the chain. I don't know why it's so hard to find people that'll take these other slots, but it's
well, I can't help you there. I got a dang job.
No, I know. It is what it, it is a harder thing than I imagined it would be. Because I was like, you know what, everybody's fucking, a lot of the time it's because people are on the nighttime schedule that they're able to come around at nighttime, you know what I mean? Or I mean off at nighttime, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So makes sense. Makes fucking sense. Sleep check for Teriak?
Yeah, I'm still here.
He's not sleeping. It's like 3 days from now in the middle of the day where Teriak is.
3 days from now in the middle of the day.
I actually live on Mars,
And the rocks
this
are
whole
like it's like
disclosure thing.
floating islands. It's weird.
Some
You're
some
Martian.
fantasy
That works
realm.
different there. You have to walk through a couple closets to get there and shit. It's weird.
Yeah. You gotta go through the armoire
And then you follow this rainbow, and it takes you to this fucking.
and a yellow brick road at some point.
I'm taking on Martianism in a few days, so that's gonna be fun.
Did no one find it weird that, like in Thor, like the whole Bifrost, how they traveled, it was all like rainbow colored? Food for thought.
Weird. Of course, it's weird.
Yeah,
It's weird that we can't look at the rainbow no more and think of anything but gay dudes and flapping their dicks in a parade.
Well, they are gay pagan idols, so no wonder they're rainbow.
They stole beautiful symbols and turned them into gay shit.
Yeah, I was just about to say, yeah, the rainbow's not gay. We need to take back the rainbow.
Yeah. Just like I took back the bear. All right? Fuck those homos. They can't have my shit. All right. We are into 4 minutes. This is the finals time. All right. Finals time here. Let's see. What is a good prompt for all of us? Like I said, I want to try and find something I can piss you guys off on, maybe. Should streamers be classified as journalists when covering events?
Streamers? Shoot, it's tough. Huh? I don't know. Somebody else answer.
Nobody else is even trying to answer what's going on.
I'm torn on this. Yes.
Okay. Rev, where were you standing on this?
On what? Sorry.
Damn.
It's early for me.
That's all right. Should streamers be classified as journalists when covering events?
Well, I would consider it press to an extent. But what makes a journalist? A journalist is a job title. Press isn't.
So, what are you saying?
I say they should be considered press, but journalist, that's a job title. They'd have to be hired to be a journalist, right? Unless they're independent journalists.
Are you debating, or are you trying
I'm trying to figure out where I stand on that.
Do you want me to do a different topic?
I kind of like that one, but
it is a good topic.
The best topics are the one that cause internal conflict.
Because I've told people at protests and stuff that I'm an independent journalist, but then on my stream I've been like, I'm not a journalist, but so I don't know. It's like I don't know.
All right, we can do a different one. I think Rev is having a crisis with this one. Hmm. I'm trying to see one that I can get people split here on, like actually split instead of just taking the opposite sides. You know what? There was one that I think I wanted to do against you guys last time. But it might not be. I might not be right. Where does everybody stand on legalizing and regulating surrogacy?
Pro.
Wait,
Nah.
That's a good
what'd
one.
you say? What'd you say, Teriak? I didn't hear
I'm
you.
pro. I'm in favor.
Oh, okay, pro. I thought you just said whoa. I was like, what just happened?
I'm against.
I'm pro. I think it's a good thing, not positive.
Not positive. All right, that means I'm gonna have to take the negative side then to make this equal. All right. So chat, this right here. All right, this is a finals matchup. All right, so this goes to 10 minutes, but you can add time again. And again, it's 80 to solo judge. So if we don't get a solo judge, sorry, I'm trying to write and talk at the same time. If we don't get a solo judge, let me just get this stupid ticker right. It's pissing me off because it says the wrong thing. 10 to add on a minute. Fuck's sakes. It said fucking 20 to add a minute. No, it's wrong. All right. Add. Oh no, save. Add. All right, here we go. So sorry, going to 10 minutes, 80 to solo judge. Okay. 10 to add a minute. If we don't get a solo judge, it goes to the chat poll, and the two lowest on the poll will lose their souls. All right. Gentlemen, good luck to all of you. All right.
Die without dignity.
All right. So, you guys are on the positive. You want to we'll let you go first, huh?
Okay, well, before we get all crazy with who's doing what and who, I think we should properly define surrogacy. Surrogacy is the medical act of fertilizing an egg and implanting it into a willing donor who will then carry that fertilized egg through the gestation period, birth the child, and then give it to the original biological parents who provided the initial sperm and egg.
That's one version of surrogacy. You could also just have a guy have sex with another woman and put a baby into
Yeah,
her.
but we're not doing that kind of surrogacy. Nor are we
Oh,
using
so you're gonna pick and
surrogate.
choose which surrogacy you want. So you want transhumanism or adultery?
That's the point of legalization
What's it,
and
adultery in the Bible,
regulation.
Jess?
So you're taking the transhumanism aspect, the
By your
unnatural
own
playing
definitions for
God,
adultery.
the unnatural playing God pick a baby version where more babies end up
You
aborted
don't get
through petri
you don't get
dishes
to pick
than
a
No, you can
abortion.
do it single. You can do it one egg at a
For
time.
every
No,
baby that's
when
aborted
eggs
through
are
abortion, 50
hold on.
babies are aborted through
Popular misconception, JS. Only 1 to 2 eggs are fertilized at a time.
Yeah,
And
but
then they're left to gestate to see if they're viable.
But how many
and
of
if
them
they're viable, then they're implanted.
And if they're not viable?
And if they're not viable, then
They
nature
die.
takes its course as it would with a
No,
normal
they never
pregnancy.
were.
not
They
a
never
normal
were.
pregnancy, dude.
But there was a conception there, but it wasn't viable. So basically,
No,
that's
there wasn't a conception. The reason
There
why
wa-
you leave them to gestate is to conceive.
You know what? Fuck it. JS, don't worry. Oh shit, I didn't start the
Go
timer.
ahead.
Fuck. I didn't start the timer. I was thinking here. So don't even worry. Fuck it. Let them stick to medical surrogacy. That's fine. So you guys want to turn babies into commodities.
They already
And
are
bodies.
through the adoption
Babies and
agencies.
bodies into commodities. is
The
what
the
you guys
only
want.
difference between
People are already
surrogacy and the
commodities.
adoption agency is with surrogacy you don't get to pick your child, but with adoption
What
you do,
determines?
and
What
it's a
determines?
lineup, bro.
What
Every time you
determines
go into
the
adopted
duties of the
children,
parent to a child?
check it out. When you go into adopted children, you know what they do?
Let's
They
start
line all
here
the
for a
children
second.
up so you can pick them. It's just like a
Why?
brothel for children, unlike
All right, I'll
surrogacy,
wait
because surrogacy doesn't allow you to pick your child. Also, there's no medical intervention to choose
I hope you can do this for the whole
distinctive
10 minutes.
characteristics of the child either. So it's not like pick a baby.
It is pick up. Why
Yeah,
doesn't surrogacy let
It
you?
definitely is. It's pick a mother for sure. And
Pick a mother, but not pick a baby.
yeah. So based on pick the mother, are you trying to like deny that this the mother being healthy or not healthy or a certain type of weight or anything won't affect how the child grows? So
Well,
it's
that's why-
definitely
Yeah,
I
we can bite the
definitely
bullet on
have
this one.
some say of how the child will turn out. But like, let's go back to something. I was trying to ask you something. Are you guys are okay with treating the body of the women as commodities?
We already do that as a society. Men trade their labor for wealth.
Women do as well.
Yeah. So like, is that like so? I just to be clear, isn't that like the whole thing of being against prostitution?
But prostitution
women
is a
shouldn't be
sexual act.
treating
that
their
involves
bodies as
You're
commodities.
selling intimacy.
and
Okay, let's go back to my
exploitation.
second question then. Let's go back to my second question. What makes it so that if any one of us have a child, we have to take care of it? What is it?
So
What you
what
mean
is
we
it? It's
have
our
to?
natural
Damn, boys,
instinct
this
to
seems
parent.
What you mean by
hard.
we have to?
Yeah.
It's
what
our
is it?
natural instinct to parent, and
What does
also
it arise from?
those natural instincts
What does it
also
arise from?
from our natural
Survival?
instincts to parent, to care for the young. And you'll also see this when a woman takes a child that isn't
Well, it
hers,
has
an
nothing to
infant.
do with
They
the
care for that
relationship to the
child the
child.
same exact way as they
Has
would a
nothing to
child
do
that's
with the
born of them.
relationship to the child.
Mhm. It
Has nothing to
depends.
do with the relationship to the child. Then why shouldn't like
Parental
Joe Blow
bonding.
have to take care of Jack Blow's kid?
Mhm. Well, the same thing can be said with adoption. Are you arguing that there's no bond between adopted children and their adopted parents? Because you'll be hard pressed to
No, what
find
I'm
adopted
trying to
children that will
explain
tell
to
you
you,
that.
what I'm trying to explain to you is parental rights and responsibilities are from the relationship and the biology. They can't just be pre-assigned for a
Yeah.
contract over.
And so when this child's born, they do a DNA test. Who's the parents? The ones who donated
not
the
what I
sperm
said.
and the egg. So yeah, they
That's-
have a biological imperative to care for that child,
That's
and also a legal
that's not what I
responsibility
said.
because it's their
That's not what
biological
I
child.
said.
So
It
tech
has nothing to do with what I said.
tech companies are making cryo babies.
You
That's-
can't
yeah.
pre-assign. You can't pre-assign parental rights and responsibilities for a future person. That's not how that works.
What sort of regulations are you putting to what sort of regulation? I'm guessing one of the regulations you would pose is that like a gay couple can't surrogate a baby.
Sure.
Or no?
Yeah,
Or would
of
you allow
course.
that? Yeah.
Well, of course,
So
I think
so once we
surrogacy
legalize
should be
it,
available to a married man and a married woman who otherwise cannot conceive and bear a child of their own. And
once
and,
we
and it's a gift of life.
so
Do you
once we
guys
legalize it,
understand?
are we?
Wait, do you guys understand the contract of a
uh,
surrogacy? Do you guys understand how that works?
That depends.
Before that contract has to be made up before the woman takes the pregnancy on, which
Mhm.
means that
Oh, this is the
you sign a contract for this woman to future not be able to consent or not to be able
to have her
say
baby
no.
taken from her.
Yeah, but
so
men who
yeah,
donate
yeah,
sperm
so-
have to do the same thing.
So she's gonna carry a
and-
baby for 9
and
months
there's
in her
plenty-
womb. She's gonna
and
birth
there's
the
plenty-
baby,
okay, so-
and you're
so
gonna
If you
take it out of her
any type
hand.
of relationship to it, they take it anyways. Doesn't matter.
There's also a natural attachment with that baby to her mother.
In terms of the prison system itself
to their
is
mother.
technically slavery. You're kidnapping individuals and stuff.
What?
So, like to say this,
hold
like
on.
like we're doing the slavery thing and
Are
all
you
this
co-
stuff. It makes no sense.
I don't know anything about this. What you're talking about the slavery
Because
thing.
Easy made a point, then you start fucking talking, JS. That's what you don't understand.
Oh well, this is every man for himself.
I'm
Yeah,
trying
in
to
the
figure out
2v2.
I'm trying to figure out what you said there though.
To your example,
Yeah.
right? In terms of like it's going to be a contract where she can't say no.
Mm.
Yeah. Technically, in terms of like society as well, we're taking these people against their will when we put them in prison. There's certain actions where it's like they're going against more
No,
rights
they commit
or
crimes.
going
They
against
forfeited their
person's
freedom.
agency,
The
but it's
baby did not
completely
forfeit their
separate.
right to
I
be
don't
with their
care about
mother.
criminals having rights.
Yeah, this is a dumb analogy.
I
No,
care
what I'm
about
saying is people in
innocent
general.
people,
Yeah, but the surrogate's always
I believe
willing. We're
people
not
should be able to
forcing
back
women
out
into
of a contract
surrogacy.
anytime if they have to.
This isn't that weird movie.
Yes,
that weird
but a
show with
woman-
the chicks that wear the red gowns.
When a woman
Not
signs a
forced in surrogacy.
contract that says, I'm going to carry this baby and I'm going to get paid for it, and she doesn't know the connection she's going to have with that child that grows in her womb. And that doesn't take into consideration the connection that the child is going to have to their mother while they grow in the mother's womb. So then when it's born,
but if
you take it
surrogacy
away.
was
One sec,
legalized
Rev.
and-
So JS, so Joseph had no connection to Jesus.
What? Joseph's
because it wasn't his. You're saying that because she's grown the child, she has some sort of inherent connection to the child. So there's no DNA from Joseph, so Joseph had no connection to Jesus.
Joseph was essentially a stepfather.
Because the same argument that you
This
are
is-
using, you would necessarily have to say you are against
This is-
abortion.
this is-
Against adoption.
Yeah, this is disanalogous. A better.
It's not disanalogous.
If you want to go to the Bible, a better one would be Sarah and Abraham. She should have waited and prayed to
Those are
God
kids
until
that
she
were
had a baby.
abandoned. You want to make kids to intentionally be abandoned. That's
No.
completely different.
Instead, she said, "Sleep with my slave."
How are we making kids to intentionally be abandoned?
Because because the whole point is for the mother that's not going to keep the child to birth the child. So that
Yeah, but that's not
mother
the
is gonna
intention of
have the child
surrogacy.
taken from her after.
The intention of surrogacy is not that they make the contract and then
Yeah,
break the
but-
contract.
but
Surrogacy that
hold
the
on,
birthing
hold on.
mother is not going to be the legal
Hold
mother
on.
of the child.
Easy.
That is
Define
surrogacy.
abandoned.
And also, when you guys say medical surrogacy, you guys are acting like there isn't times where the woman doesn't have eggs that are feasible anymore, and they use the woman's eggs. That is a different woman. So, stop acting like it's only gonna be this rare. Unless you guys are arguing for this rare case of only if it's someone's egg and a married couple's egg and sperm, and it goes into another woman. If that's what you guys are saying, you have a different argument here, right? So
We're
is that
all-
what you guys are saying?
No, I believe that's Rev's argument.
But we're also only thinking about infertile women. What if the man is shooting blanks?
Yeah.
Should he? So should another man's sperm go into his wife, whether it be through in vitro fertilization or?
That's what they have sperm banks for.
Right. Do you want your wife to be growing another man's baby in her womb while you're living with her for 9 months? You know how much tumult that's going to cause in the relationship.
Adoption. Are you against adoption for the same reason?
Children.
It seems nice, but that's going to
Exactly.
cause all sorts of relationship problems between the child, the mother, and the father for forever. It's going to cause more problems than.
Can you give me one case
than
to
it
where it
solves.
has? Because there's millions of cases of this.
I can give
but
you
you can't
millions
give
of
me one.
cases of gay guys having
Incentivize
surrogacy.
giving kids up for
Babies.
adoption.
Neither here
This
nor
is what you
there.
have.
I'm
This
not
is why you're
championing
not being
for
analogous when you say
surrogacy.
we're
No,
being
that
against
is
adoption.
that is
We would
here
be
because
against
when
something that was like, yo, you guys should give your kids up for adoption. We would be against that. Just like we're saying, you should give up. We're against. You should give up your womb to other people. No, don't
let's
sell
say
your womb.
let's say we legalize
Stay-
surrogacy, but
keep your womb
Okay.
for your husband and husband alone.
we legalize
Okay, and while
surrogacy
we're
under
having, while we're
we legal.
having low birth rates in the West, so let's just say, hey, you know what? You happy
So we
couple
make
here,
people
you
have
guys
more
can't have
babies.
kids. Guess
We
what? You guys are
incentivize
just
people to have more
screwed.
No, no.
babies.
No
We
family
legalize
for you.
surrogacy. Once something's legalized and it's instilled into law, the regulations are
Okay,
easier to
okay,
change.
imagine
Hold on,
this
hold on.
scenario,
The
man marries a
regulations are
woman.
easier to change. So let's say a new president gets in who's a Democrat and they change all they don't have to change the law. All they have to do is change the
Same argument
regulation,
used for polygyny.
and they start saying we want trans
The
people
birth
and gay
rate's going
people to be
down.
able
We
to
need
do
men
surrogacy. And now you got
birthing more women. Or
now you got
pregnant more women.
three
Go ahead,
men
sorry.
surrogating a baby.
Well, Islam's outbreeding us because they're impregnating more women per capita than we are.
But they're not doing
because they
surrogacy.
they're also impregnating them when they're fucking 12 years old. Like, I mean, we're not
Yeah.
competing with
They
them.
also have 10
we
wives.
can have
having
we
babies
can
from
have
12
better
to 30, my
ethical
guy,
ways
you
to
know what I
provide
mean? Having
families who cannot have kids with kids.
Transhumanism is not more ethical than
If we can,
polygamy.
fucking woman
yeah, it's a lot more
outcompeting half the
ethical than
fucking
Islam's
population.
breeding patterns. A lot more ethical, and
Nah.
especially okay. So here's a scenario: a man gets with a woman, he wants kids, she can't have kids. Then does he have grounds to divorce her because she can't provide him with kids?
He should have found that out before he married her.
Why can't they go? Why can't they go find
They
the?
go on a list for a kid that needs a
Yes.
a mom, right? That
Yep.
like some and a dad.
Adoption.
Some mom's gonna like that
Oh,
dies
so
during
let me get
birth
this
or
straight. You
gives
guys
up
are
their
you
kids.
guys are more
Yes, we
and
are.
I'm not
we are
dogging
for,
on
we are,
adoption.
we
I'm
are
pro
for
adoption.
The
correcting
thing
a
is
mistake, right? We're
the thing
for
is
correcting a
you
mistake.
guys
Those kids
had
shouldn't be in those fucking places to be adopted, right?
no,
But
they
because
shouldn't.
it does happen, yes, we
Uh-huh.
want parents to help those kids.
Yes, but your initial premise
More
though, hold on.
adopted kids.
Hold on,
Do you
hold
wanna-
on.
Do you want to
Hold
put
on.
more kids and say give your kids up for adoption?
Your
No.
guys' initial premise was build a baby, designer
Oh, we're at
babies.
11
Well,
minutes.
what do you?
Hold
Oh.
up, I gotta put it in the poll. Keep talking.
Yeah,
You keep talking.
transhumanism. It's petri dish babies versus adoption. I'll take adoption.
Okay, so you show up at the orphanage, and what do? They line up all the kids for you, and then they let the parents pick which one. That's literally it's literally brothel style, and it's been like that since the dawn
But
of
those are
orphanages.
kids
And you
that
know,
already have
you
been
wanna know something
born.
that's very very unfortunate is the older kids never get selected. It's always the younger kids.
What
because
is
people-
what is what is what
You
is
know
religion,
that.
Rev? What is religion? It's taking care of orphans and widows, right? Orphans.
Yeah, I'm not against that, but I'm also not against giving families a baby of their own if they can't have one of themselves. Because yeah, I mean it works because it increases our birth rate. It increases
The only biblical
Yes,
example
would
we have of
polygamy. That
surrogacy
would
is Sarah,
increase our
is
birth
Abraham,
rate
and his
too.
it
in the
increases morale, but it also increases the all around happiness of the husband and wife who decide to go this route.
Was it the right thing to do for Abraham to have
Birth rate
sex
and
with a
also gives
slave
gays a way
to make a
fucking have
baby?
kids too.
Yeah, but that's also a different scenario, JS, because Abraham was
That's
literally
surrogacy.
fornicating with the woman. But
Yes,
then
that's
also after that,
surrogacy.
it's a completely different scenario.
I know
too. Now
you
you're
totally
running
wanted
into
to
a
avoid that type
category
of surrogacy, but
because
that is
Hagar decided
surrogacy.
to hang around too. In surrogacy, the surrogate doesn't hang
love
around and sit there
No,
in front
in
of
modern
your wife and
surrogacy,
take
there
care of
is
the child.
examples where a guy comes in and sleeps with the woman and puts a baby into her.
Yeah, that's not the kind of surrogacy I'm talking about.
Okay,
buddy.
so you would regulate that out until a new president comes in that allows for it.
Well,
Right. And the gays and the trans all to take babies too.
Yeah.
that
Because
all
once
depends.
something's instilled in law, it's hard to change the law, but it's easy to change the regulations.
It might be, but still,
All right,
again,
chat, I'm putting in the poll right now. All right. So if you don't see it, go ahead and refresh. And if you don't vote, you're a fucking furry lover. All right. Just saying. But if you want to vote for this man right here, oh, what the fuck? Sorry, I meant to maximize you and I put you in the back. If you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for JS Urban Adventures on the poll. If you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Rev Russ on the poll. And if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Teriak on the poll. And if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for, I hope you know, Speak Easy on the poll. Chat, get those votes in because I'm starting this timer over and you all got 2 minutes. All right? 2 minutes. And if you don't vote, you love furries. I'm being real with you. If you don't vote, you love furries. Just saying. Just saying.
That was a fun topic.
If you don't vote for me, you love furries. I forgot I'm in this match. If you don't vote for me, you love furries. I forgot for a second I'm in this match. You don't vote for me, you love furries.
How long till we got AI robot babies?
AI robot babies.
I don't know.
Right?
It's not that far off.
No, what they're gonna have though is some sex robots, and the second they can make an artificial womb, you know some dude wants to get his sex robot pregnant.
Yep.
100%. They're gonna build sex robots with stretching stomachs and pussies that open up to birth the children and everything.
Oh my God, we're getting
It's already in the making, bro.
Yeah.
If I was able to think of that in like 3 seconds, they've already thought of this and started making it. Okay, just think about that.
Oh, they're 50 years ahead of us.
Way smarter people than me, bro.
Yeah,
I'm a
they're working
dumbass.
Yep. Knowledge and man will increase for sure.
It's even crazy to think like, that's a wild idea, but then you just have to think about it a little bit further and realize how fucking insanely stupid that is.
No, that's actually a tough topic because I get it. If a couple wants to have a kid and they can't, it's a tough thing, and surrogacy is an answer. But when I look into in vitro fertilization and
regulated,
but way more kids, way more conceived eggs are killed through IVF than what are you laughing at? Did somebody do a solo, Judge?
No. I was just waiting to read it. I was just laughing at what you were saying because, like, this is the thing I argued against you last time on. Remember when you brought this up?
What, the IVF thing?
Yeah, the way more kids die.
No, well, I think it's 50 times as many die through. If you consider conception life, I think it's 50 times as many die through IVF than abortion.
Listen. 45 votes are locked in. Man, some furry lovers out here tonight. Maybe that's why they voted over me, JS over me. That's why, because it's furries in here. Oh, Jesus. No, I'm joking. 45 votes locked in. All right. 36%. So the winner of the four-way battle is JS Urban Adventures, and coming in second place and still safe at 29% is yours truly. All right, then followed by Rev, then followed by Teriak. So we're gonna start here. Teriak, tell everyone in the chat where they can find you.
You can find me over the rainbow, not the same rainbow. And to quote Heraclitus, every man and woman in Ephesus should be hung, and the children should be left. The city should be left to the children.
Oh, then that's a great guy to listen to.
Always a pleasure having you, Teriak. Mods, make sure you share the channel in the chat there. And until next time, my friend.
Fatality.
Fatality.
Another soul added to the safe of souls. And that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Friday, baby. And Rev Russ, tell everybody where they can find you.
Well, I had an amazing time tonight. Easy. Thank you again for having me on. It's always a pleasure to be here. Chat, you guys are fantastic. And I'm Rev Russ, the unapologetic preacher. You can find me on YouTube, Discord, and X. And just as our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ will return, assuredly, so shall I. God bless everybody. Have a great night.
Hey, God bless. It's always a pleasure having you. And until next time, my friend.
Fatality.
Another soul added to the safe of souls. And that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Friday, baby. All right. Down to 2. JS. Here. Let me see what topic we can do here. Trying to find something that maybe we actually are on different sides of. I'm trying to think here. And one that you'll want to do.
I'm trying to think. I know you said some shit that I've disagreed with before, but I can't think of anything other than we did animal rights last week. I don't
Yeah,
want to.
that one's funny for you because you hate it. And I know you always hate doing free will. That's another one. We're on opposite sides. Are you on my side for the abolishing jury trials?
Yeah, I think so. I would go back to like Judges, the book of like a. Yeah.
Let me see here. Let me see. Someone in the chat said, "What about David Wood?" What the fuck? You want to debate about some guy?
David Wood is based. I don't care what nobody says.
Shit.
He messed up.
What?
No, I don't. Do you know the whole? We don't got to go into that, but.
What he did, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, what he did,
It
listen, bro. All I know is the fact that like he came out and he came like he's done what most people wouldn't do. Is
Yeah.
like approach the devil that's inside him and just was honest with like what happened, right?
Yeah.
Like he's done what a lot of people can't do. And like, that dude's probably repented to God more than we'll ever hear. So
yeah.
Oh shit. Fuck it. I'm still here, fuckers, and you know exactly who
so we don't even get to do it. Wait, I thought we couldn't do eliminations in the final 4.
No, remember we're allowed again.
What?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Dude, I thought I was free and clear for once.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Well, shoot. Do we still debate anyway for fun for funsies? Damn.
Now I'm gonna go to JS's channel after just to debate him.
All right. Well, fuck you, William. God. What? Oh man, I was so happy I made it to the final four. I thought we were free and clear, but I don't like that Teriak automatically gets raids all week. I should get the dang raid, but no, I don't care. Do what you want to do. I'm not complaining. I've never complained about VK and what happens on VK. All I do is attack William because I don't like this guy.
They got beef.
Yeah. I don't even know why, but
he told Juicy about William.
JS Urban Adventures.
More Juicy reacts, by the way.
I'm busy.
Dude, man,
it's holidays. I went to DebateCon and I'm going to Florida for Christmas. So,
yeah, I get
but
it.
yeah, I do want to do another Juicy reacts, but JS Urban Adventures, I do all kinds of stuff. So go check it out. I don't know. Fatality me. Or...
Go check out JS Urban Adventures. Make sure the mods share his channel in the chat. All right, and always a pleasure having you. And until next time, my friend.
You are so
Fatality.
Another soul added to the Safe of Souls. And that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Friday, baby. I thought William went to sleep, to be honest. I hadn't seen William in there for a while, and JS was up with us in the final four. I was like, let's go. Let's see what happens here. I was a little nervous, can't lie. JS was on fire, can't lie. But I had a hero, all right? But, chat, this is where you make a decision, okay? This is where you make a decision right now, what you're going to do. You're going to eliminate me in this next 2 minutes, all right? Or you're going to keep me, all right? I'm going to start it up now. You can eliminate me now, roll it all over the next week, or crown me champion. What do you want to do, chat? Yeah, said, if this is how you flirt, William, it won't work. I don't swing that way. Ah, shit. What are we doing, chat? What are we doing?
Dude, I went to the other screen and I was recording. Because I was ready to go. I was on point. That was going to be an epic showdown. And William stole it.
You guys are fucking awesome. All right? You guys are fucking awesome. All right? I can't thank you guys enough for the extreme fucking support. All right? I can't fucking thank you guys enough.
We have a winner.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained?
Let's fucking go. Alright? Let's fucking go. Chat, listen. You guys are amazing. Alright.
Yeah.
Sometimes I just, you know.
William always does that to me every time. Dude, I made it to the finals like 6 weeks straight and got eliminated right before the finals. I thought that they made a new rule where once you get to the final four, you were safe. But I didn't hear where they took that back. I don't know, but so once I got to the final four, I was not saying anything. I was like, "Oh, I finally get a chance."
Next week,
But
see no pussyfooting around. All right, come in, not debating my fucking prompts, Kieran. All right, not fucking pussyfooting around. Well, what's a vigilante mean? You know, just fucking come in with that shit ready. All right. Come in with that shit ready. All right, that's why I was happy when they added me. I was like, I'm about to mix this motherfucker up. Shit. But listen, we're gonna roll it all over. All right.
I'm on the campaign of like just get rid of the prize. Cause I can't win the prize anyway. Dude, it's literally been like 6 months. I always get to the finals. I always get eliminated. Now, there was like the last month or two, I've been getting taken out. They put me against Rob and I lose. They put me against Speakeasy and I lose. But for a long time, I got to the finals every week, back to back to back to back to back for like 6 weeks straight. And William took me out before the finals. So, oh my God. I don't know why he hates me so much. I don't know what I did to William. I don't know.
Listen, you guys, all of you, absolutely amazing. All right, can't thank you guys enough. I think Teriac started up. Hold up. Let me see. Yeah, so Teriac started up. So it's gonna raid over to Teriac. But mods, I want you to share JS's stream for anyone who wants to go over to JS's. So like his live stream link, not his channel, his live stream link, so that people can just click and go to the live stream. So stay.
All right, we'll be in Discord in a minute, y'all.
Rated over to Teriax. All right, it's gonna play my outro like it normally does. All right, it's like 3 minutes and a half or something, but some good jamming while you ready to tune down.
I have my opinions. I don't know. I don't know what it is. I don't know.
Teriac as well doing the Wheel of Madness. Right? Maybe JS will even visit there. Who knows? Maybe I'll visit. Who knows? You never know what's gonna fucking happen in these places.
Well,
all right. Gotta check them all out. All of them. All right.
Well, half food. The first time I went on VK, there was no prize. But back then I worked on Fridays, and so I could only join for an hour, and then I would have to leave and go to work. And then my schedule got changed in January of last year. And once my schedule changed, I've been on every VK. I haven't missed a VK in almost a year. And it's my favorite Friday night show. So I like it. But I've only won twice. I won a daytime one and I won one nighttime one. But at some point, I don't know. I don't know if they just realized I was just too good. And so William was just like, damn, JS is just going to win all of them. Other than maybe like if Rob comes in and stays till the end, but he doesn't, or Speakeasy. I was always getting to the end. And, there's some other big dogs, Teriak's entertaining. Teriak's funny. Everybody likes Teriak. But, he takes controversial. I could beat Teriak in a debate. I just did beat Teriak in a 1v1 a couple weeks ago in a Swords of Reason. But it was like every week I was getting to the end and then I get kicked off. I get kicked off. So I don't know. I don't know what I did to William. Wait, what? I don't even see Elder. Oh, there he is. You are banned from Thanksgiving, JB. Oh, John Barrett. Okay. But so even if there was no prize, I'd still be coming on and I'd still be debating just to sharpen up my skills and have fun. It is discouraging though when there is a prize and somebody just it's like there's a carrot. I'm the horse and there's a carrot, and every time I'm about to get the carrot, somebody cuts the string. Well, if he took the prize away, I wouldn't care. Because I thought they did I thought they were doing Chris Lestrange dirty for a while. There was like 4 or 6 weeks where every time Chris came up, he'd get fatality'd. He'd come up, he'd get fatality. He'd come up, he'd get fatality. And I was like, dang, they're kind of doing Chris dirty. And he got discouraged by it. It seemed like it looked like he got discouraged by it. But but that's not the same as when every time and for a while there, I was there from the beginning to the finals, kicked off at the finals every week. And it sucked, but I got pissed off a couple times, but I'm not really pissed anymore, but I'm just fuck William. We're going to start a fuck William gang in Easy's chat. I don't even think William's a bad guy. I just don't know why he doesn't want to let me win. Also, I did not even know that the prize was $600 until halfway through the stream tonight. I thought it was $150. I thought it was $150. And then I look at my Discord and people are messaging me. They're like, and Auntie said it. They're like, it's $600 tonight. And I was like, oh, shit. I didn't even know. He doesn't want to let anyone win ever. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Tism. Bro, I guarantee he got the tism. That's why he doesn't come on panels. And then when I say mean stuff to him and I try to, like, you know, play back, people are like, oh, well, that's why he doesn't let you. No. Because when it first started happening, I tried to, like, I've tried everything. I've tried be super nice, be nice to chat, suck up to William and the mods and be nice and all that. I've tried be a dickhead. I've tried everything. There's no like, I don't know. He only lets who he likes win. Yeah, I don't know. I don't care. Yeah, I don't care. But you know, it is what it is. Anyway. I guess we'll go to Discord. Chat's unpredictable. Yeah. It was cool to yeah, Wagira, I think I was wrong. When you said, do you want to do a 1v1 with Andrew? I'll pay for it. I should have just said yes. Yeah. The problem is there's only one thing we disagree on, and if I do that debate with him, then I'm right back in that like oh, this guy I hate when people I don't hate it, but I don't like when people call me a heretic and just because, you know, maybe I see things differently or whatever. And so the only debate I should have, when Andrew was on the panel, I should have just said, yeah, Wagira, pay for the 1v1. Because I wanted to, like, have more. That's the first time I've ever been on a panel with Andrew. So I've met him. He bumped a cigarette off me. I've shaken his hand. I've hung out with him in a bar, you know. But I've never been on a panel and, like, had a back and forth with him. So I should have just said, yeah, Wagira, do the 1v1. I get kicked off. So what? We make a clip out of it. We have some fun. That's what I should have done. So if next time, don't even ask. Next time, if Andrew comes on a panel, just 1v1 me with him. I don't care if I lose because I'm not going to win anyway. but I was hoping it was going to come down to me and Rev in a 1v1. And I was going to ask him about, Rev's in the chat, and he's probably going to be in the Discord in a minute. Are you a giant denier, Rev? Because I've heard you talk about this a couple times. You're like the giant doctrine. I don't know what the giant doctrine is, but you're not a giant denier, are you? You can't be a giant denier. I wanted to debate you about giants. I don't know if you're a giant denier, but there's pics on Discord with you and him on Rob's page. I got pics in my phone and pics on my YouTube and pics. I got a whole video with pictures and talking to him. He bummed a cigarette off me because and this was another thing too, because I ran out of cigarettes one night, and I'm like, does anybody have a cigarette? And let me say something, okay? Stop smoking these gay ass cigarettes, because I was at DebateCon and I ran out of cigarettes one night, and I was like, hey, does anybody have a cigarette I can bum? I promise I have money for cigarettes. I don't have any cigarettes right now. We're not, there's no gas station. Can I bum a cigarette? Dude, everybody had like these lights and these menthols and these crushes and these like filterless lights and like weird ass gay cigarettes. I was like, does nobody just have a Marlboro? Some sort of Marlboro that's not menthol and not a light, like a red, a black, something. Nobody had it. And then after Andrew debated one night, we all walked out and we went and we're standing out smoking cigarettes. And he comes out and he's like, please tell me somebody has a Marlboro. And I was like, I got you. And he's like, oh my God, thank you, dude. Like I was the only one that had a strong Marlboro cigarette, which is weird. It was crazy because normally I smoke Lucky Strikes, which is the closest you can get to a Marlboro Red for cheap. But at DebateCon, I was feeling fancy. So I got Marlboro Blacks. I like Marlboro Blacks. They're like Marlboro Reds, but a little different. And I had the Marlboros. And so Andrew owes me a cigarette. But I don't even know if he like remembers that I was there or remembers me or anything like that. But yeah, I should have just said, because Wagira said, you want a 1v1 with Andrew? I should have just said yeah. If I said no, I was like, no, because if I lose, then I'm off the panel and I want to have a chance to interact as much as possible. And then he ended up leaving anyway. So I should have just said, yeah, do the 1v1. Ew, Lucky Strikes. Dude, Lucky Strikes are the poor man's Marlboro. Okay, we're going to go in the Discord. Debate his ass. Right. But we only disagree on one thing, which is... Now, wait. I'm going to say the prompt for the debate, but you're going to jump to conclusions. Sola Scriptura is greater than Sola Ecclesia, meaning Scripture over church authority. That doesn't mean I have a problem with apostolic succession. That doesn't mean I have a problem with the church fathers. That doesn't mean I don't think church and church leaders are important. I do. But Scripture is above them. And church fathers would agree with me. So it's kind of like a setup prompt where even an Orthodox guy would have to agree with me. So I don't even know if he would take the debate, but yeah, we could have just debated dinosaurs building the pyramids or Goku versus Vegeta. We agree on this point. Yeah, everybody goes at it. Would be a whole thing about Calvinism, the solas. A lot of people don't understand the solas. They think that it's, and I'm not a Calvinist. I'm saying I agree. You can't disagree. God, Christ, grace, faith, Scripture. In that order. And then church, and then well, I'm not going to add the love thing on, but some people add love, the 7 solas instead of 5 solas. But people hear sola, which means alone. It's Latin for alone, and they think, oh, so well, it's contradictory to say this alone, this alone, this alone. Yeah, I understand that, but it's like a word concept fallacy. They actually build on each other, and God, Christ, grace, faith, Scripture, None of them are alone. You need all of them. First and foremost, you need God. Then you need Christ. Then you need faith. Then you need grace. Then you need scripture. Then you need the church. But the church relies on the scripture. And the church fathers acknowledge this. Now, I don't have it off the top of my head, like which church fathers talked about this, but many church fathers talked about this. They said, if you're saying something and it's not in the scriptures, you're a heretic. You can't just start making up your own stuff. So even the church fathers relied on the scriptures. The scriptures came before the church fathers. So that's kind of what I would debate them about. And I think by the end, I think we would end up agreeing, because I don't think we actually disagree. I just think people hear sola scriptura and they're like, oh, you're just a Bible thumper. No, the Bible is just my favorite book. I read it. I like it. I'm not an intellectual. I'm a dummy who loves the Bible, and it's my favorite book to read. It's my favorite. I've been looking at it my whole life, but am I going to follow a man with apostolic succession if he's saying something that goes against the scriptures? No, I'm not. I'm going to go to the scriptures first to test him, to make sure that what he's saying is true. Church fathers even turn to scripture. That's my point. Yep. They have to. Yep. I just dropped you the hardest opener for that debate right from my preacher notes. Nice. Okay, I'm going to go in the Discord. I will be there in a moment. Looks like my Discord's been running for 650 hours. There's been somebody consistently in my Discord for 650 hours. So join the Discord. If you want to join the Discord, if you're not in there yet, there's always convos going on in there. I'll be at work and I'll look at the Discord just to check if I got messages and stuff. And there'll be a bunch of people in there watching videos, talking, arguing, yelling at each other. Be careful. You might go into the Discord and there might be God knows what going on. So, but there's the Discord. All right. Let's go in there. You ready?
With 5 minutes left in the debate, they're like, all right, we need to bring VK back up here because this debate's over. It was hilarious. That's never happened in VK.
You talking about? Yeah, when somebody paid for an extension and then they immediately concede.
We tried. They literally, Vintage and Andrew were just like, bring VK back because this is over. And Andrew was like, yeah, I'm about to go anyway, so. Yeah, it was kind of funny.
And then he just leaves Vintage there to just go
rot for minutes. Yeah, he should have. Yep.
Yeah, I outright called that shit too. I was in the messages with King. I was like, watch, Kieran's gonna revive itself as soon as this debate ends. And what happened the second it ended? Kieran revived himself.
That's a good question to Andrew, and the next thing you just said.
I said, I was like, Andrew comes in, gets in a 1v1 to snipe that person out, and then he leaves. I was like, Kieran's gonna revive himself right after Andrew takes the point. And that was Kieran's 1v1 on top of it, so he knew that was there.
Yeah, in my chat, Wagira was like, JS, do you want a 1v1 with Andrew? And I was like, well, no, because then he's gonna win, and I'm not gonna be on the panel anymore. And that's what. I was just saying I should have just done it. Yeah, but I thought I'd get more interaction if I just hang out on the panel with him.
And that's honestly, that's what Andrew. He's already said it a bunch of times, and he's even said it on the Crucible. He would much rather argue on the panel side of it than get put in a 1v1. When he gets put in a 1v1, all of his time to hang out and bullshit with a bunch of people gets thrown in the garbage because he's doing 1v1. And
Yeah.
Extend it to 20, 30, 40 minutes.
Well, and no offense to who was, what was his name? Who was the original vintage? No offense to original vintage, but who the fuck is original vintage to be in a 1v1 with Andrew Wilson? like like you know.
He was kind of the only person that disagreed with the prompt, except for Speakeasy, who was being facetious.
Yeah. And I didn't even really care too much about that prompt.
Yeah, I wouldn't have taken that prompt.
But
Almost a comedically bad prompt to take.
Yeah.
They're spending a lot of money over to Israel, and they're doing some stuff a lot of people think are bad. Should we be financially responsible for all of this?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't even matter. It doesn't matter how bad that debate was, because it still is nowhere near as bad as the one that King and I set up with fucking Rowdy Gowdy and the other guy.
Oh yeah, that was rough. I think Rowdy.
You chimed in when they went in, because literally you said the exact same thing that we said, which is an argument was never fucking landed by either one of them.
Yeah, he was actually asking good questions.
Yeah, I said the same thing. It was uninteresting.
But it was just way too slow, and it was super. Yeah, it was like super slow. But both, I mean, they're not like VK. They haven't been doing it for a while. You got to be quick. You got to just boom, 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 hit the points, and get the back and forth going. Get to the point.
And that's what made it even worse. Is like everybody.
Wait. I don't think they can hear us on chat.
Oh shit!
On your stream, they can't hear Phantom.
Hey, JS,
Yeah, I got it.
You're not getting audio on YouTube, brother.
Yeah, I fixed it. Sorry, chat. Read the damn chat, Josh.
This
Sorry.
is the thing.
Hey, JS, you
Yeah.
are getting audio in
You have to thank Kat. She came in here and messaged.
the YouTube.
Oh, everybody got their things. Why is mine not showing? I'm supposed to have a snail.
Huh?
Their
for
frames around their pictures.
Yeah.
They just did like a 2025 Discord recap. We're in the top 14% of Discord servers.
What are you talking about right now?
Are you guys proud? Are you guys proud? This is what you've been working for. That's
Are you
what he's
being
talking
serious right now?
about.
That's what that was?
Yeah.
Yeah,
This is what you guys have been working
They
for.
did a Discord recap of 2025, and at the end you get like a frame with a little picture. So like Chuck's and Stamey's, and Elder. I don't know about Elderlands if he did that or if that's from Discord, but
Okay, well that explains it, because Brandon was asking me earlier about
I
mine.
haven't seen that. Where
Mine
is
had
that at?
Mine had a donut.
maybe
Yeah,
you
I
have to
got
have a
mine earlier,
server.
too.
I mean, I haven't
Your
left.
checkpoint or whatever it's called.
Yeah, your 2025 Discord checkpoint or whatever. And I clicked through it and I went
there
through
it
it.
is. Okay, I see. Okay, here we go.
I posted some pictures of it, and they
Because
said,
I just got my YouTube snapshot too.
We're in the top
YouTube did one, too.
14% of voice chat.
Oh, here I can actually
We
show
only
you
started
my
this
YouTube one.
recently. Think about
Here's my
after a
YouTube one.
Keep it
year
going a
of
year?
24-hour JS Discord, we've got to be in
Look,
the top 1%.
I've watched in this year alone. I've watched what the fuck was it? I'm in the top 1% of JS's observed viewers on his channel, and I've watched over 296 of his videos this year alone.
Yeah, it said the 3 people I spend most time in Discord with are King, Elder Lion, and Brandon. Which I'm surprised. No offense, Brandon, but I'm surprised you slid in there. Maybe it's because I don't know, but I figured it would have been
Brandon
like
low-key always here, dog.
yeah. Yeah, maybe that's it. So even when I'm not there, it's who's in my Discord.
Well,
the
sometimes
most.
he's not talking, but usually if you're here, he's also here.
See,
He'll
that's
just
what it
mute up
gave
and be
me.
here.
It gave me this little donut thing.
Yeah, I gotta look at this. I gotta see what mine little.
I got one too, but I don't know how to turn it on. I thought I did it. It's a snail.
Yeah, where'd you see? Where'd you look that up at, King?
How do I turn it on?
The YouTube one. That's my YouTube one.
Oh, the Discord.
I haven't done the Discord one yet. I'm looking at that.
Yeah, just because when I did it, tried to do it earlier, it just told me unavailable. But it gave me the donut, so I don't know.
Messages sent this year 5,622, top 7% for messages sent on Discord. 982 emojis used.
Yeah, where you see this at?
1,236 hours. Click on your
Top
name,
right
your
corner
profile.
of your Discord, it'll say checkpoint. 1,600
We're in the
messages
top
sent.
2.53% of Discord voice chatters worldwide. Let's go. 1,200 hours in Discord. Holy fuck.
Yeah,
912 hours in Discord voice.
I've spent
Second is
754 hours in voice. That's the top 5%.
This is fucking cool, bro. This is actually kind of cool.
I don't have it.
Use your phone, Jeremy.
Oh,
I'm gonna restart Discord and see if it pops up.
That sounds like effort.
See, it says your Discord squad
Mine's in the top right corner
is
of the
Elder
screen.
Lion, King, and Brandon.
What the fuck?
Your squad. My squad. Yeah,
pay.
my squad is. Yeah, my Discord squad is Jeremy, Brandon, and JS.
Nice.
Because Brandon goes to the movies with. Yeah, no, I knew Jeremy. My number 1 Discord is JS is my number 2 Discord is Jeremy's. Number 3 is the Bear Cave.
My number 1 is mine, 2 is Easy's, and 3 is Elder Lion's.
My sidekick is Jeremy, of course. I've sent over 3,000. It's been 3,926 messages, 635 hours in voice.
Dang, you talk to that guy too
How
much.
much?
Dude.
How many hours in voice?
635 hours with Jeremy.
Yeah. Oh, just with him. Wait.
Just with him.
You talk to that guy too much, dude.
Way too much. I got to order a Grammy.
Something's going on there.
Yeah, there's definitely some shit going on there, man. I'm that other guy should be we're worried about you.
Yeah, I'm sure he is.
Yeah, they just did the YouTube review.
Yeah, my
too,
total
and
hours. Yeah, my total hours in Discord voice callers, 1,236.
Oh, this gay ass donut. I want my Snoop Dogg back. What the fuck?
Yeah, I don't want this origami.
It gave you the donut.
How did you change it?
I got a stupid.
I
It just
didn't. It
changes
changed it for
automatically.
me.
It didn't give me one. Maybe it's because I
King's
did it on my phone.
the donut's better. Like King got like an origami fucking crane flying over there.
Yeah, it's retarded.
Mine's a
I'm
snail.
gonna go back.
I got a bonsai.
You got the same one Chuck got. Yeah, yours is cool. I like yours.
How did Elder
I don't
Lion
see
get
where you
Snoop Dogg?
fucking see this shit at though. I don't see my. Oh,
Where
there
do
it
I go
is.
back? Where do I go back?
I just found it.
Oh,
Checkpoint.
this is good.
Checkpoint unavailable. Mine's unavailable. I'm not
I
allowed.
got a YouTube message saying I was in the top
You might have to
0.1% for your channel.
refresh or leave. Oh no, you just already did that. So I don't know, Jeff. You're fucked, bro.
The checkpoint thing won't work for me because I have all my privacy settings on.
Yeah, that's what I just observed as well. It's the privacy settings. I don't think enabling it's going to do anything now either.
Oh, then you don't get a checkpoint.
You gotta enable.
Are they to the two people who just joined? You have to go into, if you want to join the panel, you have to go into one of the open chat rooms, and we'll pull you in. Angry Amputee, we know you. Switchy Blade, I'm not sure who that is. But
Never heard of him. Be careful. Oh, this is dumb. I don't like this pink bullshit. Bro.
Yeah, well, I enabled the option, but it's still not available to me.
So, Rev, are you anti-giant?
Anti-giant?
Are you a giant denier?
Are you talking about the concept of giant humanoids that originates from Greco-Roman mythology?
I'm talking about the sons of man that come from the Nephilim sleeping with human women and making giants. I'm talking about the...
Where you get that?
I get it from Deuteronomy 2. I get it from... Hold on, where'd it go? Oh, I don't have it open. But anyway, the Nephilim, the Ehims, the Anakims, the Zonanims, Deuteronomy 2:10. The Emims dwelt therein in past times, a great people and many, tall as the Anakims, which were also accounted as giants as the Anakims, but the Moabites called them Enims. It's all throughout the Old Testament.
Yeah,
Goliath.
in Genesis, it defines giants as men around.
So we operate under the premise of sola scriptura, right?
I don't know. I'm not sure what you mean by
Bible
that.
handy, pull up the flood narrative and read how the waters increased upon the face of the earth. Scripture is pretty clear that anything that drawed breath died. So if we're going sola scriptura, then everything died in the flood. So how can there be descendants of Nephilim? Unless it was hyperbole. As tall as, you see. It's a comparison. The Akim isn't really descendants, they're just compared to them, just like the other ones. But the Nephilim most certainly died in the flood, otherwise Genesis is an error.
Well, Nephilim were
Well, Goliath was a descendant of the Akim, but if you read the narrative with David and Goliath, not once does that passage describe Goliath as a giant.
He was 9
Nephilim directly.
He was 6 cubits tall. He was 9 feet tall.
Yeah, it depends on how you measure your cubits. You can either go the
elbow to fingertip
exile cubit, or you can go to pre-exile cubit. But if
elbow
you go
to
pre-exile
fingertip.
cubit, you're looking at a man closer to 7.5 feet.
No, everything says he was 9'9", 9'8", something like that.
Yeah, if you're using the cubits of the post-Exilitic era, post-Babylon. But if you go before that, then it gives you a range. That's why, like, if you go and Google, like, how tall Goliath was, it'll give you a range of a height instead of, like, a definite height. And the reason behind that is because cubits were measured differently before they went to Babylon, and then measured differently after they came out of Babylon. But again, if you read the account of David and Goliath, Goliath is not called a giant directly. We read that into the text.
Well, how about Joshua 12, 13, 15, 17, 18, at the coast of Og, king of Bashan, which was a remnant of the giants that dwelt at Asher. So what are you saying giant means there?
Well, it depends. So you've got giant, that can just mean big. But then also you have a specific giant in the pre-flood narrative. But then again, you'd be hard-pressed to find anybody, any, like, fossil record of giant humanoids. and we've dug. The only giants we really find in the ground are dinosaurs.
It
just so happens they were wiped out in a mass extinction event.
so there's mentions of the Nephilim making the giants in Genesis, and then you would say they would get all wiped out by the flood. But and then Deuteronomy 2 and 3, and then
Well-
Joshua 12, 13. Joshua and Deuteronomy is the main places
Mhm.
where it talks about the giants.
Yeah, well, you got to look at the passages in their context and see what they're really saying, because like I know if there's contradiction in the scripture, then that's an issue. So here, let me pull up the flood narrative for you real quick.
I know about the flood. So you're saying, what are you saying? They're just big people.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you look at like Great Khali, Andre
Yeah.
the Giant, Big Show, those are just big dudes.
Well, I'm not saying they were 40
but
feet
they're
tall.
they're not like the descendants of half angels and half humans. You see what I'm saying? So if Goliath falls within the height range of where like we know, like from what we see today, humans can easily reach. I mean, look at Shaquille O'Neal. That's one big dude.
Yeah.
But is he half angel? Is he a Nephilim? Is he a demigod? You see what I'm saying? So we really got to be careful with how the language works, especially when we're reading like the Hebrew. In Genesis, there's a specific here, I'll get it real quick. I think it's 6:4 that mentions Nephilim.
6'4", yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So we look at the text. It says plainly there were giants in the earth in those days. But then if you look at every translation in the English, there's a peculiar punctuation here. There's a semicolon followed by the phrase, and also after that followed by a comma. When the sons of God came unto the daughters of men, and they bore to them children to them, the same were mighty men, which were of old, men of renown. So what this punctuation does is simply says that the giants existed in the same time period as this offspring being described by the narration. It's no different than saying there's Wi-Fi in the earth in those days. And also after that, Elon Musk mass-produced electric cars and they were Tesla. So is Tesla Wi-Fi, or is Wi-Fi Tesla? See, it takes a lot of reading into the text to actually look past that peculiar punctuation. A lot of people do.
Hold on.
But then also we can go even further to say that the reason why we have sons of God and daughters of men here in Genesis 6:4, and if we are going based on contextual sola scriptura, we have a genealogy of Cain, and then we have a genealogy of Seth. If we go to Luke, the genealogy of Jesus presented in Luke, it finishes with Adam, the son of God. So it's really easy to deduce that the sons of God in this passage are Seth's line, and the daughters of men are Cain's line. Otherwise, there'd be no reason to have Cain's genealogy at all. He just wanders, right?
Hold on, I'm looking into something real quick. I want to see what words are used.
Well, there's only one Hebrew word used for giant, that's Nephilim.
Well, Nephilim, so the M, we would call it not a suffix, but a suffix. The M at the end. So in Joshua, it's Rephaim. In Genesis, it's Nephilim. And then in Deuteronomy, it's Ehim, Nephilim, Anakims, and Zuzamims. So Where is Nephilim? Nephilims are mentioned in Deuteronomy.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah,
post
the
flood.
report of the 10 spies.
It's Deuteronomy 2. It's all throughout Deuteronomy 2. So the Enims, the Anakims, that also was accounted a land of giants. Giants dwelt there in the old time, and the Anamites called them the Zumamims. So the Zumamims, the Anakims, the Ehims, the Nephilims, and in the Hebrew it's the Raphaims. Those are all races of giants.
Mm-hmm.
So if we're using this,
so how they survived the flood?
I don't know. Maybe there was a remnant of their DNA in somebody in Noah's family.
I don't know. Let's go to Genesis 7
So you're admitting Noah might have been a giant, dude? You shot me down on that.
Well, I'm saying he might have had that in his, or who's to say that because the angel of the Lord and angels are still present post flood. Who's to say that it's not still happening after the flood and we just aren't told about it directly, but we see tribes and races that have these same characteristics that the Nephilim had, or that the giants from the Nephilim had.
Yeah, see, a lot of it's comparison language. When you read about the account, it says like compared. You know, they're comparing them to something, and you see the same thing with the report from the 12 spies. It's hyperbole. They're comparing. They're saying, hey, look, these are like Nephilim down here, and we're grasshoppers in their sight. But if we're to take that report literal, then those are literal giants, giant loaves of bread, to be more specific. And then the Israelites are literal grasshoppers. So we got to be very careful with the hyperbole and to understand how it's written in Hebrew to understand where that hyperbole comes in. So if we look at Genesis 7, and we'll start it off, I'll just take it at 20. 15 cubits upward did the water prevail, and the mountains were covered, and all flesh died that moved upon the earth, both of fowl, of cattle, and of beast, and of every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth, and every man.
Right.
And all those, and all in whose nostrils was the breath of life, of all that was in the dry land died, and every living substance was destroyed which was upon the face of the ground, both man and cattle and creeping thing and fowl of heaven, and they were destroyed from the face of the earth. And Noah only remained alive, and they that were in the ark. So,
but that's assuming there's only one
true,
tribe of giants, the Nephilim. But there's not.
Yeah,
there's a lot of tribes of giants.
Then we're going to fall
and
into,
then,
but then
and
we're going to
Joshua,
fall
he wipes
into
them
the
all
error.
out. He kills all the giants.
But then we fall into the error. Did you hear what I just read? Like everything's gone according to Scripture. All living substance, save that which was on the ark, destroyed.
Right. So the Nephilim.
So where'd they come from?
So the Nephilim died out.
They would have had to.
Okay.
They would have died right here in this flood, according to Scripture.
And then the flood ends.
And any kind of narrative that says, well, maybe it was just a localized flood. Maybe it didn't hit all of the earth.
I'm not doing that. I'm not saying that.
I know, but a lot of people do. So I just ironed that out really fast because the Scripture makes it very abundantly clear that everything's wiped out all across the earth.
I agree. So everything's wiped out. Noah lands and then their family starts growing and growing and growing and multiplying and multiplying and multiplying. Different tribes form. Now there's still the presence of angels coming down. And so why would we?
Yeah,
why
but
would
that's
we
an
not?
assumption. That's an assumption based on extra biblical texts, such as the Book of Enoch. If we're going sola scriptura, then the only thing authoritative to this story is the 66 canonical books that we have here, right? If we're taking the Protestant canon.
Well, but I gotta fill something in here to where I see a jump from Genesis, Nephilim, flood, Nephilim wiped out, then Deuteronomy, Now there's 4 tribes of giants. Where did they come from?
So you can trace them back actually, though, all the way. Like if you follow post flood, you have the genealogies of Noah's 3 sons, and that runs right into them. So they're descended from Noah's sons, regardless of how you cook it.
Yeah. Well, everybody's descended from Noah's sons.
Yeah, even those tribes that they compare to Nephilim. So it's comparative language. Every time it's mentioned, it's mostly comparative.
But see, you're doing so. I'm not eisegeting anything. I read it. It says
Yeah,
there's
yeah, definitely.
giants.
Neither am I. It's
But
got
you
a
are.
it's got a jive though.
You're saying that there had to be some. Oh wait, shit! I forgot what I was about to say. But you're adding something in that isn't there.
No,
You're
on the
saying
contrary, I'm not adding anything to the
no.
text. I'm
You
just
said
going based on what the text says.
You said they compare them to giants. Where do you get that
Yeah.
from?
Well, let's go to Deuteronomy 2 real
Because
quick.
what I see is they call them giants.
Deuteronomy 2.
Or what? Not what I
right.
see. What it says.
Yeah,
repeatedly.
of course. Okay, so 2:11, which also were accounted giants as Anakims, but the Moabites call them Emis or Emims. So which were accounted giants, or counted like compared to or allotted with, doesn't mean they actually are that.
What is that? Deuteronomy 2:12? No.
2:11.
2:11, yeah. Which were accounted giants as the Anakims, but the Moabites
They
called
were
them
accounted.
Emims.
Yeah, they were counted Nephilim. So, like, for example, I can account Shaquille O'Neal as a giant, right? I can
Accounted
account Big
means
Joe as a giant. I can even account a very small man like Napoleon a giant simply because of his military might and prowess.
Yeah, but you're
See what
saying
I'm saying?
accounted means compared them to. I'm saying accounted means somebody told somebody about this. So like go to Deuteronomy 2:20. It says that was also accounted a land of giants. Now you're saying accounted a land of giants means they compared it to the giants, or it was similar to the giants. But what I'm saying is accounted there means it was somebody said this is a land of giants. Like it's their account of the story or of the. That was also accounted a land of giants. Giants dwelt there, and then semicolon. Giants dwelt there in the old times, and the Anamites called them Zumamims, Zamzumzims.
Let me grab the.
So whenever we see this ims, it tends to point towards giants. The Zamzunims, the Anakims, the Ehims, the Nephilims, the Ims, and we see this a lot in the Old Testament with names. It'll have like certain names sound the same. Like there's certain endings to the names. So
yeah, well, the word there
there'd be
in
the
Deuteronomy
Amorites, the
2:11
Shuhaites, the
is count.
Hittites, the Zuharites,
Yeah. Well, we also got to consider the Hebrew language as well. So the Hebrew here, where it says accounted as giants or whatnot, that's Cashapp. So that literally means to think, plan, reckon, account, consider, devise, or esteem. So they esteemed them as giants would be a more accurate way to put that.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I'm looking at right now is the Hebrew. Let me see.
Cashapp.
2:20. Hold on 1 second. Rephaim. So them call, but the Anamites formerly the dwelt the also regarded as the Rephaim. Rephaim. What's the Hebrew word for Nephilim? Is it just Well, I have it right here.
Nephilim is the Hebrew word. What we translate that to in English is giant, because it's the closest word that we
Nephilim.
really have. But then also our preconception of giants, like what we imagine, like when you close your eyes and you think of a giant, you're thinking of something from Greek mythology that actually finds its origins in Greek mythology, and then weaves itself through folklore. And that's why you see this account in the book of Enoch. Now, Enoch was written after Israel had encountered the Greek. And what you have is you have a fringe sect of Jews trying to mesh the Greco-Roman mythologies with Judaism. And so they came up with the book of Enoch, a way to twist Genesis 6:4 way out of context to come up with some immaculate story.
But
And
are
that's
you
why we don't
talking
take
about
it as scripture.
You're talking about Enoch 2 through 5, but not Enoch 1? Or you would say,
Well, Enoch 1 was still written after the Maccabees, after Israel first encountered the Greek.
I'm pretty
But you see, the
sure.
thing is
Well,
about
Enoch
the
1
giant
is considered
humanoids is they
canonical.
find their origins in Greco-Roman mythology. So the Hebrews, the Israelites, they wouldn't have really been exposed to that idea of a giant humanoid in the sense of Greco-Roman mythology, like what you see when you picture a giant being 20 foot tall, towering over 2 and 3 story houses. They never existed, and if they did, we would find them in our fossil record. But what giants we do find abundantly in our fossil record are dinosaurs.
Oh, there were definitely dinosaurs.
Well, yeah, and technically, like if we look at the fossil record, they're the only giants we really had on Earth that dwelt on the land, and we know that they got wiped out in a mass extinction event. And it just so happens we have a mention of giants prior to a flood, and then there's a flood that wipes everything out. And then every mention of giants after that is a comparison, esteemed to, likened to, or reckoned as such. So it's not a literal comparison like, hey, these guys are literal giants. But then also the idea that where we get this giant myth from is the book of Enoch, and the assumption that angels have reproductive parts and can mate with human females.
But the Book of Enoch is
But then
canonical
if you
in
really
the
stop and
Orthodox
but you
and Catholic canons.
It's not canonical, it's deuterocanonical. So it's not a part of the actual canon of scripture.
It's in the 88, or it's in the it's in the Enoch is in the Orthodox Study Bible, right?
No.
Well, I know it's in
No?
the Ethiopian one, but
It's definitely in the
Ethiopian one. It's not in
the Ethiopian one comes like
First
way
Enoch?
later, because the Ethiopian Bible is actually like a copy of the Coptic Greek, or not the Coptic Greek, but the Koine Greek. And it was copied, I believe, in Alexandria or somewhere close to there.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm not
I'd have to
even
double
like
check that.
so I don't even really care about the Book of Enoch. Well,
Yeah,
in this
but
argument.
that's where the whole preconception comes from, is the Book of Enoch. Once we take the Book of Enoch out of the
No,
equation
I
and
see
focus
it
strictly
in
on the
I see it
text,
in the
that's all
Bible
we
when I
got.
read the Bible.
Yeah, but you already had the preconception of Greco-Roman giants even before you read the Bible, even before you read Enoch. You already had that in your head from fairy tales like Jack and the Beanstalk. So of course, when you read giant in the Bible and you already have that preconception planted in your head from fairy tales and fables that you heard as a child, then you're going to superimpose that image onto the text, just like what Christians did a while ago when they would read unicorn.
Hold on, I think you're getting it backwards. Did the fairy tales that I heard as a child inform what I saw when I read the Bible, or did the Bible inform the fairy tales that I heard as a child? Which came
Well,
first?
that depends on what the source of your fairy tales are.
It doesn't
So
matter what the source of
a lot of
my
your
fairy tales are.
tales,
It matters what the source of all
yeah.
fairy tales are, which is truth, which
Well,
is
a lot of
the
fairy tales
oldest.
come from
No, not
folklore.
all fairy tales source is truth.
Fairy tales come from folklore.
Yes, and where does
And
folklore come
we
from?
have warnings in the
Stories and
New
tales that
Testament
are
about
told.
leaning on the fables and folklore.
And what is the greatest story ever told?
But it's not a fable, nor is
So
it folklore.
so you're saying
It's historical fact.
you're saying I heard stories of giants as a kid, and then I read in the Bible where it says giants, and so I think, oh, well, that
That's
matches with the
exactly
fairy
where
tales.
your mind
But
went.
what I'm
Yeah.
saying is those fairy tales and those stories were inspired by the Bible, which is the truth, which is what happened, is there were giants.
Not now with giant humanoids. Giant humanoids literally find their origins in Greco-Roman mythology.
And also,
It's
I'm
a
not
part of
saying
the
20 feet
pantheon.
tall. I'm just
And in
saying
fact, the
really big
giant
people.
humanoids found in Greco-Roman mythology are actually halflings of the gods.
Yeah.
Just like the narrative presented in Enoch. These
Yes.
giants are halflings of angels. You see
Yes.
what I'm saying?
But no,
It's the
that's not
same.
just in Enoch. That's in
Yeah.
Genesis, and that's in Deuteronomy, and that's in Joshua.
But you
So-
have to read that into the text of Genesis.
But
because
the-
Genesis doesn't say they're giant humanoids.
The
nor
fact
does it say
that-
that they're offspring of angels.
The
and
fact that the
humans.
Greco-Romans wrote stories about giants that's because it's true, and they get that from what's in the Bible.
They wrote stories about satyrs and centaurs.
Just like how
and
every
tons of
culture
other
has a
mythical
flood. It's not
creatures,
like the
Pegasi.
Bible stole the flood story from Gilgamesh or from the China
course
flood
not.
or something like that.
But
It's that
but
it
if
did
we're gonna
happen
attribute-
and it was a thing, and that's why they wrote about it. That's why cultures across the world wrote about giants, wrote about dragons, wrote about floods, who had no email, they had no transportation, they had no way to contact each other, but they all wrote about the same similar tales all throughout history, is because it happened. It's because there were giants,
But
there
like
were
I said,
dragons,
we've
there was a
already
flood.
rooted the origin of the giant humanoids specifically. Like we've already done the research and studies on this and found its origins in Greco-Roman mythology. In the
What,
Greco-Roman story, yeah. Straight from Greco-Roman mythology. There is
Not
Greek
when I
as
can point
centaurs
you to
and satyrs and Pegasi.
not when I can point
Yeah.
you to older mentions of giants.
Really? There's
In the
older
Bible.
mentions of giants?
The Bible.
Like I said, you got to read that into the text. You're reading backwards. You see what I'm saying?
No, I think
So
you're ad hoc trying to erase the giants from the Bible by saying, oh, because later the Greco-Romans talked about it and they made fairy tales about it, that means it must be fake in the Bible. I'm saying the fairy tales and what the Greco-Romans talked about is what happened, is what's in the Bible. They were stealing from us. Ha-ha!
But how could they steal from the Israelites if they had not encountered them prior to the Maccabees?
Well, I mean, they're stealing from the truth.
And why did
because it was true.
Why did the giant myth really propagate after the Maccabees, after Israel encountered the Greek?
Why did cultures and civilizations across the world who had no contact with each other write about giants and dragons?
A lot of them wrote about dragons, but that's shared memory of dinosaurs.
I know. When I say dragon, I mean dinosaurs. Yeah.
So do I. And then when we look at giants, we don't see many of them throughout the pantheon of ancient mythology. We see them mostly centered in Greco-Roman mythology.
And I mean
That's
dinosaurs
scholars
walking.
have already concluded that that's the origin.
I mean dinosaurs walking amongst humans.
So do I.
And so
Bible says
if
it.
reptiles were enormous, terrible lizards, so we see woolly mammoths, It's a giant furry elephant. We see saber-toothed tigers. It's a powerful long-toothed tiger. We see dinosaurs, which are giant terrible lizards, Why would we not also
Not all of them
assume
were
that
lizards, though,
giants, that
because if
humans also were bigger too? There were big humans.
not all
Like big
dinosaurs
humans.
were
Not like 40-foot tall, but like 10-foot
yeah.
tall, 12-foot tall, 9-foot tall. Like a city where everybody is 9 to 12 feet tall. Why would
Yeah,
why would
then we
we
would still have to, but then we would still have to implicate that anybody that's around 9 feet tall are automatically the descendants of angels of some sort, like Shaquille O'Neal. That guy's big. Great Khali, he's a big guy. We would have to assume that these men are descendants of those fallen angels. But then,
why not?
like I
Do you
said, you'd
believe in
have to show
DNA?
you'd have to show it strictly in Genesis, where it says that the
Are
sons of
we all
God are
descendants of Adam and Eve?
yeah.
Okay. So why couldn't Shaquille O'Neal and Great Khali be descendants of some ancient giants that were 12 feet tall?
Well, because here's the thing, if fallen angels actually mated with females, human females, and say that they did have the genitalia to actually do that, and a reproductive system to actually do that
Well,
with humans,
it doesn't
we
say
we would have to make
they
an
had sex
assumption.
with them, but they
But
or
in order to reproduce, they would, unless you're assuming the conception. But then you're deifying angels.
angels are deities.
No, they're not God.
Depending on how okay, so you're using the word deity to mean just God.
Yes, creating.
But a
Things that have
deity
power
means
over
of God.
creation.
Deity means
Yes,
of
well,
God.
the only thing that has power over creation is God. So, like when we read in Genesis, when God says, "Let us make man in our image, after our likeness," if we assume that God is speaking to angels, then we have to assume that angels are creating beings, literally deities, God,
What?
Adonai.
Yeah. I understand only God creates.
So how
But
can an angel immaculately conceive with a woman?
well, in the
I
same
mean,
way that
God
a
can do
man immaculately conceives with a woman and creates a child, but he doesn't actually create the child. God creates the child. In the
yes, but
same
it
way,
requires
the angel could do it with a woman, but he doesn't. Maybe he could. I don't know. He could.
then they would remain virgins. So then they would have virgin birth, virgin conceiving.
Maybe okay. So maybe they took the form of men, like they do many times throughout the Old Testament.
Yes, but taking the form of man
Lot
is not
lets the two
taking on
angels into
flesh
his
and
house, and
bone
he
and
thinks
spirit.
they're two guys.
But see, taking on the form of man isn't necessarily taking on humanity, the flesh, blood, and bone of man, because we have pre-incarnate Christ showing up all over the Old Testament. But he had to be born a man in order to live as a man and to die as a man. So pre-incarnates, like the angels that appear to people, a lot of times that was Christ. But then the other angels that do appear to people, we can't really say they have flesh and bone bodies because they weren't born into this world.
Was it was it was it Lot who
Otherwise,
had the two
Christ could have
angels
just
come into his
popped up.
house, and then the soldiers came to his
Yeah.
house looking for them? Yeah.
Well, yeah, but they weren't flesh and blood.
Well, he ate with them, he sat with them, he touched them, he felt
He
them, he
he
saw them,
sat.
he
He
heard them.
hold on. No, he sat and ate with Yahweh. The other two he didn't sit and eat with. He sat and ate with Yahweh God.
Where do you get that from?
Right from Genesis. He sat and ate with Yahweh God. He didn't sit with the other two messengers. The other two messengers went down into Sodom and Gomorrah. The one that sat and ate with him was God, the pre-incarnate Christ.
Maybe I'm getting stories. I'm thinking of the angels that come into the guy. Lot. I think it's Lot. He protects them, and the men are looking to have sex with them, to rape them.
Yeah, for sure.
And that's
no proof of an actual physical, corporeal, flesh, bone, and blood body capable of reproduction. See, nowhere in the epic with Lot does it say that these angels bled. does it say that they were injured or anybody did anything with them. In fact, it was the angels that saved Lot. They had to pull him into
But
his
you
own
have
house.
to assume that they couldn't. You have to assume that they couldn't sleep with a woman and make a baby.
Hmm. Well, yeah. But then you'd have to also assume that they're genetically compatible. But then you run into the mythology of demigods.
Doesn't it make
And
more
at
sense that they
the
could and
end,
they did, and that's why it
angels have
talks
a
about
lot like a
giants
human
after the flood?
like in the Greco-Roman pantheon. I don't know. See, the thing is, though, is if we were to go along that line of reasoning that fallen angels just came down here and started shagging the
Even
women,
in the New
and they
Testament, in
spitting
Hebrews
out
11, it says,
grotesque and evil-looking giants, and God wipes the world out with a flood, I think that would be one of those things that he'd take out because when we look at Genesis 6, that was one of the things that God was destroying the planet for was the evil of mankind. They'd grown evil, right? And what's more evil than an abomination between an angelic being and a human?
what
Those
is
would have been wiped out right in the flood.
what's the verse that I'm thinking of? I think it's one of my favorite verses, and I always forget the numbers, but I think it's Hebrews 11, 4 or 1. Be careful to entertain strangers because some have entertained angels unbeknownst.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
that means
and
that
also
to
we
this
have
day,
Gabriel appearing to both Mary and to
that means to this
Zechariah.
day, there
And
could be angels walking around on earth.
yeah, but that doesn't mean that they can reproduce.
It doesn't mean they can't.
But we would have to have proof of that from scripture. We don't.
And that's what I'm pointing you to, which is the giants that are around after the flood.
Yeah, but you have
in
to
Joshua and in
show
Deuteronomy.
me that but you'd have to show me
Why would
distinctively
Joshua have to
that
wipe out all these races of giants if they couldn't? And also, not every angel that reproduces necessarily makes a giant. They're not all Nephilim. There's cherubims, there's orphans,
where do we get that in scripture?
See, so we're both
Yeah, we really need to ground it deeply in scripture. So we would need proof that angels are reproducing with women, more so than the sons of God came under the daughters of man, because the argument can be raised that the daughters of man are actually Cain's descendants, while the sons of God are Seth's descendants. And we can make that connection by looking at Jesus's genealogy in the Gospel of Luke, where it ends with Adam being the son of God.
okay. So
if scripture affirms that Adam is the son of God, then by that logic, any children born from him would also be considered sons of God.
But
except for the one that was kind of exiled. But then we also have to ask the question, why did Cain get a genealogy? And also, if you look at the genealogy presented by Cain, a lot of the things that the books of Enoch attribute to the inventions of fallen angels are actually attributed to the descendants of Enoch.
Do you
Or
not
not Enoch, the descendants of Cain.
do you not think that Enoch is an important character and that maybe his book should be taken into consideration, considering he's the only
But did he write it?
well, he's the only one in the lineage that does
We've
not
already
mention that he
determined
died.
that to be pseudepigraphical. And yeah, he did die.
It goes through the lineage of everybody. It says he lived this long, he died, he had this, he lived, he had these sons, he died. And then his sons lived, they had these sons, they died. And then it gets to Enoch and it says he was taken up.
Yes, but it also gives an olive days for him too. If he had not died, it would not have given an olive
What does
days.
that mean?
You see, the apostles raised the same.
Wait,
Okay,
hold
so
on.
like
What's that
if you
mean?
go
An olive days. What do you mean?
olive days, which means you have a count. Like Adam, he had an olive days, and then everybody else had an olive days, which marks how long they lived.
It doesn't tell
How
you
many
how
years
long
they?
Enoch. Well, it
Yeah, it
tells you
does.
how. You're
365
right.
years.
Yeah. It tells you how long he lived, but it doesn't say
Yeah.
he died. It says he's the only one that it says he was taken up. Well, then there's Elijah later, but
Well,
in
then
that
we have a contradiction when we look at John 3:13, when Jesus said, "No man has ascended up to heaven at any time, but he that came down from heaven, even the Son of Man which is in heaven."
So you don't think Elijah was taken up
No, he
without
was
dying?
taken in a whirlwind. He was not taken in a chariot of fire. The chariot of fire divided him from Elisha, and then he was taken up in a whirlwind.
I didn't
Now,
say he was. I didn't say he was
you can look
taken
at
up in a chariot
whirlwind.
of fire, but I just said
A
it
lot
doesn't
of
say he
people make that
died.
assumption, so I just like to clarify
I
like
know,
some of
and a lot of
the
people think it was a
phenomena.
UFO too, but
Yeah, so I like to try to clarify some of the common misconceptions that people have in the retellings of these stories because it's really important to catch the context. So, if Elijah is taken up in a whirlwind is essentially a tornado, right? So,
you're
if a
kind of
whirlwind's a
doing
tornado,
the same thing that they do when they say it was a UFO. I believe it
well,
was
if you look at well, I can even just jump to 2 Chronicles 21 and point to the letter that Elijah the prophet sent to King Jehoram and say, well, how did he do this if he was in heaven? Because Elijah was taken up during the reign of King Jehoshaphat. But Jehoram, the son and successor of Jehoshaphat, took the throne like at least a decade later. So how is Elijah, who was taken up during the reign of Jehoshaphat 10 years before, sending a letter to Jehoram by conventional means if he's in heaven?
Hold on one second. It's 2 Kings 2. I want to look at it.
But then we also have to fall back on what Jesus himself said, that no man has ascended up to heaven but himself, who came down from heaven. So we
Hold
would
on, hold
have
on,
to
hold on. What?
we'd have to
It
rely
does say a
on what
chariot of
Jesus
fire.
says. Yes, divided them, and then he was taken up by the whirlwind.
There appeared as a chariot of fire and horses of fire and parted them both asunder, and Elijah went up by a whirlwind into heaven.
Uh-huh. They were parted by the chariot of fire. Which, other words, the chariot of fire came and landed between them and separated them. And then Elijah was taken up in a whirlwind. Now, a whirlwind is a tornado, right? So even our most powerful tornadoes, the F5, can't even launch anything beyond Earth's atmosphere.
Elijah
So we have
calls
to
him the horseman of the chariot.
yeah, but it was the whirlwind that took him up.
Okay, but it never says that Elijah died. It just says he was taken up into heaven.
Yeah. Which heaven? The sky above us? Beyond that, where the sun and stars are for the second heaven? Or was he taken to the third heaven, which is beyond that?
It doesn't. I mean, it doesn't tell us that.
Exactly. And that's why we had to go to 2 Chronicles 21, and you'll see the letter from the prophet Elijah that was sent that was received 10 years after he had went up by the whirlwind. And then we have to ask ourselves, how did Elijah send the letter by conventional means 10 years after he was apparently taken up into the third heaven where the throne of God is, which no man can reach?
Why? Hold on, let me. Okay. It's funny. I have all this already highlighted because this was like super interesting to me.
It is extremely interesting. But like I said, we got to fall back on the words of Christ. He said, nobody did it but him. No man has ever ascended to heaven. And if Jesus is God, then I'm pretty sure that he knew about Enoch and Elijah and would have accounted for them when he said that.
Okay,
right?
you're talking about 2 Chronicles 21:12. There came a writing to him from Elijah the prophet, saying, Thus saith the Lord God of David, thy father, because thou hast not walked in the ways of Jehoshaphat, thy father, nor in the ways of, but hast walked in the new kings of Israel and Judah. How do you?
Well, it's just a chronology. He was taken up during the reign of Jehoshaphat. Jehoram is the son of Jehoshaphat. So you've got at least 10 years there, because when Jehoram first became king, he was just a child. He couldn't even rule yet, if I'm remembering correctly. But still, nonetheless, you have a letter from a prophet who was apparently taken into heaven, being sent by conventional means sometime after the event.
All right. Well, let me. So we don't go at this forever, but so that everybody we can have a panel and stuff. But let me find a little middle ground, or let me try
Yeah,
to
no worries.
understand what you're saying and try to find some middle ground. So you're saying post flood, what's mentioned in Deuteronomy and Joshua, those are not giants. They're like giants because they're really big people.
Yeah, they're just comparing them to something. They're esteeming them as such, right?
Okay. Yeah.
So I can esteem you as like a king or a great warrior or anything like that, or any kind of descriptive features. You know what I mean? So I can even esteem like Big Show as a giant, and we do. We call these men giants.
Yeah.
But are they really?
But okay. Pre-flood,
Mm-hmm.
were there real giants?
Yeah, real dinosaurs. The only giants we have in our fossil record. I
So
mean,
you think
if we found a skeleton of a 20-foot man, and like the Smithsonian came out, verified it, it would be front page news. It would be all over every media outlet across the
well, there
globe.
is a lot of stuff
But
that's been
then we would
found. They
have
call it hoax. They call it hoaxes, but
Mhm.
they also call
because it is.
they also call the ark on Mount Air, is it Mount Ararat or in Turkey?
Yeah, but that's not necessarily a hoax. That's more of like a theory, because we actually have that landmark there that people can go and see. We can see it from satellites. Now, all this stuff
And
about
it's
people finding
protected by
giants, it does still
anti-aircraft
happen.
weapons and stuff. Like they won't let anybody near there. So even if we found this giant skeleton, how would we know? They would call it a hoax.
Well, that's the problem. I don't think they would. Because you got to think about it. If a team of archaeologists go out and they literally find a 20 to 25 foot skeleton of a humanoid, they just got rich, dude. Their names are going to be remembered forever, which is what
No, or they got killed and
archaeologists want.
disappeared from the earth, and
Yeah,
then any information that
for
came
what
about
reason?
it was debunked and called a hoax.
Yeah, but why would anybody want to do that? Why would they be like, hey, you know what?
To
This
destroy
just can't exist.
the narrative of the Bible, to keep science and evolution at the forefront of everything.
Yeah, but
There's a big
that's
money
still running
incentive
under the
to
assumption. Yeah, but there's not that big of a money incentive. There's a bigger money incentive. Like if I found a 20-foot humanoid skeleton in my backyard, there's a bigger incentive for me to make a ton of money off of that, going public as quickly as
I
I
think
can.
as soon as you tried to go public about it, you would be disappeared.
I don't know. Because like there'd have to be some sort of net benefit to keeping giant humanoids hush hush. I really don't see one. Um, I don't know.
Huh. Anyway, all right. Well, let's move on.
Yeah,
But
it's a really, really fun topic because we can go like really into it.
yeah.
And the reason why it's a really fun topic is because it has no bearing on salvation. It's something that we can
Right.
debate about in the Bible that doesn't hurt anything.
Yeah, and it's fun, and also there's a big part of me that just wants it to be true. Like
Oh yeah.
it just sounds cool.
I mean, there is a verse that kind of makes you both right.
What's that?
Genesis 6. I think it's either 4 or 5.
Yeah, we
The
talked.
Giants
Yeah,
were
Feeling
obviously
deja
6-4.
vu.
the Giants were
Feeling
obviously
deja vu, Russ.
Yeah, that's what we're kind of arguing about, is were there giants after the flood? But
Yeah, he's talking about pre-flood, the giants being dinosaurs when they're not, when they're obviously defined as Miniver now.
Right.
They're not literal giants. They're just really powerful, man.
I've never heard
Well,
that take.
you gotta pay attention to the, like I said earlier, you gotta really pay attention to the punctuation being used and how this sentence is framed, because the punctuation's there in the original Hebrew and it's in every English translation that we have. And the thing is I've heard
But see, I'm not a
pastors and
Hebrew
preachers try to
expert,
read
so
I don't
this,
really care about the
and
Hebrew.
and yeah, of course. But when I hear pastors and stuff try to read this, like here, I'll read it out for you guys. And it sounds very unnatural the way they try to pose this, because they try to make it sound like the giants are those offspring. So they literally fumble over, and also after that, because they don't understand what that means. So they'll read, there was giants in the earth, there were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of God came into the daughters of men, and they bare to them children, the same became mighty men, which were of old, men of renown. They read that, they don't understand that punctuation, and also after that, which has a clear semicolon, a comma, which shows separation of thought, one subject, and another subject. But somehow we're
And
mashing
the
these
commas and
together,
stuff
and I
aren't
don't know how.
placed there by anybody but
yes,
Yes, but
Farmer
that
Cow, we're talking
punctuation
about
is
giants.
there
like
in
the
the
Protestant
original
people that
language.
translated.
So you see, it's not just like we just stuffed it there because we wanted it there.
There were
That
no
those
commas. There were no separations. It
semicolon
was just
a
one long
phrase.
sentence, basically.
You guys talk amongst yourselves.
But like I said, it's punctuation. It's there in the Hebrew. And if I were to say there were
Added
Wi-Fi
later.
in the Earth in those days, and also after that, Elon Musk mass-produced electric cars and called them Tesla, is Wi-Fi Tesla. Or am I just simply describing two things that occurred in the same time period to give a better shape of the narration? Because keep in mind, this is narration here.
Oh, I say I gotta cut this game off. I can't pay attention. Now my whole computer's locked up. Great. This is fantastic.
He's running. L. Ross the Reverend wins.
I gotta get to my
1, 2.
Well, I mean, basically, what I know from just memory while my computer's freezing, because I can hear you guys, so I'm assuming you can still hear me.
Huh?
Yeah, we can hear you.
But a lot of the punctuations and stuff, I'm pretty sure began in the 7th century. They weren't in the original Hebrew that you could find in the Dead Sea Scrolls. They're never within the oldest version of the Old Testament, which is the Septuagint. So it's not something that's been there forever. It's only been there by the ancient Hebrews to try to create a narrative within the scriptures that support them over Christians.
Mhm. But you see, it was Christian scholars who translated like the KJV from the Textus Receptus. And these are scholars who understood the Hebrew language, the Greek language, the Aramaic language, and they translated it very, very well. In fact, you'll find very few scholarly pushback against like the KJV. But then also, if you look at even some of our modern English word for word translations, such as the ESV, the NKJV, and
I mean, it
even
depends
the
on what
NASAB 1995, that
it
punctuation's
depends on
still there. And the
what
exact same
type
phrase.
of scholarship, and it also depends on your value you place in that
Mhm.
scholarship. I don't
Yes,
actually
of course,
trust the scholarship.
but
I
I
trust the
just named you
tradition that's
like
been carried
1,
more
2,
than I
3,
trust the
4.
scholarship.
Yeah, well, I named you at least 4 different word for word English translations, and all of them preserve this exact same punctuation and sentence formatting.
And where are all they sourcing most of that from?
Well, you're Orthodox, right?
If they
You seem
include,
Orthodox?
I'm not Orthodox. I'm not Orthodox, but
But you're inquiring.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So the Eastern Orthodox Church actually holds to KJV for liturgical reasons. It's one of their go-tos,
so
along with the NKJV.
For the New Testament.
Yeah.
Not the Old Testament.
Okay, but still, even in the Septuagint, the LXX still preserved.
Yeah, preserved by the church.
So I mean, we can like even if we go back to the Masoretic text, even the Jews who tried to alter these texts to distance themselves from Christianity, they even still preserved this exact punctuation there as well.
Well, the punctuations weren't included until once again,
Well,
like
of
I'm pretty
course,
sure the 7th
but
century.
Hebrew has its own forms of punctuation and grammar and
That we're at.
and all of that in sentence
And the
forming.
grammar that was within the Greek is different and has been preserved differently than what was preserved by the Masoretics.
Mm-hmm. And when I look at
I wouldn't
my
even say the Masoretics actually even
interlinear
preserved anything. 'cause
LXX
they've
right
been,
here, hold on, because I actually got this. So I do have this Septuagint with the Apocrypha, and it's interlinear, so it's Greek and English. Let me see if I could find Genesis.
Since you got a Septuagint in front of you, okay, never mind. I already Googled it and found it. It's a totally different topic, so I want to kind of, before I ask you about this question, I want to let you guys finish out this.
but even within that, even with a punctuation or whatever, it doesn't change that within the concept that's being expressed within that verse is giants of old, the men of renown. It's not two separate sentences. They're both part of the same sentence.
No, there's a separation between two subjects of the sentence.
No,
So I can
there's
form
not.
a
Giants of old, the men
sentence
of renown.
about two different things. You know what I mean? I can tell you a sentence about cars, and then in that same sentence have something about roads.
The sentence
Doesn't
is
mean the cars are roads. You know what I mean?
the last bit of that sentence is those were the men. Those were the giants of old.
We're
the
losing
men
all
of
the
renown.
chat. Sorry, chat. I know this is dull, but this is the stuff I like to talk about. So screw you, chat. But sorry, keep going. I'm trying to make it entertaining.
Yeah, it's all good. Let's see.
Chat, don't worry. Don't feel bad. You
I'll
can
just
unsubscribe. Come back later.
No, don't unsubscribe. just hit the like button and go watch something funner. But here, let me just ask this question because
I can try to add the fun element. Giants, wow, extra man, extra thicky. Ooh, think about the cake, the dumpy on them things.
so I just Googled this because I wondered because I don't own a it's in my Amazon wish list is a Greek or a Orthodox study Bible or a Septuagint, but maybe I'll get one for Christmas. But in the death penalty debate, a lot of times I'll hear people point to Jesus and the adulterous woman, where he says, "He without sin cast the first stone," and he stops her from being stoned to death. It's my understanding, and as far as I know, I'm right about this. That's not canonical. That's in the King James Bible, but that's not in the Septuagint. And I just Googled it. John 7:53 through John 8:11 is not in the Septuagint.
Yeah, because the Septuagint's the Old Testament and the Apocrypha.
Or not the okay, what am I saying? Yeah. I'm saying anyway. Okay, forget what I just said.
You're saying within the first 500 years that it wasn't there.
Yeah, I'm saying that story is scholars say that that's not canonical. And so I wonder, I don't know what church fathers say about it. Or I don't know what
church fathers have quoted that scripture for a long time, or within the same kind of concept, not directly that scripture, but the same concept that's being expressed through that scripture.
Right. So the idea that from what I've understood about it is that it's not really canonical, or it's not real scripture, but they left it in because it seems to match Jesus's character.
Which one?
More of it's
The
just a
story of
traditional
the adulterous woman?
The story of the adulterous woman, when she's going to get stoned, and Jesus says, "He without sin cast the first stone." Bible scholars say that's a later addition. That's something that was added. That's not in the Textus Receptus. That's not in any of the ancient manuscripts. That's something that was added to the Bible.
Oh, it's definitely in Textus Receptus, because it's also in Codex Sinaiticus.
Absent in the
So it
earliest
wasn't a later
manuscripts, debated by scholars, likely inserted in the Greek text centuries after John wrote, possibly from Latin tradition or early church oral tradition, appearing fully in manuscripts like Codex Bezae in the 5th century. So not until the 5th century.
Well, the Codex of Sinaiticus, I think it was like in the 4th century, or a
No,
little bit earlier than that.
Codex Bezae, Bezae.
Yeah, but that's what Russ was saying, is that it was in the Sinaiticus. So if it was in the Sinaiticus, it would be within the 4th century, or a little bit earlier. I don't remember.
Because that's the only example of Jesus being against someone being put to death for their crimes. Granted, I still don't think this is a. I don't think this wins a death penalty argument.
There's multiple layers to this story. You see, when they brought the adulterous woman before Jesus, he stooped down and he wrote in the sand. This is a head nod to a passage in Jeremiah. I'll
The
pull it
isthmus.
up. But it was around what was it, Sukkot, I want to say.
I was taught that he was drawing the isthmus. So the Christians, they used to do a half crescent, and then because they were being persecuted, they would just do a half crescent, and then if another Christian came along, they would finish the crescent, and that makes the isthmus. Am I saying it right? The isthmus, which is the fish, the Jesus fish.
Yeah, well, see, it's a head nod to Jeremiah 17:13, which says a person who was following the Lord will be like a name written in the dust. They stopped following the Lord. They brought an adulterous woman before Jesus. They didn't even follow the laws of the Torah. The laws of the Torah says you bring them both, the adulterous woman and the adulterous
And the
man.
accuser, yeah.
But you don't bring them to just anybody on the street to be punished. You bring them to the elders, where they're tried and judged, and then punishment. They went completely off the rails when they brought that woman to Jesus and said, "Judge her here and now." And Jesus
didn't
knew
bring
that.
the man.
Good point.
That's
Good
why
point. I
he
never even
wrote
thought about that.
down. Jeremiah 17:13. A person who was following the Lord will be like a name written in the dust. And this is during Sukkot. This is one of the high festivals where they like celebrate these things. So yeah, they knew exactly what Jesus was doing when he stooped down and started writing in the dust on the ground. And then he sat up and said, "Hey, he was without sin, cast the first stone." He was already putting them on blast because they had quit following the Lord and they knew it. They was convicted in their heart. They had already violated Torah simply by doing what they did. But then also, if you read, they did this as a means of trickery. They tried to trick Jesus into doing something against the Torah so they could accuse him. And what they were trying to get him on the trickery was that they simply did not produce the male. And they didn't follow the right judicial procedures under the Torah.
Good point. I
So it
never.
makes sense.
Yeah. But so
And
you
that's
do
why-
think
that's why
you
it's
do
hard
think
for
it's
me to-
you think it's canonical and that happened.
Yeah, that's what was received. That's what we have. I don't see any of our Orthodox
why-
brothers or our Catholic brothers denying that this part of Scripture is what was received.
the pericope de adultera wasn't in the earliest best Greek manuscript. Okay.
Yes, but you see, here's the thing,
But
though.
so
and when
even
we
if it
look at
is
that,
canonical,
like,
it's not Jesus saying,
yeah, well,
you
when
can't
we
put
go
somebody to
back,
death for their crimes. He's just saying.
Yeah, why you think I don't use that verse when I'm doing death penalty base? I
I'm
still
not
stick
just
on the
talking about
fucking.
you. I'm not just talking about you. I'm talking about I've heard other
well,
people use
you
it
see,
before.
the issue is with this. Oh, the oldest must therefore be the most accurate is completely phobious. If we have thousands of manuscripts that have this in there, but then you guys find like one that doesn't, which one's wrong? Is it the thousands of manuscripts that have it, or is it just that one incomplete manuscript that was found? And that's where I go with the long ending of Mark. We only have two manuscripts
Oh
that
yeah, it
don't
was in
have
the
the long
Textus
ending of Mark.
Receptus.
But the long ending of Mark is referenced by the Apostolic Fathers. Irenaeus, Ignatius, they both reference it. But then also, if we look at these manuscripts that don't have the long ending of Mark, keep in mind these are written on papyri. Papyri at the time was very, very expensive material, and they would fill all of it. So when we look at these two manuscripts that don't have the long ending of Mark, guess what is at the end there? Enough room on the papyri literally for the long ending of Mark. It could easily be argued that these are simply incomplete manuscripts, and just because they're older doesn't mean they're more accurate. It just simply means that they're older and incomplete.
So and the reason I heard of this is through listening. I listen to Alex O'Connor a lot. I listen to a lot of atheists because I like to you know how Andrew is like destroy the leftists. I my like I like to argue with atheists, and I want to destroy the atheists, or at least convert them or convince them. But Alex O'Connor was like, when I read through the New Testament, you know, the best thing about Jesus that I find is when he says, he without sin cast the first stone against the adulterous woman. But then I found out that's not actually biblical. And then I start looking into it, and I see modern scholars say that that's a later addition.
Yeah,
So
modern secular scholars.
Okay, so
why are we trusting secular scholars with the inspired words of God?
True.
Like they know how to handle it. I mean, my Orthodox and Catholic brothers and sisters get a hair up their ass when I touch on the scriptures.
So I
But
should
it's
stop saying that that's not canonical.
It's suddenly cool for the secular scholars just to totally take a knife to it, like Marcion did back in the day. I mean, like, because you'll be hard, like I said, you'll be hard pressed to find any Catholic or any Orthodox to say, yeah, you know what, the story of the adulterous woman, that's not inspired. We're just gonna take a Sharpie and we're gonna mark that out of all of our manuscripts. We're gonna mark it out of all of our prints. We're gonna exclude it from liturgy, from mass. No, definitely not. And like I said, if we have thousands of manuscripts that have it and only one or two that don't, I mean,
What is
you gotta
Oh, go ahead.
But you gotta weigh it out. So like if I have 100 $1 bills and all of them have George Washington on it without a mustache, but then I have $1 bill from like 1993 that has him with a mustache, does that mean that bill from 93 is the authentic dollar bill with a mustachio George Washington?
Right. Okay, so
So
what about
I don't trust that whole scholar thing that the oldest is automatically like the most accurate, because that's all hokum.
What am
Textual
I thinking
criticism
of?
goes a little deeper than that, and we've had textual criticism for a while, especially pertaining to scriptures and newer translations and stuff. But the adulterous woman's never excluded.
Okay. What about the verse I can't remember
The
what
one from
verse.
the Epistle of John, where it says there's three
John,
that
these
touch
three are
on
one.
earth. Yeah. In heaven.
You already knew where I was going.
That was found in Latin. But again, if it's received, it's received. And yeah, that's a hard one to try to go and say, oh, well, you know, there's proof of Trinity, because everybody will fall back and say, well, that's not in earlier manuscripts. Okay.
Right. Any
Fine,
if you
I'll
bring
give
that
them that
up,
one.
if you bring that up in any Trinity debate, they're going to they're
Yeah,
going
I
to tell
don't bring that
you.
one up in Trinity debates because
So
of that.
so you
They
agree?
always have that textual criticism part to where it's a later edition.
Was it because you don't want to debate it, or because you agree that that should not be in there?
Well, we got to look at all of our other manuscripts as well.
And which
So
verse
when
is
we look
that? So I can pull it up. It's John. I feel like it's John 10. I keep thinking John 10:9, but it's not John 10:9. It's or is it First John? John. Let me just see if I can find it. These three are one.
Yeah, it's 1 John 5:7.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if this one's in an abundance of manuscripts.
Is that in the Septuagint? Or I'm not the. I keep saying this. When I say the Septuagint, what I mean is like the Orthodox Bible. But
yeah, for sure. I have not seen the Orthodox Study Bible
because I'm an idiot.
Like I said, I do know that the Orthodox, especially Eastern Orthodox, they use KJV and NKJV mostly.
For the Old
So
Testament.
it's the same text that I read.
Not for the Old Testament, just for the New Testament. The Old Testament.
Well, yeah, and even for the New Testament,
there are other books.
1 John 5:7.
So is the Orthodox Bible and the King James Version, the New Testament, pretty much the same?
Pretty much, yeah.
It's just the Old Testament that has some differences, and
yeah, and like I think 13 more books. I don't remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Deuteronomy.
I already knew that. I just need to pound it into my head.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, doesn't the Greek Orthodox use the LXX for their Old Testament? Like the Greek
remember.
Old Testament? I'd have to double check.
It probably is.
But
So
yeah,
First John 5:7. For there are three that bear record in heaven: the Father, the Word, and the Holy Ghost, and these three are one. Apparently, that verse is, from what I understand, that verse should not be in there. That was a later addition, which, from my understanding, is when Erasmus was being told to translate the Textus Receptus. Basically, they were going to cut his head off if he didn't add Trinitarian ideas into it. And he said, I'm not going to do that. It's not in the Textus Receptus. And then two new manuscripts pop up out of nowhere. And he's got to include these in his translation. And he didn't want to do that. But if he didn't do it, he was dead. So that's how that made that into there.
Yeah,
and this is a little.
If I'm not mistaken, the 1 John 5:7. Because I'm going off of memory, if I'm not mistaken, that was found in Latin, but it was like a footnote, like a scribal note that somehow made its way into the text.
Yeah, Google is saying. Google saying this version is often cited as a key biblical proof of the Trinity, while most modern translations omit this specific wording, stating instead that the Spirit, the water, and the blood on earth are three that testify. And that's the longer King James Version is considered by many scholars to be an addition known as the Coma Loanium, not
Would
present.
you say it wasn't only found in the Latin? I think the Latin is like the oldest source that they have for it, but then it was found also in other Greek manuscripts as well.
Yeah, see, so
which makes it really odd because when the Western Church, because it's the Western Church that mostly embraced Latin, if I'm not mistaken. And
since you're doing a Trinity debate soon, and you're a Trinity guy, so what?
Yeah, I don't even have to touch 1 John 5:7.
Yeah, well, also you're debating against No offense if Vigilante hears this, but I don't think he's the best debater, and I don't even know what you guys are. Because you did say you wanted to do a little debate prep, and I've actually
Yeah.
been looking into not freshen myself up on Gnosticism. If you
Well,
want
it's a certain brand of Gnosticism too. It's not just like regular Gnosticism, to where like it's like hidden wisdom Gnosticism
that's what.
or an
So that's not
embodied
what he
Christ.
is.
No, he thinks that Jesus destroyed the God of the Old Testament. This is actually one of the oldest heresies in the church. It's called Marcionism.
See, I don't know anything about that, so I don't even know how I would
Yeah,
help you prep for that.
it'll be
Because I've been
Marcion.
researching, I've been like freshening up on Gnosticism to do like a mock debate with you, but I don't know if I can really. I don't know how much I can help because I don't have no idea where he's coming from.
Martianism's a hard one, but it's actually really easy if you got the right mindset going into it. So I think on Easy's on this debate's going to be the day that Martianism literally dies, because no one back any punches on this. This is one of the
Been trying
oldest
to stamp it
heresies,
out
and
for
it
a
go
long
away.
time.
Yeah, it's been dragged out long enough. It's time to put Marcion to bed. Because the thing about Marcion is he even recanted his whole doctrine toward the end of his life and tried to rejoin the Western Church, but he died before he could. So, I mean, even the inventor of the doctrine called it hokum and tried to distance himself from it, recanted of it. So, I mean, it's going to be an open and closed case. And what I'm more worried about is I have an hour of dialogue about this, and I don't know what I'm going to talk about because like it's open and closed. Like I said, by the time I get 10 minutes into the cross exam, it's done. Because the thing about Marcion is he took the Gospel of Luke, 10 Pauline letters.
So you could
and
probably
like
just
Aaron
do like a
Enius-
a sermon because he's vigilante is. I mean,
I'm gonna feel bad if I have to beat this guy over the head for an hour for entertainment purposes.
he's
fine.
he's a nice guy for whatever he is, but I don't know.
Yeah,
I've
for sure.
debated him a couple of times, and he's I don't know. He's kind of a timid guy, and I don't know.
Yeah.
He's probably better at well, like I debated him about like socialism and stuff like that, and I don't know. I don't know how he's gonna be.
That's probably gonna be his strongest wheelhouse though, because this is like, even if I were just to take a negative on the prompt, that position's definitely not one I would take. Because
Yeah,
like
it's
the prompt literally is Jesus and God one. Jesus literally said, "I and my Father are one." Debate over.
yeah. So it's like it's like a
I mean,
Trinity.
it's
It's like a Trinity debate with somebody who doesn't even believe in the same God as you.
Pretty much. Not only the same God, but they could even appeal to my scriptures to prove their case. Because Marsham, he had his own version of Luke and his own version of 10 Pauline letters. He took these scriptures and he took out the parts that he didn't agree with, added parts in that he did agree with, and then he rejected all of the canon of the West and the East. He said these aren't scripture, but he also said that Paul was the only apostle. The other ones got it wrong. But then, like now you have now if you're subscribing to the Martianism theology, you have to appear to the Martianism scriptures. But guess what? Don't exist. There's not even a scrap of papyri of these writings from Marcion. So now he has to appeal to my scriptures, which becomes a serious issue for him because Marcion himself, the guy who invented this doctrine, had to chop and screw these scriptures really bad, and he could only use 11 books to do so. He couldn't even use the full canon. He rejected the entire Old Testament. So now he's got to appeal to my scriptures to make a case that Marcion couldn't even make.
Yeah, I think
it's an uphill battle. Like
I think you have an easy W on this one, but it'll be
The only
interesting.
interaction I've had with Vigilante is him debating the Crusades, and he didn't even know that the Holy Land was originally Christian land before the Muslims took it. So like, he's not. He doesn't actually know what he's talking about 90% of the time.
Yeah,
and that's just barely scratching the surface of my argument. By the way, that's not
he's
even.
he's
That's not
better
even
with
scratching
politics
my
and
argument.
lefty politics and like socialism
Mhm.
stuff, but even in that, it's not that good. So, but it'll be good. It'll be good. Warm up for you for getting used to debating
Absolutely.
and stuff. So,
I had to loosen up earlier tonight. I noticed like the more reserved I am and stuff on verbal combat, the quicker I get booted off. So
now all of a sudden I can't figure out his name. If I, well, I don't even know if I could do this, but there's a guy on YouTube. I can't think of his name right now. He's talked to Jay Dyer once, and within 7 minutes, Jay Dyer kicked him off the show. It's something Mike. What is his channel called? Anyway, he's like a biblical Unitarian. He's the best anti-Trinity debater that I've ever heard. And he it'd be interesting to hear you debate him, because like I was convinced like against the Trinity for a while, and I'm still, I don't, I just say now I don't know, because all my life I was raised on the Trinity, and then I started hearing good arguments against it, and now I don't know. I'm confused. So, but this guy is a Unitarian guy, and he debates the Trinity, and he uses church history, language, talking about how the definition of hypostasis has changed, and how each council they changed what the Trinity is, and then they divide, or then they add the hypostatic union, and all this, big words and stuff. And I don't know. I should probably, if I could hit him up and get him to agree to it, would you, like, will you take any debate? He's not a huge channel.
well, I still need a lot more experience in debate. I think tonight was like actually my first decent
Okay.
night in debating. So I'm going to definitely see how I do with
Metaphysics Mike.
Vigilante. Did a little bit. Oh, Metaphysics Mike. God, I heard
Have you
this
heard-
guy's argument. It was hold on.
I've seen him do, like, I don't know.
Yeah, I just heard him do a Trinity debate. It was I don't know if it was an actual Trinity debate or was the argument is Jesus God. I think the argument was is Jesus God. But yeah, he got pretty cooked on his last debate.
From
it's,
who?
A doctor or something.
The
I have to
black
get
guy?
the link to it. No, he wasn't a black guy.
There was a black guy he debated in it was like a 3-hour debate, and in my opinion he won. Like, whether or not he's right, he knows the church history. He breaks down each council and how the Trinity doctrine changes, and then they add to it, and then this person who said this thing at this time gets called a heretic, and he gets kicked out, and then they change it here, and Nicaea, and then in I forget all the names of them, but
Yeah, I've heard some of his arguments. I'm trying to find the channel that he was on. Well, one sec. Let me see if I can find this real quick for you.
He got on Jay Dyer's stream once, and it's a 7-minute conversation, and Jay kicks him. And I was like, "What? Why? Why is he?" I mean, it seems to me like he's making good arguments, but I also have to look at it from Jay's perspective. He's probably been debating these guys for, years and years and years, over and over and over again, and he gets annoyed, so he kicks him off. But
yeah, and the thing about a debate is you have to be willing to engage in the other person's argument. The majority of Protestants that go on Jay Dyer's stream have no ability to even engage with what he's saying. So, like, they just
Here it
continuously
is.
ignore what they say and they get kicked.
So I found it. It's a deity of Christ debate between Dr. Al Garza and Metaphysics Mike. Is Jesus Yahweh? I watched this debate, and Metaphysics Mike was like out of his league in this one, even with Dr. Al Garza. And Dr. Al Garza, he came with a PowerPoint presentation and everything. So here, I'll grab the link for it and drop it in.
see, I watched this one. He did. It was him and another guy, and then God Logic and another guy. It should have just been God Logic and Metaphysics Mike, because I don't know, but I know that's God Logic's like bread and butter is the Trinity.
Yeah. God Logic's really good at debating the Trinity. And so was William from Patristic Pillars. Sam Shimon, another really good Trinity debater.
Metaphysic Mike went on with Sam. I don't like Sam Shamoon at all.
Yeah. I don't see Metaphysics Mike stomping Sam Shimon.
No, he got
I
cussed
gotta
out,
be-
and his mother got called a whore, and a dog that gets raped by jihadis, and then he got kicked off the show. So Sam Shamoon's a
Yep.
loser in my book, but I don't like. I can't even listen to that guy. And before all the beef that's happened, before all the drama that happened with Andrew and with Jay and with every single person that tries to make friends with Sam Shamoon. First time I listened to Sam Shamoon, I was like, how can anybody listen to this guy? Like, yeah, he's good at memorizing scriptures, but nah.
Yeah, he's rough around the edges, but he's getting better.
No, he's not. He's getting worse.
He's not getting. He's getting worse.
He's
getting way worse.
He's going off the rails.
He's going after somebody's dead kid now. Like, that's what he's doing.
Yeah. I think he's done for. I don't know, but now he's going.
But yeah, this one with Dr. Al Garza was really interesting. So,
Dr. Al Garza.
Yeah, I think even I could have done a little better than Dr. Al Garza in proving that Jesus is Yahweh.
Okay, I haven't watched this one yet. Dang, that's a long one. That's like 4 hours.
Oh, the one I posted?
I haven't seen what. Did you post it in the chat or did you send it to me?
Yep, I dropped it in chat and I dropped it in the Discord channel too.
Yeah, that one is 4 hours long.
Yeah. Metaphysics Mike got his ass kicked the whole time. Pardon my French.
I don't care.
It was a decent debate. But yeah, I might be interested in that. But like I said, I need to get a little more debate experience under my belt. I haven't even done a formal debate like ever. So this one with Vigilante is going to be my very first formal.
Okay. I don't even know if I could put it together, but maybe someday.
Right on. Who knows? Maybe after a bunch of people see debate with Vigilante, I might get some challenges.
Yeah.
Who knows? But It should be fun. Like I said, I'm totally new to debating. I'm more used to doing sermons, writing sermons, preaching sermons, stuff like that. Debate is like a new sphere for me. So I'm used to answering questions and getting into topics like that, but actual debates are a little different.
Yeah. Do you like preach in a church?
I'll preach wherever they let me. Right now I'm kind of in between churches. Had a little bit of a falling out with the church I was ordained with. Got shut down and took over by another dude who I am definitely not doctrinally aligned with. But there was also some issues even before that with the family and stuff. It's really just, yeah. So, yeah, if I get invites to preach at churches, of course I'll go and do that. So, but no, I'm not a pastor. I don't like have a church congregation that I pastor over or anything like that. I'm just simply a preacher. I preach the gospel.
But you're like ordained.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And not like because like in Protestantism you can get like cheap ordinations online, like through like Universal Church and stuff like that. It's nothing like that. Like there was seminary training, internal church training, the whole nine that went with the ordination process.
Yeah, because to be honest, when somebody tells me they're ordained, it doesn't really mean much to me nowadays.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm one of the ones that actually put in the actual work and study to learn how to do sermon craft, to do exegesis, dabble with original languages, get a firm understanding of the original languages, stuff like that. And then of course studying church history, doctrinal history, and then broader Christian theology. A lot of that stuff I've tied in to my initial training, so it helps. The cool thing about my training is that it was open ended, which means I could have took it any direction I wanted. So if I wanted to focus on preaching, which is kind of what I did, then I was able to do that. But if I wanted to do like a complete left hand turn and go in nose deep into apologetics or or another type of ministry, then I was able to do that as well. And then of course with the open end you could study multiple things. So I studied apologetics, preaching, and then of course regular church duties, baptisms, funerals, weddings, so that kind of stuff.
Jeremy, what are you printing? Is he here?
It's like a prank gift box thing. You know, like the Chinese nesting dolls?
Yeah, like when you open it, it goes poof.
No, the Chinese nesting dolls are like you open the doll and
Russian?
Yeah, Russian nesting doll. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You open the doll and there's a doll inside, and a doll inside that, and a doll inside that, whatever. This is kind of like that, only like each each core screws into the one before it. Alternatively, so each time you remove it, it's a different cylinder, as you will, that you have to until you get to the absolute center, which then has like I don't know, $20 bill or something in it.
Giving
I
that to
would
somebody
put a
as a
little screw
gift.
in it. Something like that, I'd definitely put a screw in it.
Put a picture in there of like a hand flipping on the bird or something.
A lump of coal. Huh.
Hit him with a Rickroll.
Yeah, there you go. Here in the I printed one and I've got this is the remaining pieces to the one that my sister asked me to do for her. But
Did
in
you-
the side of that is an image of the one I printed and of the outer core for hers.
Did
Mine's
you
the
ever send Kat that ghost you were making?
Nope. Still
What
sitting
the-
here. It's not my fault. It's her fault. Blame her.
What
the? She's pretty busy. And she forgets stuff sometimes.
I know. I'm just absolving myself of blame because I'm not to blame for it not being in her possession.
Wow. She's out here wasting ink.
Plastic.
Is it called ink? It's called plastic?
It's filament. It's plastic.
Whatever.
The material is referred to as filament, but it's literally plastic.
Uh-oh, Shiva's in the chat. Shiva, get up here, you dang atheist.
So, now I got to confront you about something, JS. That dude that I was talking to on Easy's the other day, you said he made a good rebuttal, but you understand, like, he didn't actually engage with what I was arguing, like, at all. He just ignored it and then kept asserting authority, right?
That guy, I think he's probably I think he beat Andrew in the 5v1 that he did. But you asked him a question. I don't remember his answer, but
Yeah, he didn't engage with the question at all. I asked what gives you authority over your interpretation that wouldn't grant me authority over my interpretation. And then he just started quoting scriptures, and then I was like, all right, you're putting me to sleep because he didn't engage with my argument.
I was just saying because you asked a question, he gives this like seemingly, I can't even remember what he said or what the question was or what his answer was, but I heard a good answer to the question, and then you're like, well, you're just putting me to sleep. and I said, good rebuttal. Like,
yeah, but the thing was, I asked him a very specific question that didn't mean, like, the scriptures had no place within that argument that I was making. I wasn't making an inquiry of his doctrine, not doctrinal, but his scriptural knowledge. I was asking him a baseline question of justifying why I should respect his authority when it comes to the scriptures itself. And he didn't engage with that at all. He ignored the point and then just started quoting scriptures.
I don't know. I'd have to go back and we'd have to have it clipped and go back and listen to it because I don't remember. Sounded like a good answer to me, but at the time I was riding on a scooter on my way to work. So I don't totally remember, but all I was saying was he like you asked a question, he's like, well, blah 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 blah.
Yeah, he said a lot of words that didn't have anything to do with what I was asking him.
You're just putting me to sleep.
Yeah, I just got off of work. I was tired. I wasn't in a great mood. Like, I wasn't willing to like try to engage with somebody that was just ignoring my question and then continuously asserting authority.
But how's he doing anything different than you're doing if you appeal to the authority of the church and the apostolic succession?
I can make a justification for that.
When your authority that you're appealing to appeals to his authority, which is the scripture.
No, my authority predates that scripture in which he's using.
Your authority does not predate the scripture.
Yes. Yes, it does. What gospel?
Church fathers who established a church.
Did I say the church fathers? Or did I say the apostles? You just said the apostles.
Whatever. The scripture predates the apostles. Jesus taught the scriptures to the apostles.
The Old Testament. He was
Right.
quoting
Well, not
New
only the
Testament
New
scriptures.
Testament, he didn't teach them just the Old Testament, he taught them the New Testament. See,
Mhm.
Jesus told his apostles, what I tell you in secret, I'll have you go and shout from the rooftops. He taught them the gospel. And so what they taught and
taught
what
them
they
the
wrote,
gospel.
that's
He taught
the
them the
gospel,
gospel.
that's the
They
doctrines that were
maintained that.
handed.
They were taught by Jesus. They made the scriptures after. So those scriptures that people have that they have authority, they think that they have authority over, were recognized by the church, and through the tradition of the church was made and written down.
Okay, I'm fine with that for
Yeah.
the New Testament, but you can't say that.
Yeah, he was quoting New Testament. He
Okay.
wasn't quoting Old Testament.
All right.
And even then, I can still make the same argument with the Old Testament through Moses.
But
Yeah, but you
so
see, the thing is even the Nicene Creed, I mean, the creed that essentially caused the division between the East and the West, even affirms the scriptures itself. And the third day he rose again, according to the scriptures. Even the council at Nicaea had to appeal to the scriptures to make their creed stick.
So we're not talking about church fathers later on.
Even later on,
When I was trying to get the person to engage with was justifying why he had authority and by what means was he able.
Do you know a
to maintain
timestamp of
that
when
authority.
that happened? Because I don't remember.
I don't remember.
Yeah, I'd definitely like to see that because, like, usually when people ask me, like, well, what's your authority? I try not to sound, what's the word, like, precocious or something like that. I don't mean to sound full of myself and say, well, God gave me the authority to do so.
Yeah, that would be
Because,
Gnostic.
you know, yeah,
God would
everybody,
reveal you.
like, everybody would frown upon that. No, my authority to convey the scriptures comes through my study and my training. And then, of course, by what is received. So, like, if I teach something and my Orthodox brothers say, hey, you know what? That's sound. My Catholic brothers say, hey, you know what? That's sound. And even my Protestant brothers go, hey, you know what? That's sound, but it's all the same message. Well, then it's kind of hard to say, well, you know what, Russ, you really don't have authority to be preaching these things, even though, like, everybody agrees with you on these things.
Yeah,
And
you don't
agrees
have
with your
authority to teach from
interpretation
my
and your
worldview.
exegesis.
You can stumble upon truth in the scriptures on your own. I'm not saying that you can't.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know, but you see, the thing about the Orthodox worldview is you have Eastern Orthodox, you have Catholic, you have Syrian Orthodox, you have Oriental Orthodox, all four of them claiming to be the original church. All four of them are in schism with each other and have excommunicated each other, but yet they all still
Yeah.
say, hey, we're
So
the
then
real
you have to
church.
go through the doctrine and the church history to figure out which ones are correct.
Yeah, so you figure out which one's schism from which and try to figure out who's the real church. That's
And
nonsensical.
which one quoted
Because
the original
then you
scriptures
always,
given to them by
because
the
they all
apostles.
say the same thing. They all say the same thing. The Catholics will tell you straight up that they are the church. Eastern Orthodox
And
will tell you
then-
straight up they are the church. Both of them raise a good case.
Which
Yeah,
debate was that after?
The Catholics don't make a good debate because they just assert papal authority, which isn't in scripture.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
That was
but they raised the case from scripture for papal authority using the Apostle Peter. Upon this rock, I'll build my church.
And then what happens a little bit after that?
What you loosen in heaven, what you loosen on earth will be loosed in heaven. And what is bound on earth will be bound in heaven. He gave these instructions to Peter.
And then?
And then Peter appointed Linus as Bishop of Rome after him.
Well, no,
And
what I'm
so
saying is after that
papal
scripture, I
succession
don't
goes.
remember the exact scripture right now, but even with that, after that, the same authority is granted to all 12 apostles.
Do you know which debate that was after? Was that
that's
the
my
Indian
argument, too.
Indian Jesus and Jim Bob debate?
I don't think it was that one. I don't remember. It wasn't a Jim Bob debate. I don't remember which one it was. It was this week, wasn't it?
It was. Yeah, it was this week. I don't see it up there. It's none of these are. It wasn't the homeschooling one. Was it the EOD and Spyro, the Zelda one?
I don't think so. I don't even understand how that would even come up.
I know. I
put that debate.
Was it the First Amendment one with Kieran and Original Vintage?
No, I was asleep during that debate.
I don't know. I don't know which one it was. Counterpoints in Jim Bob, Christian nationalism.
No, I don't care about Christian nationalism, so I wouldn't go. I wouldn't be.
That was 2 weeks ago. It was.
Was it the Jim Bob and Teriyaki debate?
No, that was last night.
I think I was on the after panel for that one. And there was like Paige and
No, that was last night. This was like 3 or 4 days ago. The only ones 3 or 4 days ago was the homeschooling one, death penalty one. It wasn't that one. The being an atheist.
Oh, the death penalty one was one of the panels that I did go on.
Jim Bob was up there, right? It wasn't.
Morning.
I don't remember. Yeah, I don't know. No, it wasn't this one.
Is this a good time to say hello?
Hello.
Actually,
Hello.
Morning here now.
Hi, Shiva.
You know, it's interesting listening to intra-denominational discussions because I don't really have anything to add to them because you know they're not my conversations really, but it's kind of interesting. Yeah.
I like having them. I like trying to be more about unity among like my brothers and sisters than division. So I try not to like, you know, come down too hard on Catholics or Orthodox or Oriental Orthodox. And then of course I'm more aligned with the classic Reformed theology. So I'm confessionally reformed. So I align more with like if I were to have to throw a dart at the board to pick a denomination that more aligns with what I believe in as far as Protestantism goes, it would be classic Presbyterianism.
I mean, I kind of think that
nowadays I see like a lot of common enemies to Protestantism, Eastern Orthodox, and Catholicism. And I think that a united front is better than a divided front.
I agree.
To a certain extent.
So any kind of good faith engagement I can get with my Catholic brothers and sisters.
Sorry, I'm just laughing at Elder Lion being Elder Lion. Sorry.
Oh yeah, that's all right.
What do you do?
I mean, I kind of think that people tend to agree on far more things than they think they do, especially in spaces like this where people quite often disagree with each other.
I agree that I agree that all Christian people that call themselves Christians at least can create a country and a nation that follows biblical law better than an atheistic country. But I'm not going to say that they will.
I mean, all
be
biblical
better than what
law.
I would. No, not all biblical law, but better than what secular. Yeah, I think a lot of the people who call themselves Christians don't even understand the basics.
A lot of them never will.
But you could say that. I mean, you could say that about Buddhists and Hindus and atheists. Like, I don't think that's a particularly Christian phenomenon.
Yeah, I'm not saying that it is.
Well, for example,
but I'm saying
like
specifically when it's
like with Orthodox catechumens, I won't do an like an actual interfaith debate with a catechumen because of their traditional beliefs. A catechumen hasn't received doctrine yet. And so for them to try to engage in an interfaith debate is like something that really they shouldn't do because it's not their place yet to do so. But also then the pride comes into it, and then pride can lead down very bad paths. And that can often hurt the catechumen and their in their process. So I avoid that. And that's just shown, good faith toward my Orthodox brothers and sisters.
Okay, so if
That's
I'm
why-
an internet streamer,
Sensation.
debater, an internet sensation, or if I'm
Is that what you are?
No. If I'm a guy who goes on the internet and argues about religion every week, and then I join the catechumen, and all my life I went to Christian school, I've been raised in the church, I've been studying the Bible my whole life, but then I enter catechumen, now all of a sudden I can't do what I do?
Not if you want to represent the church.
But who says I'm
Yeah.
And see, that's
Well,
I
because sometimes
suppose
it can
you would
hurt
be
the
representing the
process.
church anytime you reference the church, right?
Mm-hmm. In
So if you could
essence,
do
I
it,
think so.
so maybe you could do it like if you could do it without actually referencing the church or its doctrines.
Or I just
Like, you can- I
secretly
think
become
you can-
catechumen and don't tell anybody about it and keep debating.
Well,
I mean, you're
there's-
also asking
there's-
questions that has nothing to do with like anybody here. If you're in the church and you're being catechized, that's a conversation you have to have with your priest. So anybody that can give you answers, like it doesn't matter or what anybody's opinion here would be.
Mm-hmm. In the
Because the
Orthodox
priest would
Church,
have
that's
your
exactly how it is.
Well, I know every
your
debater
priest
that
would
I
be-
hear who's in catechumen, they're like, "Oh, well, I can't talk about that because I'm catechumen."
They announce that they're catechumen.
Okay,
But
so
what if one of us is a crazy saint touched by God? Doesn't that kind of break the rules?
Well, one, that would
And I don't mean and
even
I
in
don't mean
Protestant stuff like that has to be confirmed by like a lot of people.
Yeah,
so
you
right,
wouldn't be alive if you were.
Well, wait. But what I don't mean is someone who's deluded. I mean someone who's like, say, like akin to an Old Testament prophet, right?
Yeah, that's still gonna be like really hard to find in the New Covenant because the prophets spoke until John, and they spoke up until the Son. God, who in sundry times in times past spoke to the fathers by the prophets, but in these last days spoke to us through His Son. So yeah, that's why I reject like modern prophets, people who come up and say, "Oh, I'm a prophet, thus saith the Lord." Yeah, and that Elizabeth English sounds really nice, you know what I mean? But no, it doesn't jive. Like for example, in the church that I was ordained in, I can't just like pop up and say, "Oh, you know what? I feel like I want to be a preacher." There has to be a draw, and then there has to be a knack for it, but then that has to be recognized by the elders of the church. The pastor and everybody else has to recognize that calling too and affirm it before you can even say, "Hey, I want to be a preacher." It's
you
got
start your own
it takes
I don't want to be a
some- it
preacher
takes
and
some
I don't want to
hard
be a teacher. I just want to argue with atheists.
And the easiest way to argue with atheists is giving them logical arguments. If you quote scripture at them, it doesn't affect anything that they're talking about 90% of the time.
Yeah, the problem with logical arguments is that they can never be shown to be sound.
No,
so
more sound than the atheistic argument, but
no.
yeah.
That you can't kind of say that really, like so that's why my view on the beginning of the universe is I don't have a view on it because there's no argument that I can make about whether the universe had a cause or not that would be sound.
Guess what? Mommy.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Like if I was catechumen, could I not have had the conversation that me and Russ had about giants?
I don't know. That's something you have to talk to the priest about.
Yeah, that's definitely something you'd have to talk to the Orthodox priests about. But I do know that if catechumens talk about doctrine and stuff like that, and they haven't received doctrine, I know that's a big no-no.
Well, they're
Especially
not
like on
supposed to
subjects
talk
issues.
about the divine mysteries. But I've had a lot of debates with Christians about the Eucharist and about stuff like that. And
Yeah. Is that after they've been baptized into the church?
Well, they weren't Orthodox.
Like, yeah, so that's I can debate with you on Eucharist all day long, but I'm not Orthodox, so according to Orthodox tradition, like they really don't have a say if I can or cannot. But once you're a catechumen and
Well, like
you're going through the process of becoming a part of the Orthodox Church, then now you're falling under their rules and guidelines for the catechumen process.
I debated or not, it wasn't like a formal debate, it was just on stream and we were arguing about it for a while with a Lutheran. And Lutherans hold to transubstantiation. Is that the right word?
Transubstantiation. Yeah, that's the right word.
Yeah. And that's it. Is that the way you see the Eucharist, or is it just symbolic, Russ?
Well, the thing is a lot of Protestants like to try to lop all of the sacraments up to purely symbolic, but we can look at water baptism and tell that's not the case, especially just from a plain reading of Romans 6. It says that's literally how we crucify ourselves with Christ, is through the waters of baptism. And Paul in another place says it's how we are circumcised with the circumcision not made by human hands. And if we look at the Old Testament, circumcision is how you enter into the Old Covenant. Therefore, it's only logical that a form of circumcision would also be the way that you enter the New Covenant. Therefore, my belief is that water baptism is the new circumcision, and it is how we enter the covenant, how we crucify ourselves with Christ, and how we become part of the one body of Christ. So if I hold that view on the sacrament of baptism, then naturally, by default, I would have to hold a similar view on the sacrament of the Eucharist. Is it literally like the body and blood of Christ as it appears to us? Like we look at it, it's still the wafer, it's still the wine. It tastes like wafer, it tastes like wine, but there's a spiritual change to that bread and that wine. So yeah, transubstantiation for sure. I mean, Christ did say, his flesh is bread and his blood is wine. Who am I to say any different? If I'm going to go sola scriptura.
Yeah, but Jesus also taught through parables and said a lot of things that were metaphorical or parables.
Yes, but there's
symbolic.
some things that Christ commanded. And that's the thing about sacraments, especially your core ones. There are things that are commanded by Christ. For example, he commanded at the Last Supper, take eat. This is my body, which is broken for the New Testament. This is my blood. Do this as often as ye gather, in remembrance of me. That's a commandment from Christ. And another commandment is the Great Commission. Go and make disciples of all nations and baptizing them in the name of the Father and of the Son and the Holy Spirit. That's the sacrament of baptism. So yeah, those are express commandments of Christ. So yeah, I think it's a little deeper than just a symbolic gesture.
Well, it's a command to take the bread and take the wine.
And he said, "This is my body, and this is my blood."
Right, and
he blessed it,
but he
and
didn't.
gave it to them. But then also, when Paul talks about the Eucharist in his letters, he says that you must determine it. Like don't take the Eucharist in vain, because people are literally physically getting sick from it.
And die.
So, like, yeah, like you can't just like, if it's just regular bread and wine after it's been blessed, why are they getting sick? I mean, there's
That's
things in there that's
crazy.
like, you
I
gotta
just
really stop and think about it.
I just opened my Bible. I just opened to a random page in the New Testament, and I was going to look for the first red words that I saw to try to find Jesus using a parable or metaphor. And the first thing I opened to is, "Very verily I say unto you, except ye eat the flesh of the Son of Man and drink his blood, ye have no life in you." That's crazy.
There you go.
That's the random page that I flipped to. But
There you go. And you want to know something else that's fascinating? He makes a reference around the same part to the bread that their fathers ate in the wilderness. This is a head nod to the manna found that came from heaven for the Israelites when they were wandering in the wilderness. Now, if you go to that passage in the Old Testament and you read the description of the manna, what does it sound like to you? It's thin, it's white, it's crispy, just like the host in the Eucharist. Foreshadow of things to come. Christ himself said, "I am the true bread that came down from heaven."
I don't know. It's that's a tough one for me. Like,
yeah, it really is, because see, I came from a Pentecostal tradition that didn't put much weight in the Eucharist or communion, but we did it, but I needed to understand it. And when I went to understand what this is, just like I did with baptism, because I got tired of people saying, well, it's just an outward expression, and then using the thief on the cross as an excuse not to get their head wet. But the thief on the cross, once I examined the scriptures faithfully and honestly, the thief on the cross physically experienced what water baptism represents spiritually. So he's a terrible excuse to not go through baptism. Because Paul himself says the old man is crucified with Christ, buried with him in the waters of baptism.
Okay, but when John the Baptist was baptizing people, he was doing it.
It's a different baptism. The apostles affirmed this in Acts. So when Paul went to a certain group that had been baptized, he asked them, what baptism have you been baptized with? And they said, well, with John's. He said, there's one better than that. There's the baptism of Jesus Christ. And when they were baptized, when they were actually baptized with the baptism of Christ, they received the Holy Spirit. They didn't receive the Holy Spirit when they were baptized with the baptism of John. John's baptism was actually a foreshadow of the baptism of the new covenant. That's why
but you're
when
talking about
John
before
was
and after.
baptizing Jesus, and well, you see, Jesus.
That's before and after
if
Jesus
you
was
read-
crucified.
But see, if you read John 3 and you go to the end of John 3, you see a discord between John the Baptist and one of his disciples, because Jesus and his apostles were baptizing as well, except for Jesus. Jesus didn't baptize anybody, only his apostles. But one of John's apostles came to him and pointed this out. The one that you pointed out and baptized beyond Jordan, the same as out here baptizing as well. And John's response was basically like, "Hey, I told you, he that will come after me is he that came before me, because he was preferred before me." And he said, I must decrease and he must increase. So even John already knew that his baptism that he was baptizing people with was superficial. compared to the one that Christ was going to baptize him with. Praise the Lamb of God.
Yeah, my only
So
the
I'll
point
take
I
up
was trying to
Romans
make,
6 real quick.
because a lot of like Orthodox people and Catholic people, they'll kind of make fun of the Protestants who do the baptisms at like a lake or a public place.
Well, yeah, that's fine. And even if we read the Dada, it says that even the earliest witness preferred living waters. Living waters is like literally lakes, streams, rivers, oceans. But then it also gives other prescriptions, such as the
So is my
pouring
baptism
water
better
over
if
the
I
head.
got baptized in a lake?
No,
You're
your
baptized under the
baptism is
Father, the
just as
Son, and the Holy
valid.
Spirit. It's a
Yeah,
valid baptism.
That's how I
exactly.
was
As long as he
baptized.
uses the formula.
And also that's something that you also have to talk to your priest about. The priest is the one who ultimately decides whether or not it's valid. Most Protestant, most
I
of
don't
the
have a
people
priest.
in the Orthodox sphere, yeah, I'm saying if you were to try to become Orthodox and you wanted to be baptized within that church,
yeah,
I'm
Well,
not saying
most
that
of the
that's what you have to
stipulations
do right
around
now.
baptism, I'm not sure if it's the same with Orthodox. I know it's somewhat like this with the Catholic tradition and some Protestant traditions like Presbyterianism. We believe in one baptism. It's one time.
Yeah.
Okay. So as long as
I
that
was raised
baptism is
Baptist. I was
done,
baptized Baptist.
yep.
Just
Yeah, and as long as your baptism was performed using the proper baptism formula in the name of the Father and of the Son and the Holy Spirit for the remission of your sins, then you're baptized indeed. But if you're baptized, say, in like a congregation that doesn't affirm the Trinity or something like that, or
No,
one of
they
these
did.
weird new, really new age goofball cults, then your baptism would be suspect.
No, I
But as
was
long as you're
baptized in
baptized in a Trinity affirming congregation, using the proper formula, then most churches, and I'm pretty sure Eastern Orthodox as well, because it is that one baptism formula, then your baptism would be acceptable, I think. But you'd still have to go through that catechumen process, and I think you would have to like write a letter or something along those lines explaining, like pretty much like a testimony of like where you were baptized, how you were baptized, that kind of stuff. I think, but don't hold me to that because I know very
So what
little about
if?
the Eastern Orthodox tradition
Huh.
and the
Yeah, I
Catholic
don't know.
tradition as well, admittedly. But I'm learning.
Yeah, I don't know.
But yeah, back
You know,
to
a lot
to
of the
get back to the
question,
Eucharist. It's a beautiful thing, and I honestly, if you're a member of a church, Trinitarian affirming, then you should do that as often as you gather, because
So my
Christ
church,
said so.
we would do communion, I think once a month, and it was basically like a little cracker in a little glass. Had the pews have the holes in it, and you put the little plastic cup in there, and I don't know. But then when I go to liturgy and I see it's this whole big thing, and I can't even go up there and do it. I can take the antiteron, like the leftover bread
Yeah,
afterwards. But
well, yeah, that's I think if I'm not mistaken, that's similar to what's that concept? It's Old Testament concept because there's bread left over for the poor or something like that. I had to look that up.
I'm the dang poor.
You're a poor.
I'm
Yeah,
a
we
poor
all
man.
are.
but there is something I want to
Probably need
say
to
real quick
save your
about what you
grapes.
were saying. A lot of the things the questions that you have, like, why don't you just go talk to an Orthodox priest about it? That would be the easiest way for you to get answers for your questions. You're not going to get
Yeah,
the
and
answers
I
to your
definitely
questions
recommend that
talking.
I
too.
don't know, because I'm a weird antisocial guy, and like when I go to liturgy, I stand there and then I leave. I don't go down and do the coffee time afterwards or talk to anybody. I just go in there and then I leave. And
What's the point of being a part of a church if you're not part of the community within the church?
Because I don't like people. I want the religion, not the people. I'm the same way. I'll
The
walk into
religion
a
is the
church
people.
and I'll sit in the
The
very
religion
first pew, the
is the people.
closest to the door. But the moment they're like, stand, rise, and approach everybody who you've never seen before, and I got 20 old people coming up with just smiles and no, it's too much energy. I'm weirded out. I'm warded. No, thank you.
But they love you, brother.
It feels weird to me. It feels weird to me. It makes me uncomfortable.
I
I'm meant to be
understand.
quiet.
I know how
Maybe
it is.
you,
I'm a
maybe
fly on
you.
the wall. I just don't want to be. Let me warm.
Right.
Let
Well,
me get acclimated to the water, to the temperature.
Mm-hmm.
and the way
Yeah.
you do that is by interacting with the people there. But anyways,
Also,
but you
most
can't
priests
let
these days
you can't
have
let
email addresses, so you can email a priest too with your questions, especially with orthodoxy. Because I'm not like an authority in orthodoxy in it by any means. I know a little bit, enough to be dangerous, but yeah, the orthodoxy questions definitely more suitable for an orthodox priest.
Danger is my middle name.
But what I'm ultimately saying is that once you get your car and stuff, when you start going to divine liturgy again, just talk to the priest. He's not like a dangerous person that's going to cut your head off in some sort of debate in the middle of the church. He's just going to talk with you. He's like the one priest that I've talked to. He's not. They're not, debate bros. They'll talk to you and have conversations with you and try to correct you and guide you in what the proper interpretation is from the church view.
But see, I'm
That's all.
comfortable with the box I've manifested and I'm in, and I feel like if I go talk to these people, they'll question my views and beliefs, and that's scary, and I like being comfy inside my box.
Yeah, that's how most people are. They let fear control them, and
That's why I'm phrasing it
they
that
let
way.
the jail. Yeah, I know.
That's the
That's why I'm
hurdle
saying.
Yeah.
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying.
Yeah, I don't know. I do want to get back in there. But well, there's no but. Yeah, I just every time I went, I don't know. I didn't want to go down to the coffee thing because it feels like I'm an outcast because I'm not doing the sign of the cross. I'm not kissing the icons. I'm not lighting the candles. And so when I'm in there, I feel like they all know that I'm not one of them. And it's but then all my life I was raised in a church which was totally different. I was raised in a church where it was like a family and it was like everybody knows each other and we hang out, we go to the youth group. I know everybody's name. I know everybody on the choir. I know and we go to outings together, went to church camp with these kids. I grew up with these people. These people have known me since I was a little kid. And it feels like a family. And then when I go there, I like what the liturgy is more than what that was, because that felt like a club, and this feels like a church. But I also feel like an outcast. Like,
Yeah, you're an outsider. I mean, there's no way around that. You are an outsider.
yeah,
But
not
the
an
way that you become
outcast, but
not
outsider's better word. Yeah.
But the thing is, if you want to be a part of it, you have to have conversation with people. You don't make friends just by sitting in a room around other people. You don't
I don't
become a
even
part.
want to
You don't
make
find a.
friends.
You don't become a part of a You don't create a family by going to a bar and just drinking. Like you got to interact with people. You got to talk. If you want to make a family, you have to talk to women. You know what I mean? So like
I don't like that.
You have to. Well, that's just the way it works. That's an is argument.
And it'd be the same way
I know
if you
you're
went to
right.
like a
I know you're right.
church or any other traditional church. You're gonna feel like an outsider because you simply don't know anybody. And then of course, they've got to test you too. So
Yeah.
because you can't just let anybody wander into the flock. I mean, visitors are welcome and that's all great, but when it comes to like stuff like taking the sacraments and all
But I
that,
know
yeah,
I know
you
how
kind of
hard-headed
gotta
I am,
remember up.
and I know how like set in my ways I get, and I argue. That's why I debate. Is because I argue. I argue it with people. If I don't agree, I'll argue with you, and that's like an icebreaker to me. Is I'll sit there silently, and as soon as you say something I disagree with, I'll be like, whoa, 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 hey. And then I'll jump in just to argue, and so I I worry it's like uh what I gotta just sit here and nod my head and I don't know. I just need it.
And
I just need to
and
go.
just agree with everything. Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
it really depends. And it just depends
I
on how
mean,
you feel. I mean,
I
at
mean,
the
you
end
can
of the day,
already
it all boils down to conscience.
I might be one of those guys who just goes to liturgy every week but never becomes a catechumen because I don't know. But then
right.
also
If you don't,
I don't like people when they tell me uh this is something I don't like about orthodoxy is that I don't like when they say I'm not a Christian because I'm not baptized into the I didn't go through catechumen and I can't take the Eucharist at the Orthodox Church. So
right? So you're a tranny. Sorry, you don't like that your gender pronouns are not being affirmed. Is that
oh my god.
Shit, I forgot we're on live.
It's also a good thing too
You
that
can, I don't,
churches are like that because one, it helps us fend off the wolves that come to us in sheep clothing. It gives us a time to vet people out before we bring them in to the body of Christ. And a lot of churches, especially early Protestantism, actually did the exact same thing. And yeah, everybody's suspect until they're on the in crowd. It's kind of like a tribalism survival mechanism of sorts, if you want to look at it that way. But yeah, so it doesn't bother me that they say, well, you know what, Rev Russ, you're not a Christian according to our standards. That's fine with me. Yeah, cool. You know, gotta keep your backyard clean, I guess. But yeah, I just never let it bother me. I get called heretic and all kinds of stuff. Man, you'd be surprised.
Well, you're not a heretic because you were never part of the church. If you were baptized within the Orthodox Church and then tried to make arguments against the church and attacking it directly, then you'd be a heretic.
Mm-hmm.
So
Oh,
most
yeah.
people that use the phrase heretic are just people that don't actually know what the
no,
word
you're
means.
just not a Christian.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I have
Same
no
way as
reason
a man
to
is not a
attack
woman.
any of the like personally I have no reason to attack Orthodox Church or Catholic Church. Um as far as I'm concerned, the reformers said their piece on the whole subject, and just rehashing that is I don't know. It never really appealed to me, I guess.
But Paul wasn't catechized.
How do you know?
There was
Yeah,
no
he was.
Orthodox Church. Well,
He had his sight taken from him.
he
Then
was
he
a
had to go
sinner,
and see
and
another
then
guy. They get baptized,
he
and
was a
then after
sinner.
he
He
got
has a coming
baptized,
to
scales
Jesus
fell from
moment,
his eyes.
and then
That
he
was
like
yeah. He had his coming to Jesus moment, but also that coming to Jesus moment involved seeing another elder, receiving the laying of hands and through baptism.
Yep.
Because even in
So he was catechized.
even in my church tradition, like when I was ordained, there was the laying of hands. All of the elders came and laid their hands upon me when they ordained me. And then a lot of people would argue, well, there's no apostolic succession in Protestantism. But then I would say, well, who do you think the reformers were? Laymen. They were archbishops and priests. They had succession. And just because they were excommunicated does not break their succession.
No, it
So,
does. But
Yeah, I think
tradition
I.
continues on,
Well, I don't
and it
disagree
works.
with you. Well, I don't know. I don't know about any of that, but I know Orthodox people would disagree with you on that.
Oh yeah, they disagree with the Catholics too, and then the Catholics
Mhm.
would disagree with them until like really recently, and then the
yeah, if
Syrian
two
Orthodox would do
places,
the same thing. The
yeah,
Oriental
but that's not
Orthodox
an
would do the
argument.
same thing.
It's not an argument.
Yeah, but they all claim the same apostolic succession.
Mhm. And then
But then they
what you
say
have
the
to
other
do
ones
is you
don't
have to
have
actually
it.
go through you have to
I'll be right
actually do
back.
the
I gotta
work
put
and
my
go through
clothes in
the
the
arguments.
laundry.
Uh-huh. Oh yeah, for sure. And I understand that, and like I said, I don't bash on any of them. I believe they all have apostolic succession, whether they believe each other has it or not. Doesn't matter. I think they all do. They're all valid to me. They all believe the same Eucharist, same one that I
So
do.
you are reformed. You're actually one of the first people that I met that is genuinely reformed because
Genuinely
the
reformed,
reformed people,
yes, sir.
yeah, genuinely reformed because all reformists are ecumenists.
Hmm. Yeah, I'm confessionally reformed. The Westminster Confession and the Scots Confession are the closest ones that I'm in agreement with.
Right. And like a lot of the people that I have conversations with that claim to be Protestant always deny ecumenism, but that is like the basis of what Martin Luther argued for, is that everyone was a little bit correct and that it was preserved in not just the Catholic Church, but on all the heretical groups around them.
Yeah, I thoroughly believe so, especially the ones that affirm Trinity and the regular use of the sacraments, such as baptism, the Eucharist, and the laying of hands for ordination. Yeah, absolutely. Because even the Apostle Paul said there's no other foundation that a man can lay than that which is laid, which is Jesus Christ. He's the foundation of all of it. And if we all affirm the same Jesus Christ and we all hold to the same sacraments, the same teachings, I mean, yeah, there's no reason to think otherwise. Is Christ divided?
No, which is why it would be preserved in one place and they would never be able to
Well,
be
not only in one place, because
destroyed.
if you look, even during the time of the apostles, there were churches in various locations,
Mhm.
and each one had their own bishops and their own deacons, and they
And they
all
were
had
all of
their
one
own
mind.
communities. And that's why you have the separation. Like you have the Eastern Church, then you have the Western Church set in Rome, Syrians, the Orientals.
And for
Um,
the first 1,000 years, the Eastern and the Western were united and in one
mhm.
mindset until the Catholics
Well,
broke it.
for about yeah, it was about 1,000 years that the East and West were in communion with each other. Yep, and then there was something added, I think, to the Apostle Creed. The Spirit proceeds from the Father was the original, but then in the West added proceeded from the Father and the Son, and so that's what caused the rift there. And then that rift kept going until there was like also like a war or something. Somebody asked for some help, and yeah, eventually a Roman bishop walked up into an Eastern Orthodox church, if I'm remembering the history correctly, and excommunicated the whole church. But then the Orthodox church said, "Oh yeah, you're excommunicated." So,
Well,
so
what
like,
had happened,
and we know that like if excommunication cancels out apostolic succession, then by law of natural elimination, then they double negative each other out. One
Well, no,
excommunicated
one
the
of them
other,
would.
and the other,
That would just
because it's
imply both of them
mutual
are wrong.
excommunication. Yeah, yeah,
That would
wrong,
say
but they
so.
still
Both
have
of them would have to be
secession.
wrong.
And then also, you really can't unordain a priest. Catholics have affirmed this. That priests can't be unordained. Once they're ordained, even if they're excommunicated. You can't unordain them, and you can't take their apostolic succession once they're excommunicated. Which is why the Catholic Church still recognizes the apostolic succession of the other churches that they've excommunicated.
Yeah, because their arguments are valid.
Yeah, and so is
But the
like the
Catholic
early
arguments
Reformed
isn't.
Protestants too. Because see what happened, like, and the East, like, is not to blame for this at all, but the Eastern Church had absolutely no presence in Western Europe. You would
It was
not
one
find a divine
church.
liturgy in Scotland during the Reformation era.
Yes, you
Not
would.
one.
Well, no, in the
Mm.
Reformation, but before in the first 1,000 years, you would have always had the same types of liturgy.
Of course, but we're talking about the 500 years after the East and the West split.
Where the Catholics broke apart
So
from the body of
yeah,
Christ and became
so it was
corrupt.
Catholic. Yeah, it was Catholic dominion in Western Europe, Scotland, Britain. Yeah, Spain, you name it. They were all under dominion of the Catholic Church. So then you had the reformers, Catholic bishops, priests. Even Martin Luther was a friar. He was ordained man, and they saw faults in the Catholic Church, same as the Eastern Orthodox did, that caused schism. And these men schismed from the Western Church because they saw faults in that. Are you familiar with indulgences?
Explain it to me. Well,
Because
yeah, I know it.
that was the biggest crux for the reformers, and that's basically what kicked it off, at least for Martin Luther to write his 95 Thesis, is the Catholic Church was taking indulgences, which is basically a pay to play on sin. So in other words, if I commit a sin or wanted to commit a sin premeditatedly, I just go pay the priests. All's good. It's all under the blood. And then I can go and do as I please. But then that
And
money that I paid the priest for
you
that
can also buy
indulgences,
salvation for
all
people
of
who have
that
died.
went to go pay for St. Peter's Basilica. So you see, the reformers had a legitimate reason to say, hey, we're not doing this.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think the Catholic Church had faults in it.
And since there was
Big
no
faults.
presence of the Eastern Church wasn't even present in these areas, completely separated, mind you, and not really in good terms with the West anyways because of the Catholic Church. And in fact, when Martin Luther, one of the only Protestants to go and try to get in communion with the Eastern Church was Martin Luther. So he basically represented all of the reformers, but he wasn't a representative of all the reformers. Not all the reformers agreed with Martin Luther 100% on everything. So he was like the only representative to go and talk to the East, and he said, you know what, screw this guy, he's a heretic. And then next thing you know, according to the Orthodox Church, all Protestants are now heretics.
Well, they
So
tried to
even though
work
we
with
did
them.
the
They
exact
tried.
same
There's been a
thing
long history
500
within
years
that.
later with
Well, that's
pointing out the
compacting a lot of
flaws in the
history that
left.
happened between the different Protestant sects and the Orthodox Church. There was actually
Yeah.
a lot of them that were being considered to be reintroduced into the Eastern Orthodox, but ended up not becoming part of it because of their doctrinal disagreements that they would not even talk about.
Because
And I'm talking about the
Roman
Protestants. The Protestants
Catholicism broke a
they would
lot of
refuse
trust.
to. Yeah.
Well, one of the bigger cruxes for the Protestants was the use of icons and stuff like that. And, that made sense to them because their trust was already broken by the West with the whole indulgences system, with the corruption in the priesthoods and stuff like that. And then what happened when people spoke out against these men? When they spoke out against the Western Church, they got burned at the stake. It was like 300 AD all over again for a lot of these Protestants. So, a lot of things what came under suspect for the Protestants. Um, Tokens being one of them, or icons, and then also veneration was another one. And these things came under speculation because the Protestants had the scriptures, and they're like, look, if we can't trust what these men are doing, then we're going to trust the only objective thing that we have, which is the written, inspired words given by the Holy Spirit through the apostles and through the prophets before them.
Is the
And
scriptures
so
objective?
the
Though?
reformers
That's
appealed to the
that's
scriptures in the
where I
same
like people
sense
lose.
that Council of Nicaea did when they formulated the Nicene Creed. The creed itself had to appeal to scripture just for it to be taken seriously.
Well, within that, you also have to have the proper preserved text and the interpretation to apply that to it. So it's not.
Well, yes, of
It's
course.
not the only sole objective force. It's a part of a greater whole. It's a section of what is the objective truth. It's not the entirety of objective truth of Scripture.
Yeah, well, that's true too. And, like I said, the Nicene Creed has to affirm, because it does here. Sorry, I had to pull the book out. But yeah, it says here, pertaining to Christ, and the third day he rose again, according to the scriptures. So even the creeds have to appeal to the scripture for its authority and not necessarily the church.
Yes, the preservation of those scriptures which they preserve themselves.
Yeah, that's an important part. The scriptures were preserved, they're written.
They're written,
Like for
spoken.
example,
They were
when
spoken
Jesus
for longer than they were written down.
well, not much longer.
Not now. Not now. It's been way longer now.
Yeah.
But
Well, even not much longer because people assume, like modern scholars will assume all the scriptures were written hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years after. No, they weren't. We have P52, which puts the Gospel of John way back. But then when we consider the fact that that text had to circulate, be copied manually without a printing press, we can push the date on that even further back to within like 30 to 50 years of Jesus walking the earth, at least. So we can't say, well, the scriptures, were orally preserved in Christianity. They weren't. Not for long. Only for like a faint 40 years, maybe 50. So, yeah,
so the majority of the church was given to people orally. It wasn't a text that people were all given. That's a new concept.
No, but
That's only existed for like 400, 500 years.
wrote epistles to churches and then commanded those epistles be read aloud and shared with other churches. So, for example, Paul tells one church to share their letter with Laodicea and vice versa. So we know that there is textual transmission going around, but then if we look at the fathers were echoing the exact same things that were written in scriptures, and they often appealed to the scriptures as authoritative.
And I
But
can
not only
agree that
that, Jesus
scriptures.
himself appealed to the
I can
scriptures
agree
as
that scriptures are good to maintain a cohesive church.
They absolutely
from
are.
distance. But when it comes to like the baseline argument of trying to justify why you should use the scriptures or why your church has the ability to even use them, it doesn't require the scriptures. It's a baseline logical argument.
The church uses the scriptures?
The church uses the scriptures that they wrote themselves and preserved.
Uh-huh.
They are the source
Yeah.
of those scriptures. Without those scriptures,
Absolutely.
you wouldn't have anything.
Neither would you.
I would have the church.
But the church isn't the church without the scriptures. You can't have one without the other.
Yeah, you can. You can have the church without the scripture.
Oh, you can't.
Yes.
You'll be hard pressed to find any priest that would tell you that.
No, well, the majority of the people that are
And
allowed to make logical
in
arguments within.
orthodoxy, the scripture and the tradition are equal. not one above the other.
Yes, the scriptures are part of that
That's
tradition.
why they're called the divine holy scriptures. We've determined as a collective that these scriptures are divinely inspired, that they are holy, and that they are scripture, classified as
Yeah,
scripture.
and I don't believe that the scripture
Mhm.
itself is what preserves the entirety of the theology within the church.
No,
I don't
it
think it's
doesn't.
required. I think if all the Bibles disappeared today, all the Bibles disappeared today, Protestants would be completely lost and dumbfounded and not capable of keeping their churches afloat, while at least the churches that you would say have all of those old churches that have apostolic succession would.
Okay,
They would have traditions
so
that are preserved through thousands of years that scriptures help, but are not the baseline of what the traditions and the sacraments that they hold.
okay, so can you elaborate the entire gospel of Jesus Christ through your tradition?
Yeah. It was passed down by the apostles, by the tradition of the church, and brought to everybody now through scripture.
Okay. Yeah, through through scripture. That's what I'm saying. You need scripture to affirm Jesus Christ and the entire
No,
gospel. The
you
gospel
see, that's
itself is
that's where
written.
you're missing. That's where you're missing my point. Is that the scriptures itself are a product of the church.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that came first.
Okay, it's like a chicken and the egg argument. Because your
Except you
first
have actual
generation
proof
of
of which one
your
comes.
first
But
generation
with that, that's saying there's
first
ambiguity
generation wrote
between
the
which one came
scriptures. It's not
first.
like
There's no
Irenaeus wrote the
ambiguity.
scriptures. It's not like Ignatius wrote the scriptures. It's not like Hippolytus wrote the scriptures. These men didn't write the scriptures. The men who wrote the scriptures was the apostles.
Mhm.
First generation, one gen.
Yeah.
Actually, Gen 0, because it was the first generation after them, which was the apostolic fathers. So they're Gen 0, and they wrote
Which is
scripture
why
for us.
apostolic
They wrote
succession is
gospels.
important.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. Apostolic succession is absolutely important. It so happens that Protestants also have that. If we're going to consider that all of the churches are equal, are all have apostolic sources: West, East, Syrian, and Oriental.
Well,
They
that's
all
your
have
argument that
the
you
same
concede
apostolic
that they have
succession.
all of that.
Yeah,
You're
well,
not part of
if
any of
they
those
didn't,
churches, so I'm not using an argument that it would be to discredit their apostolic succession. The only thing that I would have to argue is that apostolic succession is important and is maintained through tradition of the church. And your tradition is preserved by a bunch of random people in medieval Europe that kind of all cobbled together random texts from a bunch of Jews that didn't really care about the preserving the Christian parts of the Old Testament.
Hey,
that's not exactly how it went.
one sec, guys. Chat. Last goal run, I put a 2-hour goal up there. Any number, 10 super chats, no big deal. Do what you can. If you can't, I don't care. But hit the like button. But one other thing, tonight I'm gonna put a poll in the chat. I'm trying to figure out whether we should just stream through the UFC fights like we usually do on Saturday. There's a pay-per-view tonight. It's not the best fight card, but we can hang out and we can watch the fights and hang out in the Discord. Or I go on Grid One's debate show. And so whatever the chat wants to see who's here right now, I'll put a little poll in there. I'm trying to decide what I want to do tonight, but it's chance at $100. So if I do the grid show, but also it's a UFC pay-per-view and fight night, we always hang out and watch the fight. So I'm just gonna put a poll in the chat. We'll see what you guys want to do, who's here, and anyway, that's it. You guys can go back. I'm eating some cheesy broccoli.
Awesome. Oh, it's getting late in the morning over here. But yeah, this is like a really interesting discussion because it roots back the history of Christianity. And honestly, I see more strength to the story, the history of Christianity than division and weakness. I think it's more of like a pulling back to trying to keep each other in line with what the apostles taught. The reformers had the same issues with the West that the East had. West had the same issues with both. So, I think it's just iron sharpening iron at the end of the day. But back in the day, they just did it a little more harshly than we would today, I guess.
Yeah, Protestants killed a whole bunch of Catholics instead of actually making arguments.
Well, yeah, and vice versa. I mean, there was like what an 83-year war where like a lot of Catholics and a lot of Protestants died. I mean, there was a lot of bloodshed on both sides. In fact, my 11th great
Yeah,
grandfather,
out of all
John
the
Knox, had a
out of all the sects of Christianity, Protestants have killed the most other Christians.
really.
Yeah, by a lot actually. It's like in the
I'd
million.
have to look that up. Are we including all like Protestant and Catholics in the Protestant
Yeah,
and
I'm
Catholic
going
wars that ensue?
by their definition of what Christian is. Yeah, I'm going by what their definition of what Christian is.
Okay, so
And
let
not
me see
just
if this
wars,
tracks.
regular wars.
Don't
What I'm
forget.
trying to say is specifically over doctrinal disputes.
Uh-huh. Okay. Well, if I'm remembering the history correctly, there was a Protestant queen, and I think, what was her name? 'Cause they did. I was gonna buy a book on this woman, but she was only queen for like a day, and she was a Protestant queen, and because she was Protestant, they killed her. And then also,
Yeah,
like
and what I'm
my
talking about
11th
is the
great
history.
grandfather, John Knox, he had a man that he was learning from. Okay, and that man was burned at the stake, and he raised the sword to nobody. They burned him at the stake. I mean, Catholics were literally burning Protestants at the stake. So Protestants, yeah, they're
And
going to retaliate.
yeah, and
But
Protestants, what they
we
did is
had
they
wars.
broke into churches. They broke into churches, into Catholic churches, killed anybody that resisted them, and threw them out, and then burned down their churches and their cathedrals.
That's funny because the cathedral in Edinburgh is still standing, and that's a Catholic. That was a
Did I say
Catholic
all of them?
church.
Did I say all of them?
No, but a lot of the churches that you see in Europe, all around Europe, that are Protestant churches, were originally Catholic churches. They didn't burn them down. They
Yeah,
just
some
took
of
them
them were
over
taken
because
over
they
by
were
the
in Protestant
Protestants. Some
territory.
of them were taken over. Some of them were
It
burned
was
down.
a lot of it. A lot of it was political too. So, for example, in Scotland, you had Mary Queen of Scots, who was a Catholic, but then you had my grandfather John Knox, who opposed that, and then they fought to get a Protestant in charge, and once a Protestant's in charge, they're kicking the Catholics out. It's not that they slaughtered them; they literally kicked them out, or they
No, they
converted.
would kill them. They would kill them if they didn't want to leave. Like that's the whole point. They didn't want to leave their homeland that they had lived, that had been preserved there for their hundreds of years. And the Protestants were like, "No, you're leaving, and if you don't leave, we'll kill you." That's what they did.
Oh, sounds like a strange way of history, but hold on a second. Let me look this up. So I want to get these numbers. So yeah, during that age, during the 1260s, 1260 years of paper rule in Europe, estimated range of 50 million to 150 million more people were murdered for.
All I'm trying to say is that from what I've read and what I've researched, is that the majority of the Protestants that came into power actively sought to get rid of the Catholics and would violently throw them out. And the Catholics, for the most part, didn't do that. They did it sometimes, but they didn't do it for the most part. They usually targeted individuals more than they targeted entire groups.
Yeah, they didn't only target individuals, they started targeting entire groups of them. They slaughtered like a whole bunch of Protestants and celebrated it. Some of the royals did. And John Knox wrote of this. I actually have all my grandfather's writings. So like all of his personal stuff, like the literal John Knox, founder of Presbyterianism, the reformer. Like,
Yeah, I'm not saying that there's not
he had
specific
to
instances
carry a
that you
sword
can point
because the
out where
Catholics were gonna
Catholics did
kill
do
him.
that, but almost all Protestants
Mhm.
were doing this.
Yeah, so were the Catholics.
Not almost all
It
of them.
was
Most of
literally
them were either committing, they either were
all of them.
defending themselves or they were
Protestants were
being.
doing the same thing though. That's war. I mean, you
Oh,
can
for the
look at
most
war
part, the
either way.
Protestants would take over and they would immediately radicalize the kingdom that they were in to cast out the Catholics. This is why all these wars started.
Yeah, the war
So
started
there
because the
are
Catholics were killing Protestant teachers who were speaking out against the Catholic Church and them taking indulgences.
yeah.
They were literally speaking out against
And
corruption and being silenced. Okay, like imagine Charlie Kirk on a scale of like about 150. Like every single one of your prominent speakers who spoke the same things that you believe just burned at the stake. Do you think that's not
and
going to elicit a response from more than
so the
just
response from the
the
Protestants
main
were
talkers?
so the response from the Protestants were, okay, since you burned that one guy, we're going to actually just remove all Catholics from their land that they have historically had and slaughter them if they
Yeah.
don't leave.
But it's not only Catholics that historically had the land. You got to think that the Protestants were also former Catholics who disagreed with the Catholic Church's corruption, which the Eastern Church affirms. Uh-huh.
Yeah. So that has nothing to do with what I'm
Yeah.
saying.
So when the Catholics started burning Protestants at the stake and the Protestants responded in kind, that's war.
It's not
But
responding in
also, it
kind.
wasn't just a war
Responding in
between
kind would be
like
taking the priest in the Catholic Church
see,
and
the
burning
thing
him
is
at the
though,
stake, but that's not what happened.
but you see, you're forgetting the political aspect of this. You had kings and queens who were also Protestants and Catholics who had their own rule and dominion over these lands.
Yeah, and Catholics were too lenient with the Protestants and allowed them into the land and gave them
No, they
property,
weren't.
allowed them to have property that they shouldn't have had under the Catholic purview. And they were slowly beaten down by violence by the Protestants to then concede. To the point now
The
where the
Protestants
Catholic
should have
Church
just gave them
is
a
so, now the
couple
Catholic Church
thousand
is
dollars
so
and let them
extraordinarily ecumenistic that they can't even say that they have apostolic succession at this point. They're too ecumenistic now.
Yeah, so one source here says during the 1,260 years of papal rule in Europe from 538 AD to 1798 AD, estimated ranges from 50 million to 150 million people were murdered for their faith. Papacy is responsible for more deaths of innocent people than of any institution of
So now we have to go into the
any
conversation. What
human
is an
history of
innocent
the world.
person? Is an innocent person throwing a rock? Is an innocent person trying to break into a Catholic cathedral? Is an innocent person, like, this is the things that those
Is an
bigger
innocent
stats that you're
person
looking at that are,
is an innocent
this
person
is the
preaching
thing.
against the Catholic Church in the street in a public square, and then
Well,
burned at a stake for it?
from the worldview of where the Catholic purview is, if you are a heretic, that is the death penalty. That's the only way that you
Yeah.
can actually argue the death penalty is for heretics.
Okay.
And they're the ultimate arbiter of who's a heretic.
Yeah, they are
Exactly.
from the Catholic purview. Yeah.
Yeah. So
So that's why they
like
specifically sniped out. That's why
so
they
suppose
specifically sniped out people that were heretics that preached out against the
No,
church.
suppose if they had turned around and did that to the east.
It would be bad.
Because if you think
Because
about
the
it,
East
if
has the
okay,
church.
say the schism waited 500 years till
And
around the
also,
time of the Protestant Reformation,
the Catholics did
they would have
brutalize
responded to
the
you.
East,
They would have
just so you
responded to
know.
the East. Yeah, exactly.
They did brutalize the East, and the East didn't respond in kind.
East didn't respond in kind. And how do you guys have territory?
How do we have
I mean,
territory?
they just came over there, burned your
Because the
guys at the
Catholics,
stake, and then you guys just picked yourselves up from the bootstraps
this is what happened.
and climbed
The
out the ashes.
Catholics integrated the church within government, so they are the government of Europe. That's not what Eastern Orthodoxy is.
Yeah,
it's
I know
not.
it's not.
It's not an integrated part.
So
of the government.
the Byzantine Empire didn't fight against the Roman Empire.
As far as I know, not until the same point where they were brutalizing each other like that. They was mostly petty skirmishes.
because you had 500 years of Roman Catholic evolution growing these kingdoms in the West unchecked. Yeah. Yeah, now they're brutalizing anybody that stands in opposition of them within their territory.
Yeah.
Yeah, so somebody points out that, hey, you know, these guys are turning sin into a pay and play situation, which I know the Eastern Orthodox Church doesn't affirm at all. And then the Protestants point this out, and then they're getting slaughtered, but the Protestants are a problem because they decided to fight back instead of just being totally wiped out.
What was it that they chose to fight back? Is that they chose to commit violence in a degree that wasn't permitted.
Violence in a degree that was absolutely permissible, because if you're being oppressed and your people are being burned at the stake, you got to stand up and do something, especially if it's in your own land. It's not like the Protestants just migrated to Europe. These were people born there in these churches.
So were the Catholics.
They were Catholics. The Protestants were Catholics. They weren't atheists. They were Catholics, so technically it was Catholics killing other Catholics until the other Catholics that were getting killed said, you know what, forget this, we're reforming. Reformers didn't want to start their own church. They wanted to reform the Catholic Church. The Reformers wanted to reform the Catholic Church, which is why they're called Reformers.
And they went to the point where they were so bitter and so angry that they would remove they would try to remove entire books for the sake of destroying the Catholic Church.
Remove entire books for the sake of destroying the Catholic Church. What
That's
books?
exactly what Luther said.
Well, Luther wasn't the authority of all Protestantism. He was in Germany.
He's the most prevalent.
He's the most prevalent now, as history looks back. But my grandfather was more prevalent than Luther in my book, because he's from my land. More prevalent to me than some German
it matters,
on the other
it matters
side.
more about what you think than what the historical record says, where Luther is the most prevalent
what determines a man's prevalence
within that time period.
What determines a man's prevalence and especially in regards to the Reformation is what area he was from. Luther was from Germany. I'm not German. You know, what does Germany have to do with Scotland?
Caused the entirety of the Reformation Act.
He's not the one that caused the entirety of the Reformation. There were other men.
Yes, he was.
There
were other men that followed him into doing it. There were other men who followed him
Luther. Not a lot of them followed Luther. They followed their own. Like Calvin didn't follow Luther. John Knox didn't follow Luther. Wycliffe didn't follow Luther.
Yeah, because once they took
what I'm
Luther,
saying. So
once they took
so what
Luther's
you're doing
theology
is you're looking back in the but you're looking
What I'm
back
doing
into
is
history. You're taking the one
they
prevalent
took- they
guy and
followed
saying, you know
Luther.
what, he was the gang leader of all of them.
They
But
followed
he
Luther.
wasn't.
They followed
No.
Luther. They took the
No.
entailments of what his arguments
Not
were,
all of them.
and they applied it to their own theology and tried to correct even themselves.
Not all of them.
Like they argued between
Not all
themselves
of them.
because of that.
No, not all of them.
So just because they have doctrinal disagreements does not mean that they didn't initially follow one person who initiated the reformist movement.
Luther wasn't the only one that initiated the reformer movement, though.
He was the initiating
That's
force. He was the
historically
spark.
inaccurate. I mean, you can look
He was
this
the
up.
spark.
Luther wasn't the only reformer.
There were
He
other
wasn't the
people
one
who
that
went with him.
kickstarted it.
Yeah, there were other people that went with
Yeah,
him.
there were other people that went
He was
with him. There
smart.
were other
He was the
people that
spark.
went with my grandfather. There were other people that went with Wycliffe.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, there were other people that followed these reformers from their countries. You see what I'm saying? Like, this is Europe, man. This isn't like back then. It was a, you know, pretty distant place to try to travel by foot or horseback. So you had
what I'm trying to
the
tell you is
Scottish
that
Reformation in Scotland. You had the German Reformation in Germany. You even had the British Reformation.
it was an
Henry
entire
VIII.
Reformation. It was a
He had
broad
nothing to do
prescription that
with
was
Martin
over the
Luther.
entirety of the Catholic Church.
Like Henry VIII was a reformer.
It was a broad
Created his own
prescription
Church of
that
England.
the Reformationists wanted to do.
But
It
was
was a
he
broad
following
prescription
Luther though?
that the Catholic Church needed to be reformed, which was initiated by Martin Luther.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, there
A
you
lot
go.
of people agreed that the Catholic Church needed to be reformed. Catholics
Yeah,
agreed
and
that
they
the
followed
Catholic Church
Luther
needed
in
to be
that
reformed.
idea.
They didn't follow Lutheran in that idea. A lot of them had the idea on their own.
They could have had the idea on their own, but they're not the
But
ones
then
who
also you have
initiated
the
it.
Church of England, which is another, the Anglos. Okay, they're Protestant. They had nothing, literally nothing to do with Martin Luther. Henry VIII wanted to divorce his queen. Roman Catholic Church said no. And Henry VIII said, well, you know what? Screw you. I want to divorce her. I'm going to start my own church so I can divorce her. Had nothing to do with Martin Luther.
Okay, that has nothing to do with what I just said.
But you see how Protestantism worked. It wasn't just one man sparked a revolution across, because if that were the case, everybody'd be Lutheran. Not everybody's Lutheran. You have
No,
Presbyterians,
if
you have
you have
Anglos, you have
if you have a
Methodists, you have
prescription for something,
Baptists.
if you have a
Then you have
prescription
your
for
Lutherans.
something, as in reforming the Catholic Church, that is the spark. Just because all of them criticize the Catholic Church in different ways does not say that the initial spark was not Luther. Just because other people also agreed with him does not mean that Luther was not the spark that ignited Europe into war with the Catholics.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, is he's, like I said, not the only man from the region. And a lot of these reformers probably didn't even know each other. Some of them did. John Calvin and John Knox, they knew each other and stuff. But, you know, it's hard to say if they all, like, literally knew each other and were all, like, pen pals.
It doesn't matter if they knew them.
So,
Like,
you
I
hear
can
a
follow.
notion of
I can
Reformation, and it's like, yeah, that makes
because
sense. And
if
then
you
you're
have
like,
to
yeah,
literally
well,
know somebody, then the entire American Revolution, nobody was actually following any of the people who wanted
yeah,
to
but they all fought
rebel
they all
against them.
fought a common goal for a reason, right? They
Yeah,
all
and there
had a
was a
just
spark that
cause,
ignited.
and they saw something wrong as a collective, and they all sought to fix that as a collective. There wasn't just like one man who just stood up and said, "Hey, you know, we're going to do this and this and this." You know, it was a collective effort, just like the Reformation. It was a
What I am
collective
telling
effort
you,
across multiple
what I'm
countries.
telling you is this: that Martin Luther was the spark. You've already conceded and said that he was. That started the movement. That is what I've been
He could
saying
be
this whole time.
considered a spark that started the movement in Germany.
All
Just
over.
like
Yes, the
John
broad
Knox was the
prescription against the
spark that
Catholic
started the
Church.
Reformation in Scotland.
He was the one who started the idea that the Catholic Church
But
had to be reformed.
ultimately,
He was the
yeah,
spark that ignited and
ultimately,
allowed everybody else to be comfortable in doing it as well.
yeah. But what would it? How would the East had responded? Would they had sought to reform?
Reform? No, they would have tried to beat the Catholics into submission verbally. That they had been for hundreds of
Yeah,
years.
we tried that. Martin
And
Luther
actually have
nailed the
succeeded
95
at it
Theses
recently.
to a cathedral door.
And
So
they actually
it's
succeeded at it recently when the Catholic Church just concedes that everything within the Catholic or the Orthodox Church is valid.
Yeah. And eventually Protestants will gain the same victory probably. Because like I said, the Protestants were in an impossible situation. Completely cut off from the East and any other orthodoxy other than Roman Catholicism. 500
Well, I
years
would say
after
that
the East Schism.
Well, I
And
would
then
say that the
also they
Pope
had
was in an impossible
those
position
really
because he
bad.
had to either encourage war being waged all across Europe for the rest of history of time, as long as the Protestants exist, or concede and become ecumenistic to allow the Protestants to then be able to live within their kingdom that they made.
Yeah, it put everybody in a very tough and sticky situation. A very unfortunate one, I would say.
Yeah.
But can't change history. Now we just gotta try to figure out where we move from here.
Yeah, exactly. This is just the problem that I have, is that Protestants specifically say that they are victims of the Catholic Church, not understanding that it was a
Well, it
two-sided
was
thing.
mutual. Yeah, it was mutual. Especially the violence. Violence was definitely mutual. There was definitely mutual violence on both sides. But one side wasn't more aggressive than the other.
Yeah, Protestants were. They were like Islamics. They were like Islamists. They just threw themselves against shields.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, like I said, it was a sticky situation. You had things going on in the Catholic Church. Protestants didn't agree with. Eastern Orthodoxy wouldn't have agreed with it either. And like I said, Protestants were completely cut off from any other liturgical source. So what are they going to do? For example, if I'm a member of the Catholic Church, or any church for that matters, even a Protestant church, and they start going off the rails on something that's doctrinal error, borderline heresy, as the Eastern tradition would call it, then what am I going to do if I get excommunicated from this church because I don't want to follow that doctrinal error? As a mark
Yeah,
on my own conscience, I
the
get
prescription from
excommunicated,
the
am I no
traditional
longer
Catholic sense
Christian
is to
anymore?
kill heretics. The traditional
Yeah.
view of the Catholic Church is to kill the
Uh-huh.
specific heretics. The prescription
Yeah.
from the Eastern Orthodox is to exile them.
So, yeah. So you see, when you have a Protestant stand up and preach to a group of 100, 200, 300 people, and you convince them all that the Protestants are right, well, guess what the Catholic prescription is for all those people?
It's for
Death.
specifically the people who call themselves preachers
Heretics.
and the teachers.
Yeah, but that's a lot of people. Because
It's
anybody
way
can
less people
evangelize and
than
be
what the
considered a
Protestants
preacher.
targeted.
No, it's the same concept. If the Protestant preachers preached to the congregation believed on that, they wouldn't recant it because now they accept that as truth. The Roman Catholic prescription was death, or what you said. So like even in the same instance, like if I'm a member of a church, even a Protestant church, say I'm going to this non-denominational church up the road, next thing you know, pastor says, "Hey, you know what? I'm doing this and this and this, totally against what I believe, totally against traditionalism altogether." Like, and I'm pretty sure you know where I'm going because it's happening already in a lot of Protestant churches. And I say, you know what? I don't agree with this. This isn't my style. This isn't what scripture says. This isn't our tradition. I can't do this. We got to change
I want the
something.
shirt that
Something's
he
got to be
has
done
on.
here. And then they excommunicate me. Do I then just stop being a Christian and say, "Oh, you know what? They kicked me out
To make money.
Yeah, it was all hokum anyways. I don't
You
believe in
wouldn't
Jesus
understand.
anymore." Is that the response that we should have?
The response you
Because if
should
that's
have
literally the
is
response that we should have, like, "Hey, you know what? I've been excommunicated. I
if
just
that
shouldn't
church
believe in
is
Jesus
true,
anymore."
if that is the true church, and you are exiled and
Um,
excommunicated from it, there
and
needs to
Easy
be
said,
humility
But then do I
to try to come
but then
back
do
to
I
it.
have to stop believing?
No.
Like, if I'm
by
excommunicated, do I
God,
automatically stop believing in
by
Jesus?
kings,
No. The same way that
Like
a
righteous
man who
men.
thinks they're a woman can still think that they're a woman and still hold that belief, but still not be a woman.
So look at that. Look at
Yeah,
that.
okay.
A burning
So I
tarot
get
card. What do you think of
excommunicated
that,
from the
man?
church, and I just be like, hey, you know what? They didn't like me. I don't like them. I don't believe in this Jesus guy anymore. What was the faith that I had going into the church real? If I'm so easily escorted out?
I would say that maybe the faith that you had been placed in was not the true faith in which you think it was.
Uh-huh.
And the
Yeah,
humility of
exactly.
coming back and trying to understand where the faults were that you made. If it's the true church. If it's not the true
Mhm.
church, then it doesn't matter. It's all just subjective Christianity bullshit.
Yeah.
It's where I
And that's what
feel,
that's what all the churches say though.
yeah,
It's all the
the
same.
Protestants
That's the
are
same thing.
objectively,
It's like
or, you know,
parroted. Yeah, but
what
it's
I'm saying
parroted.
is that
Even among the Protestants, it's parroted.
within the
We're
baseline
the true
arguments
church. All the other
that
churches are heretics. They're not the true church. You know, this is the weird. This
there
is the
has to be
weirdest
one, there
part
has to be
about
one true church.
Christianity,
I knew it was
and this is the
I knew
embarrassing
it was
thing.
Isaiah or
Because as a
Jeremiah.
preacher, I got to
Is she?
reach out to people
Many
who
kings shall
otherwise
be
have
raised
never
up.
believed before. And this is something that comes up to me a lot. Is the divisions, the perceived divisions, not among the inside, but from the outside.
Into
And
the
that
video premiere.
automatically sows a
It's
seed
not
of
a
doubt.
great
Because
video.
imagine this. You live in a
The
town and
audio
you've
came
got
out
10
kind of
banks in your town, and every single bank says they're the true bank and every other bank's a fraud and they're going to steal your money. What bank are you going to trust a bank with? Especially if they say that that the other banks are liars.
Yeah,
That
which is
every other
why
bank
you
is a
have to be
liar, a
capable.
fraud, and they're going to steal your money. You can only
Which
bank
is
with
why
me
you
because
have
I'm
to
the
be
one true
capable.
bank, and you got 10 banks parroting the exact same thing.
Well, the baseline thing is there has to be
Then
one
we
true
wonder
church
why
that exists.
atheism is at an all-time high.
Yeah, atheism is at an all-time
Because
high due to the
we
fault of
already look
Protestantism
divided.
and within the atheistic factories that they make, because they constantly are ecumenistic, and to the point where they begin to just evaporate into the society itself, and they don't actually, and they start agreeing with things that are blatantly not even scriptural from just a baseline reading of it. So that's why ecumenism is so fucking dangerous and poisonous. You think it's not a big deal when your
Yeah,
opinion
but
differs
that's just it.
slightly, but ultimately, the idea of ecumenism leads to gay pastors, gay churches. It leads to that. That's the end result of ecumenism. It's the watering down of the religion to the point where it's just nothing.
So the blending of society, right? And not holding any like actual authority. But yeah, we see slides in all churches.
Slides and corrections are what are important to see within a church.
Uh-huh. And
Protestantism
the
doesn't have
reformers
slides and corrections.
tried really hard to implement correction.
Yeah, and they tried, but they had their
And the
doctrines used
Eastern
against them
Church tried as well, and
to
it
justify their
caused a
personal beliefs and
schism.
their feelings.
But now here we are. We're in the year 2025. Schisms happened over 1,000 years ago, and now we have all these various churches, not only in Orthodoxy and Catholicism, but now we also have Protestant denominations, and they are all saying the exact same thing.
Yeah.
We are the only
Because
true
that's an entailment.
church, and everybody else is imposters.
There has to be one true
What kind of
church.
litmus test? Yeah, but what kind of litmus test do we use to determine that one true church?
Through the arguments of apostolic succession and the method in which is used to preserve that and the text.
Okay.
And
Okay,
the traditions that were given
who
to us
has
by
the
Christ.
apostolic succession between the East and the West?
The East.
Who holds it? How? By what grounds?
By the continuous preservation of the doctrines and not having a pope who can just
Continuous
change it willy-nilly whenever they
preservation of the
want.
doctrines and not having a pope. Yeah, so you see, and then the Catholics will turn around and say, well, we have a pope, therefore we have valid apostolic succession and we have all the
That's an
doctrines.
argument I'd have with
They'll
the
raise
Catholic.
the exact same, they'll raise the exact same argument. So
Right,
who
and I
do
would have an
I,
argument
as
with the
somebody
Catholic.
who's trying to figure out which church is the real church and which one do I join, because my eternal soul is apparently on the line based on which church I join, which church do I join? And how do I determine that? Being a layman, not being somebody like me with
Through
theological chops or
through
know some
trying to
history.
understand through trying
We're
to
trying to
understand the
understand the
arguments being made.
understandable and the arguments made, but the arguments are exactly the same. That's what I'm saying. The East has the same arguments as the West. The Syrians
No.
have the same argument as the Orientals, and they all have the exact same arguments. And then here's the
They can have the
Reformers
same
saying the
argument,
exact
but
same
the
thing.
preservation of the doctrines within the councils
Mm-hmm.
and within the original intention of what Christ built the church for.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of us preach all the same doctrines. The only
Mhm.
thing that changed with
And only one of them could be
Protestantism
true.
specifically is that we really don't do the icons. You see
And
what
only
I'm
one of them can
saying?
be
Like,
holistically true. And it's not just the icons, it's a whole bunch of other shit that Protestants
there's a
disagree
lot of
with.
other stuff,
It's
a
a
lot of
degradation.
doctrinal differences. But there's also doctrinal differences between the East and the West.
I
And then there's
mean,
doctrinal differences between the East and the Syrian and the Orthodox. I mean, but at the end of the day, when we really sit down and start hashing things out, there's a lot more that we agree on than what we disagree on. And that's what we need to build on. Because
I
like the
disagree when it
argument I
comes
just
to
presented to you,
the
if
act of
I'm
the
just a
church itself and the
layman,
preservation of what it needs
yeah.
to be to
Well,
exist.
if I'm just a layman and I'm exploring Christianity, okay, say I don't know a lot, say I'm not the brightest crayon in the box, okay? Now I've got 10 and 10 churches, let's just keep it at a conservative number, 10 churches, all of them saying the exact same thing. We have the true apostolic succession, we are the only true church, and every church besides us are heretics and liars. Who do you trust? How do you measure
You
that?
have to be
Where do you
capable
measure that? You
of
have to be capable.
engaging with the arguments.
So
You
are
have to
we
be capable of
Gnostics?
engaging with the arguments.
Yes, but are we Gnostics? Are we doing hidden wisdom doctrines now? Are we rehashing old heresies?
You have that has nothing to do with the
Because our own
theological
knowledge does
revelation
nothing
of
for us.
what is
And
given to a church.
even your priests will tell you this. Your own knowledge ain't doing nothing for you.
Mm.
There's
Yeah,
no hidden wisdom
knowledge
doctrine.
doesn't get you closer to Christ. Yeah.
Yeah,
But it helps you discern. But
it can
logic
help you
and reasoning
discern,
and
but not
rationality
everybody's
can help you
capable of
discern
that.
which church is
Yeah,
the one that's most consistent.
but your average Joe isn't going to have that kind of discernment. They're not going to be able to tell. What they're going to hear is 10 different
They're
institutions
lazy.
calling each other's liars. That's not
I think that they
lazy.
are lazy.
That's
I
not
think they're
lazy. That's
lazy. I don't think that they
skepticism.
actually try. I don't think they actually
That's
try.
skepticism. Oh, no, it's skepticism. So if you've got 5 people in the
Skepticism
room
would
and
be
they're all
not trusting
telling
any
you,
of the 10. Skepticism would be not trusting
yeah,
any of the 10 and trying to discern and
yeah.
or try to figure out which one is true.
If a dog looks at another dog and says all dogs are lying, is that dog a liar?
What does it have to do with anything I'm saying?
Because it's the problem that a lot of, like, I'm telling you, I encounter them a lot. People who are seeking Christianity, people who are curious about it, people who are on the fence. It's always the same argument I hear from them. Which church is the true church? Because they all say they are, and then they say that everyone else are liars and heretics. How do we tell which one's the real church? And then if
You
you
have to be
go and say,
able
well, you got to
to
trace
engage
it
with the
back,
argument.
well, okay. So you trace it all the way back, and then you get to your very first schism. Who was right?
This is the poblano plant.
How do you determine who was right in the very first schism? Because the first schism was an over papacy.
You have to be vigilant and capable.
Vigilant and capable. So only the vigilant and capable are capable of coming to Christ? You see how this falls
if
apart, and then when
well,
you
this is the thing
present this to somebody who is
that not
completely
everybody
new to
is
this,
capable or vigilant.
yeah.
I don't
But
concede
when you
that people are
yeah, but
innately
when you
dumb.
present this,
I
yeah, but
argue that these people are able to understand these arguments if they engage in them. If they actually want to understand the
yeah.
debates that are happening, yeah, do the work. It might take you a couple of years to understand what's being said, but
It
engage
might
with it.
take you your
Don't
whole
just
life
ignore it.
before you can even scratch the surface of determining, of even tracing down the history. It's become easier now. Can you imagine how hard it was like 300 years ago?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
really
can
hard.
understand and concede. I can understand and
So when a new Christian or a new person seeking the faith comes in and they see this presented to them, their initial reaction is going to be, maybe none of this is for me. And I see that a lot too. Maybe none of this is for me because I don't know. I completely doubt everything because I don't know what church I should be a part of. That
yeah,
scares
and
people away.
when
That's why I try to preach unity. That's why when somebody says, you know what, I like orthodoxy, I encourage them. If somebody says, hey, I like Catholicism, I encourage them. If somebody likes Presbyterianism, I encourage them. I encourage them to find a church that fits them, because I would rather see them walk into a church than not walk into one at all.
I would rather them walk
At
into
least
the
that's where
church
my
which
mindset's
has the
at.
sacraments,
Yeah, and well,
which
point to
has
one.
the valid sacraments and has the
Mhm.
apostolic authority, which is entailed to have
Yeah.
the sacramental authority.
Yeah, but then if you're truly seeking and you're a skeptic, uh, how do you determine that? And who do you trust? Because they all say the same thing and they all have the same exact receipts.
Mhm. You have to apply the argumentation that they are providing you. If I can apply the Catholic precepts that they have, and it ends up creating broken logical loops that cannot
You know,
be
you're speaking a
coherently applied.
gibberish. You're speaking a gibberish to most people that you're going to be talking to.
I don't
As soon
care. They
as
need to
you,
put in the work. Well, this is the thing, right? Is that what I am saying is if you are interested in understanding which one is the true church, it'll take you about a year or two, like it did me. That's all it took.
they're not trying to find the true
Yeah,
church. They're trying to find
for a
Christ.
bright man like you,
Yeah, then to
because
find
you're a
Christ, you have to
brilliant
find
dude.
his church.
Yeah, well, you're a brilliant dude. Like you're really intelligent. I can tell it. You're you know, but I've ran into people who aren't as intelligent as you, that really can't muster that kind of mental capacity to
Yeah,
even engage with a hypothetical.
they're not looking for the true church.
I
They're looking
mean,
for
yeah.
they're looking for a walk with Christ.
And to
Mhm.
walk with him, you have to be able to find where he is located and where he has placed himself.
I heard well, no, you guys are well, I heard a guy the other night say that he said it on Easy's thing, he said if you hear about orthodoxy, then you're putting somebody's soul in danger because they've heard of the one true church, quote unquote. Um and shoot, what am I trying to say? Who was that was saying that? It was that guy that was on Easy's panel, and he's like, we don't push it that hard. We don't evangelize like that because if somebody doesn't know about, like, I never even heard of the Orthodox Church until I was like
So
30 something years old.
yeah, I agree with you. When it comes to trying to genuinely convert people and not trying to debate people, this is what I would say to somebody that I meet. Like, yeah, you should come to the divine liturgy. That's all I would really say. I wouldn't push it any more than that because ultimately it's their choice.
Yeah.
If you want to experience God in its fullness, come to the divine liturgy.
So if somebody's
That's what I would say.
inquiring about, they say, you're a Christian. Why don't you tell me about that? You're not going to tell them about Jesus. You're not going to give them the gospel. You're just going to say, go to divine liturgy.
Yeah, pretty much, because I'm not capable of explaining to them who Christ is.
Yeah, see, I don't know. It's
I don't even know what that means, and I ain't even going. Nope, I don't know. Good try, but no, it didn't work.
I have honestly given up on trying to give any any kind of logical arguments. So I don't, like, you're not a good example.
Okay, well, just the average person that needs convincing. You don't have a very like alluring argument that draws people in. It's just like, here you go. And
Yeah, if this is an average person that I just meet at work or in a grocery store that brings up a conversation, I'm like, yeah, you want to talk about Christianity, you should try to go to Divine Liturgy and talk to the priest there. Yeah, I think you would actually find a more fulfilling experience there. That's all I would say to them.
But so if I'm talking to homeless people or drug addicts and they say, Josh, how you were homeless, you were a drug addict, how did you get out of that lifestyle? And I say the only way is with Christ. You can't do it on your own. You can't lean on your own self. You have to lean on Christ. And they say, well, who's this Christ guy you're talking about? I would give them the gospel.
Right, you would give them your interpretation of who Christ is.
Okay, but that's something. It's something that draws somebody else in, and it's like that's relatable. That's
You want everything laid out in front of you.
Maybe
You
I
want
was almost
everything
homeless,
laid
and
down in
me
front
and
of
you were
you
the
from
same.
point
How
A
did
to
you
B
get out of that
without
struggle?
actually
This is how you
engaging
did
with
it?
what Christianity is, which is experience.
Sometimes you have to meet people where they are.
You cannot logically find yourself to God. You can't do it.
Sometimes you have to
You
meet
have to
people where they
experience
are.
Christ
Well,
himself.
it wouldn't be a
understand.
logical thing. It would be more about an emotional thing and a relationship thing. It'd be like, you can't lean on yourself. There's this guy Jesus. We're all sinners. We've all messed up, but he gives us a way out of this. And then you tell them the story of his life, and you say he's this amazing guy, and there's all this history behind it and this evidence for it, and it's changed. It changes more lives than anything, more than psychology, more than medications, more than anything. And you point them to the cross, but I think that's a more effective way to reach people than go to liturgy. But you would say,
Because you're thinking of rationalizing and logicking people into the
no,
religion
you're the
itself.
one.
No, I'm asking them to go to Divine Liturgy to experience Christ in his fullness.
If anything, I'm appealing to emotion.
You're
I'm gonna
trying
hit
to
him.
rationalize.
I'm gonna hit him in the
doesn't matter if
feels.
it's an appeal to emotion. It's still a
No,
rational.
I'm gonna hit him in the feels. I'm gonna say you're broken, you're battered, you're going to die if you keep doing this. There's a way out of it. I'm gonna hit him. It's more of an emotional appeal than a logical appeal. It's actually illogical.
And if you're looking for silly dumb sinners,
it's a logical fallacy, but it's still a rational
where they are.
Yeah, but when Paul went and preached the gospel in all these different areas, he didn't just go to these people and say, "Hey, come to Divine Liturgy and see what we're doing."
Yeah, who was
He
Paul?
sat there in public.
Am
He
I Paul?
reasoned with them. He debated them. He preached publicly. All the apostles did.
Yes.
Stephen wasn't even an apostle, and he went and preached publicly, and he's the first
So
martyr.
this is the thing. I don't put myself in the place of an apostle. An apostle has
Of course.
almost perfect
But we
connection to
model
God.
ourselves that way.
They have almost a
Yeah,
perfect
Paul
connection to
said-
God that's not even in
Uh-huh.
existence anymore.
Yeah.
We're not putting our place in an
Paul said,
apostle.
"Be followers of me as I am followers of Christ."
This is what I'm saying. Is that
I mean,
ultimately
they're
by the end
saints,
of it, what do you
right?
think that what do you think people did that heard Paul talk? Do you think that they were like, yeah, let me give you all the things that Paul said? Or do you think that they said, you need to go to the square where Paul's talking?
I don't think
because
they
he knows
went.
what
I
he's
don't
talking
think they
about.
went to a big gold dome building
No.
with a guy in a
No,
robe
because he
burning
would drop
incense and a
people off
thing with
like
icons and
Timothy
kiss the
and-
icons.
Timothy,
they,
who were what?
I think they
trained
dropped to their knees in the
catechized
dirt and they
given
prayed.
authority.
Uh-huh. Yeah, and then they would preach, but they weren't
Right. So
apostles.
the layman
But they
like me,
preached just like that. They preached just like the apostles.
Yes,
But you
because
see,
they were
that's
given
what that's
authority
what the
and they
apostolic
were allowed
succession
to
is the
by the greater whole.
continuation of
My
preaching. Yeah,
my argument and the thing that I
continuation
would
of the
use
preaching of
for
the
You
gospel
people to
say,
come
you
publicly.
to the
say, hey,
church,
brother, I've been there, and there's a way out of it. Let's pray.
yeah, come to divine
But
liturgy.
no,
Yeah, it's
no,
preaching. You gotta preach the gospel publicly, or you won't get anybody in the churches.
Yeah, those who have authority can do it.
Okay.
Yeah, but
Those who
where's
are
the
properly
evangelism?
given authority through the church can do that.
I think you
But a
logicked your way
layman,
into this.
but a layman, what are you talking about? The
You
way that
said you
I
can't.
was an
You said you
atheist,
can't
I
logic
was
your
an
way
a
into
no,
church.
you can't. You can't logic your way into believing God. You can't do it.
I agree to
You can't
that.
do it.
I agree to that.
Yeah, you can.
You have
I
to
agree.
direct experience.
That's why you have to take the emotional
So
appeal
that so
Right.
no,
and
well,
meet
the
somebody
emotional
where they
appeal is still a
are.
rationalization. Is a rationalization. Though. What I believe converts
I don't know
atheists
if
more
you
than
caught
anything
what.
is direct experience with God. That's
You
the
just
only way.
conceded. You just conceded.
No, I didn't. I said that emotional
Okay.
appeals are rationalizations.
W.
Emotional appeals are logical fallacies, but still rationalizations and try an attempt at
Do
argument.
you know? Do you know if I meet a
So thank you for
broken,
conceding.
if I meet a broken, drug addicted person on the street, and I say, "Hey, man, I've been there before. There's a way out of that," and they say, "What do you do?" And I say, "Go to divine liturgy." If I send that person to divine liturgy,
I'm
they're
not even
not gonna.
showing up. You just
They're
said
not
some
gonna let
concrete
him in.
words.
They're not gonna let him in the door
How do you know that?
because he's haggard, his clothes are torn, his butthole's hanging out, he's got shit stains on his face, he's got a crack pipe in his pocket. They're not gonna let him
So
in.
you know what would end up happening is more than likely this: if he tried to go into the church and they wouldn't let him in like that, there'd probably be somebody there to help them because all the people that I've met
And what's
within
that
the
person
Orthodox
who's
Church,
gonna help them gonna do? They're gonna feed them, they're gonna talk to
feed
them.
them, clothe them, talk to them, and say, "Hey, now that you're freshened up and you are decent,
Now
come
you
on
can
in,
come into
experience
divine
Christ."
liturgy. And then they're gonna go into divine liturgy. Nobody's gonna look at them. They're gonna stand there in the back and what? Not understand what's going on?
Not understand what's going on, and then
I've been
go within,
I've been a Christian
not
my whole life,
understanding,
and I
but
didn't
experiencing God.
understand what was. If I didn't do research before I went, I wouldn't have understood what was going on.
You would have understood the feeling of the place. You would have had an experience with God, even if it's just minor, because that's where God is present.
I don't
You
disagree
would
with
then,
you. I don't
you
disagree with
then,
you, but we're talking
and
about
and then
somebody
what
who
happens
came off the
after?
streets and they just got done
Yeah.
smoking a damn meth pipe.
Okay. Like,
Or a
so yeah, it's
joint.
probably not good to be inebriated when you go to church.
And this is why I'm
Yeah.
not
So it
trying
would
to I'm
probably
not trying to disagree with you, but like it all comes down
I
to
mean,
there's
there are
different
churches
approaches and
help
there's different
people in
ways.
those kind of dire straits. I'm sure the Orthodox Church does like really good job at caring for people and doing the good works, just like the Catholic Church does, and Presbyterians and
Yeah, but what they
like
do is they
the
send
very
women out
traditional
there to do
Baptist
it.
and
They send women
Methodists.
out there to give them food and talk to them and be nice to them. And then say, "Come to
Yeah,
church with
no,
us."
Yeah, so
that
they're
sounds
basically
like
doing the exact same thing.
Yeah, that's why
that
I'm
sounds
saying
like
I'm
a
not
Jehovah Women thing or something. Because
well,
I know that the JWs and the Mormons will flaunt their women at the men to try to get them to join.
okay, maybe the Orthodox and the Catholics won't send the
I've
women, but
seen that, but I don't think the Orthodox and Catholics
yeah.
are
Man,
going to
I'm
be
thinking
flaunting women out, you know.
yeah, that's my Protestant brain.
Yeah, don't worry. But I've seen the Protestants do that, but I don't think I've seen the Catholics do that much, nor the Orthodox. But my thing is though is that my prayer is that
But it's either
Protestant,
women or food.
Orthodox, Catholic, that we all come together in communion with each other under one baptism, under one universal Catholic Church. I pray it happens, and and I'll keep striving and you know try to keep being
Yeah.
how I am respectful with
But
my Orthodox brothers, my Catholic brothers, and of course try to witness for all branches that are
and
not
that is
like
fine. But
completely heretical.
this is ultimately what I'm saying is that when
Yeah,
somebody wants
it's
to
your
be in
worldview,
community,
and I totally respect that.
well, it's also the best argued worldview that I've heard. So I adopt it because it
Mhm.
was the best argued, because I engaged
Yeah,
with what was
absolutely.
being said rather than trying to divert it into meaning some sort of personal attack against myself. That's what most
Yeah,
people do.
exactly.
And
And
when
see, my
it
thing
comes to
is though
this,
is
ultimately, what happens is that, yeah, there should be one church. There is one church. But the way that people come into
But it's not
communion with that
orthodoxy, it's
church is,
Christianity.
that's a broad assertion that you can't even justify.
Followers of Christ.
What is a follower of Christ?
A
What does that entail?
person who does what which word don't you understand? Followers or Christ? Which word? Which word do I
What
need to
does
explain to you?
follower of Christ entail?
And so you don't understand the following part? Doing, or you don't understand the Christ
I
part?
don't understand. I don't
Hold
understand
on,
what
you
you
asked
mean
me
by
for a definition.
follower.
I gave you a 2-word definition and you said, what does that mean? So which part don't you understand?
I don't understand what you mean by Christ and by following.
Jesus Christ, the Son of
Who
God,
is
born of a virgin, died on a cross for our sins. That guy, the guy from the
who is
Bible, who is what? I
who
just
is
explained it.
God?
Jesus Christ of Nazareth, the Son of God, born of a
Who is God?
virgin. Okay, cool. Well, that's not what he said, but anyway,
Is
but whatever. See, why are you trying to make it deeper than it is?
see, no, this is the problem. Is that you say
The
follower of
Son of
Christ, but we
God,
can't even agree. We can't even agree on who Christ is.
the Son of God. You
That's the
don't think?
problem.
Oh, so Jesus is not the Son of God.
He is the Son of God and God.
Okay, well, I said he's the Son of God. Okay, is he the Son of God?
Yes.
Was he born of a virgin?
Yes.
Did he die on a cross?
Yes.
Did he resurrect 3 days later?
Yes.
Okay, we're talking about the same guy. So that's
Well,
Jesus.
well, maybe, but those are also things that are parts of what he is, but not the entirety of what he is.
Okay, we're not trying to get into hypostasis and
This
ontology
is the
right
problem.
now.
This is
No,
the problem, isn't it?
this is the
This is
problem.
where no, this is the problem. Is that when it comes down to it, you want me to agree with you without actually coming to
No,
any sort
you
of
want to
agreement
go
with me.
into philosophical gobbledygook, made up words
See, this is the code.
like
This is the
ontology
code.
and hypostasis. You want to
This is the
go,
code. You have
you
to
want to switch
understand
between
something. You have
Latin
to
and
understand who Christ
Greek,
is
and
to follow him.
I do understand who Christ is, the Son of God,
From your subjective worldview
the
that is
only
applied through
begotten Son of
subjectively
God.
through the scriptures.
Yeah, the only begotten Son of God, uncreated, divine, from all time, born of a virgin, sent down as man into flesh, made flesh through a virgin woman who died on a cross for our sins. The Son of God died for our sins. That's who I'm talking about. You don't know who I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know who I think of when I
And
think
I
of God
follow
and
him.
Jesus.
So what does follow mean? It means to emulate, to try to be like, to
Mhm.
look up to be led by, to be inspired by, to seek after, to yearn for, to be guided by. That's what follow mean. So follower of Christ.
Yes, to follow the path that he made.
Uh-huh. That's a Christian.
Now, within that following, what are the steps? Where do you put your feet?
Well, we're just talking about getting somebody to accept that. Well, like once you get that, then we can start getting into the nitty gritty. But some crackhead
Catechism,
on
I
the
agree.
street, you know, they're not even at like we got to get them to the first step first.
Yeah,
So
experience God, be catechized, become orthodox. Yeah.
well, you're jumping ahead, but yeah, eventually, sure. I'm okay with that. I'm not against that. I'm just saying that's not saying go to liturgy. Like,
well, that's the first step. That's the first step in following Christ, is to go where he's located so that you can
okay.
find the path to walk down.
Well, that wasn't first step for me or millions and billions of
It is
other
the
people.
first step. Ultimately, that is the first step.
I don't care what you think because you're not even Orthodox. You're not even a catechumen. I don't care what you think.
Right.
I was a Christian my whole life.
So you were a Christian your whole life, which means automatically your argument's better.
No, it just means telling me
Right.
go
So
to
that didn't mean
liturgy.
anything. So you just
Go to
bullshitted your way
liturgy.
through that
Go
whole
to
argument
liturgy.
to try to make
Go
some
to
sort
liturgy.
of
I
argument
didn't know what
from
liturgy
authority,
was
personal
until I
authority.
was 33 years old.
You just made an argument from authority. That's what all you did right there. Is just make an argument.
What
from
authority did I appeal to?
Your authority of personal experience.
No, you said
and length of time.
You said
that you've experienced.
You said the
that
way
you've been a part of reading the Bible.
You said the way you lead Christians to Jesus. The first step is to go to liturgy. That's not the first step for
It is.
the vast majority of Christians.
I don't even know what liturgy is. If you saw me on the street and just walked up to me and I was
You
like, "How
don't
do I
need to
find how do I
understand what
find Christ?"
liturgy is
Don't
to
cut me
go
off.
there and
And I was like,
experience
"How do
God.
I find Christ?" And you was like, "Go to liturgy." You're gonna turn and walk away, and I'm gonna go right about my fucking day as if you,
You would
didn't
turn and
exist
walk
or
away.
approach me. But if
Okay,
somebody was
you
like,
would turn and
"Hey,
walk away
brother,
because you
are you
need
struggling with lack?"
you need everything set up.
This would
From
turn me
point
away
A to
from
point B.
This would
You
turn me
need
away
to
from
be
Orthodox.
explained.
Came
You
at
need
it
to be
from an
explained
emotional
every
appeal, some
minute detail.
relatability. Like I went through the same struggle, and this
Right,
is
which
how
is
I
a
got out of
rational
it.
argument.
That's how you're gonna get my attention and my interest.
Right, which is a
Not some
rational
go to
argument to try
a
to get
word
somebody.
that I don't even understand.
Go to the church and to experience God through
Sometimes
the
you
divine
need
liturgy.
to meet people where they are.
Yeah, that's kind of the point I'm making.
Yeah, and some people are appointed that can do that. But the broad prescription for people within the church is not to do that, because you could do more harm than good.
Well, thanks for your help with liturgy. I'm gonna just go about my day.
Well,
I
thanks
don't
for
even
your
know what
help
to
with I don't give a shit, because like you literally don't say anything of value ever. You make the most retarded, constant arguments
now we're
that I've
going to
ever
Ed
heard in my
House.
life.
We're just talking hypotheticals. If you saw somebody on the street, what's the best way
Yeah,
to
this is
reach
the
them and
thing. Is
actually
like
make
at
an
this point, I'm in gladiator mode.
Well,
So
nobody's
when you come
attacking.
to a gladiator, what I'm saying is this: is when I hear somebody just completely disregard everything I say and but well, that's not good enough. Well, then, okay, that's not good enough.
You
Cool.
don't get
I
to
don't give a fuck.
You don't get to get all defensive and complain and be in gladiator mode because somebody says one thing about the Orthodox Church when you sit here
I wasn't being in a
and
gladiator
say
mode
that
with you.
none
I
of
was
us
in
are
gladiator
none of
mode
us are
with him.
Christians. None of us are Christians.
I'm not Christian either.
Right. Yeah. So, yeah. Well, I take offense to that. So,
Well,
I think
get
you're
out of your
wrong.
feelings.
It's not a feeling. Taking offense to something isn't a feeling. I don't have feelings.
Yes, it is. What's okay? So, what is offense? Gotcha.
Well, I mean, it doesn't make me feel nothing. I just
It makes you feel offended.
Yeah, it makes me feel offended. No, okay, do I feel offended? It's like you're throwing a verbal shot at me, so I'm gonna throw one back. I don't
What do you
feel
say?
anything.
My daughter just walked in.
I don't feel anything because I dodged it, and then you just caught one. So now you feel offended.
I'm not offended. The only thing that pisses me off is the only one who pissed me off was Chuck, because I don't like it. It didn't
what did I
provide
do?
anything.
Chuck pisses
Didn't provide
everybody
anything.
off.
What did I do? You've been talking to Rev here for the last hour, going back and
Yeah.
forth, and then I just added. What did I do?
You acted like you were disagreeing with me when ultimately we did
I
agree, but you
was.
kept pushing it. Yeah, but you
I
kept
was
pushing it as if we
disagreeing with
weren't.
you. You're just saying like go to liturgy. as someone on the fence, I don't even know what the fucking word liturgy means. If you want me to actually go to a church
You
and
don't need to
and
understand it.
assist in that process, you need to meet people where they are, and relatability will probably get you much farther than go to liturgy. Whatever your rationale for that, you don't want to do harm or damage to someone, whatever your justification for using that approach, I'm just telling you, as someone on the fence who would be somebody you could or should or could approach to reach out to, that method's
Right.
not appealing to me.
So
A
this is
place
my
of
thing, though.
relatability
So this
would
is
get
my
you
thing.
farther.
If what I say to you is that I am not capable of expressing to you the exact things that are happening within the church, you should go to the church and talk to the priest. And you say, no, that's not good enough. What can I do?
No, and
Nothing. There's
I could
nothing I
tell
can
you,
say or do.
to your face, yeah, I will, but realistically, when we part ways after that, I probably won't, because
Then
you
that's
didn't
on
actually
you.
reach me. You didn't actually touch the heart. You
That's
didn't
on
actually.
you.
Okay, but I'm just telling you, if you want to
I have
succeed in
done
that whole
my due
interaction, a
but it's
different approach
also
would probably help.
well, you're not a Christian, or you said you're not a Christian, so I guess it's not on you, but it is on me because it's the divine commission. It is on me.
It's not on you. It's a self-appointed authority that you granted yourself.
No,
And
it's
a
a
self-appointed
command.
mission.
No, it's a command. It's an order that I've been given.
It's an order you've been given as what?
A Christian.
And
what? There's no and.
If you're not, from my worldview, you have just taken yourself and appointed yourself to do things that you are not capable of doing.
I am capable, and
from your view,
and I've
from
done
your
it.
subjective
Now,
view.
JS, do you think that it's more your responsibility to just go do outreach or actually have an impact at the end of the day? What's more important? If you feel it's your duty to do this reaching out and
it's my
changing people.
It's not my job. It's not, the outcome is not important. It's that I try. I put the word out there.
Okay, maybe
Outcome is important.
And
That's
I'm
the whole
not.
point.
And by the way, I'm not a preacher, but
I'm saying, if you feel that it's your duty to wake up in the morning and go spread the good word, are you just going out and saying whatever you have to?
I'm not saying like it's my life. It's not my life mission, but
the method that you're doing it to have like to actually have an impact. Because anybody can go stand on a soapbox and babble Bible stuff, but if you want to have an actual impact, you're like the method that you're trying, your approach, your angle.
Yeah.
Like that would be more important than just getting up and doing
yeah, I'm not gonna
don't just go out there and do it, but to do it and be effective.
Yeah, I'm not gonna give you guys, well, I don't need to give you guys like stories, but I do my best.
Yeah,
I do
you
what I
do.
can.
Otherwise, you're just a poser, bro.
Yeah, well,
I want stories. I want proof. I want people to give me firsthand accounts.
Well, talk to people who know me. So you'll find out.
I think with most anything in this world, when you're trying to approach and convert somebody or convince somebody of your thoughts or views or anything, coming from a place of relatability will get you much farther than logical. Because if everybody used logical and that was the best way to go about thinking about things, they would have already found their way to Christ and wouldn't need this advocacy, this convincing type of thing.
An emotional appeal and using experience,
Doesn't
both
sound
while
like
logical.
Doesn't sound like it
both
should
both
be
are
effective.
logical fallacies, but still a rationalization. I don't think that you can rationally bring an atheist to the church.
I agree. So how do you do it?
Well, there should be like a categorical difference between like a atheist and then just a simple unbeliever.
Right.
Where You know,
Yeah,
because
that's what I've been
there are
saying. The
people
only
that
thing,
just simply haven't heard or heard enough to make an informed decision. But then you have atheists who've already made their decision that there is no God, and there's really no convincing those. But there are people who haven't heard that could be convinced, could be preached to, and taught. And then,
Is
of
that
course, the plants of seed, they become more curious. I'd like to point to Romans 10, 12, 15 on this point, but that's just me.
I don't know the verses.
but what I'm ultimately saying is that the approach that I would take with somebody just talking to me is different than if somebody is trying to debate me. If somebody's trying to debate me, then yes, I'm going to use philosophy. I'm going to use logic. I'm going to
Yeah, I
argue with
agree.
them on those points. But if it's just a conversation that I'm having with somebody, I'm not going to try to do anything but what I know I should do, which is if you want to experience God in his fullness, go to divine liturgy. Talk to the priest if
I'm
you
not
have any
sure if that was
questions.
the context that it was being.
It was the entire context of the entire conversation that we were having. There's literally, this has been repeated forever now.
And as a layman in Eastern Orthodox, and I mean layman like not a priest, that's solid advice from the Eastern Orthodox perspective.
I'm not saying that's like
A
horrible
regular
advice. That'd be the
congregational
same
person.
as if you said, "Hey, you're struggling, you're having a rough time. Here's what I would do. I'd take them out, get them a meal, spend
Yeah.
some time with them, show them love, and then they're gonna see it
Yeah,
in
that's
you,
more.
and they're gonna say, why are you different than all these people who look at me with dirty looks and look down on me?" Or we're just going off the example of the, like the person on the streets or something.
Yeah, for sure.
You show them love, and they say, "You're different than people. Why are you different?" And then you say, "I've been where you were." Well, I could say, I don't know if everybody could say that, but you say, "I've been through struggles. I've been through tough times, and there's a way out of that." And then you could say, go to church, go to liturgy. You need to, but you got to give them something more than just, you got to give them something more than that.
Yeah, you're talking about two different scenarios. I'm talking about the broader scenario, the broad prescription. There are narrow instances where if you see a homeless man who is desperate and in need and hungry, you should take him, get something to eat. And if he asks you a question, well, yeah, I'm an Orthodox Christian or whatever you are, or I would say that you should be an Orthodox Christian. So I'll just say that. Yeah, I am an Orthodox Christian. These are the core
Why do you have to add the
beliefs that I hold.
qualifier?
Because there are so many people that claim the title Christian that it has to be a separate title. That's why the denominations exist. They can't even agree amongst themselves.
Okay.
So when I'm trying to specifically point somebody to a church, I need to give the full title of that church, you know? So that's what I would say if I was Orthodox. And feed them, give them some new clothes, and say, hey, if you want to, I can take you to divine liturgy if you're willing to go.
There you go.
Then yeah. So then that's fine. That's a different type of situation. I'm talking about the broad prescription that is, I'm at work. Somebody sees me reading a book about a church father, and they're like, hey, what's that? I'll be like, well, it's a Orthodox church father that I'm researching right now. And then they say, what's orthodoxy? We're like, well, it's the, the one true church guided by or made by the apostles. And then I would say, if you want to experience God in its fullness, you should go there.
Okay. All right. So yeah, we're kind of dogging on you, but for saying go to liturgy, but that's not. You wouldn't just say go to liturgy. Yeah, okay.
If they're asking me for a prescription of what they should do, then I would say go to liturgy. But that's not the entirety of the conversation that would happen, probably.
Right.
Because I'm not a robot. I'm not going to immediately say everybody that walks up to me, go to liturgy, go to liturgy. No. What the fuck? No. That I've never experienced anybody ever do that either.
Yeah, that's why I didn't assume the cat.
Marilyn, I've had people ask me these questions.
Like based.
He wouldn't
Based
tell
on
me nothing because
Dark
he doesn't
tradition.
like me.
But I'd be roboting like crazy.
Well, it's not that I dislike you.
And I don't add
It's
anything to the
this is the
conversation ever.
when the conversation was repeating and it was just going in circles, and then you're encouraging it to go back into that same circle.
No,
Yeah,
I
I'm
was
gonna
adding
get mad.
context from the perspective of somebody who
Context
you
which
would be
already
approaching and appealing to.
context that I already understand, probably to the same level as you do, because I was an atheist for 30 years of my life. I understand your worldview, and I don't think that it can be changed by me giving you a logical argument. The only way that I think you can be changed is by experiencing God. And the only way that I know that you can do that consistently with an open mind and an open heart is to go to divine liturgy.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I can't. I don't know. I don't know where
Solid
else to go with
advice.
this. Yeah, it's good advice. I think spreading the
It is, huh?
gospel. I think shouting the gospel from the rooftops isn't.
It's a good thing. It's a good thing to witness and stuff like that. But
As long as you understand it and have been given proper authority through the one true church, yeah.
yeah, I reckon so.
Through the one true church, which is the body of Christ, which is wherever two or more are gathered in his name.
Nope. That would be ridiculous.
Yeah, I know. I knew you would say that.
Yeah, it would just be ridiculous, because if two or more are gathered on my name, you focus on the two or more, I focus on the name.
Okay.
I focus on who Christ truly is.
That was
and
a
where
nice.
he can be truly explained.
That was a nice platitude, but
we were almost
not a
holding hands.
platitude. It's what you're focusing on. Every person that brings up that verse, they focus on the two or more gathered in my name without even understanding what the name is. I would say it's Yahweh.
You think
but you would say it's Jesus.
You think if I went out and started like street preaching that would be like wrong?
Yeah, if you don't know the proper interpretation of the scriptures that's been passed down since the apostles.
Okay.
I think you would be doing more harm than good.
Why don't I see, and so this is like a debate in itself about street preaching, but why don't I see Orthodox priests and Catholic fathers going out on the street corner preaching?
What are they doing right now? They're making YouTube channels. They're preaching to a broad audience right now.
If they're doing that, that's cool.
Yeah, they're doing it constantly.
Okay.
There's tons of them.
Okay.
Yeah, I see a lot of Catholic priests and Orthodox priests out there. I interact with a lot of them too.
I don't know. I see mostly Protestants and apologists going out on the street.
On the streets,
there's more
absolutely. Right, yeah, on the street. And
there's more of them.
And then I see other people saying that's bad. You shouldn't do that. Why are they doing that? What do you mean? We were supposed to be shouting it from the rooftop. We're supposed to be shouting it from the rooftops.
Some of it is bad, though.
I'll agree with Elder. Some of it is bad. There's some bad preaching out there.
If somebody's going up to you and rubbing their hands and then rubbing heat on your knee, and then your knee feels a little bit better, and this dude is zoinked out of their fucking mind on drugs, and they're walking up and dancing around like, "Oh yeah, my knee is healed."
I agree.
Then yeah, that's fucking retarded.
Yeah, I'm not gonna argue with you on that. But there's also people who are doing it the right way. And they're not priests. And they're not Orthodox. or they're not Catholic. They're Protestants. And they're
I
going
would
out there
agree
spreading the
with
gospel.
I would agree with a non-Orthodox person doing that, probably doing more harm than good. Yeah, in a general sense.
And there's also, well, I don't even want to. There's also priests who are doing bad stuff too.
Yeah, some of them can do bad things.
Yeah. Some Protestant or
That's why they're
some
heretics. That's why they're heretics, and that's why there are condemnations that can be made through the church by the entirety of the body of Christ.
this is
So this
yeah.
is the thing: is like people just assume that the Orthodox are guided specifically just by a handful of people that are in charge. The entire body itself rejects. It's like an autoimmune system rejects people, like the false communion that's happening right now. The dude that I don't remember, that bishop or no patriarch, I don't remember what he is, but he took a bribe to allow the separation of the Ukrainian and the Russian church. He makes a false communion with the Catholic Church. These are people that, through the body of Christ and its immune system, are rejected and cast out, or condemned and brought back in. That's what I see as an outsider happen.
But this is like so when Paul is talking to the Thessalonians and the church of Corinth and all these different churches and different nations, but he's talking to his brothers in Christ who have slightly different doctrines in different areas and they do things in different ways, but they're all brothers in Christ. They all are following Christ. They just have different ways to do
There are
things.
people that practice, they have
he's correcting.
a different way of practicing the same tradition.
Yeah, and he's correcting and he's saying, this is what you're doing wrong, and this is what.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying too, is that if it's a actual breaking of the tradition,
but he doesn't. But I never hear Paul say, you guys aren't Christians, you guys aren't Christians, you guys aren't Christians, unless you join my church. That's the only way you'll be a Christian. He's talking.
Who is he talking to in the epistles?
He's writing letters to churches all over the place.
Yes, the church, who are already a part of the body of Christ within the one true church.
But none of those churches were Catholic or Orthodox.
Yes, they were. They were Orthodox. This is the entirety of the argument.
By Orthodox, you mean capital O or lowercase? You mean lowercase O, as
they are Orthodox. They are Orthodox.
They were all following the Orthodox, the lowercase O Orthodox, following Christ. They were following Christ based on the way that we're supposed to do it, the way that it's laid out.
Orthodox. There's no capital or lowercase
uppercase
O. It's just Orthodox or not. There's not a little bit of orthodoxy. There's not some orthodoxy.
What I mean by
there is orthodoxy or no orthodoxy.
What I mean by uppercase O and lowercase O
or broken tradition.
The uppercase O Orthodox Church wasn't a thing until hundreds of years later. The lowercase
so you're talking about
O,
the title of orthodoxy, the orthodoxy as a concept.
Right, that wasn't a thing
yet. The true teaching is what the church was.
Yes, that's lowercase O, following the true church through true
it's not
teachings.
The lowercase O, it just is. It just is orthodoxy.
Yeah, the meaning of the word orthodox, meaning following the right way to do it. Like you could have orthodox I don't know, football players who say
if there were not all these random denominations of random people that schismed off and tried to assert themselves as a church with whatever title that they put into, it would just be called the Christian church. It'd just be the Church of Christ. It'd be his one true Catholic church. That's all it would be.
Well,
so you're taking the title. You're taking the title.
Again, you're taking something that wasn't a word until 300 years later. It's Christians.
You're taking a word and you're applying it to
How
an
about
entire concept.
how about just Christians?
Anyways, yeah, but I gotta get to bed. It is way late in the morning for me, so I can barely keep my eyes open.
Good night, Rev. Thanks for
Yeah,
hanging
good night,
out.
guys. Oh, no problem. It's been a blast talking to you guys. I really enjoy diving into history and stuff. Elder, you're awesome, man. I love talking to history and stuff and getting some Orthodox perspective as well. It's great.
Yep.
It was fun talking to you, man.
Yeah,
Awesome.
me.
God bless, guys. Have a great one.
And don't be scared away because me and Elder are arguing. We always argue.
Oh, I don't mind a good spirited debate. It's fine. Trust me, I come from thick skin, guys.
Okay.
I'm a Protestant after all. God bless, guys. Have a good one.
Later.
See you, man.
Anyway, what's chat saying?
Behind me, Satan. That's what the chat.
Finally, can we talk about some real shit now? Holy fuck.
Oh, now that Freddy's here, we about to get real, bro.
Yeah, exactly. All
Freddy?
that bullshit. Same old shit, nigga. About to get ready for class.
Class.
Yeah. All right.
You going back to second grade?
Oh man.
Yeah, you know it.
You dropped out. You got to go get your GED.
Got a diploma. I walked across the stage, unlike you, Josh.
Damn.
More people graduate. More people that graduate drive cars and not scooters as grown men.
Listen,
Damn.
I'm
More people with a GED drive scooters than with a diploma. So maybe you should have got a diploma and you would be riding a scooter.
I got a GED. I got a GED when I was 21.
Good enough diploma.
I got a good enough
But
degree.
it ain't good enough in life.
Yep. And
Yep.
also, I'm protecting the environment. I love the environment.
Man, you Greta. Man, you Greta. Get the fuck out of here,
Wait,
Greta.
wait. How do you love the environment?
Because I ride a
He's-
scooter.
Oh.
I'm trying to reduce my carbon footprint.
Yeah, is that an electric scooter?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Oh
They
yeah,
dig up
right.
fucking minerals to make batteries.
Yeah,
Talking about
what are
that.
you gonna do with that battery when it's dead? How do you dispose of a battery, JS?
I don't know.
Right.
Throw
Look
it in
it
a
up, bro.
dumpster.
See why electric cars are more terrible for the environment than fossil fuels. You'll see. Can't do shit with those decrepit batteries.
But it still doesn't outbalance the fact that I reduce a lot of I don't have carbon emissions as much because I don't have a car.
Oh, but you smoke cigarettes. Damn, bro.
Whatever. It's some
Carbon
bullshit.
emission is worse.
It's some bullshit. What are you going to school for, Freddie?
Oh, you don't even know? Shit.
I ain't telling. I'm not answering white folks' questions today.
Oh, wow.
I answered it
Well, the rest of
already,
us know.
man.
For not recovery,
Supervision report.
Okay.
Yeah.
Same thing you could go do.
That's cool.
You should get
my taxpayer dollars.
You can turn your trauma into money, JS.
Yep. And this is one of the jobs that they can't automate. Any type of healthcare services, they can't automate. Your job can be automated easy with robots. But when you're dealing with people and trying to be there for them, you can't automate that shit. So you better get into something like that or you ain't going to have a job in the future,
What do you
boy.
mean? They got AI girlfriends now.
No, that ain't therapy. That's their coping mechanism. They fucking still fucked up with an AI girlfriend. Don't mean they healed. They just about to do something crazy when the fucking internet goes down for a day. So them are the motherfuckers you need to watch the most.
Once they get an AI girlfriend that can start sucking.
You need one of those Tesla robots like they make it. Yeah, Elon gonna get y'all together.
Dude, I feel bad for women because they're gonna be like useless.
Gonna be.
I'm gonna run off all the ladies. I'm sorry, C-Sal. That's inappropriate. We just went from Christian Bible talk to degeneracy. That's what happens when Freddie
No, I didn't bring that up.
joins the
I'm talking
panel.
about healthcare and getting a job that won't be automated, and you went to. I blame the black man. That's what y'all do, though. I ain't gonna be mad. Yeah.
What's the Trump hate news looking like this week? You got anything for me?
Self gonna get fired. I don't know. I don't know. Fuck Self.
What
They talking
happened,
shit.
man? You used to bring me every week. You used to bring me, hey, you hear about Trump? He's going down. What happened to all that?
What going
It's not
down? What?
happening close to him no more. It's happening in Minnesota right now. They don't care.
Oh,
He ain't happening over it. Yeah. Everybody's up in
yeah, them
Minnesota right now,
Somalians.
bro. It's hilarious.
He better watch out, cause them Somalians gonna come for his ass, calling them garbage.
I hope
Oh
they don't
yeah, the Somalia rant. I
get
haven't
their
even
asses
listened
out.
to it yet.
It's 80,000 Somalians in Minnesota are just pissed off right now.
Yeah, they'd be all
Oh
right.
no.
Unless they do something, everybody gonna tell them y'all be all right until they do something. Y'all be all
If they
right.
do something, that makes it even better. We get to throw them out even quicker.
Yeah. If there's gonna be somebody step up to replace them, if they get a
Yeah, I love it. I mean,
test for
finally,
him.
Trump flat out called out Ilhan Omar. Flat out called her out for marrying her brother. Legal documentation. She married
Did
her
he?
brother.
Yeah.
Elon Omar, yes, she married her brother.
Well, I
To
know
get her
that.
to
I
get him
know.
to
I
get
know
citizenship.
she did that, but he called her out for that. He said that.
Yes, he did. Yeah.
Is that in the
He's like, I don't know,
Somalia
she
rant that
shouldn't.
I've heard?
Yeah, he's like she shouldn't even be on the Congress. Yeah, oh yeah, or however he said it.
Order bitch ass. Get rid of her.
Yep.
We've been talking about that for years. And
Well, Letitia
No,
James
he
is
called her out.
now he can indict anybody he want, but making it stick is the problem. That new prosecutor he got don't know what the fuck she's doing. Can't get a case to stick yet. They ain't
immigration agents
indicted
target
Letitia
Somali.
James. Tried to do it twice. Trump ordered it done. Still can't get that chick.
He called him garbage. Oh,
Oh yeah, damn, that's just deplorable, huh? It's deplorable for somebody to call a bunch of people garbage, huh?
Yeah,
Damn,
they U.S.
weird.
citizens.
that's what I'm gonna be talking about on Monday.
But you know, the funny part is when Trump's voters were all called garbage. What did Trump do? He showed up in a garbage truck.
Yeah, that's
Like a
true.
gangster.
That's a good point. They called half America garbage, and then he
Right.
calls Somalians garbage, and they all start
You don't
losing their
even
minds.
you don't have no idea. Like there's public statements going out from a bunch of Minnesota lawmakers.
Hundreds of
They're all
Somalis
just a
protest
bunch of
Trump.
retards.
This
I
is
love what
why.
Trump's doing.
Oh
He's
man,
putting the backbone in
dude,
these white boys,
I
making
want
y'all
to
fight
get.
after.
I want to get sign. I want to get like a job with some like some big YouTube channel or media group or something that wants a man on the street. Like, you don't even got to get me a hotel. Just fly me out there, and I'll go get you exclusive content of they're protesting in Minnesota right now. I want to be out there.
There's a lot of motherfuckers already out there, and they ain't even watching a channel. How you gonna get people to know where your channel's at? You're gonna have the same 10 people
I would
watching
just
you.
be a what's the word? A on the ground correspondent for like a channel. Like, just send me out there and
Who on VK?
I'll be running around with a microphone like in these damn Somalis' faces. You speak English? Do you speak English?
You get killed over there.
Yeah,
Give
I've
it to
heard
them.
that before.
They block off the street on your ass. The gangs, a lot of gangs run these countries.
I have a aura. I have a shield.
Okay, okay. We
All
need to
they can.
start talking to them now over there on their internet and be like, yeah, can you show me around? Start sending them some money before you even get over there, so you have some protection. If you're gonna go over there or some shit like that, but just going without nobody showing you around, crazy. There's people that plan motherfucking shit like that. Who won the fucking VK? I don't want to go back
Trump
and.
calls for Ilhan Omar's removal amid attacks on Somalia. Let's go. That's awesome.
Yeah.
And this all started actually, it was last week, but I didn't talk about it last week because
like 84 motherfuckers.
he put out a Truth Social rant. I need to find that. He put out like a long Truth Social thing about immigrants, and then Fuentes talked about it on his show, and he's like, this is the Trump we loved, and if he's serious and we're going down this road, then Fuentes was saying he's about to be back on the Trump train. We need him back. How would I find it? Trump True Social rant, where he called Ted Cruz a retard.
Yeah.
I haven't even been following all this. And just like that, Trump use of a slur word in reference to Ted Cruz.
Yeah, Trump don't care. He's a
Oh,
lame
or
duck.
not.
He's gonna
Oh,
try to
not.
take
I'm
the bait.
sorry, not Ted Cruz. No, Tim Walz.
Fuck up. Oh my God, that's a whole totally different side.
No, he said something about. Okay, no, it was Tim Walz. My bad.
That's a white dude that was
I've been
running with.
saying Ted Cruz for like 2 days now, and nobody's corrected me.
Damn, you fucked up. Yeah, he ran with Harris and lost.
Yeah, Tim Walz. Yeah, he's the governor, or not the? Is he the governor of Minnesota?
Minnesota.
Yeah.
Minnesota. Yeah, Tampon Tim.
Why the fuck you think it was Ted Cruz?
I don't know.
Ted Cruz probably trying to run for president against J.D. Vance when it's time to come. I bet you he'd probably be on a ticket with his little sniveling ass.
I must have seen something, Ted Cruz, something. I don't know. I don't know why I got him mixed up.
Ted Cruz eats the Triscuit.
Oh wait, no, this isn't Trump.
I made that up.
Tim Walz responds to Donald Trump calling him seriously retarded.
There you go.
Bruh.
That's why he's my president.
That's my president. Let's go, dude.
Yeah.
Now you need to take the microphone out there and find retarded kids and ask them how they feel about it. This is how you do journalism. Go get in the face of 4 retarded kids and they're gonna fucking blow you up.
They're probably like, yeah, Tim Cruz is retarded.
How do you feel about the president
God, I
calling
keep
people
saying
retarded?
Tim Walz, Ted Cruz.
It's fine. Ted Cruz is retarded too. So
He's
it's
also
fine.
retarded, so it's not horrible. In 2024, who is this? What is this? Trump's retarded slur backfires. Why can't I just find it on True Social?
I wish I
That's-
could find somebody who would call retard a slur. I will drop every single slur I know of right in front of them, see how they feel about retard after that.
That's crazy. I specifically searched for Trump Truth Social post calls. Oh, I put Ted Cruz.
There's a meme I saw on
But
Facebook.
but Google will not
Something-
give True Social
word-
to me as a search result.
There's a meme going around, and it says the word retard is not meant for people with mental handicaps. It's meant for people who like doing dumb shit. If you don't know the difference, you are the problem.
Yeah, I'd say they're
Most
retarded.
of the time when somebody says the word retard, they're not literally talking about anybody like the literal word of it. They're saying you're acting like a dumbass.
That's crazy. Google will not give me True Social links.
Yeah,
True
they've
Social
not been
makes
doing
you
that for a
believe
while.
you're not one of them.
Well, I have a True Social account. I just don't ever.
I'm one of them motherfuckers. All right.
Of course I have. What do you think? You think I don't have a True Social account? Truth Social.
Haven't proven yourself yet to get access. You gotta buy some Trump money, some Trump coins, and your account is empty.
Sign in. Username entered does not exist.
You need 10 shekels.
I don't remember my username.
That's 3 shekels.
Dang, he be posting a lot of truths. It's gonna be hard to find it. How do I search? What is my dang True Social account? Maybe it's.
They done banned you, dude.
Email.
Oh.
I don't know what email I used when I signed up. I signed up for True Social like 3 years ago.
Yeah. They need new information, new emails. They cutting out all the dead weeds. There might be molds. You better get with the program, Josh.
Whatever. I'm about to make a new account right now.
Google still ain't gonna let you see it until they verify it.
Oh, I'll be instantly verified.
Yeah, okay.
They know me.
I say, yeah, you the same, Josh. We have another account for you. Blocked. What the?
Oh, shit, I gotta go to work in like 4 or 5 hours. I need to actually sleep a little bit more. But it was fun making the chat cope for a little while. I like making Catholics and Protestants cope at the same time. It's really fun.
As much as we
Have a good
disagree, I
night.
appreciate you being here for the conversation.
Yeah, well, I wasn't like look. This is
I
my
know,
thing. Like,
I
if
know. and
I get pissy,
sometimes
I'll
you
get pissy and I'll
warm,
lash out at
you
people.
bust at the seams. I know.
You should see what I did to, and I'm not even trying to be brutal to you. You want to see me be brutal? You should see what I did on that panel with Easy one day.
I'm
Where
not
this idiot
scary.
just
I don't
kept.
have feelings, so I'm.
But you should see what I do to people regularly, like when I actually.
That guy
just
is not
dislike
an
them.
idiot. That guy is a beast. Did you see
that
his
guy's
Did you see his 5v1 when he went up against Andrew?
Nah, but I'll probably disagree with him.
You should go watch it. You'll probably disagree, but I don't know. It was
I don't
pretty
know.
good.
Like the initial react, I wasn't even really talking about him because there was somebody else who was kind of like a very low tier Protestant person that was trying to take snipes at me from the sidelines, and then came at me a little bit and scoffed at something I said, and I told him to shut the fuck up. And then he immediately started conceding and apologizing. It was That's when you know I don't like you, is when I don't actually give a fuck and I just want you to shut up.
Huh.
Anyway, I'm going to sleep. So yeah.
Later.
Peace.
And I love making them cope one last time before I leave. See ya.
What the fuck?
What the? DCIM. I gotta make a new account.
Ouch.
I don't know what email I used or what.
I spoke to Trump and he said you've officially been relocated from Truth Social. So go back to Facebook.
They used to be dreaded conservative.
Yeah. But I don't know what email I used.
You ain't too far on the internet, okay? And you be trying to teach somebody about the computer. You need to set up another account. The boy don't even know how to find his username.
Yeah,
You
see,
don't know how to
yeah,
find his email.
yes. What you could do is you could go into the forgot
Forgot my
password section,
password.
and where it
Forgot my.
says enter your email, you enter different emails and until they send the email.
He don't know.
I ain't got time
'Cause
for all
otherwise,
that.
if there's no account, they'll be like, this email account doesn't exist. Try the next one, and then the next one says, the email has been sent. Your password needs to be reset. You go reset your damn password. But no, okay, just go start a new account because that's the proper solution.
Time for that shit. I hear him the first time.
If I didn't know no better, I'd swear I sense a little sarcasm.
You could have been half a block down the street listening to all that. I just got it. You ain't got time to listen.
Choose at least 5 profiles to follow. I don't want to follow Pam Bondi.
There you go. You want to follow Pete Hegsel, Pam Bondi, Trump Automatic, and Mike Johnson, and the press secretary.
Carolyn Levitt.
But really, what's going to make JS look like a poser is when he likes Charlie Page's curves or Charlie Kirk's page posthumously. So, you're going to look
Yeah.
like a poser. You only came on to True Social after Charlie passed, not before. Posers.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Ooh, they act like that too. No. Your date don't say that. Your date says you've been a member since after death. You're 80. We're BC over here, buddy. Before
For
Charlie died.
the OG Kirk lovers here. We're really fans. You're a fake fan.
Oh, shoot. We got PJ Media now.
Get ready for class. It's good though. I like class.
Okay, here we go. New President Trump posted a very long rant on Truth Social following the killing of 2. They will be left alone. The seriously retarded governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz, does nothing. How do I find the original rant and not a screenshot?
I know he did nothing.
Tim Waltz on Trump calling him a
Governor,
retard.
let me have you weigh in on this, because part of your initial response to President Trump's post was to call for him to release the results of his MRI. And I want to give you a chance to give our viewers exactly a sense of what you mean. What exactly were you suggesting by that, Governor?
Well, here we got a guy on Thanksgiving where we spent time with our families, we ate, we played Yahtzee, we cheered for football or whatever. This guy is apparently in a room ranting about everything else. This is not normal behavior.
Okay, so Tim Waltz said he should release the results of his MRI, his brain scan.
Yeah, there you go.
Anyway. What's chat saying? No one actually engages in art. We forgive your snobbery, Elderline.
That's right.
Is Dean still here?
Dean?
Yeah.
That's these forms I need.
Boom, 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 boom. I gotta make room on my cell phone. Tell me what you gonna do when you're not gonna bow.
Oh.
I think no church is better than Jehovah's Witness. What?
That's right. No Christmas. Can't live better than that.
Morning, Fredo.
Fredo in the house. What up? In the chat.
Yeah.
Who won last week? Did it roll over?
Yeah.
You made it to the finals.
Yep.
Yeah. Nice.
And then I got kicked off in the final two.
No way.
Yes way. Yahweh.
Yahweh. Holy shit. That ain't right.
I'm saying.
Has to be quicker than that. Yeah, that's fucked up.
Oh, that meme is so funny. That's a Christmas meme.
Say what?
I have a hold on. Oh shoot. Oh, whatever. The human centipede, and it's Santa Claus with a bunch of other Santa Clauses attached to him.
Go on.
It looks like what you think it looks like.
Yeah. 2 Christmases.
No.
Scripture must have come before the church because there is no church without scripture. I'm glad we agree, Elder Lion. That's what I've been saying this whole time.
And the scribes came from
Talk about
Egypt.
something. Bring up something, Freddie. Damn, you're supposed to be the topic guy. I gotta go pee.
No, I'm not. I'm about to go to class, motherfucker. Nope. You just want me to go on some type of racist rant for you to get everybody riled up so y'all have something to talk about while I'm gone. Haters.
Popeyes is better than Raising Cane's.
I got beat up last night.
I guess that's more
Right.
interesting.
Yeah. Crazy shit, man.
I didn't want to debate that anyway, because Raising Cane's is more like chicken fingers, and Popeyes is like, fried chicken, like breasts and thighs, and wings and stuff.
Yeah.
Popeyes better than KFC, but not KFC's mashed potatoes. Those are better.
And KFC is probably better than Popeyes. It's more popular. They make more money.
Not the ones
It's
ran by me.
13. Shit, the 13 herbs and spices. Shit. White people love that. That's their definition of fried chicken.
I order extra crispy every time, and I swear they give me extra soggy.
Mm-hmm.
I think I gotta go and do my laundry at a laundromat because I'm out of detergent and my dryer's broken.
Oh shit. And it's crazy. In Alaska, they air so dry, they can air dry their clothes in the cold. You gotta get you a dryer. They got portable dryers. Get you your own washer and dryer. You know how much money you'll save? It's an investment.
I have a washer. The dryer that I used to use, the coin thing is broken, so I put the quarters in and then I push it and then they fall out and I catch them and then so I wasn't spending any money
The
on it.
dryer ain't really broke. It's just you gotta pay for it.
No, now it's broken. It doesn't work.
I ain't got no money to fix it. You don't wore out the motor for free. That's grifting, Josh. You gotta feel bad. I broke this man's dryer. He gonna look in there and ain't no quarters in there. This motherfucker done put 100,000 miles on the truck for free. You don't care. You ain't pay for it. That's how tenants live till you become a landlord, Josh. You're gonna hate yourself.
Maybe I'm a little retarded, but how can you dry clothes in the cold?
Yeah.
With a dryer?
Yeah.
No. Freddie said that Alaskans can like hang their clothes up and dry them in the cold because the air is so dry.
Sometimes, yeah. They come down like cardboard. They come down hard, but the air, where is it at?
That's like, if you put anything that's wet outside in the like freezing cold,
No,
it's gonna freeze.
no, it won't. No, it won't. That ain't true. You don't know what you're talking about.
It isn't true.
No, just like fish. Fish can dry out there in the motherfucking cold. They sell it in down there in Antarctica, and it's the only place they buy is called some certain type of fish, and it's good forever. Only because it's dried out there with no fucking bullshit. It's got rocks and shit. Antarctica.
If you take something cold and put it into freezing weather, it is going to freeze.
It ain't gonna. Yeah, it can freeze dry. It ain't gotta freeze all the way times wet. You know what freeze dry means?
All right, what happens when it thaws out? Then it's just gonna be wet again.
No, it's gonna be dry.
I don't know if that's how that works, Freddie.
Yeah, it is.
Am
And you
I
gotta
the only one that's
you gotta add water to it.
No, dry freezing, you need negative vacuum pressure.
Oh god, I'm fucking retarded. No, you don't. You can do it outside in the regular air, freeze, dry your clothes in certain fucking temperatures where it's applicable. It ain't gonna be right there where in Utah. No, because the moisture setting ain't right. It's humidity in the air. Gonna get
But
trapped in the
you're
clothes. And
putting
not better.
you're putting something outside of freezing cold that already has a moisture content. So it is
It
going
don't
to
matter.
freeze.
No, it's not. Let me show you. I'm gonna show you the video. How about that? I can show you better than I can tell you.
He can show us the video.
Damn, how long are them springs gonna take to print? I'm just waiting for these damn springs to quit printing.
What screens are printing?
This his freaking spinny spring
Ah,
things.
3D.
Ugh. They dry their clothes inside like they do in Russia.
See, now that makes more sense. You have a fire, you hang the clothes up in front of the fire. Or not. All right, no. Well, I mean, I guess you don't have to have a fire. Either way, though.
Yeah, I don't have a fireplace. I mean, I could light something on fire.
I mean, as long as you have like heating and air or heating, then you're good. But it just don't make no sense to me how you put something that already has a moisture content out in the freezing cold, then somehow it doesn't freeze, and then whenever it thaws out, I mean, it's probably just gonna get wet again.
Laundry. Laundromat? Laundromat near me. 1 mile, 4 miles. Where's this at? Rose Laundromat. Laundromat. Where's this at? Oh, yeah, I knew it was right there. Yeah, I knew there was a laundromat right there. Okay. That's not that far. Now I gotta figure out.
Y'all fucking dumb, man.
You're
the more I
dumb.
look into it, the more I ain't even gotta explain it to y'all. They done looked it up. That's why they all stupid and quiet now.
Looked
Oh,
up
maybe
what?
you can't.
No, I'm waiting on
Yeah.
your video that you said you was gonna send me.
Nah, get the fuck out of here.
What? You made a claim? Now back it up.
No, they do it all the time. I ain't got the time to
Oh,
fucking.
okay. Well, I say that they don't do it all the time.
Okay,
It was
He
your
don't
claim.
answer
Prove
white
it.
people questions.
that's right.
Hang
That's
your
right. I ain't got
clothes in the
time. I'm
bathroom
about to
and
go to
turn
class.
on the
Oh
heat.
yeah, I ain't got the time for it. I'm gonna send you a video, Brandon. But never mind. I ain't got the time for it.
I don't. I work and I'm in school, man. I ain't got time for shit.
You won't do nothing.
Oh,
You probably
yeah,
doing
I am.
online classes and you're Googling.
You ain't got like 2 minutes to send
Yeah.
a video.
I gotta send. Are you crazy? All them videos of my neighbor. Josh, did I tell you my neighbor died? Right
What
next door.
happened?
I guess he committed suicide. They found him in there. I noticed he wasn't coming out and shit. And They got his door taped off right now, but my ring bell camera caught it all, taking his body out. I was at work and shit, but sad, sad, sad.
And Are You Crazy wanted the videos of the body getting carried out? That's weird.
Yeah, the whole thing. Yeah, the conversation that the property manager had. Yeah, he said he might do one of those on his channel. What
Yep.
happened to this guy type thing? Because I
Yep.
got videos before he died, and then when he quit coming out, and then it's just like you can see how he was always drunk, coming and going, and then the bullshit. That's sad. It was on Thanksgiving. I knew by the time I went to work Monday, I was like, this cat's crying in the window. Probably Friday morning. I ain't seen him since. Yeah. But I don't know if that's illegal or not. It's my doorbell footage.
It's so freaking gray outside and cold.
It's called winter, Josh.
Yeah. I don't like it.
Yeah, it's your natural habitat right there. You supposed to flourish in that temperature. Go outside with
No.
no shirt on.
My
It's
natural
now
habitat is warm tropical weather.
Just like you, Freddie.
Yeah, right.
Not like Africa tropical.
Yeah, it's Africa tropical compared to Europe. You ain't no fucking that part of the equator, baby, or even that latitude, longitude. You know where on this from this side, from the Caucasus.
The Caucasus Mountains.
Supposed to be up in the elevator there.
Freddie's
All about
grandfather
those
was part of the Tuskegee experiments.
Oh,
I'm gonna finish this beer and I'm ending the stream.
That was a free land.
Maybe I'll go to church tomorrow.
Indian territory. They didn't have slavery like they did in the South.
That was a Dave Chappelle reference from Half Baked.
Oh,
Yeah.
by the way, wait, wow, the poll has changed. It's 50-50.
Uh-oh, who changed their mind?
16 votes, 8-8. We need one more vote on the poll.
All right, I'm coming.
What's the poll about?
I'm trying to decide if I should go on this debate show tonight and try to win $100 or react to the UFC fight.
I always try to win money. Unless you're going to bet on the UFC fight.
It's not a good fight card is why I'm like, normally I would not ask this. I would just be like, we're doing the UFC pay-per-view. But it's kind of a weak ass fight. And I'll still be able to watch the fights if I go on the debate thing. I'll have them playing on the side. But I don't know. I kind of want to do the debate show and try to win $100. Oh, wait. What? Oh. There we go. The decision has been made for me.
And I got Smurf accounts in case there's anybody out there trying to combat this.
Nope, I ended the poll. But I think this time, as soon as it's over, I'll probably just dip. Not that I don't like hanging out and talking to them, but just last time they were talking about guns and I didn't have anything to add to the conversation, so I should have. But I was staying because I thought Andrew might. I thought there was some drama going on, and I was like, "Oh, let's see what's going on here." So, but
Hey, the pipe bomb man was black. He said, I thought the election was stolen. You see that? That's some news for your ass, Josh. But when they first reported it, they said he was a white man on MSNBC. They had to take back their statement. It's like, what? He's black?
Dean said, "See, that's why I don't vote. Bunch of crock." That just means you voted for the losing side. I can guess. I can win some money. Can't win money on verbal combat. I'm just kidding. I love verbal combat. But I'll always do verbal combat, but fuck William. We need to start like a rally cry against William. I'm gonna make a rise up against William. I don't know. Part of me thinks King is William. That they're the same person.
I watched a crazy ass motherfucking show. You see that one when the husband killed the wife and he was playing like he was the fucking stalker? It's a
What?
YouTube, man. It's an hour and a half. This dude killed his wife, but he been acting like his stalker came back from high school and threatening the family. She done went to the police, told him all this information about the dude. He don't even exist. And this dude did it with an ex-girlfriend too. He stalked her the same way and then killed her, went to work, and then tried to frame this dude that was him. Man, they tracked his ass down and locked him up. I was like, it's fucked up.
He tried to frame a dude that was him?
Yep. From high school, but she really thought it was a dude from high school. He made a fake account like she was talking to him like it was that dude, but it wasn't. It was the husband the whole time. And then he started threatening him and taking pictures of himself at work like he was stalking himself. Like the dude was stalking him, was gonna hurt him. And then it
Was
was
it
crazy, man. Had the kids convinced.
was it like a long crime or like a true crime type of
Yeah,
channel?
it's real. Yeah, real life. He went to interrogation room. He went. You want to know the name of it? You want to watch it?
I've probably seen it, but
It
yeah,
just came out. It just came out the other day. Let's see.
I watch all that stuff. Interrogations and long crime and
Doctor
true crime stuff.
Insanity. Doctor Insanity. How police captured Colorado's smartest killer. That's the name of. You're gonna see a dude in a pink shirt, white dude with sunglasses on. How police captured Colorado's genius killer on the title. Doctor Insanity, name of the channel. 3.8. All right.
I guess Avarice has been telling me to go on an urban adventure for a while, so we can go live on the laundry trip.
Live on the laundry trip. Okay, there you go.
Try
Getting
to
out of the
find
city.
maybe I'll try to find a hobo on the street and start preaching to him or something.
Don't do that shit. You're gonna get yourself fucked up that way.
We gotta put in practice what I preach.
You can bring some sandwiches and let them eat them while you preach to them.
I ain't got my own sandwiches.
Man,
I'm lying. I got turkey sandwiches and Philly cheesesteaks.
yeah,
Damn,
there you go.
dude, I was hungry earlier and I was like, damn, I got all sorts. I'm hungry, but all I got is ingredients. Like I ain't got nothing microwavable and quick. I ate a bag of cheesy broccoli because it was the easiest thing I could make.
Holy shit.
The only thing that I had that was microwavable and quick was a bag of cheesy broccoli. I've never met a mean hobo. Well, then you've never met very many hobos. I'd say the majority of hobos I've met are mean.
Yeah, they are.
Unless you got money for them or dope. What do I got? I got like, let me see.
Goodness, man.
I got a little bit of cash. I could be like, hey, yo, hobo. I give you some cash. You do an interview.
Yep. That could be triggering for you. I don't know about that.
Maybe they like women better than men. That could be true. Perhaps you're right. Never met a non-stinky hot woman. Dean, you never even talked to a woman.
Poor Dean.
Poor Dean.
Sounds good.
10. Probably. Okay, I got 19 minutes to finish this beer, and then I got to end the stream at 10. And we got to go do laundry. Then tonight, I'll do the Signal Syndicate show while watching the fights. As soon as the debates are over, we'll come over here. What time does it start? 6? I don't know. I guess the cool thing about that show is if I lose a debate, I'm off. And then so we may get fights and that if I get kicked off. If I don't get kicked off and I keep going, then we win. Oh man, I thought this chick was cool and she's hating on Trump because of Israel. Listen, man, how do you expect to win an election if you aren't pro-Israel in modern day America?
They're saying gotta be a bootlicker to be president.
No, you gotta get money.
Why money? Why you need money to be president? Just
You
because
have to run a campaign. Campaigns take money.
Lots of money.
Lots and lots of money.
I want money. Lots and lots of money.
You can't handle money. Lots and lots of money.
Shoot.
I left my damn charger at work. Oh, that would have been a nightmare. Leave my MacBook Pro charger at work and my computer died in class. I can't get in.
Give me lots and lots of money. I'm going to have a whole army of sharks with freaking laser beams.
Yeah, attach their freaking heads. Misfits press conference.
We ain't gonna have no damn barracudas.
Is Andrew Tate gonna fight somebody? The fight before Christmas.
Yeah, Carson White.
No, it looks like he's gonna fight Miskiff? No, Miss.
Who? Miss Kim.
Why can't I hear it?
If he fight a bitch, I'm gonna be mad.
I'm fighting Miskiff. Is he fighting Miskiff?
No, Misfit.
Yeah, can everyone in the crowd put your hand up if you give a fuck what Chase thinks? Oh.
Chase.
Buddy, I'm gonna come in 100
130 kgs of whooping your ass.
I think you should have a tangerine.
I unfortunately cannot eat tangerines because Mr. Tate is so scared of me that he put a 40-pound weight clause in there, so I have to be drinking water and empty water bottles.
Wait. Sorry. Is there a weight limit at a boxing match?
The thing is Andrew thinks he's so smart, but the guy, like, even before I was fighting him, I used to dissect everything this man says. I'm going to show you why you should never come out of retirement. You're not Terrence Crawford, buddy.
7 out of 10.
You charge a bunch of beta males online $50 a month to read crap that I could tell them off of ChatGPT for free.
8 out of 10.
You don't want to bet the Bugatti because you understand that you're going to be introduced to my right hand and the whole world is going to laugh at you.
I didn't know you could use right hands in boxing.
You have literally nothing that I have not seen. You won some...
I have something you don't have.
What do you have? A Bugatti? I want that, so bet it.
A tangerine.
Ease.
That was shit.
I don't get it. What is this? When is this fight happening?
What fight?
Andrew Tate and this guy.
Oh.
He put a 40-pound weight clause in there, so I have to be drinking.
Wow. This is who Tate is fighting. Y'all are falling for the scam again. Do you enjoy being lied to? I don't know who he's supposed to be fighting. Google. Andrew Tate fight soon.
Probably nobody, man. Don't even get your hopes up.
Debut against Misfits heavyweight champ Chase Demore on December 20th in Dubai. Headlining the Misfit Mania, the fight before Christmas. Exclusively on Rumble. Rumble Premium.
Can you believe that?
Yeah, but apparently the guy he's fighting is like a loser. Tate's gonna whoop his ass.
What happened to Devontae Davis in a Jake Paul fight? Never happened. He backed out of it because he bet too much money. He was scared he was gonna get knocked out. Devontae Davis wasn't playing with him. Ain't no more exhibition fights with real fighters. So you're gonna do this exhibition, it ain't gonna happen. They're gonna get scared.
Apparently he's fighting Anthony Joshua.
Yeah, exactly. That's some more.
Yeah. I saw this face off. Anthony Joshua is like 6 inches taller than him, and he's just staring at his chest. And dude's like, Gaish! And Jake Paul's like, and Jake Paul's big, but
he's never playing against this big dude though. He'll come out looking like
19th of December is Jake Paul versus Anthony Joshua, and 20th of December is Andrew Tate versus this other dude I've never heard of.
That's like a plan. Going down in the DM.
That's going to be on Netflix.
Netflix bought Warner Brothers. It's going down out here.
Oh, this guy's going to whoop Jake Paul's ass.
Yeah, Jess. Have you heard about that? Netflix recently acquired Warner Brothers Pictures.
Yeah.
So now Netflix owns HBO, Harry Potter, Looney Tunes.
I thought
That's
Universal
all.
owned. Huh.
Mhm.
Interesting. I want money. Lots and lots of money.
Warner Brothers said, "Fuck it, we know we got a bad deal. That damn acting strike. We can't afford to pay these people. Y'all better pay them." Y'all are responsible for the residuals of everybody in this. Now you can
I think
remake what you want to.
what did Jeremy say?
And
It was like 62 billion or some shit like that.
yeah,
For
that's
the deal?
probably just in residuals. So out the money going out from people that's
62
acting that they got
billion?
paying. Yeah. You know how much it's gonna still keep bringing in? Younger kids watching the movies we already seen, they still get paid for the rest of their life from acting off those movies. So you gotta keep paying them for the rest of their life as long as them
No,
movies are
I'm
being
sorry. I'm sorry, JS. I'm wrong. It's 82.7 billion.
82 billion with a B?
B.
What?
Yeah, boy.
Yeah, Freddie, we know what royalties are, okay?
You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah,
you
that's
was
what I
like,
mean.
what?
Yeah, it's not, this is not a small thing. Like, I know it kind of seems like, but if you look at it, like, Netflix is like, Jeremy brought this to our attention earlier. Netflix is making huge moves. Like, that's a huge move.
Because they need to compete with Paramount right now. Paramount is killing it, and
No,
now.
no, I don't think you're right there. I think you're wrong.
What do
I
you
think
mean?
Paramount's about to fall off because they're going to need to
Paramount
branch
has
together. Because right now,
UFC.
yeah, but Paramount ain't shit compared to Disney Plus and Netflix right now.
Paramount got South Park.
Cool.
That was $4 billion.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think you probably throw Peacock in the mix because it's starting to do like sports and all that kind of
We'll
stuff.
see.
What
Well,
the fuck is
so
a
then
peacock?
we made this talk. We were talking about this earlier, and it's probably gonna be Netflix, and then it's gonna be Disney
Paramount
Plus,
Plus.
and then hold
Oh.
on. Then we were thinking, hold on, no, because Disney Plus and Netflix are already the top two right now. So the third up and comer would be Amazon Prime, and the only way that they could do anything
Amazon. I have Amazon Prime.
listen,
It's gay.
listen. The only thing that I completely agree with you. But they're the only ones that are pumping out original shows, other than these other like smaller streaming platforms.
Dude, Paramount has
However,
all
what
the
they
Taylor
listen,
Sheridan
wait
shows.
1 second, bro. They will need Paramount, Peacock, Hulu, like or not Hulu because Hulu's under Disney. Paramount, Peacock, and all those other smaller ones like that to come into Amazon. They'll need to acquire those if they have any shot of keeping up with Netflix. And I guess Amazon acquired MGM a few years back.
Yeah, but
So
Paramount has
Amazon's been
all the
making this
Taylor
play.
Sheridan shows. Landman, Tulsa King. What's that one that you told me
Mhm.
to watch? I started watching it. It's all right.
Landman.
I just said
No.
Landman. I'm talking about the one with the jail guys and
Mayor of Boston.
Jeremy
Mayor
Renner.
of Britain. Yeah.
Is it Jeremy Renner?
No,
Mayor
Mayor of Kingstown.
Yeah. Mayor of
Yeah, Mayor King.
Kingstown, Landman, Tulsa King,
No, I'm not
Yellowstone,
I'm not arguing the
1984,
fact.
1882.
Right. I'm not arguing the fact that they have a chunk. I'm not. They have a chunk, but their chunk is substantially smaller.
UFC,
especially now.
South Park.
Especially now that Netflix and Disney Plus are doing what they're doing.
So it's going to be a triopoly. Amazon is just going to swallow up all the littler ones.
Right. Otherwise, the littler ones all the littler ones and Amazon will just be pushed away, and it'll eventually be Netflix and Disney.
But you know
That'd be
where you can
terrible.
also get Tulsa King, Mary
Red and
King,
blue.
Brown,
Oh man.
Yellowstone, all them.
I don't
You can
care.
also
I
get them
get
on
Amazon
Amazon.
Prime when I pay for
Yeah,
I get
Amazon.
Amazon Prime for free when I pay for Amazon Prime.
So that's part of it. That's part of it too. Is that
You
the
get
Amazon
Prime free if
Amazon
you
already
pay for
has,
Amazon Prime.
but Amazon, yeah, Amazon, yeah, you get Prime. You mean you get Prime Video if you pay for Amazon Prime?
I get Amazon Prime Video for free if I pay for Amazon Prime. I get I get Paramount
that's
Plus
even
for
more
free.
proof. Well, yeah, that's even more proof that that's likely to happen. That Amazon's going to acquire those smaller ones because they already have contracts with the smaller ones to present them on their platform. Because you can get to Showtime, you can get to all those other platforms, Peacock. You can get through those through Amazon, but you can't do that through any other platform. You can't do that through Netflix. You can't do that through Disney. They take you to one platform.
Disney
Hang on,
Plus
just to be
is
clear,
lame.
Let me extend on this
Oh, here
because
comes Jeremy.
you're literally making my
back.
argument or my
Yeah.
observation
Yep.
Verbatim.
I am. I
never said or claimed that Amazon would actually acquire these companies.
No.
But what they could wind up doing is a joint venture in that those other platforms merge into Amazon and turn into a joint venture platform, which is what Hulu first began as before Disney became the sole proprietary owner of it.
Are you ever going to finish printing these damn springs? Can you make that thing go faster?
Spring.
Technically I could and have made it go faster, but I can't make it go any faster than it's going. But I can tell you how long it's got left.
3 hours.
It could be. Yeah, man, I'm turning these monitors. I mean, I passed the fuck out. So
This is why my
I wasn't even
Discord's been
watching.
going for 600 hours. Everybody just sits and stares at 3D printing.
No, I don't always have it going. Where's the screen?
656 hours though.
I want to see how it works. I'm guessing that first one is the smallest, and it goes into that one, and then that one goes into that one, and that one goes into that one, and that one goes into that one.
Yeah, I don't know that you're. I don't know that you're gonna want to sit
or no,
and wait for this. It's got about 57 minutes on it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna make it.
I was off.
Not gonna make it.
But hang on, where's the? I sent a link to King on. It's got a video on how it works. Basically the files I downloaded to do this. Dude, I fell asleep. My dog's outside. One dog that ain't outside just came in here and flopped down next to me and whimpered. The other two were beating on the door to come back in. Hang on.
You gonna have some frozen puppies.
Nah, well, one of them's a husky.
Oh, they'll be fine.
Yeah, only the Aussie will be cold. Where's the link? All right, there's the side chat. So if you go to that, there's two images that are animated that'll show you how it works.
Maker World. So what? Did you have to pay to download this?
No.
So you just downloaded this thing and you print it?
Yes.
So you could put a joint in that.
You could. A small one. No, Maker's World doesn't. I don't think Maker's World has anything to charge for any of those. There's also Thingiverse. There's no one I always forget the name of. But all of those, they don't actually know. Thingiverse and Maker's World, those are both free. Maker's World is actually run by the same company who makes the printers I have. Thingiverse, I don't know who runs that one. I don't know if it's made by any particular or run by any particular company or manufacturer, whatever. What's the other one I use?
STL Finder. There's a lot of websites for them.
Printables. Printables is the other site that I use a lot. And I don't know if any of those. I know Maker's World doesn't. I know Thingiverse doesn't. I don't think that there's a monetized portion of printables either.
There are a couple sites that you have to pay to be a member for, but then I think like
Colt 3D is one that's notorious for having costs for the.
Well, you have to sign up. It's free or whatever, and then some of the prints, depending on who posted it, they might charge for it.
Yeah, now Colts 3D you can sign up for free, but some of their most of the files out of them have costs.
At least the good ones.
Yeah, and they've got some really neat little things that you can get off of Colts 3D. But I don't fuck with them.
Thingiverse is probably the best overall for free ones.
Yeah, for free, absolutely. Maker's World is really good too.
Quality things like a Nintendo Switch wall mount thing. It's just a base plate with to make a shelf and mount it to the wall. It fit perfect and it was free off of Thingiverse. Like hundreds of things I printed off, most of them from Thingiverse, and they just work. Whereas some of the other websites, I don't know, the people that post it don't know what the hell they're doing when they're designing it, and there's like minor flaws throughout.
Yeah, don't sleep on Maker World, man.
Did you 3D print this cat?
Yes.
What cat?
He sent me this little plastic cat.
Good luck, the money cat.
It looks like Corrin from Dragon Ball.
That's one of the test prints when you first buy an Ender. It's one of the first files to calibrate it.
Oh, that one, yeah. I've got that file. I never printed it.
Or the ship, what the hell they're called?
Benchy.
Yeah, the Benchy. If you can print a Benchy and it comes out perfect, your machine is ready to do whatever.
The little tugboat.
Well, I can see like lines in this.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's how it prints. That's the main downside to FDM printers. Are those which they call layer lines.
That was also printed on like normal quality. If I put it at like a higher quality, it would have taken thinner lines, taken longer, and it would have much more of a smoother surface.
Yeah.
Not as noticeable.
So what did you do?
lines.
Did you do 0.2 millimeters?
Yeah, just the standard.
Yeah, I don't know if 0.2's always been this standard. I know the newer printers are doing 0.2, but I can't remember if they 0.2.
Is it loud?
It's running literally 8 feet across the room from me. The one that's printing right now is louder than the other one.
Probably as loud as your computer fans.
Yeah, a little louder. I mean, every once in a while you get a little bit of the older one has a little bit of jitter you can hear moving around.
Yeah.
My computer's right next to me and it's like silent.
Yeah, they're not.
It's louder than the old one's louder than the computer. The new one,
fine.
Yeah. It kind of sounds about half as loud as a dryer for a washing machine running. It's about half of that. The newer one that I've got now, that one is like super quiet.